In the realm of assassins, an extraordinary figure has emerged, a killer of unparalleled prowess, codenamed the Worker, also referred to as the God of Sniping. His success rate in assassination is astonishing, with 0 errors in his missions, and his identity remains shrouded in mystery. Absurdly, some speculate he is a robot, while others suggest he might be a ghost, yet the truth is far simpler. Ming proclaims, "I am merely a novice." As a fledgling assassin, he believes that one must possess the awareness and discipline befitting a killer. Thus, he dedicates himself to relentless training, continuously accepting tasks, shunning romantic distractions, and maintaining a killer's mentality. If an employer delays payment, it matters not, his principles will guide him in fulfilling his duties. One fateful day, he ascends to the pinnacle of the international assassin rankings, transforming from a mere novice into a paragon of the assassin world. However, such prowess inevitably obstructs the financial paths of others. Consequently, inquiries echo through the dark web. Has the assassin supreme retired today? Eliminate that killer. Terminate the Worker. Chapter 1. The Novice Assassin Worker. From this day forth, I shall be an assassin, he declares. Surely, an assassin must accept missions? He muses, gazing at the interface before him. Host, Ming. Age, 22. Identity, lone wolf assassin independent. Physical fitness, 3. The upper limit for an average human is 10. Strength, 2.5, barely capable of subduing an ordinary individual. Agility, 3.0, more nimble than the average person, yet not swift. Stamina, 2.0, breathless after running 500 meters. Mental fortitude, 2.0, hands tremble while killing, suffers from insomnia. Skills, none. Skill points, none. Attribute points, none. Assets, 2266 yuan. Confronted with such a meager profile, Ming feels a sense of helplessness. As a recent university graduate, he finds it challenging to secure a suitable job, having searched fruitlessly for 2 months. This morning, however, he unexpectedly acquired a golden opportunity. Yet, this opportunity bears a certain peril. It has thrust him, a delicate graduate, into the world of assassination. Nevertheless, the system assures him that it will conceal his identity. Even the world's most elite hackers would be unable to unearth any information about him online. Contemplating the risks, Ming resolves that, with the system's assistance, pursuing a career as an assassin might not be so daunting after all. Yet, as a novice, he acknowledges the vast expanse of knowledge he has yet to acquire. The interface is clear. He must accept missions and complete them to earn skills, skill points, and attribute points. But where, he wonders, can he find such missions? Hint, dark web. A voice resonates in his mind. Ming snaps his fingers. Of course, the dark web. This is a common motif in films, a bridge for transactions between assassins and clients. But where is the dark web's address? System, could you implant the URL? He powers on his computer. URL implantation successful. In an instant, an encrypted website materializes on his screen. With the system's guidance, Ming completes his registration. He adopts the codename, the Worker. What a down-to-earth name. As a novice assassin, I mustn't draw too much attention. This will suffice. Ming begins to explore the dark web, where missions are posted alongside bounties and discussion threads. Likewise, he can also post requests for tasks. However, to secure assignments, one must possess a reputation, which is cultivated through their codename in the assassin community. When a killer's name resonates throughout the realm, missions will come to them unsolicited, accompanied by substantial commissions. As Ming peruses the plethora of task listings, his anticipation grows. For my inaugural mission, I mustn't tackle anything too challenging, otherwise I shan't know how I met my demise. Tasks range from assassinating high-ranking CEOs to blowing up buildings or infiltrating organizations as an undercover agent. Ming believes these are far beyond his current capabilities. My word, these missions are increasingly daunting. In this era, even being 007 isn't a walk in the park, but he scrolls down, searching for simpler tasks. Yet, even the straightforward missions have already been claimed. With his current anonymity, posting a request would prove futile. Scanning, simple task detected, difficulty level, D. Ming exclaims, is level the easiest task available. Indeed, host, you may choose to accept it or not. Without hesitation, Ming responds, accepted. The web page refreshes, leading him to the system-detected task page. Upon reading the requirements, he is taken aback. What? This is considered a level task? This is far too difficult. The mission demands he transport supplies to the Middle East. Excuse me, how is this task rated as the level? Do you not comprehend the dangers of that region? System? Host, please remain calm. Allow me to offer you 3 words. Novice experience. The system, devoid of empathy, delivers this reminder coldly. Furthermore, it informs him that having accepted the task, he is obliged to fulfill it. That's 4 words. Ming mutters in exasperation that he notices the task posting has indeed changed. Task assignee. The worker, Ming curses under his breath, his frustration palpable. This mission has been posted for quite some time with no takers. The Middle East is a place even assassins and mercenaries avoid. Even as a novice, he finds himself committed to this task. Glancing at the commission, his irritation dissipates. Deliver a truckload for 100,000. That seems rather appealing. In truth, 100,000 is a meager sum for mercenaries, which explains their reluctance to accept this task. The risks are high, and the reward is scant. They are not foolish. Ming inspects the details further. The task merely involves delivering a shipment of medical supplies, with a route already predetermined. Resolute, he decides to take the plunge. Unemployment could lead to starvation. I might as well gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Thus, he begins to prepare, and to his astonishment, the system has already arranged his passport and visa. It seems the system is indeed diligently safeguarding his personal information. However, Ming glances at his asset balance, feeling a headache surfacing. 2266 yuan. I am but a freshly graduated impoverished student. This sum barely covers travel expenses. Yet, the system does not provide financial support. Ming scratches his head, realizing as an orphan, he must turn to his friends for assistance. Ming, after 4 years of part-time work and with commendable grades, how is it that you still can't secure a job? If all else fails, come work for my company. Though his roommate's words might seem sardonic, Ming understands their intentions are sincere. After all, his 3 roommates are all heirs to wealthy families, poised to inherit vast fortunes upon graduation. They possess no understanding of the arduous job market. Ming refrains from arguing as soon as he speaks. Each of them readily lends him 20,000 yuan. Once you secure employment, we'll adhere to our customary arrangement. The 3 of us shall treat you to a meal. Ming felt profoundly touched in this day and age, who asserts that signs of wealth are devoid of sentiment. The bond he shared with them had been forged over 4 years of collaborative homework assistance. Ming deemed it worthwhile. Come now, you 3, you are well aware that I, Ming, can satiate myself and leave my family untroubled. When the time comes to strive diligently, I am confident that fortune will smile upon me, and I shall be the one treating you to a feast. For today, I extend my gratitude. With the several tens of thousands of yuan in hand, Ming commenced preparations for his gear. Certainly, within the confines of Delong, acquiring firearms is an impossibility, thus I must venture abroad to procure them. Alas, I am uncertain whether this sum will suffice. As Ming pondered, a sudden thought struck him. He snapped his fingers and inquired, Wait, with such a perilous advantage at my disposal, are you not providing me, a novice, with a starter package? Chapter 2. The Novice Gift Pack and Arrival at the Mission Destination. Where is the Novice Gift Pack? Surely, I, an exceedingly ordinary novice, cannot be expected to accomplish such a formidable task? Ming expressed his grievances to the system, his heart racing with anxiety. Given his current physical condition, should he venture to the Middle East, he might not even catch sight of the supply convoy before encountering a belligerent armed faction, leading to his untimely demise. Upon receiving his first mission as a novice host, he triggered the Novice Gift Pack and was prompted to accept it. Hearing this, Ming exhaled in relief. Now that felt right. Novice Gift 1, Tactical Storage Pack 1. Novice Gift 2, M241, Glock 1, Bulletproof Vest 1. Novice Gift 3, 3 Attribute Points, freely distributable. Novice Gift 4, Godly Driving Skills. Novice Gift 5, Basic Camouflage Techniques. Accompanied by a system bonus, the system will automatically activate photography mode when required. Before Ming materialized a tactical backpack, an M24 rifle, a Glock pistol, and a bulletproof vest appeared before him. His eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. This was the first time he had encountered a real firearm, and he could not resist touching the cold metal barrel of the M24, which sent his heart racing. What a splendid novice gift pack. Though, might it be a tad scant? Shouldn't either be a Gatling gun or a Barrett included? However, the system remained silent, offering no further response. Not only had the system bestowed upon him firearms, but it also provided an ample supply of ammunition. The M24 came with 50 rounds of 7.62mm sniper ammunition, while the Glock was equipped with 100 rounds of 9mm pistol bullets. Ming picked up the backpack, preparing to stow away the firearms when he encountered a dilemma. How was he to transport these items across borders? Yet, as he placed the handgun into the backpack, he discovered its peculiar secret. This pack was astonishing. Inside, there lay an uncharted realm. The firearms he placed within left no trace externally and seemed to occupy no space at all. Was it spatial folding? Dimensional storage? Li Ming proceeded to experiment, stuffing in his clothing, personal items, and a first aid kit. The tactical pack remained surprisingly light, barely registering any weight, and the space seemed boundless. Once he had packed all his belongings, the bag began to bulge slightly, allowing him to feel the weight of its contents. Li Ming discerned that this tactical backpack functioned akin to an invisible space, capable of accommodating various items without revealing any abnormalities. It even possessed a feature to shield against dangerous elements. As long as it remained closed, any security check would be inconsequential, even if opened. The sheer volume of items would lead one to overlook the myriad lethal weapons hidden at the bottom of what appeared to be an ordinary tactical backpack. The system's offerings were indeed exceptional, and Li Ming felt an immense satisfaction. The only drawback was its inability to be entirely concealed, but at this juncture, that was of little consequence. The bag could still be folded, minimizing its presence. Next, he tossed the bulletproof vest into the pack. This item would likely raise alarms during inspections, so he resolved to wear it the moment he crossed the border. Given the current situation, Li Ming believed it safest to remain within the confines of Long Dragon territory. Once he ventured outside, danger loomed. Whether or not this perception of foreign environments stemmed from an overly stereotypical mindset, he felt it prudent to don the vest immediately upon departure. Moreover, the godly driving skills flooded his mind with countless fragmented memories, as if he had undergone relentless training for countless days and nights. Now, all of this had fused into his consciousness, transforming into implicit muscle memory. Such mastery transcended human limits. Li Ming could not have been more pleased. The novice gift pack was indeed bounteous. The knowledge of basic camouflage techniques also lingered in his mind. This skill would aid him in concealing his true identity, rendering him imperceptible to the naked eye. Should he elevate his proficiency, even machine scans would prove ineffective. It was simply exhilarating. Excited, Li Ming briefly familiarized himself with his new skills before embarking on a purchasing spree. Armed with 60,000 yuan borrowed from his roommate, he began feverishly acquiring supplies, tactical boots, helmets, uniforms, and military knives. He also considered the dangers of nighttime, leading him to procure a second-hand night vision device that was barely functional. He even managed to find a black tactical suit. Most importantly, he secured a comprehensive first aid kit, cramming everything into the tactical backpack. He believed he had packed all the essentials for survival, and with the ample space available, he was unperturbed by the prospect of insufficient capacity. Next, he summoned his status panel. In the Middle East, swiftness was paramount, so he unhesitatingly allocated 2 attribute points to agility, elevating it from 30 to 50. The remaining point was assigned to his stress resistance, ensuring that this novice would not falter during critical moments. Prepared, he set forth. At this juncture, the Middle East was shrouded in chaos, and international flights to the region had dwindled to a mere trickle. The plane landed at a national airport in the Middle East. As Li Ming stepped out of the cabin, he was immediately engulfed by a wave of scorching heat. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air, and in the distance, the faint sound of explosions echoed ominously. Goodness, surely, he wouldn't witness a mushroom cloud erupting above him? Li Ming swallowed hard, tightening his grip on the backpack straps. Following the mission directives, he switched vehicles 3 times before finally reaching the supply point. The sight of the ruins before him momentarily stole his breath away. Every structure within his view had been reduced to rubble, shattered beyond recognition. Among the debris, charred bricks lay strewn about, and a faint, putrid odor lingered in the air, compelling him to cover his mouth and nose. A few bodies, too late to be cleared away, lay half-buried beneath the rubble, and he could not discern a single living soul in sight. The driver who had brought him here had only agreed to do so after receiving 2 bottles of water. He would not have made the trip otherwise. He wouldn't even accept payment. This area, recently devastated, was not yet so dire. Otherwise, it would surely be a breeding ground for disease. Summoning his courage, Li Ming tread carefully among the wreckage, wary of any potential missiles that might rain down from above. He believed that even as a novice, he possessed the resolve and professionalism of a true assassin. Since he had accepted the mission, he would strive to fulfill it. Though fear gnawed at him, he maintained a facade of composure. At this moment, his enhanced stress resistance proved invaluable, as he remained steady, devoid of tremors. Hello? Is anyone there? He glanced around, only to find himself in solitude. The only remnant of life was a dilapidated, bullet-riddled van parked nearby, riddled with bullet holes. Remarkably, the windows remained intact, unshattered. Li Ming found himself puzzled. Since this was a supply transport, Surely there would be someone present to facilitate the exchange? Yet, he found himself utterly alone. He lamented forgetting to inquire whether the employer had arranged for an escort. Regret washed over him. What if he arrived with the supplies and found no one to compensate him? Such carelessness. This was undoubtedly a rookie's folly. It was not his fault, but rather theirs for not providing adequate information. If all else fails, I will simply deliver it and inquire about the commission. If they refuse, I shall return. Li Ming resolutely dismissed any self-doubt. He opened the car door and discovered the keys lying inside. Yet, at that very moment, the cold steel of a gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Li Ming froze in place, immediately shouting, "I'm just a worker. I'm a worker." Fearing that the other party might not comprehend him, he reiterated in English. He was confident that his academic prowess allowed him to assist his wealthy roommates with their assignments. Such basic English communication was a mere trifle. The newcomer understood, but did not lower his weapon immediately. With a hint of skepticism, he asked, "You're just a worker? How is it that you lack the demeanor of a killer?" The gun remained unwavering in its position, his gaze scrutinizing Li Ming with palpable wariness, seemingly assessing the threat posed by this frail young man. Given Li Ming's slight frame, such suspicion was entirely predictable. Li Ming forced a calm smile and replied, "Well, brother, think about it. If assassins all bore the hallmark of their profession and exuded an aura of danger, they would inevitably expose themselves before taking action. Would that qualify as a competent assassin? The most formidable killers are often the most inconspicuous, blending seamlessly into the crowd, unnoticed. That is the hallmark of a true professional. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 3. Encountering the Skeleton Army. This line of reasoning seemed to convince the other man. Li Ming dared not glance back. In truth, even if he did, the assailant would not recognize him. He was fully encased in a helmet, his identity carefully concealed, and having employed basic disguise techniques. He was virtually invisible to the naked eye. However, as a novice assassin, Li Ming remained exceedingly cautious, reminding himself never to allow anyone to see his face. Even with his disguise, he maintained the habit of concealing his identity at all times. An assassin devoid of mystery could hardly call themselves one. The man introduced himself, saying, "I am Duke. If it weren't for the reluctance of mercenaries to undertake this mission, we would not have accepted an obscure killer for such a critical task." As he spoke, he continued to scrutinize Li Ming with a mixture of doubt and appraisal, not questioning his identity, but rather his genuine capabilities. Yet, at this juncture, they had no alternative. The front line was in dire need of medical supplies, and such deliveries were a rare occurrence. The designated route was considered the safest available. Even a rookie must accept their fate. He continued, "The fixed route has been provided. Simply adhere to it." Li Ming internally scoffed, realizing that this so-called fixed route was merely a reflection of the absence of alternatives. "Although I accompany you, my sole objective is to safeguard the supplies, not to protect you. I should remind you, there may be ambushes or airstrikes along the way. These are matters you must handle yourself. Should you perish, the $100,000 will vanish with you. The battlefield is merciless. We wouldn't even retrieve your remains." Li Ming nodded, understood. Assassins possess a certain professional ethic. When confronted with danger, they must strive to resolve it. After all, what purpose would others have in hiring them if not for this very reason? Death is an ever-present reality when accepting assignments. This is the balance of reward and sacrifice. Li Ming spoke up. "But that $100,000 surely requires at least half as a deposit, doesn't it?" Duke looked at him in exasperation. "The deposit has already been paid via the dark web. It's standard practice there. Whether hiring mercenaries or assassins, employers must provide a certain deposit up front." Li Ming had not checked his account, and upon doing so, he discovered the funds had indeed been deposited. It turned out that this was how deposits were handled. Seeing the additional $50,000 in his account, he could hardly suppress a grin. Throughout the journey, he had been preoccupied with contemplating how to accomplish the task, oblivious to the deposit's arrival. Now, he felt considerably more at ease. Thus, the two set off on their journey. The rumbling sounds of explosions echoed around him, the result of ongoing bomb detonations. Navigating this dilapidated vehicle along a bumpy road that might conceivably harbor landmines was no small feat. Flashes of explosions lit up the scenery outside the window, causing the windshield to vibrate ominously. Externally composed, internally, Li Ming was brimming with exhilaration, as this was his first encounter with such life and death moments. Though his divine driving skills had him maneuvering as if aided by a higher power, ensuring both safety and speed despite the treacherous conditions, no newcomer could genuinely remain calm amidst a hail of bullets and detonations. Had he even slightly eased off the accelerator, he might very well have met his end. Suddenly, a blinding flash appeared to his right. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, Li Ming yanked the steering wheel, executing a small drift in the battered van. Bravo! He silently commended himself. Having acquired his driver's license without the means to purchase a car, He had never had the opportunity to drive until now. He felt as though he had transformed into a driving god, the vehicle responding to his every whim as if it were a mere toy. He sharply turned the wheel to the right, narrowly avoiding an impending explosion. Duke, seated in the back, seemed unfazed by the chaos, embodying the epitome of calmness. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was this worker fueled by? Your driving skills are impressive. You are the most skilled driver I have encountered, Duke finally remarked. But do mind the road ahead. Li Ming exclaimed, I am aware. But they are flanking us from both sides, so we must press onward. No sooner had he spoken than 3 armed figures surged from the ruins on either side, while 2 more appeared ahead, brandishing weapons to block their path. However, Li Ming had no intention of stopping. At such a moment, as long as they did not fire in that instant, the optimal solution was to accelerate through. He slammed on the gas, the sound of bullets ricocheting off the car door sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, this rickety vehicle was equipped with bulletproof windows. Otherwise, no matter how skilled he was, he might have met his demise right there. His inaugural assassination mission could have ended in utter failure. The 2 figures in front were knocked aside as Li Ming continued forward, resolutely refusing to open the window for a retaliatory barrage. As long as the vehicle remained upright and the glass unshattered, the interior was the safest sanctuary. Li Ming was quick on his feet. After colliding with the 2, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, sending the remaining 3 tumbling as well, denying them even a moment to pull the trigger. Thinking of shooting my tires? Have you never seen a shootout film? He whistled, lightly mocking. The vehicle pressed on. Duke's assessment of Li Ming had shifted significantly. What had once seemed a deficiency now appeared rather sufficient. However, Li Ming's driving skills were merely adequate. He was acutely aware that if the opposing side had even a few more individuals, he would be unable to withstand the pressure. As he sped along, his heart raced with anxiety, demanding that he maintain an unwavering alertness. In such an environment, relaxation was an unattainable luxury. The previous group had been manageable, but the road ahead might well present an obstruction from the enemy's regular forces. Duke cautioned Li Ming, vigilance must never wane. Should they discover the supply vehicle, the mission would be doomed to failure. A chill ran down Li Ming's spine. This leg of the journey was undoubtedly the most perilous. The enemy's regular troops were certainly better equipped. This was secondary. However, the crux of the matter was that in order to deliver the supplies to their destination, they had no choice but to traverse this route. All other paths had been sealed off by the armed factions that had occupied the area. This meant an inevitable encounter. Thus, this was the most challenging aspect of their endeavor. This elucidated the dire shortages of supplies. Despite nations being willing to send aid, it remained unreachable. Duke elaborated that air transport was out of the question. The enemy's drones monitored the skies relentlessly, allowing not even a fly to land. Li Ming cursed. War indeed knows no humanity. The tyrannical enemy can so brazenly intercept supplies and still acquire resources. It's utterly absurd. Just as he uttered these words, Li Ming took a turn and beheld armed militants wielding M16 rifles. His pupils constricted in alarm, and he nearly slammed on the brakes. 50 meters ahead, 6 fully armed soldiers formed a barricade with their M16 rifles. One of them even bore an RPG launcher on his shoulder. The sun glinted off the gun barrels, casting a harsh, merciless glare. In the distance, a mushroom cloud billowed upwards. Through the haze of smoke, they could even discern the dilapidated structures of their destination, alarmingly close. Good grief, it's only this short a distance. Li Ming's throat tightened, his right foot trembling above the brake pedal. It was precisely this distance that posed the greatest danger. Duke, seated behind him, remarked, otherwise, how could the commission be so lucrative? Would a relatively obscure assassin like you ever be chosen? Li Ming retorted, soon. You shall see that you made the right call with this job. Damn it, we've come this far. This mission must be completed, regardless of the armed militants. Anyone obstructing my pursuit of profit and survival must perish. With a firm press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward at maximum speed, heading straight for the group of militants. As the distance closed, he discerned the skull emblem on the right arm of one of the assailants. Yet, he had no time to ponder the significance of that insignia. Ahead stood a modified pickup truck with a heavy machine gun mounted on the roof. How on earth could he charge through that? Cold sweat trickled down Li Ming's brow. Duke, seemingly accustomed to the chaos, was now in a state of anxious anticipation. Just as Li Ming was about to inquire how this self-proclaimed low-key expert intended to proceed, he unexpectedly pressed down on the accelerator once more, barreling forward with reckless abandon. The enemy forces, now aware of their approach, raised their weapons and shouted at them, appearing even more excited at the sight of what they suspected to be a supply vehicle. 2 rows of militants began to flank them. Yet, Li Ming showed no intention of slowing down. He continued to accelerate wildly. Duke's message was clear, do not stop. The previous escorting mercenaries had been forced to halt in the face of such overwhelming numbers, bravely opening fire, only to meet their demise in the end. Duke, too, was prepared to face death. He had already readied his machine gun to unleash a hail of bullets. But Li Ming persisted, accelerating madly, with no signs of slowing down. This was the first time Duke had witnessed a lone assassin displaying such audacity. With a fervent foot on the gas pedal, Li Ming flawlessly maneuvered the van with astonishing driving skills, miraculously evading the incoming bullets. The battered vehicle emitted a desperate roar as the speedometer needle surged into the red zone. Duke internally exclaimed, "This is incredible." The enemy was clearly taken aback by this seemingly decrepit vehicle daring to charge through their ranks, especially given its speed and the ability to drift across the uneven terrain. They were momentarily stunned. Soldiers in the front row hastily aimed their weapons. "Stop! Immediately stop!" But Li Ming paid them no heed. He jerked the steering wheel, the vehicle sliding sideways in a near-drifting motion. In an instant, several bullets whizzed through the air, striking the ground and sending sparks flying from the rocks. Duke clutched the handrail tightly. In such a tumultuous situation, he had no opportunity to act. However, it was exhilarating to see the soldiers tumble forward, thrown off balance by their own missed shots, ultimately losing ground. "Hold on tight, Duke." Li Ming's lips curled into a wild grin. He was reveling in the exhilarating thrill of advanced technology, momentarily forgetting the perilous environment where a bullet could claim his life at any moment. Such driving prowess was the lifelong aspiration of most men, and Li Ming was no exception. He shifted gears rapidly, yanked the handbrake, and with seamless fluidity executed a textbook tactical reverse turn. The van's rear slammed into 3 assailants attempting to flank from the left, sending them sprawling as their bullets flew harmlessly into the sky. Just as the soldiers on the right prepared to open fire, their furious shouts echoing with the intent to turn Li Ming into a sieve, it was too late. Li Ming deftly controlled the throttle, allowing the wheels to roll over a steel plate jutting from a pile of rubble. The entire vehicle soared into the air, evading the hail of gunfire. What the hell? What kind of driving skill is this? Duke's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Li Ming execute a series of maneuvers rivaling those of a stunt driver. Hope flickered within him for this escort mission. He had arrived with a mindset of certain doom, even having penned his last words. The windshield bore several new bullet holes. Yet, Li Ming seemed to predict the trajectory of the incoming fire, relying on his agility and extraordinary driving skills to navigate the chaos. "Let us go." In the instant the bullets were fired, he made minute adjustments to the steering, as if the vehicle possessed a sentient awareness of danger, swiftly dodging the onslaught. Which mercenary group was this? When had such an extraordinary band of mercenaries emerged? The enemy soldiers, bewildered, mistook them for mercenaries. They had encountered supply-delivering mercenaries before, but they could never withstand the overwhelming numbers and superior equipment of their foes. Ultimately, the supplies had always fallen into their hands. This battle was supposed to be in their favor. Yet now, a faceless individual, driving a dilapidated van, had them all dancing to his tune. If they had known this was merely a novice assassin's initiation task, they would likely have felt utterly humiliated. "Block the road," the commander bellowed. 2 armored vehicles positioned themselves side by side, obstructing the entire thoroughfare. Li Ming slammed the accelerator, executing a sharp turn just as a collision seemed imminent. The van astonishingly tilted onto its side, nearly flipping over. Yet at that moment, he had no choice but to place his trust in Li Ming. "Just hold on tight, worker. Rest assured, I've got this." Li Ming's gaze was unwavering as he maneuvered the vehicle, balancing precariously on just the left 2 wheels. In that fleeting instant, he squeezed through the seemingly impossible gap between the armored vehicles and the wall. The enemy stood in stunned disbelief. Good heavens, is this even possible? It's a van. Yet the top of the van had already been pressed down. The supplies inside were nearly crushed, rendering Duke incapable of even sitting upright. Sparks flew from the metal's friction. The side mirror was violently scraped off, yet the vehicle miraculously maintained its equilibrium. Duke observed through the rear window, noticing that the soldiers remained frozen in place, forgetting to fire their weapons. They shared his disbelief. After all, one does not witness a run-down van perform like a transformer in one's lifetime. Who was this soldier? The commander seethed with rage. Li Ming's performance appeared to mock them. Armed with machine guns, they were outmaneuvered by a mere van. Did the Skeleton Legion possess no sense of dignity? In a fit of anger, he hefted a rocket launcher, aiming it squarely at the van's front. Duke's heart sank as he glimpsed an entire squad of enemy troops gathering below. The figure with the rocket launcher stood out like a beacon. "Watch out for the RPG," he shouted. Li Ming felt a chill upon seeing the rocket launcher. Although his driving skills had temporarily secured his survival, facing such formidable firepower was another matter entirely. He quickly glanced in the rearview mirror. A trail of white smoke surged from the ruins, racing toward the van. Damn! Li Ming's adrenaline surged, his tactical instincts screaming in alarm. A sudden break? There was no time. The rocket's speed exceeded 300 ms. Drifting would destabilize the vehicle, resulting in a catastrophic flip. Death would come swifter then. The van could not accelerate any further. Its limits had been reached, and he had already pushed beyond them with extraordinary driving prowess. The only option left was to use the terrain to his advantage. He abruptly yanked the steering wheel right, charging directly at the armored vehicle. The rocket barely grazed the left door, the shockwave causing the bulletproof glass to crack ominously. Yet Li Ming did not relent. He harnessed the vehicle's momentum to crash sideways into a half-collapsed concrete structure. The load-bearing wall disintegrated under the rocket's impact, the entire building crumbling like a house of cards, crashing down upon the pursuing vehicle. Amidst the billowing dust, Li Ming reversed out from the wreckage, shaking his numbed hands. His face turned pale. Truth be told, though he feigned calmness, the brush with death had left him taut with anxiety. What a hellish task this is, he thought. As a novice assassin, had it not been for his astonishing mental fortitude, even with his exceptional driving skills, he would have been unable to react so swiftly. Chapter 5. The Reward. Li Ming was engulfed in a tumultuous mix of emotions, having narrowly evaded the RPG. If his 3 wealthy roommates were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "So cool! What a feat! He deserves a reward." Yet the danger was far from over. The Skeleton Legion had finally regained their composure, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon them. Li Ming, however, adjusted his course mid-air, ensuring the rear of the van landed first. The van, now unrecognizable, had doors hanging precariously, and the hood was emitting black smoke, yet it continued to move. Li Ming orchestrated the vehicle like a maestro, performing a deadly waltz amidst a hail of gunfire. The fire suppression could no longer keep pace with his speed. A smirk crept onto Li Ming's lips. Is this the best a professional army can muster? Duke, recovering from a daze, cautioned, "Stay focused. We are still within enemy territory. Look ahead. We have approximately 200 meters to our destination. Do not get hit now." Li Ming spotted the stronghold ahead, bullets threatening to consume them from behind. He pressed the accelerator harder. Charge. Maneuvering past one obstacle after another, he finally approached the target. The right door had vanished, yet the speed remained undiminished. The sentinels stared in disbelief at the vehicle that seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell. They had witnessed the unfolding chaos through their binoculars when the shooting began. Initially believing it was an assault, they soon realized it was directed at this battered van. Incredible! A soldier instinctively raised a thumb in admiration. "Let us through," Duke shouted, leaning out. "We're delivering supplies." Upon hearing the word supplies, the soldiers lowered their guard after confirming Duke's hand signals. As they passed, the Skeleton Legion's pursuers were closing in. The moment they saw the nearly disassembled van vanish, their teeth gnashed in frustration. Some even fired shots into the air. Damn, who is that person? Find out at once. A supply vehicle had successfully traversed their gunfire. This was a loss and a disgrace. The commander's face contorted with fury. What infuriated him further was that throughout this ordeal, the driver had never revealed his identity. A mere van, piloted with godlike skill, had utterly humiliated their renowned Skeleton Legion. How could one tolerate such an affront? The commander pounded his fist in rage, yearning to retaliate, to draw that individual out. Yet without orders from above, they could not initiate hostilities. A group of soldiers eagerly began unloading the supplies from the disassembled van, their faces alight with envy and admiration. This is astounding. It's the first time I've seen the Skeleton Legion so inept. Most of the Skeleton Legion comprised special forces and formidable mercenaries. They wielded authority, equipment, and strength, effectively suppressing any advance. Yet, unexpectedly, they had been schooled. Who is that young man? Is he a lone wolf or part of a unit? Duke, you must tell us. Look, he has vanished. They turned to see that the young man who had stood before the crumbling van had completely disappeared. Duke remarked, "I don't know who he is. I've never heard his name. However, there is no need for you to inquire further, as it is futile. A person of his demeanor is even less inclined to allow others a glimpse of his true self. Those engaged in this line of work should comprehend this." The others nodded in silent agreement. Subsequently, they collectively bowed in gratitude towards the direction where Li Ming had just vanished. It is imperative to recognize the dire circumstances they currently face. The supplies and medications aboard this vehicle are of paramount importance to them. What others were unable to achieve, Li Ming accomplished. "Hey, Duke, shall we enlist him for future supply escorts?" Duke sighed. "The higher-ups are the ones who sought him out. I have no idea how to locate him. Surely you must know his codename? In this profession, individuals seldom possess true names, but they invariably have codenames." Duke muttered. He said his name is Worker. Under the guidance of the system's route, Li Ming successfully departed from the Middle East. On the flight back home, he slouched in his seat, the roar of the airplane's engines resonating in his ears. How comfortable. All Li Ming desired was to lie back and relax. Yet his mind was plagued by memories of gunfire and the perilous moments when a rocket launcher was aimed at him. The relentless barrage from the skeleton army and the image of a nearly disassembled van that nonetheless persevered to the finish line lingered vividly in his thoughts. These experiences were indelibly etched in his memory. It was exceedingly challenging. This was hardly a D-level task. It felt more like a bugged S-level mission. System. I suspect this is an S-level task masquerading as a D-level one. Thankfully, I survived. Phew. Truly, a profession that dances with death. Li Ming now harbored serious doubts about being duped by the system. A fixed route with a solitary vehicle was deemed a D-level task? The system retorted, "What do you think? It is merely because you are a novice. This task is essentially a beginner's experience." Li Ming, exasperated, inquired, "The mission is complete. Where's the promised reward?" Upon his query, the system finally responded. The familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. D-level supply escort mission completed. Reward processing in progress." Immediately, a translucent system panel materialized before Li Ming. Data refreshed line by line. Skill 1, Aristocratic Aura, can be activated or deactivated at will. Perfectly combined with disguise skills. Skill effect. Upon activation, gain an elite aristocratic presence, enabling one to masquerade as a member of high society, including etiquette, discourse, and knowledge of luxury goods. No further effects were listed beneath this skill. Li Ming gasped, "System, you present such a skill yet do not provide an identity? Perhaps an automatic identity adaptation?" The system replied, "As a man venturing into the world, an identity is self-assigned. You must find a way." Li Ming nearly rolled his eyes. Muttering, "Fine, then tell me, is this skill plagiarized from the CEO fell in love with me?" Beep. The system seemed to respond to his cheeky remark. Then continued refreshing. Skill 2, Underwater Survival, Beginner. Skill effect, extended breath-holding capability, allowing for a duration of up to 8 minutes underwater. Average for ordinary individuals is 23 seconds. Passive activation. A satisfied smile spread across Li Ming's face. Impressive. 8 minutes at the beginner level is commendable. But why not provide the ability to breathe freely underwater? The system reminded him, "You are human." Li Ming chuckled, "Could I at least have gills?" He laughed lightly. "Just kidding. Is there anything else?" Chapter 6. The name worker begins to resound. Rewards obtained. Skill point 1. For every 2 skill points, any skill can be upgraded to level 1. And skill points can also be exchanged for skills. Rewards obtained. Attribute points 2. Freely distributable. Reward refresh concluded. The complete panel appeared before Li Ming. Host, Li Ming. Age, 22 years. Identity, lone wolf assassin, freelancer. Exchange mall, not activated, can be activated. Physical strength, 3. Strength, 25. Agility, 50. Stamina, 20. Mental power, 30. Skills, godly driving technique, beginner disguise skill, aristocratic aura, beginner underwater survival. Skill points, 1. Attribute points, 2. Assets, 708, 216 yuan. At the end of the mission, 100,000 USD credited. Exchange rate $1 to 71 renminbi. Dark web transaction fees deducted. Actual received, 674, 500 yuan. After conversion and adding the remaining borrowed funds, he had a total of 708, 216 yuan. Li Ming quickly calculated that he had incurred expenses for food and drinks throughout the journey. He had even purchased gifts for his 3 friends upon his return. With such a sum for the first time, Li Ming felt elated. After cursing the exorbitant dark web transaction fees, he began to consider repaying his campus loan. Next, he would assist his 3 wealthy roommates with the remaining funds. Purchasing a home was imperative. Every orphan longs to possess a place to call home. Thus, the priority was acquiring a house. Li Ming's spirits soared, temporarily driving away the haunting memories of those harrowing moments. He then turned his attention to his skill points and attribute points. The generous newcomer gift had bestowed upon him a great fortune. With a sigh, Li Ming decisively allocated his 2 attribute points to agility, regardless of the circumstances. Now that he possessed some skills, it was prudent to prioritize his survival. As a fledgling assassin, ensuring his own safe retreat was paramount, making reaction speed exceptionally crucial. His agility surged to 70, merely 3 points shy of the human limit. Li Ming felt as if he could now dodge bullets. A thrill coursed through him. Yet he ultimately quelled this dangerous impulse. For now, he refrained from utilizing his skill points. Among his skills, 2 were at the beginner level. He would allocate points as the situation demanded. By employing them judiciously, he could enhance his chances of self-rescue in the face of formidable dangers. Hence, he chose not to activate them all just yet. The resources were still too scant. Activating it would only leave him yearning for what he could not have, which would be torturous. After casting one last glance at the panel, he felt a twinge of anxiety over his paltry strength. However, The thought that as long as he had a vehicle and his remarkable agility, escaping would not pose a significant challenge provided him with some comfort. But I am a professional assassin. If my strength and physique are lacking, I shall train. Li Ming nodded in self-satisfaction. Upon his return, he planned to commence a rigorous regimen to enhance his physical prowess. Relying solely on the system meant awaiting missions before undertaking any tasks. He needed to solidify his physical foundation, thereby increasing his success and survival rates. Half a month later, the house he had purchased was nearing completion of renovations. However, the funds he had were only sufficient for a modest 2-bedroom apartment in an ordinary neighborhood. Wait, how did you come back with a bit of wealth? You've even managed to buy a house. His 3 affluent roommates arrived to inspect, intrigued by Li Ming's experiences. You didn't go out and do something illicit, did you? The second son of the Chen family, Chen Jiaming, gazed at Li Ming with a mischievous grin, eagerly awaiting a response. What is all this about? Li Ming brushed Chen Jiaming's hand away, declaring, I made my money through stock trading, using the funds you lent me last time. He was utterly unconcerned that the source of his income might be questioned, for the system had already assured him that no one could trace any discrepancies in his earnings. Wang He, whose family operated a mining business, remarked, No wonder you're the academic prodigy of our esteemed university. Even the financial elite must commend your prowess in the stock market. Who would have thought that while job hunting, you ended up profiting from stocks? Su Qihong, the future heir of a medicinal herb company, chuckled and said, You really think Li Ming is struggling to find work? He simply has high standards and won't settle for less. Li Ming interjected, Yes, you're correct. You all know that while I can feed myself, I still aspire to marry someday. I refuse to let my future children grow up, like me, as orphans. Nor will I allow them to aid wealthy peers with their homework to earn a living, right? Enough of that. Go ahead and flaunt it. With so many girls pursuing you at school, yet you're only focused on dating without the intention of marrying. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. Let us forget it. Back then, I was too broke to afford a serious relationship. Ultimately, Li Ming took it upon himself to prepare a lavish meal, expressing his gratitude to the good friends who had supported him in a crucial moment. As they departed, they reminded him of a classmate's birthday celebration at the end of next month, inviting him to join. Li Ming lit a cigarette, remaining silent. Truth be told, he was not particularly keen on attending. Aside from his dorm mates, he hardly knew anyone at the university, especially for someone like Li Ming, who often took on part-time jobs. He had little time for socializing. The relationships he had were akin to fast food romances. Moreover, in the eyes of some, he had a rather poor reputation, perceived as relying on the support of wealthy individuals due to his friendships with 3 rich heirs. His part-time jobs were merely seen as excuses. Ultimately, everyone harbored their own biases, and being poor was considered a sin. The only title that remained unchallenged was that of academic prodigy, as no one could dispute his achievements. He was undoubtedly an exemplary student. Such gatherings, parties, and birthday celebrations could sometimes turn into traps. He was well aware that several classmates relished mocking those from less fortunate backgrounds during these events. Thus, he chose not to respond about whether he would attend, deciding to address it at a later time. Were it not for his friend's invitation, he would have outright declined. Now that his life had stabilized somewhat, having paid for his apartment in full brought him considerable peace of mind. However, a few days later, glancing at his balance, he felt a twinge of anxiety, seeing only 20 to 30,000 left. The system also began to remind him that as a killer, he must maintain the professional standards expected of one in his line of work. It was time to accept new assignments. Li Ming accessed the dark web. Since his last mission, he had not logged in again. To his surprise, upon opening it, he discovered over a dozen private messages waiting for him. Why was there no notification? He wondered, noticing that some of the jobs had already been taken, which pained him deeply, as if he had missed out on a fortune. Eventually, he saw a notification. The dark web is an exceedingly mysterious platform with a high encryption level. No alerts will be issued from messages. This is to prevent any exposure risks that might arise from notifications. Therefore, to see what messages await or who is seeking to engage him for tasks, one must personally check the dark web. Li Ming thought to himself, how careless of me. I've been so absorbed in the newfound happiness of having a home that I neglected to log in sooner. The system was right. A killer must possess the awareness of a killer. Not engaging in missions hardly qualifies as being a killer. From now on, he resolved to check daily for tasks available. A quick glance revealed several assignments requiring deliveries, many in the Middle East, differing in routes and locations, but equally perilous. The individual from his previous assignment had also sought him out again, yet that was indeed a dangerous task. Li Ming felt that his last successful mission had relied heavily on a surge of adrenaline and luck. He decided against accepting it for now, reasoning that such work was better suited for a team of mercenaries. He thought that if other employers presented more challenging and perilous missions, he would reconsider and possibly reach out to that individual for another trip to the Middle East. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that this particular job had already been claimed by someone else. What is going on with these people? Why are they suddenly so bold? Didn't they always shy away from taking risks before? Next, he stumbled upon another related post. It's titled directly utilizing Li Ming's alias, the worker. Chapter 7, the 10th assignment. Li Ming opened the post and skimmed through it rapidly. The eye-catching headline read, Mercenary Disgrace. A single individual outshines a whole team of delivery personnel? The tale of how the worker had single-handedly ventured into the Middle East to escort supplies spread rapidly across the dark web. His solo endeavor had left the notorious Skeleton Legion bewildered, igniting a crisis of reputation among numerous mercenary groups. Consequently, when faced with similar tasks, several mercenary companies scrambled to claim them. The term worker made its debut on the dark web, creating a ripple of intrigue and response. As he continued to read, Li Ming's pride swelled. Bloodwolf. I've checked all records. This individual has never taken on a job before. He must be a novice. Vulture. Are the Skeleton Legion that useless? Is there thermal imaging and drones merely for show? Ghost. Could the worker be a pseudonym for some notorious killer? The abundance of curiosity directed towards him filled Li Ming with joy. As a newcomer, he felt a surge of pride. Just as I thought, I executed that splendidly. While discussions primarily revolved around how he outmaneuvered the Skeleton Legion, questions also arose regarding the worker's previous assignments. Some even offered bounties. Who is the worker? The Skeleton Legion has placed a bounty of 500,000 on his head. At that moment, Li Ming genuinely wished to type out a response, labeling them as a bunch of amateurs. However, he reconsidered. As a fledgling killer, maintaining a low profile was paramount. After all, they were a legion with a notoriously foul reputation. Li Ming preferred to operate solo and did not wish to provoke them. Contemplating the danger they posed, he decided to hold off on accepting the supply escort assignment in the Middle East for the time being. Having struggled to find a suitable task, he opted to activate the system for assistance. Soon, a new task was identified, Degrade. It had just been posted, urging immediate acceptance. Upon reviewing the task details, he felt a rush of excitement. I relished the thought of assassinating such an individual. The assignment's target was to eliminate a so-called tycoon. In reality, this individual is an entrepreneur who has risen to prominence through the nefarious trade of underground organ trafficking. After employing various tactics to extricate himself from these sordid activities over the past 2 years, he has meticulously crafted an image of a self-made success. However, behind the facade, he remains in clandestine communication with these unsavory underground organizations, profiting from their illicit dealings. His attempts to sanitize his reputation are merely superficial, as he continues to operate in a murky underworld, using his polished exterior to facilitate these nefarious transactions. The common people are oblivious to his malevolence. Yet there are those who are aware, including some within his own ranks, who recognize that internal strife has begun to surface. Li Ming, the employer of this particular assignment, harbors reasonable suspicion that the perpetrator is indeed one of their own. This individual must have obstructed someone's financial pursuits. Nonetheless, this is not the crux of the matter. Regardless of who it may be, as long as the payment is adequate, he will accept the task. Moreover, Li Ming is particularly eager to personally escort this vile individual to his demise. The novice package, including the M24 and Glock, has yet to be deployed, but they will likely come into play this time, finally allowing him to operate outside the chaos of gunfire. However, the task comes with a singular stipulation. Once accepted, it must be executed within 3 days, and the target must perish. The manner of death is left to the assassin's discretion. 3 days is a very tight timeline. Furthermore, a target of this nature will undoubtedly employ the finest bodyguards for protection, making it exceedingly challenging to approach him. Even for a seasoned professional, 3 days could prove to be a tight squeeze. For a novice like Li Ming, there is no room for leisurely moments. Yet, the commission amounts to a staggering 300,000, which tempts him immensely. He contemplates that he shall first complete the assassination before considering anything else. Without hesitation, Li Ming immediately accepts the assignment. This task is firmly in the hands of a laborer. Although he can choose which missions to undertake on the dark web, he is equally assessed by employers on his capability to fulfill them. This evaluation typically hinges on reputation, word of mouth, and experience, which reflects an individual's prowess. For instance, those listed in the current top 10 rankings are assured of swift acceptance by employers. Conversely, if a code name is unfamiliar and lacks satisfactory assassination experience, it raises questions about their competence. Consequently, some may take on assignments but ultimately be rejected by the employer. However, the term laborer has begun to gain traction in the dark web, accruing a modicum of fame. Successfully completing a mission within the Skull Legion has indeed earned him significant recognition. Notably, he does not engage in haggling. Upon accepting the assignment, The counterpart readily concurs. Had he known that for such a challenging task, he could have negotiated, he would certainly lament having fallen prey to the pitfalls of a novice. Once the task was confirmed, he promptly received the counterpart's details and recent movements, along with a 100,000 deposit. Efficient dealings, which he appreciates. From the moment he accepted the assignment, the mission had commenced. Li Ming perused the information. Target, Vio Zorn, 48 years of age. Sanitized identity, CEO of Oasis Life Technologies, specializing in medical devices and biopharmaceuticals. Public persona, philanthropist, a paragon of self-made entrepreneurship, frequently speaking at prestigious economic forums. He is particularly fond of branding himself with the tagline, technology, changing lives. His enthusiasm for sponsoring medical projects in the third world is merely a facade for his ulterior motives. It is astonishing that such a person still garners admiration. Indeed, money can make even the most unscrupulous of individuals flourish. However, Vio Zorn's recent activities have been confined to his residence, at least for the next 3 days. He has no scheduled outdoor engagements. Not venturing outside, Li Ming clicked his tongue. If he remains indoors, the difficulty escalates. According to the information at hand, Zorn's home is fortified with bodyguards, all elite operatives from a renowned security firm, and the premises are equipped with an impressive array of cameras and security systems. This level of protection exceeds that of many world leaders. The more guarded a person is, the more they harbor secrets. Gaining entry into the target's abode is the most formidable challenge of this mission. Nevertheless, the data indicates that in 2 days, Vio Zorn will host a closed event aboard a luxury cruise ship. The occasion is set for the evening, lasting only 3 hours, after which he will board his private jet to depart. This so-called closed event is an auction organized by individuals within his circle, with the rather grim focus of organ trafficking. This aligns perfectly with the sort of activities one would expect from such a character. It is imperative to understand that in the realm of dark dealings worldwide, there are no limits to what can be accomplished. Li Ming's expression darkened as he began formulating a plan. The employer could not provide internal surveillance footage, likely out of fear of exposure. Ultimately, it falls upon Li Ming to devise a solution. System, arrange for my exit immediately. I must eliminate this wretched individual. Vio Zorn's opulent private yacht is anchored in international waters, a mere 12 nautical miles from a certain island, which houses Zorn's secret base of operations. Access to this private yacht is restricted. Even the affluent require credentials. Prior to his departure, Li Ming sought out an individual on the dark web, codenamed W. This person is exceptionally discreet, having only posted once in a firearms forum. Upon investigation, Li Ming discovered that W is neither an assassin nor a mercenary, but rather a genius specializing in high-precision 3D printed weaponry, including modular modifications and silencer technology, making him a world-class expert in this field. However, his business appears to be struggling. Upon further inquiry, Li Ming realized that W had not taken on new clients for some time. He had seemingly withdrawn from the trade. Nevertheless, Li Ming felt that such a genius would yearn for his creations to be recognized and utilized for their intended lethal purpose. It was likely that he had yet to encounter anyone he deemed worthy of his exceptional weaponry. Chapter 8. Successful Exchange, Pursuing the Genius W. Li Ming silently speculated about W's character, surmising that he must be quite proud. Such individuals are often difficult to engage with, yet their possessions are undoubtedly valuable. Moreover, he discerned that once such a person commits to collaboration, they are unwavering in their loyalty. While personalities like W can be challenging to navigate, securing their absolute endorsement is key. Li Ming resolved to make an earnest effort to court this individual, despite the system providing him with a starter pack of weapons. It was far from sufficient. Moreover, in the execution of a mission, true discretion often necessitates the use of 3D printed custom weapons rather than conventional firearms. To orchestrate an assassination aboard the cruise ship, he must select the appropriate weapon to suit the environment. Sniping is practically impossible, as he would likely be detected before even finding a vantage point. After a moment's reflection, Li Ming proceeded without delay to contact W, sending him a message. Meanwhile, in a remote cabin nestled within a forest in a small nation, a scruffy young man with a stubbled face glanced at the incoming message, muttering, "Laborer? Now even rookies are bold enough to seek my weaponry. What a waste of my masterpieces." The young man shook his head, initially intending to decline outright. Yet, the laborer sent another message. "W, I comprehend your masterpiece. You can place your trust in me. This time, I am embarking on a rather formidable endeavor, which I shall use to demonstrate my capabilities to you. The impeccable value of your creation will undoubtedly gain recognition from the world. What do you, a novice of little renown, truly understand about masterpieces?" The portly individual remained skeptical. He swiftly scoured the dark web for any public information and experiences related to the laborer. The fact that he managed to escape unscathed from the onslaught of the Skeleton Legion without firing a single bullet indicates that he requires no weaponry. A flat refusal. A direct no. Li Ming felt a touch of embarrassment at such an unequivocal dismissal. However, he found himself devoid of confidence to offer any flowery rhetoric. His understanding of firearms, indeed, remains insufficient. If only he knew that his lack of gunfire was due to escorting supplies without even drawing his weapon, he would likely find the situation laughable. After some contemplation, Li Ming summoned the interface, his gaze landing on the exchange marketplace. System, initiate the marketplace. Since he lacked the means to convince W of his abilities, he sought a way to procure something useful. The only recourse was to hope that this exchange marketplace would yield something of value. He was uncertain whether this single skill point could be exchanged for anything truly beneficial. The marketplace opened successfully, and the section transformed to indicate its activation. Li Ming's eyes widened as he beheld the marketplace, which was divided into 3 distinct areas: a weapon skills section, a martial arts and combat section, and finally, a lifestyle section. The rewards could either be obtained after completing tasks or exchanged using skill points. The categories were clearly delineated, complete with a search function. However, the prices varied. Some skills required merely 1 skill point, while others demanded 2 or more. Li Ming searched for firearm skills and discovered the following. Basic firearm mastery, 1 skill point. Effect, acquaintance with the disassembly, assembly, and basic maintenance of mainstream firearms, pistols, rifles, sniper rifles. Applicable scenarios, rapid identification of weapon models to avoid the use of incorrect ammunition. Basic? So, merely elementary, is it system? Indeed, host. Li Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to the 3D section. 3D printed weapon specialization, 20 skill points. Effect, mastery in the assembly, troubleshooting, and material optimization of 3D printed firearms. Applicable scenarios, swift comprehension of any printed weapon's characteristics, with the capacity for reverse enhancement. Incredible. The ability to print and manufacture firearms while discerning and improving upon others' creations. This skill is truly exceptional, a stepping stone to becoming a weapon master. If he possessed this skill, what more could he possibly desire? Yet, upon noting the 20 skill points required, he felt a sense of despondency. Each task completed yielded random skill points, and no one could predict when he would accumulate such a sum. Hence, he decided to abandon this consideration entirely. The more he gazed at it, the more restless he felt, and not being able to acquire it was all the more distressing. Li Ming decisively closed this section and redirected his attention to basic firearm mastery. He had no other choice. After all, he possessed only 1 skill point, leaving him no option but to select the fundamental course. Although basic ammunition knowledge also cost 1 point, it was not the most suitable option for his current mission. He opted to exchange for basic firearm knowledge mastery. The exchange was successful, and a wealth of firearm knowledge flooded into his consciousness. He now possessed a foundational understanding of various firearms around the globe. Most notably, he comprehended the firing mechanism of the Glock, the ballistic characteristics of the M24, and how to swiftly clear a jam. Consequently, having mastered this knowledge, he could naturally analyze the advantages and disadvantages of every firearm. Yes, it was now time to seek out W once more. He bombarded the portly individual with information. How could one claim to be an assassin while remaining unfamiliar with firearms? Certain information could be found on the dark web, while some remained encrypted and undisclosed. However, W was quite proud of his weaponry, with several publicly available details. Across the dark web, his creations were well known. Yet, within the public domain, there was only a cursory overview of their structure, lacking in-depth analysis. Li Ming promptly identified one of the weapons, analyzed its structure, and assessed its pros and cons before sending a message to W. Your early work, known as the Siren Pen Gun, utilizes a polycarbonate and nylon composite, does it not? However, the firing pin must be metal, otherwise, the third round will inevitably jam. Moments later, W responded. How do you know this? Li Ming smirked. As long as the other party was curious, he was assured of success. He continued typing. Those in the know understand, and it is precisely this issue that has prevented you from producing such a weapon again, has it not? However, I have an idea that could perfect your design. This remark only served to heighten W's curiosity. Yet, as a genius with weaponry, he was well aware of his creation strengths and weaknesses. No one could outshine him in his own domain. Nevertheless, it had been quite some time since he encountered someone willing to engage in such discourse. Thus, he decided to hear out Li Ming's proposal. Li Ming replied, It's quite simple. The Sirens magazine can be produced using layered printing to reduce polymer deformation. W interjected, Nonsense, this does not signify much. Most are aware of how to achieve this. While my earlier work may have had its flaws, I assure you, I am not so easily persuaded now. Li Ming mused to himself that W was merely seeking some advantage. W. If you are willing to collaborate with me, in exchange for the transaction of beautiful dollars, I will provide real-world data or assist in refining your designs. A long-term partnership would be ideal. Li Ming's display of sincerity resonated with W, igniting his interest. Of course, the pivotal point was Li Ming's mention of real-world data. Can you truly make the most of your resources? The portly man typed rapidly, encrypting his message. This young man exuded such sincerity. It had been ages since he crafted firearms for anyone. He yearned to ascertain if, aside from the top contender, there existed anyone else with the potential and qualifications to wield his weapons. That was what he looked forward to. He had never feared exposure or pursuit. Rather, he dreaded the thought of his creations not being utilized to their fullest potential, of failing to find their rightful, true owner. Chapter 9, Not Bond, but the Laborer. Completing a single assassination embodies the true value of weaponry, does it not? Li Ming believed that to make the most of a weapon was to ensure its flawless discharge and successful target acquisition. A message arrived from the other side. All right, I will collaborate with you this once. Li Ming exhaled a sigh of relief upon reading the message. W continued. Speak, what kind of weapon do you desire? Li Ming contemplated for a moment and proceeded to articulate a rough description of his intention to infiltrate a significant location where thorough inspections for weapons would undoubtedly take place. He recognized that carrying a firearm was out of the question. He envisioned a discreet, non-metallic, magnetic device that could serve as a weapon, one that would elude metal detectors and remain undetectable to the naked eye. Ideally, it should be capable of delivering a fatal blow to the heart, leaving little to no visible injury, and could be arranged to resemble an accident scene, thereby obscuring the true cause of death. Li Ming meticulously conveyed his requirements. W responded, No problem, I will design a pen gun for you, but it will have only a single shot. Li Ming realized that the circumstances of the task did not permit a second attempt. Regardless of the situation, he would have only one chance to succeed. Thus, he agreed, stating, Very well, if I succeed with that one shot, your weapon will have fulfilled its purpose, and you will have achieved your objective. The rotund man across from him laughed heartily, acknowledging that he found Li Ming to be quite an intriguing individual. W replied, Give me 2 days. The event was set to commence in 2 days, marking Li Ming's sole opportunity. The timing was fortuitous. Li Ming replied, Agreed, counting today? That means I must receive the package by tomorrow evening. W questioned, Is that how you calculate it? Li Ming retorted, Are you capable or not? W assured, Absolutely. Provide me with the address. After transferring a deposit and supplying an overseas address, Li Ming exited the dark web. Now, he needed to prepare his disguise and plan his escape route. Brother Ming, why aren't you at home? The guys and I are heading out for a drink. As soon as he arrived at the airport, Chun Jiaming called him. The three of them were already waiting at his doorstep, uninterested in going out for leisure. Li Ming clicked his tongue, Not going. I need to assess the market. What market are you researching? Are you starting a company? Chun Jiaming inquired. No. Have you made a fortune in stocks? No. It's not about starting a business. I'm just looking for some money-making opportunities. Who knows? I might actually start a company in the future. You guys should just enjoy yourselves, he replied. All right then, if you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out. Remember to return by the end of the month for our gathering. Chun Jiaming added as an afterthought, Brother Ming, just don't go applying for mercenary work. You'd be better off trading stocks. You have a knack for it. Su Qihong chimed in, being a mercenary isn't bad either. You could wreak havoc in the Middle East. Sounds thrilling. Li Ming ignored Su Qihong's comments. After enduring a lengthy flight, he finally arrived at the address provided to W. The pen had already appeared at the designated location, elegantly packaged in a gift box, devoid of any apparent issues. Upon returning to the hotel, he opened the box to reveal the weapon, the promised pen gun. It appeared to be encased in metal, while the internal structure was a fully functional firearm. Its concealment was superb, allowing it to pass through X-ray detection with minimal concern. Due to the materials used, he was cautioned to avoid exposing it to temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, lest the plastic chamber become deformed. Li Ming recalled that there were various lightweight plastic handguns available on the market, suitable for covert assassinations. Albeit they were not entirely plastic, as the firing mechanism necessarily required metal. Nevertheless, they provided great convenience for many assassins. This one is made of A-grade high-temperature polymer, utilizing electromagnetic ignition to replace traditional gunpowder. You have but one chance. Remember that. W emphasized through a message, highlighting certain drawbacks. Also, the effective range is only 50 meters. You must gauge the distance wisely. Li Ming responded with a casual, You're not going to have any mishaps, are you? W retorted, Are you questioning my expertise? Li Ming chuckled, Just joking. A little levity before the operation helps ease the tension. He then sent the remaining payment to W. W. I am very pleased with your creation. I assure you, I will complete this mission. Be prepared to conceal yourself afterward. Eliminating Vyazoan will undoubtedly stir some ripples within the circle, prompting thorough investigations from various angles. Once excellent weaponry is identified, it essentially implicates the ingenious manufacturers behind it. Li Ming reminded W of this, as his satisfaction with the weapon suggested a potential partnership for the future. W replied, "They want to find me, and I will not betray you." Li Ming acknowledged with an okay and took a moment to rest before fervently searching for information about the affluent individuals attending the upcoming event. The details provided by the employer were scant. The remainder he would have to uncover on his own. Although his studies had been in economics, he possessed a fair grasp of computer skills. Soon, he pinpointed several targets and ultimately settled on a rather corpulent gentleman. The reason was simple. This greasy old man held a middling status among the many wealthy participants at the auction. His presence was not too prominent. Yet he was not the type to attract undue scrutiny from the staff, making him a convenient target for Li Ming's plans. That evening, Li Ming disguised himself and lay in wait for the elderly Mate Rivas, who had just returned from a night of revelry. Seizing an opportunity, he concealed himself in the trunk of Rivas's car as they made their way to the man's villa. This marked Li Ming's first experience with such an operation. He adhered to his principle, remain utterly still. The task had only just begun, and he could not afford to falter at this stage. Finally, he endured until the following day. Mate Rivas, accompanied by a driver, set off, with only a single bodyguard in tow. Unbeknownst to the old man, this bodyguard was no longer his original protector. They traveled smoothly to the coastline, where access to the yacht required navigating through multiple layers of identity checks. Here, the authorities were stringent. Vyazoan did not care how wealthy one was. No weapons were allowed within the premises, without exception. Li Ming scoffed. "It feels like we're in a 007 movie. Why is there no commotion from the enforcers here?" While he grumbled, he recognized that such conditions were, in fact, advantageous for his mission. As the driver submitted the invitation, Li Ming swiftly incapacitated the old man and donned the silicone mask he had prepared. The rudimentary disguise would hold up from a distance, but a meticulous examination could reveal flaws. The remainder relied on his performance. Fortunately, he still exuded an air of affluence. Once that aura was activated, even if he appeared somewhat greasy, his demeanor would not betray him. Li Ming transformed his appearance to resemble the old man, captured his fingerprints, and stowed Mate Rivas in the trunk, instructing the driver to depart. The driver complied without question. Internally, Li Ming felt a tinge of nervousness. After all, this was only his second mission. Lacking experience and facing the operation alone, anxiety was inevitable. He continually motivated himself, reminding himself to stay composed. "Today, I am not Bond. I am merely a worker. Vyazoan, are you ready?" Surprisingly, Li Ming discovered a latent talent for assassination, quickly regaining his cool. Everything around him now appeared as mere targets, waiting to be eliminated with a single shot. "Darling, why did you take so long to arrive?" An extravagantly dressed socialite approached, linking her arm with his. Li Ming, with an air of greasy familiarity, grasped her waist with an unrefined hand. Even he could not help but marvel at the sheer finesse of his own sleazy tactics. They were nothing short of exquisite. According to his intel, this woman was merely the companion of an elderly gentleman. At present, everything seemed to be in order. As the two engaged in their intimate antics, they were subjected to scrutiny. A towering and formidable bodyguard noticed the gift box and instructed Li Ming to open it. Regardless of its contents, a thorough examination was imperative. Naturally, Li Ming complied, unveiling the box. Chapter 10, A Perilous Maneuver. As the box creaked open, a beautiful fountain pen emerged, glistening invitingly. The bodyguard cast a fleeting glance at the repugnant old man. Li Ming, ignoring him entirely, continued to embrace his companion, whispering sweet nothings that sent her into fits of laughter. The aura of affluence he exuded was unmistakable. His rudimentary skills of disguise rendered his sleaziness utterly unblemished, allowing him to seamlessly embody this role. An indulgent millionaire, he held in disdain the security protocols that surrounded him. Several bodyguards inspected the pen, exchanging looks and even passing it through an X-ray, yet they discerned no cause for concern. "You may proceed," they finally declared, returning the pen to Li Ming. He accepted it, casually stowing it in his suit pocket, and, with his arms still around his companion, sauntered through security and onto the opulent cruise ship. Upon stepping onto the deck, the atmosphere of decadence enveloped him. Yet, the thought that this was a den of organ trafficking filled him with revulsion. He was, after all, a novice in this dark world. He needed to acclimate swiftly. Li Ming squeezed his companion's hand, striving to mask his tumultuous emotions. On the surface, he remained composed, embodying the professionalism of an assassin, determined to remain entirely alert. The moment he boarded, he began to scrutinize his surroundings. Cameras, security personnel, emergency exit locations, all meticulously catalogued in his mind. Behind the central auction stage lay the position of his target, Viazorn. Silently, he inquired of the system, "Has the target Viazorn appeared on the cruise ship?" A mechanical voice responded. "Scanning confirms he is indeed aboard." Li Ming exhaled in relief. As long as the target was present, he could maintain his composure. With time before the event commenced, Li Ming seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretext of using the restroom, momentarily shedding the naive companion. This was the advantage of masquerading as a lecherous old man. He could indulge in flirtations with the women, while other social interactions were rendered superfluous. After all, those who knew him understood that the elderly Motorivers had a notorious reputation, steeped in scandalous exploits. Taking advantage of the lull before the event began, he familiarized himself with the layout within the permissible space. The security was formidable, and the vast ocean beyond the ship's confines posed a daunting barrier to retreat. Li Ming furrowed his brow. Within the ship, security was tight, while the outside world was a treacherous expanse of sea, teeming with predatory marine life. The chances of escape were indeed slim. It could be said that attempting an assassination here would be tantamount to courting disaster. Nevertheless, he had already accepted the mission, leaving him no option for retreat. A worker cannot perish. He had not yet ascended to the top of the leaderboard. Li Ming steeled himself. "System, can you assist in scanning the map?" "Host, the living area of the exchange mall possesses that capability." Li Ming sighed. "But I have no skill points left, and your offerings are pitifully meager." The system remained silent. Thus, he relied on his own memory, committing to memory the location of every cabin and window. Ultimately, he fixed his focus on the restroom. It provided direct access to the ocean, accounting for its relatively lax defenses. It would have to suffice. His gaze swept over the window, relieved to find that the glass was not of inferior quality. A few minutes later, he returned to his companion's side. The lights in the auction hall dimmed, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier cast in a morbid amber hue, reminiscent of congealed, aged plasma. In this lavish environment, Li Ming detected a faint metallic scent of blood, seeping insidiously into his nostrils. Dapperly dressed guests of wealth and privilege awaited the appearance of their coveted organs. As if they were precious works of art, one by one, covered jars were unveiled. The host, a gaunt man with glasses who exuded an air of foreboding, announced in a jarring voice, "Tonight's first item, a healthy male heart." Following a brief introduction, a transparent medical chamber slowly ascended, revealing a vibrant red heart, suspended within an artificial circulatory system, still faintly pulsating. The starting bid was set at $2 million. As soon as the words left his mouth, hands shot up. Bidding ensued, 250,000, 300,000, 500,000. Li Ming remained impassive, patiently awaiting Viazorn's appearance. From the second floor, a man emerged from the shadows. For reasons unknown, Li Ming felt an unsettling chill, as though this individual had long been preserved in formaldehyde. He observed the specimens below and the attendees with a self-satisfied grin, relishing in the spectacle of competition. Just as he leaned forward, Li Ming confirmed that this man was indeed Viazorn. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the photograph provided by his employer. Ultimately, the heart was auctioned for $6 million. The next item was presented, followed by yet another. Item number 12, a pair of corneas, sourced from a 22-year-old woman with a vision of 50. Starting at $800,000. Excited whispers rippled through the audience. "These would be perfect for my daughter. She has been complaining about her eyesight." "Sorry. These eyes belong to me. I'm getting married soon, and they will be a gift for my fiancée." Li Ming noted the attendees' lack of any special reaction, treating these items as mere commodities, the transactions indistinguishable from everyday purchases. It was evident that they had participated in countless such illicit auctions before. Viazorn's 3 bodyguards maintained vigilant watch over the surroundings, adjusting their positions every 5 minutes to ensure no blind spots remained. Yet Viazorn, accustomed to considering this venue his domain, believed that anyone entering without his consent would not leave alive. Those who did escape were merely corpses. Thus, he indulged in observing the competitive bidding below, deriving pleasure from the dance of currency flowing into his coffers. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd bid on the eyes for me? I rather fancy this pair." His companion squeezed Li Ming's hand, nearly pulling him off balance. The lights in the audience were dim, and Li Ming deliberately turned away, responding, "I heard that today not only a pair of eyes would be auctioned, there are more to come. This pair isn't quite exquisite enough for you. Let us wait for the next one." Indeed, his companion was placated, settling down at last. Meanwhile, Li Ming's gaze remained fixated on Viazorn, though the distance rendered him beyond the effective range of 50 meters. Yet, should Viazorn rise, he would undoubtedly become the focal point of scrutiny. Li Ming secured his fountain pen in the pocket of his suit's left breast before rising to his feet. Almost immediately, a formidable man, armed with several handguns at his waist, stood before him. He feigned a need to use the restroom, yet the burly figure shadowed his every move. Li Ming had already discerned the route to the lavatory. The advantage of the greasy old man was his body, ravaged by indulgence, which rendered him unsteady on his feet. Stumbling and swaying, Li Ming was actually recalibrating his stance. Utilizing his peripheral vision, he meticulously calculated the alignment between himself, the pillar, and Viazoan, while mentally chastising the system for its meager allocation of skill points. If only he had enough to upgrade to shooting proficiency. However, as an orphan, Li Ming had long understood that he had no one to rely on, and he had cultivated a habit of self-sufficiency. His inherently optimistic disposition allowed him to maintain clarity and confidence at all times. When it came time to act, he resolved to do so decisively. Just as in learning, he believed in executing any task to perfection. Thus, upon calculating the range to be 50 meters and securing the optimal angle, he acted without hesitation. Chapter 11. Reward. Weren't you supposed to be dead, labor? Everyone knew how perilous the situation was. To strike in this environment, even if successful, would lead to certain doom. Yet, Li Ming did not waver. He recognized this as his singular opportunity. He deftly retrieved the fountain pen from his pocket, his heart racing. A bead of cold sweat cascading silently down his brow. There was no alternative. It was now or never. Utilizing the shadow of the pillar to obscure his arm's movement, he unscrewed the cap, raised his arm, and fired a flat trajectory shot. Amidst the cacophony of bidding, the subsonic bullet silently pierced Viazoan's heart. Indeed, Li Ming's precision was unparalleled. After observing for so long, he was confident that Viazoan wouldn't have significant positional movement within those fleeting 2 seconds. If he failed to hit his mark, he would have no further chances. Thus, he staked everything on this shot. The moment he witnessed Viazoan collapse, he realized he had won his gamble. As Viazoan fell, Li Ming swiftly veered into the corridor leading to the restroom. The bodyguard shouted, "There's an assassin. Seal all exits." Chaos ensued instantly. The bodyguards hastily drew their weapons and rushed to the second floor, failing to immediately suspect the unsteady, greasy old man. Gunfire erupted behind him. Li Ming, however, could not afford to concern himself with the outside commotion. He rapidly drew the fountain pen, etching radial cracks into the glass. The pen's tip was crafted from a special material, capable of bearing immense pressure. A hidden design by W. Anxiety coursed through him. This was his first assassination and his first true solo escape. At that moment, he felt even more tense than during his harrowing mission in the Middle East. Nevertheless, he was inherently composed, remembering to maintain a pressure of 3 kilograms to avoid triggering a stress alarm. Next, he hefted the opulent trash can beside the sink and aimed it at the center of the crack. With a resounding bang, shards flew in all directions. Footsteps echoed outside the door, and in the next instant, a bullet shattered through, striking the relatively stable section of glass. Elated, Li Ming thought, "Thank you." As the bodyguards burst in, he leaped into the inky depths of the sea. Splash! The impact left his head ringing, his chest constricting. The frigid water enveloped him in an instant, leaving only the sound of his racing heartbeat and the fading alarm of the cruise ship. He desperately plunged deeper. At this juncture, his underwater survival skills activated, allowing him to hold his breath effortlessly without strain. Distant gunfire erupted behind him, bullets slicing through the water, tracing pale trajectories in the deep blue. The submerged rounds produced dull whooshing sounds, trailing bubbles as they passed by Li Ming. Yet he remained oblivious to the shouts from above. He can't escape. There are man-eating fish in the water. Moreover, a helicopter was searching for him. He dared not surface, knowing that doing so would mean certain death. Who had contracted this assassin? Was he insane to attempt assassination aboard a cruise ship? The escape seemed impossible. Was this merely a vendetta? But this individual was Matthew, that lecherous old man. How could he be so foolish? That greasy old man possessed neither the audacity nor the skill. Clearly, he had been substituted. But the disguise was too convincing to discern. As Li Ming continued to descend, he relied on his agility of 70 to evade the bullets. However, he understood that the moment 8 minutes elapsed would signal his demise. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He had completed his mission. Therefore, the system was obliged to dispense his reward. System, where is my reward? Target death detected. Congratulations, host, on completing the D-level assassination task. Reward calculation in progress. Skill 1, masterful swimming, though it is advisable not to race with orcas. Skill effects. 1, breath-holding time underwater extended to 60 minutes. 2, swimming speed increased to the human maximum of 100. 3, enhanced water pressure resistance, allowing for free movement at depths of 100 meters without risk of decompression sickness. Skill 2, basic combat techniques. Skill effects, mastery of fundamental combat skills, with a 20 increase in melee damage. Skill points. 3, Li Ming was overjoyed. This time, the skill points were quite generous. But what of the attribute points? Why was there no reward in that regard? System. The probability of attribute point rewards varies with each task completion. Ming argued persuasively. Given that I executed such a difficult task so flawlessly, surely you could grant me some? The system remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. Are you the system, or am I the system? Ming found himself utterly at a loss for words. System notification, sharks detected. Please avoid the area of detection. He cursed under his breath, nearly forgetting such a perilous presence. Holding his breath for 8 minutes meant he would need to resurface soon. Fortunately, with the masterful swimming skill, his breath-holding capacity had surged to 60 minutes, far exceeding human limits. However, due to his physical constraints, he could only manage around 20 minutes under recent conditions. As Ming muttered complaints about the system's stinginess regarding attribute points, he activated his masterful swimming skill, diving deeper to evade the bombardment from the helicopter above, hastening his movements to escape the shark's detection range. Masterful swimming allowed him to swim at a speed amplified by 100, with water pressure resistance that surpassed human limits. Yet, his own physical limitations meant he could only harness about 30% of that capability. Nevertheless, it sufficed for his current escape. In the icy waters, Ming accessed the system interface and opened the exchange marketplace. Without the slightest hesitation, he exchanged 2 skill points for the basic map scanning ability. Under the sea, even with divine-level swimming skills and without any diving equipment, he could not guarantee absolute survival. Therefore, he needed to swiftly ascertain his direction to escape. Moreover, this map would prove invaluable for his future missions. The basic map scanning was successfully activated. The skill's effects included 1. Real-time generation of a 3D map within a radius of 500 meters. 2. The ability to record explored areas, permanently saved. Although the basic effects were not extensive, they sufficed for his needs. The 3D representation within 500 meters not only allowed Ming to steer clear of shark-infested waters, but also enabled him to quickly find the correct path. The helicopter hovering above had long since given up hope of spotting him. In their eyes, Ming was already dead. There was no point in continuing the search for a corpse. He occasionally surfaced for air, his divine swimming skills rendering him as comfortable in the water as a fish. However, the prolonged escape had drained his stamina. Fortunately, the map revealed a nearby cluster of reefs, providing him a chance to rest and catch his breath. After nearly 12 hours, Ming finally returned to the shore. The remote and desolate location was devoid of human presence, yet it offered him protection. No one was there to discover or pursue him. 3 days later, Ming boarded a flight back to Dalong. When he appeared on the dark web, requesting the employer to settle the remaining payment, the employer, startled as if encountering a ghost, hastily replied, "Worker, aren't you dead?" Chapter 12, Seeking Death. How is it that if I were dead, you wouldn't intend to settle the remaining payment? Ming mused, wondering if the employer believed he was certain to perish. Such a mission, the withdrawal was more challenging than the assassination itself. Even if a renowned killer were to arrive, escaping would be formidable. He even suspected that the employer had been present at that time, witnessing him vanish beneath the waves and confirming his death. Now, please settle the remaining payment. Thank you. To ensure the other party wouldn't renege, Ming added, "Don't make me come find you myself." Shortly after sending this message, the remaining payment was almost instantaneously credited. Satisfied, Ming closed the dark web. The plane was about to take off, so he decided to indulge in a good sleep. While he slumbered soundly, he remained oblivious to the chain of events triggered by his login to the dark web. The assassin who had targeted Vizorn had not perished? The employer must be terrified, reluctant to pay the remaining sum. How could that be? At that moment, amidst the vast ocean teeming with man-eating fish and pursued by helicopters, even if he were a champion of deep diving, escape was inconceivable. So who was he? The worker, who single-handedly secured the safe transport of supplies from the Skeletal Legion. Damn, it feels like he's about to take our jobs. My current concern is how he managed to escape from the depths. Is this assassin truly just a novice? Let him wait for Vizorn's gang to hunt him down. I bet Vio's crew won't pursue the worker. The employer is probably one of them. With Vio dead, they stand to gain. Hidden in the woods, W observed these remarks, his face etched with astonishment. He couldn't believe it. He truly succeeded? Of course, he was unaware of the worker's specifics. However, upon hearing about Vio's demise, he recognized it had been caused by his pen gun. Has he lost his mind? A newcomer in the assassin world taking on such a task? W had assumed he was merely targeting some minor figure, constrained by the venue. Little did he know it involved such a complex character. This is not an easy kill. Even if it could be done, withdrawal would be the greatest challenge. W smiled with satisfaction. This kid managed to survive. He was right. He executed my weapon's potential flawlessly and lived to tell the tale. Quite intriguing. It seems I shall need to work more frequently in the future. However, He waited for over a month, and the worker never sought him out. In fact, he had not even logged onto the dark web. Could it be that he was discovered and apprehended? Yet, during this time, no one had traced him, indicating the worker had effectively concealed his identity without dragging W into the fray. But where was he? What happened to their promised collaboration? W was eager to showcase his new creations. Meanwhile, Ming was entirely unaware of W's thoughts. After completing his mission and returning home, he had not once accessed the dark web again. This perilous life and death task, from the assassination to his successful return home, had not yet bestowed upon him a profound sense of mortality. It was only upon returning to his new abode that he truly felt the terror of racing against death. Initially, in the Middle East, the experience was more exhilarating. Returning home and purchasing a house had distracted him. Now, having faced two significant crises, Ming's mindset had undergone a dramatic transformation. Excitement and fear coexisted within him. These feelings were palpable. Occasionally, he found himself haunted by memories of those events. However, after a month of frantically learning about the experiences of other assassins, he gradually acclimatized. At present, he felt he could genuinely step into the assassin's realm, a domain where one's life hangs by a thread. Brother Ming, come out and have some fun. Remember the gathering? In the evening, Chen Jiaming came to invite Ming for drinks and to chase after girls. Among the three wealthy heirs, he was now the most at leisure. The other two had begun to busily inherit and compete for their family fortunes. Nonetheless, tonight was the night for their gathering. Those who had looked down on Ming for relying on the rich heirs would also attend. Ming stretched lazily and inquired, "Shall we go? Where are we headed tonight?" Chen Jiaming replied, "I sent you the address on V. Hurry up." System notification. Host, the month is almost over. It's time to accept a new mission. Understood. Ming drove to the bar. The system mandated a maximum rest period of half a month before accepting the next task. However, Ming had recently overextended his rest time. During this nearly month-long interval, he had not remained idle. He not only acquired a car to enhance his lifestyle, but also diligently practiced his combat skills, continually training to strengthen his physique. As an assassin, self-discipline was essential. One's physical fitness and combat abilities could not be subpar. In less than a month, he had significantly improved his physique. He still had one skill point remaining, awaiting the next mission to see if it would be needed. This resource was exceedingly rare for him, obtainable solely through undertaking missions. It was the only way. 10 minutes later, Ming arrived at the address provided by Chen Jiaming, Starry Night Bar. It was the most luxurious bar in the area, reportedly owned by the Lin Group, a major enterprise in the city. The combined enterprises of Chen Jiaming and his two companions likely pale in comparison to the vastness and prosperity of the Lin family conglomerate. "Ming, go over here." As he arrived at the entrance, Chen Jiaming and Wang He were already awaiting him. The attendees here were all scions of affluent families, indulging in libations far beyond what Ming could afford in the past. Ming, being the most impoverished student in their class, felt the weight of their scrutinizing gazes upon entering. Yet, upon noticing his tailored suit, they began to mock him. "I heard you haven't even secured a job yet. How can you afford such attire?" "Indeed, Ming, you aren't relying on Chen Jiaming and the others to buy you things again, are you? They may be wealthy fools, but we are no simpletons. You're merely scamming for food and drink." Chen Jiaming interjected, "Please, refrain from such remarks. You all know Ming excels academically. He doesn't need a job when he can profit from stock trading." The response was met with derision. "How much can one really earn from trading stocks? He may have the skills, but he can't possibly win every time." Zhao Ku, the portly one, chimed in, prompting others to join in the jeering. A few girls, however, offered some words of caution, their support seemingly driven by Ming's striking appearance rather than genuine concern. The atmosphere now shifted to one of bullying, and Ming was grateful for Chen Jiaming's defense. After 4 years of camaraderie, his roommates had not let him down. Yet, today was different from the past. He was no longer the passive recipient of their taunts. Ming retorted, "Zhao, whether I profit from trading or not is irrelevant. But your parents' money seems to be quite well spent. After all, it's no small feat to keep you lot afloat all these years without going bankrupt." The moment those words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The faces of several wealthy heirs flushed with anger, and one hot-tempered individual abruptly stood up. Pointing at Ming, "Are you looking for trouble? Don't think our camaraderie grants you the right to speak to us like that." Unfazed, Ming interrupted, "What's the matter? Do you intend to throw a punch? If so, I suggest you all come at me together to save time. Back in school, you couldn't even handle a brawl, let alone now." His tone dripped with impatience. What was meant to be a gathering felt more like a call to arms. His temper was far from forgiving. "Ready to throw down, are we?" His hands itched for action. The combat skills he had acquired had yet to find a true purpose. These ungrateful classmates were the perfect targets for practice. Chapter 13. The target is within reach. Ming, We previously tolerated your status as a poor student, but now you dare to challenge us? Have you lost your mind? Zhao Ku and his ilk, the wealthiest yet academically the least competent in their class, had always been the most arrogant. Had it not been for Li Ming's refusal to be a victim of their bullying, they might have directed their cruelty solely at him. Unlike his peers, Li Ming was not one to internalize conflict. He firmly believed in placing blame elsewhere. Each time they dared to mock him, he would retaliate with a tongue as sharp as a blade, ensuring his 4 years in university were relatively bearable. However, now that they had graduated and were no longer confined to campus, their arrogance had only intensified. Li Ming's unemployment had become a point of contention for them, and they had clearly come prepared to use him as fodder for their amusement. Zhao Ku, confident in his size, charged at Li Ming with a fist raised, a bottle of alcohol in his other hand, intending to smash it over Li Ming's head. A few girls began to scream, but their cries merely served to heighten the atmosphere in the raucous bar. Chen Jiaming cursed under his breath and rushed forward to assist Li Ming. In a fluid motion, Li Ming sidestepped Zhao Ku's punch, grasped Chen Jiaming's arm to pull him back, and simultaneously twisted Zhao Ku's wrist, producing a sharp crack as the joint dislocated. Accompanied by Zhao Ku's anguished cries as he collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat from the pain. Without allowing the others a moment to react, Li Ming brought the bottle crashing down onto Zhao Ku's head, blood gushing forth. This act ignited the fury of the remaining onlookers, who hastily grabbed bottles and surged toward Li Ming, shouting in anger. A smirk graced Li Ming's lips as he moved like a specter through the crowd. Every strike calculated and fierce. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, joint locks. In mere seconds, for wealthy heirs lay groaning on the ground, while Li Ming's suit remained unruffled. To the girls watching, Li Ming had transformed into a strikingly handsome and undeniably cool figure. Su Yu, the class beauty, took a bold step forward. Li Ming, when did you learn to fight? You're so impressive. Why didn't you show off your skills before? With your abilities, would you consider being my bodyguard? I would pay you. Li Ming picked up another bottle, prompting Su Yu to fall silent, her expression turning sour. Are you out of your mind? You never even glanced my way before. Now you want me to be your bodyguard? What if I decide to abscond with your family fortune? This was the first time Su Yu had been called insane by a boy, and she stomped her foot in frustration. Haven't you also ignored me? Li Ming replied dismissively. Please, you really aren't worth my time. You're merely a latecomer to the game. How dare you? Su Yu nearly burst into tears, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly held them back. The four on the ground groaned in pain, cursing as they attempted to rise for another round. However, upon seeing the bottle in Li Ming's hand and their injuries, they trembled, whimpering in pain and too frightened to get up. Had they known they were facing a gradually maturing adversary, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear. Li Ming raised the bottle high and proclaimed, I ask again, who else wants to step up? If you want to fight, then do it quickly. Don't waste my time. I'm here to enjoy myself. His voice resonated powerfully, drawing the attention of even those lost in the dance floor's revelry. In that moment, they became the center of attention, which also attracted security personnel, the wealthy heirs. Witnessing Li Ming's ferocity, despite their reluctance to back down, dared not challenge him further. After all, they hadn't brought their bodyguards today. Curse it. When did this guy learn to fight? They wondered. Even Chen Jiaming and his friends were taken aback. Impressive, Ming. For years as roommates, and we never knew you had this in you. That was truly remarkable. Li Ming exchanged fist bumps with them. Of course. Before, I was merely being polite and letting them have their way. Now that we've entered the real world, who would still tolerate them? Just then, security arrived, inquiring about the commotion. After all, this was the Lin family's bar, not a venue for unruly behavior. Li Ming clapped his hands and declared, they attacked me. No. It was he who assaulted us. Did you not notice that we are all lying on the ground? The four rascals began to hurl insults. I am Zhao Ku, the third young master of the Zhao family. My brother frequently visits this place. You must be aware of that. Zhao Ku shouted at the security guard, pointing at Li Ming. These paupers do not deserve to be here. They tarnish the reputation of the Lin family. Hurry and expel him. Wang He and Chen Jiaming stepped forward and spat. Zhao Ku, do you have no shame left? We have been classmates for 4 years. Does that mean we lack class? Li Ming laughed heartily. Well said. Zhao Ku retorted, you. Just as tensions were about to escalate, the security guard, wishing to avoid offending the Zhao family, found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, a voice called from the second floor, let him come up. The voice was bright and clear, belonging to a girl. Everyone turned to look upstairs. It was the Lin family's heiress, the owner of Starshine, who had unexpectedly appeared. Moreover, she had summoned that young man up. What extraordinary luck he possessed. Li Ming inquired, who is she? The dazzling lights obscured the girl's face. Chen Jiaming replied, she is Lin Yu, the future heir of the Lin family, and this bar belongs to her. Ming, if she called you up, you should go. We aren't even qualified to invite her for a drink. Li Ming nodded after a brief hesitation. All right, I shall go up. He had no desire to behold the repugnant faces of the others any longer. As Li Ming departed, Su Yu burst into tears. I don't want to play anymore. I'm going home. The other four also cursed and left, no longer willing to associate with Chun Jiaming and his group. Wait, you all wait. Upon reaching the second floor, the security guard opened the door for him. The private booth was lavishly decorated, clearly a regular establishment. A figure stood at the bar, mixing drinks. At first glance, Li Ming was captivated by her alluring figure. When she turned to face him, he couldn't help but acknowledge her striking, fierce beauty, a true seductress. Compared to her, even the class flower Su Yu paled in comparison. She wore a fitted black leisure suit, her long hair tied neatly in a ponytail, exuding an air of pristine elegance. Her voice was equally captivating, resonating with an alluring tone that Li Ming found enchanting. Demonstrating impressive skill, she placed 2 glasses on the table and gestured to the sofa. Please, have a seat. By the way, I am Lin Yu. And you? With a name that belied her commanding presence, she was both regal and youthful. Li Ming seated himself opposite her with confidence. What did you call me up for? Just to clarify, they were the ones who initiated the altercation, and they should compensate for the damages. He had no intention of footing the bill for those miscreants. Not a single cent. Lin Yu smiled at him, her beauty radiant. She gestured toward the drinks, saying, I meant no offense. Disturbances are commonplace in bars. I witnessed the conflict, and it was their fault. If I were you, I would have retaliated even more forcefully. Pouring himself a drink, Li Ming mused that this woman was intriguing. I simply noticed your impressive skills. You are quite striking, he replied, lightly tapping the table. Just as he was about to inquire about her intentions, the system abruptly intervened. Host, a task has been detected. Li Ming thought to himself, are you trying to force my hand and make me accept a mission? A beauty mission? Very well, so be it. He chuckled helplessly, rubbing his temples. The system indicated a connection to the Lin family. Eliminate Lin Yu. Li Ming frowned slightly. Was this the system's principle of proximity? Tasks would be automatically scanned and assigned due to their proximity. He hadn't anticipated that such a mission would land directly in his lap. Chapter 14. A master of assassination skills. Li Ming maintained his composure upon receiving the news. With a smile, he looked at Lin Yu and asked, so? I have impressive skills, and what follows? Many can fight, and in such a vast bar, as the owner, you must have bodyguards who are also skilled in combat. He considered himself merely at a novice level. He hardly believed he would catch Lin Yu's eye. Lin Yu did not respond immediately. She lowered her gaze, her long fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, her beautiful eyes slightly downcast, as if contemplating her next words. Seizing the moment, Li Ming requested the system to transmit the scan task details. Employer, confidential. Assassination target, Lin Yu of the Lin family. Task requirements. The assassination must be completed before Lin Yu is elected as chairman and inherits the Lin family business next month. The scene must be staged as an accident. Otherwise, the final payment is void. Commission, 700,000, approximately 5 million dragon coins. The commission was indeed substantial. Li Ming raised his gaze, stealing a glance at Lin Yu. The target was right in front of him. This task seemed simple enough, and he figured his success rate might even be 99.9. However, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. Was it truly that straightforward? The commission was enticing, but it struck him as somewhat theatrical. At that moment, the system chimed in. Lin Yu, proficient in traditional martial arts, Xingyi and Baji, military combat techniques, Taekwondo, 7th degree black belt, expert in marksmanship and firearms. Xingyi, skilled in explosive and chopping punches, capable of shattering large bricks with a single blow. Baji, mastery of short-range explosive techniques. Military combat, proficient in joint techniques and lethal holds. Stop. Li Ming rubbed his temples in exasperation. Now he understood what was out of place. He had never expected this beautiful, formidable woman to possess such terrifying skills. She bore the mark of a true assassin. With such a lethal skill set, approaching her would be a formidable challenge. Based on what he had learned from other assassins, encountering a genuine powerhouse, a fearsome killer, often resulted in a paradox. One might seem capable of easily dispatching their opponent, yet in reality, they would find themselves utterly powerless, paralyzed by the very presence of danger. If he were to engage in combat with Lin Yu now, given his meager abilities, he likely wouldn't even be able to take a single step forward before she brought him to heel. How frightening it was that such a beautiful girl concealed such deadly secrets. Yet, while he marveled at her prowess, as a burgeoning assassin himself, Li Ming felt no true fear. Rather, he held a profound respect for her. After all, to have cultivated such lethal skills as a woman without any advantages, she must have endured considerable hardship. This was a testament to her unwavering commitment and hard-earned achievements. He discreetly stole another glance at Lin Yuyu's slender fingers. Indeed, she is unlike other girls. Although her fingers possess a delicate beauty, the calluses that adorn them speak volumes. Approaching her certainly carries an inherent danger. Li Ming pondered for a moment before arriving at a decision. What are you thinking? Lin Yuyu jolted Li Ming back to reality. He took a sip of his drink and shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. You haven't answered my question yet." Lin Yuyu candidly stated, "I believe your skills are quite impressive, which is why I wish to hire you." Li Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why? What do you intend to entice me into doing? I don't require any coaxing. I am straightforward. Not enticing, but hiring." Lin Yuyu laughed in exasperation. "You certainly have a way with words. I am no naive young girl, and such jesting cannot fool me." Li Ming thought to himself that she was indeed not easily deceived. Running such a large bar, one encounters all sorts of characters, yet who would dare cause trouble here? With a mere slap, she could easily dispatch an adversary. As the future heir of such a colossal enterprise, obstructing others would lead one to hire a hitman from the dark web. This indicates that the employer is well aware of the risks involved. "I was merely jesting. Let us return to the matter at hand," Li Ming casually explained while toying with the lighter in his hand. Lin Yu bit her lip, seemingly flustered by his words. Throughout her life, nearly everyone had treated her with utmost deference. Never had anyone, like Li Ming, dared to jest with her. However, after a brief moment of surprise, she regained her typically aloof demeanor. With utmost seriousness, she stated, "I need your assistance with a certain task." Li Ming responded with a noncommittal hum. His gaze lingering on the lighter, he felt the urge for a cigarette, but restrained himself. "What task?" "I need you to keep an eye on someone." Li Ming raised his eyes to meet Lin Yuyu's. "Who?" "My brother." Li Ming thought to himself, could that employer possibly be her brother? Siblings embroiled in a bitter struggle for inheritance, each viewing the other as an enemy. One seeks to eliminate his sister, while the other wishes to vigilantly monitor his brother. Such is the nature of grand family enterprises, akin to a palace intrigue, rife with hidden dangers. Why? I must know the reason, don't you think? Someone like you ought to be able to find someone more capable than I. Lin Yuyu's request for his assistance right from their first encounter raised suspicions about her intentions. He was skeptical of the notion that one could feel an instant connection. Thus, he approached Lin Yuyu with considerable wariness. Yet, she did not mince her words, straightforwardly providing her reasoning. "Because my brother, Lin Junyu, does not want me to inherit our family business and become the chairperson of the Lin Group." She scoffed, her face reflecting disdain. "In truth, I have always known he wishes to kill me." Li Ming, absently twirling the lighter, casually inquired, "Is it not frightening to share such matters with a stranger you have just met?" Lin Yu looked him in the eyes. "Are you afraid?" Li Ming paused for a moment before chuckling. "Of course not." This girl, Lin Yu, indeed possessed an extraordinary quality. Beneath her gentle gaze lay an unmistakable ferocity. The facade of a harmless little lamb belied her complexity. She continued, "From a young age, my brother has resented me, but due to his lack of capability. Our father recognized his inherent dullness and deemed him unfit to inherit the family business. However, he covets the family fortune, believing women should not inherit it, thus preventing me from claiming my share. His intent to kill me is rather transparent, although he believes he is concealing it well." Upon hearing this, Li Ming thought to himself that her brother was indeed foolish. If Lin Yu were to die, it would be evident who was responsible. In such familial disputes over inheritance, some individuals with darker hearts might eliminate their rivals, yet remain unharmed. Clearly, Lin Junyu did not possess such cunning. If Lin Yu was aware of the dark web and had the means to access it, then it would be assumed that Lin Junyu's plot to hire a hitman against her would have been exposed long ago. However, Li Ming speculated, could someone as astute and cunning as Lin Yu truly be oblivious to what Lin Junyu was aware of? "I could certainly find someone more capable than you, but time is of the essence. The people around me are familiar faces, and I cannot monitor him. Fortuitously, I encountered you tonight. Thus I have no choice but to seek your aid." Lin Yu added, "Once I officially become the chairperson of the Lin Group and hold the shares, you may withdraw." Li Ming regarded her in silence. Lin Yu leaned in closer, lowering her gaze to meet his. "The fee is 5 million. Goodness. Truly, the siblings were alike, both offering the same price. How deep the Lin family's coffers must be. Furthermore, Li Ming was uncertain if keeping an eye on him was too euphemistic for the task at hand. Lin Yu clarified, in any case, he must not be allowed to appear. Chapter 15. I accepted both tasks. Li Ming casually remarked, "If your brother intends to kill you, why not take decisive action? Make him abandon such thoughts entirely. For instance, by breaking his arms and legs. Or hey, what are you talking about? I'm so frail. How could I possibly break someone else's limbs? Moreover, he is my brother. I would never stoop to such a level as to harm my own kin." Lin Yuyu's face radiated a bright smile, presenting an image of innocence. Li Ming mused. Let her pretend as she may. With such an impressive array of skills, she would undoubtedly rank among the elite in the country. If placed on the dark web's assassin leaderboard, one need not even discuss strategy, merely in terms of brute strength. She would likely be in the top 20. He inquired. So you merely wish for me to monitor him and prevent him from causing any trouble? Lin Yu affirmed. Yes. I will handle those he sends. Your task is simply to keep him under surveillance, ensuring he does not step outside his villa. Li Ming asked. What if I cannot keep up? Why should I be trusted? Lin Yu leaned in closer once more, her smile unwavering. Yet her eyes held a sharpness that conveyed an unspoken pressure. Because I possess an uncanny ability to read people, and you exude an unmistakable aura of decisiveness. How to describe it? It's as if you have gazed into the eyes of death and emerged unscathed. Based on that alone, I am confident you can accomplish this task. Li Ming narrowed his eyes, probing. Decisive? Surviving the gaze of death? Your assessment makes it sound as though I am engaged in life and death struggles. Lin Yu's gaze remained resolute. Mr. Li, after spending years in my position, you too will develop such discernment. Li Ming looked into Lin Yu's eyes and saw profound sincerity and honesty. This woman, indeed, should not be underestimated. She was remarkable in every sense, and those striking eyes could undoubtedly see through many facades. With a person of her caliber present, it was no wonder her brother was so dim-witted. Rest assured, I will not pry into your affairs. Regardless of the field, be it workplace, business, or any circle, there exist unspoken rules. Lin Yu softened her tone considerably. I am hiring you. You accept, follow my instructions, complete the task, and I will pay you the agreed fee. It is as simple as that. Of course, if you are unwilling, then today's drinks are on me, and you are free to indulge. Upon stepping through this door, forget the words I have spoken to you today. Li Ming extracted a cigarette and gestured to Lin Yu, inquiring if he might indulge in a puff here. To his surprise, Lin Yu produced a lighter and ignited it for him. Smoke away, although I do not partake myself. A whiff of second-hand smoke poses no detriment to me, she remarked. Li Ming smiled gratefully and then inquired, is there room for negotiation? Lin Yu turned her head to glance at him. How much do you desire? An additional $1 million would suffice, Li Ming stated bluntly. As you mentioned earlier, he wishes to kill you, and certainly, he has no shortage of ruthless subordinates. Should I keep an eye on him, my personal safety is likely to be compromised. Thus, requesting an extra $1 million is not unreasonable, is it? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu nodded. You make a valid point. Very well, I shall concede to your request. For individuals of considerable wealth, a mere $1 million is hardly worth a second thought. However, for Li Ming, any negotiation achieved is a profit gained. Let us exchange WeChat. I will transfer the deposit to you. Lin Yu promptly took out her phone, suggesting they connect on WeChat. Li Ming pondered her directness. Shouldn't such matters typically involve a straightforward account transfer? Nevertheless, he reminded himself that he was not engaging in assassination, so he retrieved his phone, stating, the deposit must be half up front. Without hesitation, Lin Yu generously paid a substantial deposit of $4 million. She then sent Li Ming the address of Lin Junyu. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, after accepting her assignment, Li Ming delved into the dark web and took on a contract to eliminate her. With only 6 days remaining until he was to assume control of the entire enterprise and become the true power broker, Li Ming needed to surveil Lin Junyu's residence. This was not a task from the dark web. For an assassin, it was relatively straightforward. Yet the remuneration offered surpassed that of Lin Junyu's contract. In essence, this constituted a personal side job for him, and with higher pay for side work, he saw no reason not to pursue it. The system confirmed the successful scanning and indicated he had accepted Lin Yu's task. Li Ming chuckled with satisfaction. These 2 contracts are perfectly suited for me, yielding ample profit. With his eyes fixed on this target, the $6 million would be his. Compared to the assassination missions in the Middle East and aboard luxury liners, this was an effortless endeavor with doubled commission. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Had he previously neglected to negotiate on the dark web? Was bargaining even possible there? If so, he had truly missed an opportunity. Newbie, oh newbie, he mused, wondering if those seasoned veterans on the leaderboard had similarly suffered the rookie's fate. The thought of having potentially forfeited $100 million made his heart ache. Around Lin Junyu's villa, Li Ming activated the map scanning feature. He initiated a 3D visualization, effectively creating a 3-dimensional surveillance view. The sprawling mansion of Lin Junyu, along with all its terrain and architectural structures, materialized before him. He even marked all surveillance blind spots, escape routes, and sniping positions. The moment Lin Junyu set foot outside, he would know precisely where he was headed and where he ought to be. Any individuals arriving in the vicinity would immediately fall within Li Ming's line of sight. After observing for a while, the map revealed no immediate activity. Li Ming accessed the panel and allocated the last of his skill points to upgrade his combat proficiency. Instantly, his fighting skills ascended to an advanced level. He felt the power within his muscles surge once more, enhanced combat techniques replaying in his mind until they became ingrained in his muscle memory. After all, in the event that firearms were unavailable, he needed to elevate his close-quarters combat skills. Otherwise, encountering a formidable opponent would lead to a most embarrassing defeat. Next, Li Ming connected to the dark web to reach out to W. In a cabin nestled within the woods. A portly man with a scruffy beard gnawed on a hard loaf of bread when he received a private message from the dark web. He leisurely turned his head. Accustomed to an influx of messages from various assassins, though he had little inclination to engage them, his eyes inadvertently fell upon the words laborer, and his interest piqued. "Hey, guys, so you're still alive," W remarked, intrigued as he opened the message, only to inquire whether the laborer had the ability to negotiate prices on the dark web. "Are you foolish? Any transaction can be negotiated before finalizing. You didn't unthinkingly accept the original price for your tasks, did you?" The laborer replied. "Then I truly missed out." W confirmed that the laborer was indeed a novice. Astonishingly, after years of silence, he had stumbled upon a rookie who was both impressive and inexperienced, a newcomer who could potentially reignite his own business. At a loss for how to express his emotions, he sent a message. "So, you're back on the dark web with a task? Have you any idea how much discussion there is about you now? The events involving Viao have also been unearthed, and numerous citizens commend your remarkable work." The laborer responded, "No, I took on 2 tasks. But the parties involved are unaware of my identity, and the commissions are quite lucrative. As for Viao, he deserves his fate, and I have received the compensation owed to me. It is merely a matter of trade." W inquired, "Does this operation not require my weaponry?" The laborer replied, "Not at the moment. I will inform you when I do." W nodded. "Very well. Reach out if you need anything. Prices are negotiable. You executed your last mission flawlessly. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me, but I trust you are now a competent assassin." This acknowledgement from W bolstered Li Ming's confidence, and he gave himself a mental thumbs up. As a professional assassin, perfection is imperative. However, he resolved not to make foolish mistakes in the future. Once the name laborer gained renown in the assassin community, negotiating prices would be a trivial matter. Otherwise, he would truly suffer losses. As Li Ming prepared to eliminate Lin Yuyu's employer, the 3D map revealed a new development. At that moment, the Lin family's eldest son, Lin Junyu, who bore no resemblance to Lin Yuyu, appeared at the front yard with a bodyguard, seemingly ready to depart. Li Ming scrutinized the scene. The bodyguard was tall and muscular, conspicuously armed with 2 handguns. In the presence of Dalong, these capitalists had clearly crossed a line. Li Ming thought to himself how fortunate he was to have his tactical bag on hand. This item could be folded into a regular crossbody bag, rendering it inconspicuous, and he could carry it with him at all times. Lin Junyu appeared quite ordinary. Amidst a crowd, one would hardly notice his presence. He was the antithesis of his stunning sister, Lin Yuyu. At that moment, Lin Junyu leaned towards his bodyguard, whispering something. Observing this, Li Ming sensed something amiss. In the next second, he saw one of the bodyguards draw his weapon. Chapter 16, Mission Impossible. Li Ming's heart raced with alarm. The gun was clearly aimed at Lin Junyu. In that instant, his mind raced. If the bodyguard was an assassin sent to eliminate Lin Junyu, it would thwart his chance of claiming the remaining 2 million from Lin Yuyu. Alternatively, could it be that Lin Yuyu, this woman, was simultaneously having him keep watch while hiring an assassin to eliminate her own brother, and then framing him for the crime? Good heavens, if that were indeed the case, her cunning would be profoundly deep. She speaks the gentlest words while committing the most ruthless acts. She possesses the capability to deal with her brother herself, yet she refrains from doing so. She has meticulously crafted an escape route for her ambitions, and perhaps Li Ming is destined to be her scapegoat. A cold smile crept across Li Ming's face. Indeed, the adage that the more beautiful a woman is, the less trustworthy she becomes, only gains credence. He would never allow this woman's machinations to succeed. Yet, this remained merely Li Ming's conjecture. Regardless of the truth, he could not tolerate such a situation. Instinctively, he hurled a stone in the direction of Lin Junyu. The anxious bodyguard immediately aimed his handgun at Li Ming. However, Li Ming was quicker. He had already drawn his Glock, and with a resounding bang, the bullet struck the bodyguard's arm, prompting the terrified Lin Junyu to realize that a killer was near, and he had nearly been slain. Frightened, Lin Junyu attempted to flee, but his legs had turned to jelly, rendering him incapable of moving. As the bodyguard attempted to rise and struggle against Lin Junyu, Li Ming fired again. This shot, though slightly off target, nonetheless wounded the bodyguard in the abdomen, incapacitating him temporarily. Li Ming mused that he must redeem his shooting skills as his next reward. He swiftly retrieved a disposable phone card and contacted Lin Junyu. Almost fainting from fear, Lin Junyu could barely steady his hands to hold the phone. "This person wants you dead," Without my presence, you would have already perished. So pay me more. Upon seeing this message, Lin Junyu began to look around frantically. Is it you, the worker? Where are you? Don't concern yourself with my whereabouts. You cannot see me. Now, you have witnessed my prowess, Li Ming replied promptly, seizing the moment to negotiate with Lin Junyu. I mentioned a pay increase. Provide me with an additional 1 million. Given the current circumstances, you ought to comprehend the peril you are in. Rest assured, I will flawlessly execute the task regarding Lin Junyu. At this point, Lin Junyu had no room for hesitation, furiously tapping OK. He insisted that Li Ming protect him immediately, promising another million for his services. A smirk played on Li Ming's lips. Deal? Subsequently, he noticed through the 3D map that 3 individuals were disembarking from a vehicle, heading towards Lin Junyu's residence. Accomplices. The map indicated that these 3 were armed. Li Ming quickly concealed himself and instructed Lin Junyu to drag the unconscious bodyguard to a corner. In a fit of rage, Lin Junyu seized the gun and shot the bodyguard, who met his demise with a face of helplessness. Li Ming observed coldly, silence. They are approaching you. When the police arrive, you should know how to respond. Do not incriminate yourself. If I lose my 2 outstanding payments, it will be for naught. You can act recklessly after settling your debts. I understand. Lin Junyu's mind was in a daze. After killing the bodyguard, he was thoroughly shaken. The only voice he could process was Li Ming's. From Li Ming's vantage point, he could see the 3 men advancing toward Lin Junyu's house. Oddly, where was Aguai? Had he not dispatched that fool? He distinctly heard gunshots. One of the others remarked, "Humph, perhaps he has already gone inside to loot. He's always been greedy. Since we've already fired shots, that fool might be dead by now. Let us quickly gather our spoils and stop chatting. If we linger, we will be discovered." From their dialogue, Li Ming could surmise that these 4 individuals were part of the same scheme. Lin Junyu's bodyguard had colluded with these 3, likely intending to commit murder and robbery. This seemed unrelated to Lin Junyu. However, Li Ming was unconcerned. His only priority was to keep watch over Lin Junyu. Once the 6 days passed, he would have no further obligations. The 3 men began to enter the house. All the cameras in the villa had been secretly disabled by the bodyguard beforehand. After several minutes, Li Ming observed the trio emerging from the house with 2 large bags of items. Where was Aguai? Why was he still missing? Could he have been detected? Goodness. If that's the case, then we are being surveilled. We must flee. Li Ming chuckled coldly. 3 fools, utterly unprofessional. Lin Junyu was already calling for help. Before they could even exit the villa, several black SUVs surrounded them. Numerous men in dark suits and sunglasses descended from the vehicles, enclosing them. Li Ming chose to withdraw temporarily to avoid being discovered by Lin Junyu. As night fell, the vicinity around Lin Junyu's home was heavily patrolled by men in sunglasses, and Lin Junyu dared not venture outside. He witnessed an elderly man alight from a vehicle, supported by Lin Junyu. Although this incident stemmed from betrayal by the bodyguard and collusion for robbery, Lin Junyu sought to exploit the situation, casting blame upon Lin Junyu. Li Ming held no interest in the drama of familial disputes over wealth. His sole focus was to maintain vigilant surveillance, ensuring he could provide Lin Junyu with a response when the time came. As for Lin Junyu, he would not expose himself. In the dead of night, Li Ming could still hear their voices raised in argument. Ultimately, it was Lin Junyu who assisted the elderly gentleman in leaving. The delicate yet formidable woman triumphed. Yet, this outcome was anticipated. Lin Junyu had been rather foolish. Amused, Li Ming offered a few jests. Shortly thereafter, he received a transfer of 1 million from Lin Junyu. The initial deposit had been received upon accepting the task. This 1 million was an additional reward for safeguarding Lin Junyu that day. She must die. The Lin Corporation must belong to me. Upon reading the message, Li Ming could vividly envision Lin Junyu gritting his teeth in frustration. Lin Junyu messaged him, inquiring about the entire ordeal. Having previously conferred with Lin Junyu, he naturally conveyed the same narrative to Lin Junyu. Yet, he understood that Lin Junyu might not place her trust in him. In the following 6 days, Lin Junyu refrained from stepping outside, even without Li Ming's watchful eye. Lin Junyu need not worry about his antics. However, after that explosive family argument, it seemed to have left a mark on Lin Junyu. Li Ming soon noticed that this woman had grown exceedingly busy. It appeared that even if Lin Junyu remained indoors, due to the influence of the old man, he has gained a certain advantage and assistance. Remarkably, he is now able to contend with Lin Junyu. The grand drama of inheritance continues to unfold. However, in the end, it is Lin Junyu who emerges victorious. 6 days later, Lin Junyu fulfills her ambition of becoming the chairwoman of the Lin Group. Meanwhile, Lin Junyu frantically bombards Li Ming with messages. Why haven't you killed her yet? What are you doing with my money? Are you not afraid of me exposing you? Worker? Li Ming calmly replies, do not fret. As long as this woman is dead, you will be able to seize control of the entire Lin Group, correct? Therefore, whether she dies today or tomorrow, what difference does it make? Lin Junyu regains his composure. What do you mean? Li Ming responds, I will first collect a debt, and then I will fulfill the task you assigned. Await my news. I assure you, it will be executed flawlessly. Chapter 17. Rewards received and engaging in combat with Lin Yuyu. Li Ming has completed the surveillance within the designated time frame. Lin Junyu. Prior to Lin Yuyu's ascension as the chairwoman of the Lin Group and ultimate power holder, had indeed not stepped out of the villa even once. Thus, he is now set to confront Lin Yuyu regarding the debt owed. Lin Junyu sends another message. Let me tell you, she is not a good person. You have no idea how many people she has trampled to rise to her position. My father passed away just a few days ago, merely suppressed by her. She is a demon. Worker, if you deceive me, I will ensure you can no longer survive on the dark web. Li Ming does not engage in further banter and promptly disconnects from the dark web. Before contacting Lin Yuyu, Li Ming receives a reward from the system. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Skill, Marksmanship Mastery. Skill effect, within a range of 1,000 meters, achieve perfect accuracy. Skill points, 1. Attribute points, 1. This time, he receives only 1 skill reward. Li Ming understands that task rewards are guaranteed, but the number of skills, skill points, and attribute points is a matter of chance. He has deduced a certain pattern. For D-rated tasks, the skill is at 12, while skill points and attribute points are at 13. Receiving Marksmanship Mastery satisfies him greatly. Previously, to gain W's recognition, he first improved his understanding of firearms, convincing himself that he is knowledgeable about guns, which allowed him to earn the initial trust of others. Yet, he was merely proficient with firearms, his shooting skills were average, and luck played a significant role in his assassination of Viazan. Now, with this skill, he feels a sense of assurance. He contemplates whether to use this skill point for an upgrade, thinking it might lead to sniping mastery. As an assassin, falling behind in sniping is simply unacceptable. It is a fundamental requirement for his profession. If he were to exchange skills in the marketplace, the cost would be exorbitant. It would be wiser to take a gamble and directly invest the skill point, as it might just elevate him to sniping mastery. Once this thought crystallizes, he cannot suppress it any longer. Thus, he embarks on a wild expenditure. Upgrade. He holds his breath, praying for success in the upgrade. Moments later, he hears the melodious announcement. Congratulations, upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained sniping mastery. Skill effect. Effective range of 3,000 meters, with automatic correction for wind speed, humidity interference, including unconventional shooting techniques such as quick scoping and blind shooting. Splendid. He jumps to his feet in excitement. With a sniping range of 3,000 meters. Though not guaranteeing a perfect hit rate, a 99% probability is certainly achievable, especially considering the inclusion of extraordinary skills like quick scoping and blind shooting. If a top assassin were to stand before him now, he would confidently boast that he could outmatch them, potentially earning a spot on the leaderboard. However, there is still a caveat. The assassins on the leaderboard possess an array of skills, all honed for the art of killing. Those ranked higher are likely more formidable than Lin Yuyu. While he has amassed skills, his actual proficiency and experience have yet to catch up. Some skills remain at a beginner level, and he has not undertaken many tasks, resulting in a lackluster kill-death ratio, KD. Gaining a spot on the leaderboard is no easy feat. The primary condition is to first accept more tasks. Filled with determination, he begins scanning for tasks on the dark web. I am starting to grow stronger. Subsequently, Li Ming allocates his single attribute point to strength. In the event of close-quarters combat, strength is imperative, hence, he prioritizes it. Otherwise, even advanced combat techniques would fail to unleash their full potential. During his forthcoming encounter with Lin Yuyu, should a surprise attack falter, a fierce battle would ensue. Thus, he hesitates not. Strength it must be. The allocation succeeds. And his physical attribute panel displays stamina, 3, strength, 35, agility, 70, endurance, 20, mental power, 50. His mental power had previously been merely 30. After enduring several tasks, his mental endurance has improved significantly. It is evident that this attribute will grow with his experience, trials, and maturation, requiring no additional investment of attribute points. Therefore, he intends to allocate any future attribute points primarily to strength and stamina, and if resources allow, to endurance. Otherwise, retreating would be a precarious endeavor. Li Ming parks his vehicle near the Starlight Bar. He contacts Lin Yuyu, requesting her to transfer the remaining payment. If unnecessary, the two should avoid meeting. He truly wishes to steer clear of this woman. According to his plan A, he will find a sniping position at the location where Lin Yuyu appears. A single shot to the head should suffice. The remainder will be handled by Lin Junyu. However, Lin Yuyu insists on a face-to-face meeting. You say the commission for this task came so easily. Is it too much to want to meet you? After some contemplation, Li Ming ultimately concedes. Lin Junyu spoke of the many individuals she has stepped over to reach this position. Their father had also passed away suddenly just days ago, and the news remains unannounced. If Lin Junyu is not deceiving him, it reveals just how formidable this woman truly is. Li Ming remains composed as he arrives at the second-floor private room of the Starlight Bar, the old haunt of Lin Yuyu. While on the first floor, he remains vigilant, ensuring there are no suspicious individuals around. Upon entering the private room, just like before, it is only Lin Yuyu present. Yet, Li Ming keenly senses her gaze has grown increasingly sharp. A faint aura of malice begins to permeate the air. This enigmatic woman compels one to remain on high alert. I've arrived. Now, where is the remaining payment? Lin Yuyu greets him with her enchanting smile, as captivating as ever. The allure of a beautiful and poised woman is indeed mesmerizing, with every expression stirring the soul. However, Li Ming understood that Lin Yuyu was one of those beauties whose allure was as lethal as it was exquisite. Thus, in that moment, his heart remained utterly unmoved. The remaining payment of 2 million, here it is. A notification chimed on his phone. As anticipated, Lin Yuyu had indeed transferred the final payment. Li Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Even as a killer, he adhered to his own principles, regardless of the simplicity or complexity of a task. Once a price had been agreed upon and the mission completed, the final payment must be rendered. With this assignment now concluded, he was poised to embark on the next one. Yet, before he could utter a word, Lin Yuyu, having lit a cigarette, suddenly smiled. Her voice remained as gentle as ever. Once you descend below, this 2 million should suffice for your expenditures, wouldn't it? The atmosphere in the private room abruptly chilled. Although she spoke in the softest tone, her radiant smile belied the icy words that dripped with malice. Furrowing his brow, Li Ming reacted swiftly as an ominous aura surged forth, evading a punch that seemed to come out of nowhere. Lin Yuyu followed with a high, whip-like kick, offering him no respite. Why? Li Ming thought defensively, attempting to distract her with his words. Lin Yuyu transformed her fist into a lethal blade, aiming for his throat. Li Ming sidestepped to block, but before he could catch his breath, a perfectly executed taekwondo crescent kick whistled towards him, her long legs striking like an axe aimed at his temple. Huh? Why? Her relentless assault continued, her voice frigid. You and Lin Junyu are in cahoots. Do you truly think me a fool? Li Ming's reflexes were razor-sharp as he braced himself. A resounding thud echoed as he absorbed the force of her kick, his strength attribute. Now at 35, had saved him, but his arms quaked from the impact. Seizing the moment, he crouched and delivered a swift punch to Lin Yuyu's abdomen. You want me to keep an eye on your brother, but you truly intend for me to take the fall, don't you? Lin Yuyu remained silent, her focus solely on attack. Li Ming couldn't help but internally scoff. This woman, despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, was deadly in combat. At that moment, he resolved to speak no further, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Lin Yuyu's lethal maneuvers showcased her superior combat prowess, compelling him to rely on strategy to prevail. He activated Plan B, Chapter 18, The Death of the Ice Queen, High Explosive Rate. After taking a blow, Lin Yuyu scoffed. I underestimated you. Her body twisted like a serpent as she skillfully absorbed the impact. In a flash, her palm technique, reminiscent of Bagua, snaked towards Li Ming's throat, her fingertips sharp as daggers. A shiver coursed through him as he felt the cold rush of air from her attack. He arched backward, barely evading her grasp, only to find himself cornered against the wall. As he collided with the unyielding surface, a bottle hurled towards him from Lin Yuyu's direction. He turned his head just in time to escape, but a devastating elbow strike, imbued with the essence of Xingyi martial arts, struck his shoulder with brutal force. The agony sent his vision spiraling into darkness, and he cursed inwardly. Damn, is this the power of overwhelming martial prowess? In that instant, he felt as though his shoulder might shatter. The excruciating pain caused his temple to throb violently. He recognized the stark difference between advanced combat techniques and traditional martial arts, and the refined methods of military combat. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Yuyu's cold hand sliced downwards, aiming for his carotid artery with the precision of a guillotine. It was evident that once Lin Yuyu's murderous intent surged, it could not be contained. Li Ming recalled Lin Junyo's words. This woman has stepped on countless bodies to ascend to her current position. Clearly, Lin Yuyu's business acumen was as ruthless as her lethal skills. He had nearly been deceived by her gentle facade. Such a beautiful woman was undeniably ferocious. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he managed to smile. It seems you have yet to grasp your predicament. How can you still smile? Lin Yuyu pressed closer, a hand poised to slice at his neck. Her crimson lips parted, releasing the sweetest death sentence. Go spend your 2 million. Just as her lethal hand descended, poised to sever his carotid artery, a chilling metallic click echoed, a spell that froze time itself. The pistol in Li Ming's grip. Its icy muzzle pressed firmly against Lin Yuyu's jaw, transformed the atmosphere. Moments earlier, he had been casually bantering. Now, he resembled a reaper of souls. Blood stained his shoulder, and his breaths came in ragged gasps. Yet his gaze was as fierce and calm as a wolf in a frozen lake, unwavering and resolute. This was his plan B, to resolve an insurmountable predicament with the cold steel of his firearm. In that instant, all of Lin Yuyu's ferocity and lethal techniques halted, stilled by the cold, unyielding pressure against her flesh. Her hand hovered mere inches from his throat, the gust of her attack severing a few strands of his sweat-drenched hair. In that tense standoff, life and death hung by a thread. Ultimately, the frigid weapon triumphed over her lethal martial prowess. Despair began to seep into her exquisite features as she recognized the reality of her situation. She had witnessed the despair of many facing their demise. Yet never had she imagined it would befall her. "You lack martial ethics," Lin Yuyu finally uttered in resignation. "When you entered the bar, I clearly saw you without a firearm. Even if you had one, it would be impossible to bring it inside." Lin Yuyu had meticulously arranged everything within her territory. Li Ming should never have been able to bring a gun inside. However, she would not receive an answer. Li Ming's finger pulled the trigger mercilessly. Lin Yuyu's blood splattered across the scene, the proximity of the shot rendering it almost instantaneous. Her warm blood even sprayed onto Li Ming's face. He blew the smoke from the barrel, remarking, "Villains often perish due to their excessive verbosity. I am acutely aware of the truth in that saying." He then returned his Glock to the tactical bag, which could conveniently fold into an ordinary handbag, appearing unremarkable. Yet, in reality, it was a dimensional space, imperceptible to the average person, concealing whatever Li Ming wished to keep hidden. He wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling the searing pain in his shoulder. A bruise from Lin Yuyu's earlier strike was already swelling on his neck. Exhausted and in pain, he nonetheless dialed a number. 2 hours later, he received a prompt transfer of the final payment from Lin Junyu. The ensuing chaos was no longer his concern. If Lin Junyu wished to take over the Lin group, he would have to deal with the aftermath, cleaning up the mess left behind. The night was deep, and the evening breeze was chilling. Li Ming returned home, nursing his wounds. This was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries while completing a mission. For the first time, he felt the weight of his task's completion. Lin Yuyu's beautiful yet deadly visage lingered in his mind. This woman was truly formidable, her combat skills a terrifying amalgamation of various martial arts disciplines. Ruthlessly precise and devastatingly effective. Like a heavy hammer, it shattered the fleeting confidence instilled by his advanced combat skills. The disparity was too vast. The sense of powerlessness, cornered and teetering on the brink of life and death, was more profound than the sharp pain in his shoulder. In that moment, he profoundly realized that Lin Yuyu resembled a cold, professional assassin, while he was merely a novice in the realm of killers. Although his previous missions had been flawlessly executed, this could not serve as a basis for overlooking his own shortcomings. He needed to grow stronger, urgently so, not merely relying on firearms and system skills for luck. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his consciousness. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host, you have acquired skills. Skill 1, Basic Medical Knowledge. Skill Effect, a foundational medical knowledge package, capable of swiftly addressing non-fatal, non-critical injuries, such as gunshot wounds, knife wounds, fractures, and other physical traumas. It stabilizes injuries, alleviates pain, provides basic wound cleaning and suturing, and realigns bones, though it does not encompass surgical knowledge. Skill 2, 8 Extremities Body Entangling Technique, Beginner. Skill Effect, a fusion of the overwhelming force of the Iron Mountain Press from Baguazhang and the essence of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu's ground entanglement. It can unleash a momentary burst of strength surpassing current physical attributes by approximately 15. It forcibly disrupts the opponent's balance and allows for the mastery of basic joint locks, chokeholds, and other entry-level submission techniques. Finally, Li Ming noticed a warm reminder from the system. This skill requires substantial strength and physical endurance. It is ineffective against heavy strikes. The last 2 lines also held a delightful surprise. Skill points earned. 4. Attribute points earned. 3. Faced with this refreshed panel, Li Ming's spirits soared. The intense pain seemed to ease somewhat. He had not anticipated such a high yield from a D-level task. This fierce woman proved to be quite bountiful. One could say his earlier assumptions were somewhat misguided. Instinctively, he inquired of the system why this task had such a high yield. The system replied, "Because your beginner phase has concluded, you have emerged from the novice village." Li Ming, I never expected such a response. Nevertheless, it was for the best. While others regarded him as a fledgling assassin, he was no longer one in reality. He glanced at the skill bar. Medical knowledge was a fortuitous boon. For an assassin, possessing fundamental medical skills was of utmost importance. Even if it was merely basic knowledge, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. He accepted this skill knowledge package. The foundational medical knowledge instantaneously integrated into his mind, becoming his own. Ming hurriedly retrieved the first aid kit. He handled his wounds single-handedly, without hesitation or contemplation, instinctively knowing the next steps, how to apply medication, how to bandage. Ultimately, he dressed his wounds remarkably well, though the pain in his left shoulder remained unbearable. It had improved significantly, allowing him to catch his breath. Taking a deep breath, he employed his realignment knowledge, pulling and tugging his right arm forcefully to reposition his shoulder bone. Chapter 19, Upgrade. In seamless continuity. At that moment, the pain of realignment made him involuntarily stifle a groan. However, in the next second, the excruciating pain gradually dissipated, and he began to regain sensation. Indeed, it was no wonder that the assassins he had seen in films could manage their own wounds. An assassin truly needed to be multifaceted, even learning medicine. Otherwise, the feeling of helplessness during critical moments would be utterly despairing. With medical knowledge, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Next, he turned his attention to the 8 extremities body entangling technique. Recalling Lin Yuyu's fluid and graceful attacks, he realized that although he possessed advanced combat skills, he lacked the core techniques necessary to break through in close combat. This entangling technique seemed tailor-made for his close-quarters combat shortcoming. Truly, the system understood him. Ming absorbed all the knowledge regarding this skill. Each move and technique melded into his consciousness, as if he had undergone countless days and nights of diligent practice, ultimately transforming into his own signature moves and establishing muscle memory. Yet, he was only somewhat satisfied, for this was merely the beginner level. His gaze sharpened with determination as he resolved to elevate his close combat skills. He looked at his 4 skill points, pondering that if he were to exchange them in the marketplace, he could be waiting indefinitely. It would be more efficient to upgrade directly. Maximize the 8 extremities body entangling technique, please. Although he was uncertain whether these 4 skill points would suffice, buoyed by a positive mood, Ming desired to showcase some flair. The upgrade results indeed brought forth a pleasant surprise. Upgrade successful. The 8 extremities body entangling technique ascended to master level, consuming 3 skill points. Master level effect. Peak explosive strength increased to 20, with striking distance extended to 5 steps. By integrating auditory perception, he could anticipate the opponent's force direction upon contact. Ming felt a surge of excitement. An explosive boost to May 20th seemed like a mere numerical increase. Yet in practical combat, it represented a substantial enhancement of strength. With this punch, he could deliver lethal blows. Furthermore, incorporating auditory sensitivity would transform this move into an integrated offensive and defensive technique. Ming sensed his entire being brimming with newfound power, restoring his confidence after being struck down. With 1 skill point remaining, he realized that since he could not fully upgrade the 8 extremities, advancing to the next level would require at least 2 points. Ming stroked his chin in contemplation, debating whether to save or to upgrade other skills or make exchanges. Suddenly, he remembered the map. Upgrading the 3D map to intermediate level consumed 1 skill point. Effect: range expanded to 800 meters. New features added: layered map markers, with options for numerical and color indicators. High-risk heat source markers. Upon detecting the unique high-heat signatures produced by sniper rifles or heavy weaponry, such as RPGs and machine guns, it would automatically mark their locations on the thermal imaging map with a flashing skull icon, regardless of whether the user was concealed. This was incredible. With this map, he need not fear infiltrating criminal dens. Suppressing his excitement, Ming prepared to allocate his attribute points. With only 3 points available, they must be wisely spent. Stamina determines endurance. Strength is foundational for the entangling technique, and endurance is equally vital. Now, his capabilities had significantly improved. Thus, he aimed not to specialize too heavily in any one area for his attribute points. At the very least, he intended for each attribute to reach a competent level. Therefore, he decided to allocate 1 point each to stamina, strength, and endurance. Allocation successful. The panel regarding his physical attributes underwent a transformation. Stamina, 4, strength, 45, agility, 70, endurance, 30, mental power, 50, naturally increased after this battle. A warm current flowed through him with the infusion of attribute points, particularly with the boost to endurance. Ming noticeably felt the weight on his shoulder lessen. He retracted the panel and stood, stretching his limbs. The fatigue in his body had diminished considerably. Though this task had nearly cost him his life, the rewards were immense. After resting for a few days, Ming had also mastered the 8 extremities body entangling technique, feeling invigorated and ready. Subsequently, he procured a considerable amount of medicinal supplies, all of which were stowed away in his tactical bag. With his newfound skills, Li Ming was now eager to embark on more advanced missions. He accessed the dark web, browsing through messages while stating, "System, this assassin is ready to commence work again. Please conduct a scan for me." The scan yielded D and C level tasks. The system had completed its scan, and this time, it presented Li Ming with several options. The D-level tasks were the most rudimentary, typically offering modest rewards. In contrast, the S-level tasks were the most formidable, with the potential for even more challenging SS-level missions. However, considering Li Ming's current capabilities, he needed to deliberate carefully before accepting a B-level task, let alone the arduous S-level ones, which only the top 10 assassins on the leaderboard would dare to undertake. Generally, the employers behind such missions were enmeshed in complexities beyond imagination, often involving political figures. Li Ming stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had acquired exceptional driving skills, masterful swimming abilities, advanced combat techniques, expertise in shooting and sniping, as well as proficiency in the 8 Extremes Fist, among other skills, including underwater survival capabilities. His physical attributes surpassed those of the majority of humanity. Coupled with his experience, Li Ming deemed himself fully capable of tackling B-level tasks and above. Naturally, he recognized that he could not afford to disregard financial incentives. His relentless efforts were driven by the need to survive and maintain his livelihood. Thus, he would evaluate the commission before making a decision. The system presented him with several detected tasks, allowing Li Ming to make his selection. He began by comparing the commissions and ultimately settled on an overseas C-level mission. For the sake of the commission, he chose to accept the C-level task, as it was the most suitable option identified by the system, offering the highest reward of 800,000. This amount equated to over 5 million dragon coins. Although this was less than the rewards offered by the Lin siblings, it was, in fact, a standard rate for a C-level task within the assassin community. The Lin siblings had, in essence, brought him a stroke of luck. 2 tasks combined equated to 1. Nonetheless, Li Ming was acutely aware that relying on luck in this profession was a grave mistake. The assassin's trade depended on skill, not chance. Now, amidst the perils of his upcoming task, Li Ming's daily life as an assassin would be characterized by danger. If he wished to earn more and acquire additional skills, he would need to dance on the edge of a blade. The reputation he had built on the dark web and the commissions he earned were all hard-won through perilous endeavors. Li Ming opened the dossier to familiarize himself with the fundamental details of the C-level task. C-level task: assassinate Warlord Carlos Mendoza. Commission: 800,000. Requirements: within 1 month. The target must be killed by any means necessary. It was evident that the employer harbored a profound desire for this individual to meet his demise, driven by deep-seated animosity. Generally, this indicated that Carlos likely had enemies, rivals in the tumultuous region where 3 warlords were in opposition. The identity of the employer could thus be narrowed down to one of the other 2 warlords. Li Ming scrutinized the target's information. The individual's identity and background were intricate, and his nefarious dealings had undoubtedly earned him many foes. Target: Carlos Mendoza. Affiliation: foreign warlord leader. Current location: South American Gold Manor, private military base. This was the extent of the information available. Li Ming conducted a search on the dark web and swiftly located basic personal details and a photograph of Carlos Mendoza. He was a 52-year-old man of dark complexion, sporting a small mustache. His eyes, though small, exuded a coldness akin to that of a venomous serpent. Li Ming fixed his gaze on the screen, lightly drumming his fingers on the table. According to the data, this cunning old fox had dominated the South American jungle for over a decade, suggesting he would be a formidable adversary. I must thoroughly understand this individual. For an assassin, knowing one's target can often be more crucial than knowing oneself. He delved into the detailed dossier. Carlos Mendoza commanded his own private army and was a notorious warlord in the conflict-ridden region. Not only did he seize control during wartime, but he also covertly managed the drug trade across 3 northern provinces of his country. In that war-torn nation, the 3 warlords had effectively usurped the government. The most powerful among them was undoubtedly Carlos Mendoza. Naturally suspicious, he always surrounded himself with 5 or 6 elite soldiers for protection. His public appearances and participation in events were heavily guarded by elite forces and heavy weaponry, creating an imposing spectacle. This task posed significant challenges. Firstly, approaching the warlord's base was exceedingly difficult. Secondly, even if one were to reach their stronghold, the chances of encountering Carlos Mendoza were virtually non-existent. This was not akin to a leisurely auction aboard a cruise ship. Newcomers were either killed or imprisoned, leaving no room for freedom. Fascinating. Li Ming's interest peaked, and a slight smile graced his lips. As he returned to the task interface, poised to accept the assignment, he was surprised to see that another individual had just as fortuitously accepted the same task. The alias displayed was Venomous Butterfly. What in the world? Li Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had almost forgotten that the dark web was teeming with assassins. The selection process was a two-way street. Both assassins and employers had the opportunity to choose and compete for the tasks posted. Ultimately, it was the employer who decided whom to engage based on who met their criteria best. Without hesitation, Li Ming accepted the assignment. Soon, he discovered that others had also joined the competition, 5 individuals in total. He initiated a search on the dark web for their aliases. Although personal information remained concealed, the aliases indicated their standings on the leaderboard. 3 of them were unknown, while the remaining 2 included Venomous Butterfly, ranked in the top 20, and another ranked 56th. As for Li Ming, he was similarly unranked. If rankings were determined by skill and experience, Li Ming would be the first to be eliminated. Nevertheless, he fought for his chance. He accessed the employer's private message. The confidentiality measures were robust. Even the responses from the other party could not be traced back to their location. Thus, the dark web served as a relatively safe haven for both assassins and employers. On the other end, the employer noted the aliases of those who accepted the task. Laborer? The Venomous Butterfly was undoubtedly a reliable choice. But this laborer, I've recently heard whispers regarding him. Was he not the one who eliminated our previous collaborator, Weitzoen? The employer on the dark web. A portly man with a bushy beard and towering stature, donned a green warlord uniform identical to that of Carlos Mendoza. This rotund employer, Manuel, stood while stroking his belly, deep in contemplation. A mere upstart laborer, yet each of his assignments had been remarkably impressive, executed flawlessly. He clicked his tongue in admiration, his tone laden with praise. The mission to escort supplies in the Middle East left an indelible impression on him, particularly the incident where a single individual managed to outmaneuver the infamous Skull Legion with ease. He expressed his admiration for this assassin, deeming him formidable. After all, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for the Skull Legion and had longed to eradicate them. However, as merely a deputy, he lacked the ultimate command authority and the power to deploy troops. Upon learning that they had been made a mockery of by an assassin who had never before shown his face, his spirits lifted considerably, invigorating his demeanor. Consequently, he became increasingly attentive to this assassin known as the Worker. Although the assassination of Weitzoen aboard a luxury cruise thwarted their business dealings and resulted in certain losses for their warlord's personal gains, the name Worker had firmly etched itself in his memory. This newcomer displayed audacity, tenacity, and an unblemished reputation. In Manuel's perspective, employing such a rising star was not without merit, especially as it would mitigate the risk of exposing his own identity. Yet, the Poison Butterfly also presented a compelling option. Manuel found himself in a quandary. Ranked as the 20th most formidable assassin, her notoriety in the dark web's assassin community was substantial. This female assassin was renowned for her mastery of poison, and to date, no one had ever witnessed her visage. Her lethal application of toxins was both deft and insidious, culminating in a kill-death ratio that secured her position on the assassin leaderboard. Moreover, she was the only top-tier poison assassin among them. However, it was precisely this distinction that made Manuel hesitate. Should the Poison Butterfly undertake the assassination, her involvement would be readily apparent, potentially leading to the identification of the employer behind the contract. The Poison Butterfly was unequivocally loyal to her clients, yet her high visibility posed a significant risk. Even if she remained silent, it would be difficult to avoid leaving traces, while the deceased could no longer be harmed by such knowledge. Manuel was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. His current position and identity were inextricably linked to the assassination in question, for Carlos was his superior. The general of the Mendoza Legion, Manuel, known as the perennial second-in-command, had long grown weary of his subordinate status and yearned to usurp Carlos. Yet, Carlos was the architect and leader of the Mendoza Legion, a man of unscrupulous methods and a complete disregard for humanity. Yet he had successfully claimed vast territories and amassed formidable power, bolstering his unassailable authority. In reality, however, much of the Mendoza Legion's strength was attributable to Manuel's own military prowess, having led troops into battle alongside Carlos. In the end, he had been relegated to a mere deputy, devoid of any real influence. Thus, the ambitious Manuel was decidedly unwilling to remain stagnant. The recent incident involving his lover being taken by Carlos further fueled his impatience, prompting him to hire an assassin in the dark web. The assassination requests on the dark web were encrypted, non-registered assassins could not access the information, and even top hackers were unable to breach this security measure. This served as a safeguard for employers. Therefore, even if Carlos ventured onto the dark web, he would be oblivious to this particular post. Nevertheless, Manuel, being naturally suspicious, harbored reservations. More critically, Carlos had previously employed the Poison Butterfly to eliminate rival commanders, a fact that Manuel had personally confirmed with her. Should the poison butterfly fail in her assignment, the likelihood of his exposure would be alarmingly high, leading to a fate far more dreadful than death. In the midst of his indecision, he received a private message. The worker? Manuel quickly opened it, the blue glow of the screen illuminating his greasy countenance, reflecting his fluctuating emotions. Greetings, employer, I am the worker. Chapter 21. Rejecting the top 20 assassins, I will go solo. Beneath the succinct message from the worker were two photographs, one depicting the overturned armored vehicles of the Skull Legion in the desert during the Middle Eastern escort mission, and the other capturing the fallen figure of Vizoan aboard the cruise. Yet, neither image bore any trace of the worker himself. Manuel's breath quickened, and he loosened his tightly bound tie. Goodness, a lone individual confronting the Skull Legion and managing to remain composed enough to capture photographs in such dire circumstances? He is truly a madman. His corpulent frame sank deeper into the luxurious leather seat, and an unexpected exhilaration surged within him. This individual was intriguing. He must indeed be an assassin, albeit one with a low kill-death ratio. If he took on more assignments, he could undoubtedly surpass the poison butterfly. For his audacity was unparalleled. A sufficiently reckless assassin would inevitably ascend the ranks. The emergence of these two photographs swiftly altered his previously favorable inclination towards the poison butterfly. He promptly replied, "Do you possess confidence?" The response arrived swiftly. "Once compensated, I shall fulfill the task. There is no need for further elaboration." Contemplating deeply, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Ultimately, Manuel decided to take a gamble. "Very well, worker. Based on your ability to contend with the Skull Legion and eliminate Vio, I shall trust you this once. However, should you fail, not only will you forfeit your commission, but you will also face relentless pursuit." On the other end of the dark web, Ming scoffed, "Pursuit? You should consider whether you can even infiltrate the dragon's territory. Do you dare to come after me?" He typed a line of text, 50 as a deposit, with the remainder due upon completion. The reply was prompt. "I understand this arrangement, but there is no room for negotiation." Even the poison butterfly accepted these terms. Ming, okay. Then I shall secure your services. Starting today, within 1 month, you must eliminate that scoundrel Carlos. Deal confirmed. Soon after, the 50 deposit was transferred. Excellent. Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him as the funds appeared in his account. Had it not been for the system's photo capture feature documenting his execution of tasks, he might have had to negotiate for a considerable time. Sometimes, possessing evidence made a compelling case. These two photographs had spared him a significant amount of trouble and secured him this opportunity. Ming whistled and stood up, ready to commence his work. System, book a flight. The system would assist him in concealing his whereabouts. Even top hackers would find it impossible to trace him. The system replied, "Understood." Just as Ming prepared to log off the dark web, another private message arrived. The poison butterfly? He raised an eyebrow upon seeing that codename, sensing that the situation might not bode well. Surely, this individual was not coming to confront him over perceived competition for business? Yet, that seemed improbable. Ming was well aware of the dark web's rules. Tasks were to be claimed based on merit, and one could not seek trouble if they failed to secure a contract. After some contemplation, he decided to open the message. "Worker, would you care to collaborate? I require only a 30 cut." Ming hissed in frustration, so she desired a share of the spoils. Sharing profits? Not a chance. He decisively declined and logged off. Preparing to depart in the dead of night, Ming toyed with the sharp, curved blade in his hand, unable to suppress a gasp of admiration. This weapon, a scimitar, had been acquired from Lin Yuyu. The blade was entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, its edge glinting with a chilling, cold light. The hilt was wrapped in textured black leather, providing a firm and stable grip, though the leather bore the creases of frequent use. It was evident that this had been Lin Yuyu's personal weapon. At one point, that very woman had nearly used this knife to take his life. Now, in his possession, it served as a poignant reminder of the lessons learned. To be deemed a true professional assassin, he must first become stronger. His tactical pack also contained a silenced pistol, miniature explosives, neurotoxin syringes, and a set of forged identification documents, among other essentials. With experience now under his belt, he knew precisely where to procure such documents. Under the guidance of the system, the efficacy of his operations had notably improved. In the dead of night, the aircraft landed in a South American nation. Ming opted against resting and made his way directly to the territory ruled by the Carlos warlord, where the Golden Manor was situated. While this country lacked the chaotic warfare of the Middle East, it was by no means a sanctuary. The common populace endured a life fraught with suffering. Those living at the intersection of three warring factions were particularly pitiable, lacking homes, and often existing amidst the rubble. They lived in constant fear of bombs that could detonate at any moment, as well as the ever-looming threat of warlord conflicts. The residents of this region faced unbearable hardships, their lives hanging by a thread. Li Ming lowered the brim of his hat and briskly traversed the dilapidated streets. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and decay, and ragged refugees lurked by the roadside, their eyes brimming with a desperate hunger for food as they approached him. A few emaciated children huddled in a corner of the ruins, their hollow gazes tracking his movements. Yet they dared not act, for Li Ming had deliberately brandished his scimitar. System, devise the optimal route, he commanded, unwilling to waste time. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, he relied on the system to chart his path, much like he had done in the Middle East. He activated the 3D map feature, allowing him to remain aware of his environment's safety at all times. With thermal imaging revealing the presence of firearms, Li Ming could deftly circumvent potential troubles. 2 hours later, he arrived safely in the city center. Though still a scene of ruin, it was significantly safer than the perilous no-man's land he had traversed. This area was under the jurisdiction of the local government, and even the most brazen warlords dared not bombard it. Li Ming adjusted the strap of his tactical pack, which he had altered to disguise its appearance. Intentionally slowing his pace, he endeavored to blend in as a downtrodden local. Indeed, he had adeptly donned the guise of a native, rendering himself inconspicuous. Further north lay the territory of the Carlos Mendez warlord. As he rounded a corner, a woman's piercing scream shattered the air. 5 armed militants were dragging a young man toward an armored vehicle. The young man's mother cried out in pursuit, only to be struck down by the butt of a rifle. Li Ming's fingers tightened slightly, yet he did not falter. Although no shots had been fired, the decay of this place was palpable. He wished to remain uninvolved, merely a transient, a hired killer with a singular focus on his mission. Until the task was complete, he aimed to minimize his presence. Finally, he found a place to spend the night. The following day, he ventured near Carlos's domain. However, he refrained from immediate action. As a professional assassin, the cornerstone of his craft was to meticulously familiarize himself with the terrain and gather sufficient intelligence. Only then could he avoid reckless impulses that might lead to irretrievable consequences. The Golden Manor functioned as a private military base, its defenses formidable. Any unrelated individual attempting to breach its walls would likely be riddled with bullets before taking a single step. Though Li Ming's disguise concealed his foreignness, he required an identity that would afford him the freedom to move within. By day, he perched atop a high point amidst the ruins, concealed from view. From this vantage, he utilized binoculars to survey the manor, which appeared outwardly untroubled. However, soldiers guarded the gates. Some bore the appearance of thugs wielding AK-47s, while others resembled soldiers trained in military tactics. The incongruity of their cooperation struck Li Ming as peculiar. He mused on their temperament. Knowing that years of warfare had rendered these individuals intimately acquainted with death, their surliness was hardly surprising. Yet, the fact that disciplined soldiers tolerated their unruly counterparts intrigued him. He soon discovered that these so-called thugs were, in fact, Carlos's personal guards, remnants of a band of brigands he had assembled during the chaos of war. This is your fatal flaw, Li Ming thought, recognizing that this discord could one day ignite into conflict, as these two factions harbored mutual disdain. An idea sparked in his mind. He could exploit this situation to gain entry, perhaps by utilizing an identity familiar to them. After 2 days of observation, he cornered a middle-aged man in a dilapidated alleyway, a thief who had pilfered supplies from others. The man was a picture of destitution, darkened by the sun and marred by scars from knife wounds and a bullet graze on his forehead. Li Ming had noted this survivor, pondering how he had managed to endure an anomaly in this harsh environment. This man sustained himself through theft, sometimes selling his spoils to the guards at the Golden Manor. Li Ming offered him money, and without hesitation, the man exchanged goods before hastily fleeing, as if fearing a change of heart. Li Ming acquired a crate of beer and some cigarette packs to sell to the guards. Without these identities, he would have struggled to approach the gates at all. Once he had disposed of his wares, he feigned departure, only to conceal himself in a hidden spot, biding his time for the right opportunity. Over the past 2 days, he had observed these individuals, perhaps emboldened by their weapons. Their watch at the gate lacked any semblance of strict protocols. Among them was a drunken man who, curiously, seemed to wield considerable influence among that rowdy band of soldiers. Seizing the opportunity while he was relieving himself in an open area, Li Ming sprang into action. Chapter 22. The neck twist was exceedingly smooth. Resolving the issue of a lone individual instilled in Li Ming a profound confidence. Truth be told, despite his experience, he was still somewhat of a novice. Yet, as an orphan, he had cultivated a sense of resolve and conviction far beyond his years. What did it matter if he was a novice? He always reminded himself that he was an assassin, and an assassin must face tasks without fear in order to fulfill their objectives. Thus, when the man emerged to relieve himself, Li Ming approached, swiftly covering the man's mouth and nose with one hand while the other gripped his neck. With a decisive force, the motion was clean and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. A sharp crack echoed. The man's neck twisted as if it were a screw being turned, nearly contorting behind him. The unfortunate soul struggled for a few moments before succumbing to his fate. Li Ming dragged him to a concealed location. In the past 2 days, he had meticulously scouted the area. Aided by the 3D map, he had marked every point of interest and perfectly evaded all surveillance, greatly facilitating his operations with compounded effectiveness. No one noticed any anomalies in this area. Li Ming began to disguise himself in the man's appearance, and he also fashioned a rudimentary disguise for the deceased, ensuring that, should he be discovered, he could blend in and buy himself some time. Although the 3D map covered only an 800-meter radius, it effectively shielded him from the disorientation that could arise from unfamiliar routes. Moreover, the preliminary map possessed a unique feature. It could provide thermal imaging for carbon-based life forms within its range. Thus, any presence within these 800 meters would inevitably be detected by Li Ming in advance. Not to mention, those carrying firearms were all within his line of sight. Upon returning to the manor's entrance, 2 burly armed soldiers, puffing on substandard cigarettes, called out to him. "Cough, why were you gone for so long? Did you encounter another woman on the roadside?" Their tone was lewd, laced with the crude banter characteristic of military camaraderie. Li Ming remained composed. He slightly lowered his head, obscured by the wide brim of his hat, and mimicked the slight slouch of Koff's shoulders as he walked. Then, he mumbled indistinctly, deliberately lowering his voice to sound hoarse and lazy, imitating Koff's accent. "What else could it be? This place is so windy. I've never seen a woman brave enough to come here. Ever since Carlos had taken over, no ordinary citizen dared to traverse this area." The gatekeeper's idle talk was mere fantasy. Li Ming adeptly mirrored their raucous behavior, seamlessly slipping his hand into one soldier's cigarette pack. He had observed that Koff was prone to such petty thefts. The soldier instinctively recoiled, swatting Li Ming's hand away while cursing, "Get lost by your own. Stop loitering around mine." Li Ming retracted his hand, muttering a vague complaint as he continued walking straight towards the gate. "Shift change, I'm heading out first." His timing was impeccable, perfectly aligning with the shift change, thus minimizing his exposure to unnecessary interactions at the entrance. The 3D map paved his way. Having taken only a few steps, a vibrant orange outline representing a life form suddenly appeared on the screen, visible only to him. The approach was slow, but they would inevitably pass by Li Ming's current position. He feigned nonchalance, even greeting them casually. Any display of nervousness or an overt attempt to ignore them would raise suspicion. The 3 personnel exchanging shifts nodded in acknowledgement, failing to detect anything amiss. As Li Ming walked, he swiftly scanned the 3D map. The entire layout of the estate within the 800-meter range was engraved in his mind, all marked with signs he had previously explored. The skull icons indicated the positions of heavy weaponry, along with several sniper points, all conspicuously labeled on the map. Li Ming proceeded with utmost caution. Ultimately, he successfully infiltrated the domain belonging to these warlords. His initial impression of this place was that it resembled not a warlord stronghold, but rather a massive refugee camp, ravaged by repeated bombings and now occupied by various outlaws. The main structure of the estate remained intact, but the originally orderly surroundings had long since devolved into chaos. Abandoned vehicles riddled with bullet holes lay stacked like twisted iron coffins along the roads, some repurposed into makeshift shelters, their rooftops adorned with tattered garments and salted fish. It was reminiscent of the scenes from the film Black Hawk Down depicting the streets of Somalia. Yet, this very atmosphere intensified Li Ming's awareness of the lurking dangers. These individuals appeared lethargic, but they were all armed, clad in a motley array of attire, brandishing an assortment of weapons ranging from antiquated AK-47s to the latest compact firearms. Even machetes, armed personnel, and militia were ubiquitous. Perhaps, unseen by Li Ming, formidable snipers lay in wait. Moreover, the core of this private warlord base was not here. The whereabouts of Carlos had become even more enigmatic. This place might merely serve as a fayade. Any intruder might be lulled into complacency by the apparent disarray. Yet, Li Ming dared not let his guard down. He endeavored to navigate the area while maintaining his guise as Koff, striving to evade contact with others. Uncertain of Koff's standing in this environment, he carefully skirted crowds, traversing the shadows, using the 3D map to scan. In his exploration, he indeed stumbled upon a significant and pivotal location. The area marked in deep crimson with a black T. Did it signify an underground position? The 3D map revealed patterns and colors previously unseen by Li Ming, reminiscent of gaming maps where different colors denote varied zones. The upgraded map, as anticipated, had indeed become more comprehensive. Just as he intended to adjust the icon, someone unexpectedly appeared before him and whistled. "Hey, Koff, new goods have arrived. Want to check them out?" New goods? What could that possibly mean? Li Ming, feigning ignorance, adopted Koff's prior tone, replying, No. You know I just finished my shift. I need to grab a bite. Before he could finish, the other party sensed something amiss, their gun already aimed at Koff. Ready to pull the trigger. You're not Koff. He wouldn't be indifferent to new goods. In a split second, Li Ming uttered a curse, and with astonishing agility, he slid forward, placing the curved blade at the man's chest. The assailant was momentarily stunned. It was in that fleeting instant that Li Ming seized the opportunity, twisting his hands before the man could react. With a sharp crack, Li Ming twisted the man's neck a full 180 degrees, leaving that dazed expression forever frozen upon his face. Li Ming swiftly caught him, casting a vigilant glance around before maneuvering the body beneath the tire of a nearby truck. He propped the man's firearm upright against his chest and gently closed his eyes, creating the illusion that he was merely asleep. Li Ming could not help but mentally commend his choice of agility. Otherwise, he might have found himself in quite the predicament. Within 7 steps, the blade is swift. Young man, you have been careless. Having mastered such exceptional skills, the advantages are plentiful. This bloodless method would not attract undue attention, affording him precious time. With a smirk, Li Ming departed. The current circumstances clearly indicated that if discovered, the likelihood of concealing his past actions was exceedingly slim. He needed to locate the deep crimson area displayed on the 3D map without delay. Chapter 23. Infiltrating the underground city. Let me find you. Li Ming did not dare to approach the designated area immediately. Instead, he paused at a corner on the periphery. He promptly adjusted his display, transforming the colors into numerical representations. Depth of the underground, 10 meters. Indeed, it was positioned underground. Now it appeared that the terrain of this location possessed a certain intrigue. Even with an underground city, it could not evade his 3D map. Li Ming readjusted, centering his focus on this position for a closer inspection. Before him unfolded a vast, semicircular terrain, resembling a miniature palace below. However, due to the limited 800-meter range, his view was somewhat constrained. This only underscored the substantial area of the underground location, indicating its significance. Perhaps it was indeed Carlos's true lair. Damn it! Observing the surrounding skull icons and thermal imaging points, Li Ming could not help but curse inwardly. The defenses here are somewhat exaggerated, aren't they? The densely packed skull icons and thermal readings nearly encircled this semicircular underground area, forming an exceedingly tight defensive perimeter. Even a single step closer would result in being targeted by a sniper. While he seemingly pinpointed the core of his objective, the impenetrable defenses momentarily thwarted Li Ming's advance. Finding a concealed spot to rest, Li Ming's mind began to race. If he opted for a conventional disguise to infiltrate, he would be subjected to identity verification at every checkpoint, a process that would be strictly enforced. This presented considerable challenges for his disguise, especially since it was merely a rudimentary one. If a high-precision X-ray system were connected to the network, exposure would be inevitable. Considering a sniper position from the periphery? That would require Carlos to emerge from the underground city, offering him a chance to reveal himself. Otherwise, no matter how skilled a marksman he was, it would be to no avail. Thus, he had to discover a path into the underground city that remained unnoticed. With the crowd and tight defenses, Li Ming had no choice but to leave this area before meticulously planning his next move. The 3D map had marked all traversed locations and saved them permanently, allowing him to conduct further research in a safer environment. The seemingly chaotic streets were, in fact, rife with peril. Moreover, helicopters patrolled the skies above the underground city from time to time. Occasionally, Li Ming could even hear the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. The geographical location favored Carlos, establishing his core operations underground, ensuring that both land and sea defenses were unyielding. Temporarily continuing to assume the identity of Kafu, Li Ming navigated through the throngs of people, striving to remain undetected while circling the underground city area to refine his 3D map. Finding a concealed spot, Li Ming's fingers glided over the virtual map, meticulously studying every potential infiltration point. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the underground drainage system. Regardless of whether above ground or below, drainage systems are invariably the lifeblood of any large structure. They represent the most easily overlooked areas in terms of defense. Though the map lacked completeness, the scanned drainage points exhibited a striking regularity. Li Ming discerned the thought process of the underground drainage system's designer with a single glance. He then zoomed in on a light orange area located 500 meters northwest of the manor. This hue indicated a relatively low danger level. In Li Ming's view, this marked the weakest point in the entire defense. Here lay an abandoned industrial drainage pipe, approximately 123 meters in diameter, leading directly to the outskirts of the underground city. Furthermore, this location was remote from the primary patrol routes. The pipe could accommodate a single person crawling through. However, there was a single skull icon present, and that one was quite lethal. Additionally, An electronic surveillance point loomed nearby. These two factors were critical. If Li Ming were to infiltrate through this weak point, he would need to evade electronic surveillance while staying out of a potential sniper's line of sight. Moreover, there might exist obstacles or traps not displayed on the map. Li Ming stowed away the map and casually switched disguises, adopting a new appearance. He returned to the vicinity of the west drainage pipe, but refrained from acting hastily. Observing the icons displayed on the map, he meticulously ruled out other potential dangers. He checked his tactical pack, confirming that it contained a gas mask and cutting tools. As others rotated shifts, he locked onto one individual's likeness. Just as the shift changed, a patrol passed by, indicating he would need to wait a while longer. Li Ming positioned himself in an extremely narrow hiding spot, snacking on some compressed biscuits to stave off hunger. Subsequently, he donned a prepared thermal imaging shield over his bulletproof vest to minimize heat exposure. Next, he resolved to maintain his disguise for an additional day, using this time to rest. In this location, he could seamlessly blend in with others to obscure his own movements. He needed to scout and confirm whether additional defenses remained. Avoiding impulsive actions that could lead to unnecessary complications and obstacles, he also gathered information sporadically, yet no one seemed to possess knowledge of Carlos's whereabouts. This old rogue is evidently too afraid to emerge from his lair, is he? It seems many are eager for a piece of the old man's bounty. Nonetheless, this confirmed one point. As the employer had stated, Carlos was indeed within the underground city. After careful analysis, Li Ming planned to initiate his actions that very night. The disappearance of Kafu, along with the individual whose neck he had also twisted, would undoubtedly attract attention. He needed to act swiftly before the manhunt commenced. After a day of observation, he had indeed identified this infiltration point as the weakest link in the defenses. Currently, no other obstacles were apparent. In the dead of night, the 3D map displayed several thermal imaging and skull icons. Occasionally, he could hear the crude, drunken mutterings of individuals, their language as filthy and vile as the stench of the streets themselves. Li Ming waited in silence, then set off according to the predetermined timeline. At this moment, the area could be considered sparsely populated, as the patrolling soldiers were at their most lax due to fatigue. Every second was crucial. Adhering meticulously to the meticulously charted optimal route, he deftly evaded electronic surveillance and successfully infiltrated through the exhaust pipes. As long as the map remained unmarked in crimson, he pressed forward with great haste. Progressing through the drainage system for approximately 200 meters, he discerned faint sounds of commotion ahead. His current position likely led directly to the patrol route. Should he emerge recklessly, he would undoubtedly expose himself to danger. Li Ming patiently lay concealed within the pipe, scrutinizing the situational parameters indicated on the map. Having arrived at the outskirts of the underground city, it was no surprise that patrols were present. As he navigated the map, a three-dimensional architectural model materialized before him, gradually delineating the overall structure of the underground city. At its core, the most significant edifice emerged, presumably the location of Carlos. At last, he had located his target. Chapter 24, Successful Infiltration, Approaching the Objective. This place stood in stark contrast to the chaotic disorder above ground. Here, the patrols were conducted with remarkable precision, interspersed with electronic monitoring, and aside from the patrollers, no extraneous personnel traversed these areas. The map revealed no superfluous thermal signatures, only several groups of soldiers following a regular patrol pattern. With the assistance of the 3D map, Li Ming swiftly discerned the timing of these patrols. A group of 4 soldiers, 3 groups in total, passed by the drainage outlet every 5 minutes. He emerged from the pipe, positioning himself motionless in the shadows of the exit, awaiting the passage of the final soldier. As the last member of the final group walked by, Li Ming surged forth like a silent serpent. In an instant, his legs clamped around the soldier's neck with terrifying flexibility, twisting his body to drag the man back into the drainage pipe. With a muted snap, the soldier's neck was swiftly broken. This entire sequence transpired in a mere 3 seconds, executed with a clean efficiency that made no sound. The 3 soldiers ahead remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding behind them. Li Ming dragged the fallen soldier's body into the shadows of the drainage pipe, scanning the face for likeness, and swiftly disguised himself to mirror the man's appearance. He noted an old gunshot wound on the soldier's left shoulder, which hung slightly. Adjusting his left arm to mimic a natural droop, he endeavored to ensure his disguise bore no discrepancies. In the dim light seeping from the pipe's entrance, a silhouette identical to the deceased soldier began to take shape. Having appropriated the man's weapon and replicated his fingerprints, he hastened to synchronize his pace with the trio. "Ross, where have you been?" One of the men turned to glance back at him. "Why did you suddenly fall behind?" Li Ming replied nonchalantly, "My shoelace came undone." Fortunately, the soldier did not linger long in his scrutiny and soon noticed his companions catching up, allowing him to blend seamlessly into their ranks. "All right, Let us stay vigilant. Someone above has been killed, and their neck was broken. The infiltrator remains at large. Based on past experiences, it is likely that we are dealing with a killer. If that assassin has infiltrated, we could be in grave danger. Li Ming nodded, continuing to trail behind the group. It appeared the higher-ups had already detected the issue, choosing to remain discreet in hopes that the intruder would eventually reveal himself. Thankfully, he had already descended. It became apparent that many assassins had come before him, likely attempting to eliminate Carlos, forcing the old rogue to seek refuge underground. As he circled the periphery, Li Ming's map expanded further. Surprisingly, what he had previously scanned from above was merely a 10-meter depth. Now, having descended, he discovered a far larger underground city. There, a myriad of skull icons clustered together, resembling a vast arsenal rather than a mere congregation of individuals. A weapons depot? Li Ming boldly conjectured. The dense cluster of skull icons had merged into a cohesive mass. If it were not an armory, what else could it be? The estate was vast, and although he had yet to traverse its entirety, he surmised that as a warlord's base, it would certainly contain an armory and training grounds. He had not anticipated that Carlos would relocate everything underground. As Li Ming's operational radius broadened, the map revealed a three-dimensional representation of the area 20 meters below ground. He now found himself within the core living quarters, Carlos's private residence and command center. The depiction of the armory was unmistakable, alongside a region devoid of icons. The overlapping symbols underscored the peril lurking 20 meters beneath. The unmarked area remained a mystery to Li Ming, yet an instinctive unease suggested it was far from benign. He pondered silently. Is Carlos below? Should the system detect and lock onto a specific range, a response would ensue. The absence of any reaction indicated there were no traces of the target. Just like above, there was no sign of Carlos. Target confirmed. The system's response brought him a sense of relief. Following the completion of their outer patrol, he and the patrol team transitioned to another group before concluding their assignment and heading back to their assembly point. However, the moment of exposure for Li Ming was imminent. To return to the gathering point for rest, they would need to pass through a biometric security door, requiring the fingerprint of each soldier for entry. Exhaling softly, he felt fortunate to have collected Ross's fingerprints at a critical moment. Through his disguise, he had ensured that all 10 of his fingers bore Ross's prints. He remained slightly apprehensive about facial recognition, silently resolving to upgrade his disguise skills upon gaining the next skill point. Although this small nation's warlord base lacked advanced and sophisticated security systems, he knew he would encounter such measures in the future. With a beep, Li Ming entered the door alongside the other three. The map indicated he had arrived at a warehouse space at the edge of the semicircular map. This was the soldiers' resting area. Li Ming observed rows of bunk beds neatly arranged in one of the rooms. A burly armed guard stood before them, casting a cursory glance. Finish your meal and resume patrol. Yes, sir, murmured someone, noting that every time there was activity above, they would heighten their vigilance below. However, in reality, no infiltrator had ever succeeded. At most, they would reach their level, only to be detected by various scanning methods. Li Ming's current disguise set him apart from those who brazenly entered with their own faces exposed. However, he understood that should a more sophisticated biometric machine appear, his risk of exposure would significantly increase. Therefore, Li Ming was acutely aware that he needed to make contact with Carlos in the shortest time possible. The deputy's office lay just beyond the radius of the soldiers' resting area. Manuel stood in the shadows of the deputy's office, his gaze fixed upon the surveillance screens, his knuckles unconsciously drumming against the tabletop. He harbored a profound disdain for the underground. The dampness and oppressive atmosphere felt as though Carlos's power had permeated the very air, leaving a scent of decay. Yet, Carlos now maintained sole dominion over the armory, and thus he had no choice but to linger here. However, he was not without his preparations. Loyalists strategically positioned above had already relayed news that intruders had infiltrated the estate, executing their tasks with surgical precision, each neck snapped cleanly. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of Manuel's mouth. Regardless of whether the intruders were mere hired hands, he would not hesitate to lend a hand if it meant eliminating Carlos. He cared not for the methods employed by the infiltrators. Had the hired hands stumbled upon the underground lair yet? Manuel's impatience flared. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. In truth, he yearned to expose the underground to the hired hands. Yet, should they falter during their mission and be captured, whether they lived or died, his own involvement would inevitably come to light. He could not suppress the events above for long. Should Carlos become aware, the danger would escalate exponentially. Manuel's eyes remained glued to the surveillance. Here, he was powerless to manipulate the cameras. In Carlos's office lay the expansive monitoring room. Otherwise, he would have relished shutting off the feed. An hour later, Li Ming stealthily navigated the walls, a silent shadow. He had just dealt with the patrol leader, the burly Jeff. The man had been caught unawares in his private quarters, unable to turn around before Li Ming snapped his neck and stuffed him into a wardrobe. Now, he possessed a pass guard and moved swiftly toward the designated focal point on the map. Chapter 25, The Hunt Begins. Li Ming stealthily approached, his tactical boots making no sound against the metallic floor. 4 armed guards stood at the elevator entrance, the leader reprimanding them with the barrel of his gun against the wall. As Li Ming drew nearer, he overheard their conversation. "Hey, you two, keep a keen eye. Shoot any unfamiliar faces on sight, and everyone else must be thoroughly checked." The leader spat. "I hear there's an intruder up top, a neck-snapping specialist. Stay sharp." "Yes, sir." Li Ming glanced at the pass guard in his hand, reflecting that his choice to impersonate a leader had proven wise. Jeff was the head of the 3rd Patrol. He could enter this area to report. However, whether he could reach Carlos remained uncertain. For now, he decided to proceed. "Jeff, what brings you here early?" As Li Ming appeared, he was immediately intercepted by the leader who had just been issuing orders. "It's due to the situation above," Li Ming replied nonchalantly. "Any news?" the guard inquired. Lowering his voice to mimic Jeff's slightly hoarse timbre, Li Ming replied, 2 bodies were discovered up top, both killed with professional neck-snapping techniques. I had to come report the patrol status. It's about time." He brandished the pass guard, its cold light glinting under the dim illumination. The leader frowned and leaned closer to scrutinize the pass. "What? Now even I am being checked." Feigning impatience, Li Ming mimicked Jeff's habitual gesture, tapping his right index finger against the holster. After inspecting the pass guard and finding no discrepancies, the guard allowed him access to the elevator. "Go on." Li Ming proceeded naturally. As the elevator doors closed completely, he maintained his composure, pressing the button for the 2nd level as indicated on the map. The surveillance cameras above silently pivoted. He merely adjusted his collar and tucked the stolen pass guard back into his pocket. The elevator doors opened to reveal a long corridor, with 2 branching passages at the far end. The map indicated several skull icons within a 200-meter radius ahead, alongside thermal imaging, suggesting a substantial military presence in the area. Li Ming refrained from making any rash movements. Though it was his first visit, he navigated the mapped route with an air of familiarity. He opted to take the left passage. Soon, he encountered 4 soldiers standing in formation, weapons drawn, who immediately began to scrutinize him. Li Ming felt a twinge of concern that they might notice his face too closely. Fortunately, with the pass guard and his rudimentary disguise, he successfully passed through the initial examination. Just as he was about to enter the next door, someone called out to him. "Jeff!" Li Ming's mind screamed FK, while his exterior remained composed as he turned. The caller was a tall, lanky figure with sharp, piercing eyes that glimmered with a deadly intent. Even Li Ming had to concede that this man's gaze bore the mark of a killer. "Let us go in together." Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he had merely startled himself. The door required their fingerprints for access, much like a turnstile, allowing entry one by one. Li Ming had prepared thoroughly, having secured the necessary prints during his disguise. Upon entering, he was greeted by a colossal wall of surveillance screens. Seated before them was an elderly man. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Li Ming was struck by the image of Batman and his butler. Carlos was personally monitoring this underground realm, yet he refrained from lingering on the screens to avoid arousing suspicion. He possessed a 3D map, rendering additional scrutiny unnecessary. "Where's the general, Nathan?" the tall man inquired of the elderly figure at the monitors. Nathan turned, and Li Ming noticed the man gripping a Sig Sauer P226 pistol, its 9mm barrel glinting a ghostly blue under the cold glow of the screens. This finely crafted firearm was renowned for its precision and reliability. Currently aimed squarely at Li Ming's forehead, old Nathan uttered not a word. The well-maintained P226 was already cocked, his finger poised on the trigger. Jeff wouldn't he arrive early? Li Ming's muscles tensed instantaneously. The realization that his ruse had been discovered struck him. As Nathan pulled the trigger, Li Ming swiftly sidestepped, the bullet whizzing past his tactical vest and detonating against the metallic control panel behind him with a shower of sparks. Fortunately, as a trained assassin, he possessed the necessary foresight, always prepared to evade an attack. His agility rating of 70 was no trivial matter. He deftly dodged the bullet, leaving Nathan in a state of shock. The blaring alarm instantly filled the subterranean space. The tall man, regaining his senses, drew his weapon and aimed toward Li Ming. Utilizing his 8th-level grappling technique, Li Ming executed a swift maneuver, clamping his legs around the tall man. The trigger clicked just before he could fire, and the tall man collapsed, eyes wide in surprise. Just as Nathan prepared to fire again, a second shot rang out. Li Ming skillfully maneuvered through the serpentine pathways and swiftly reached the designated safe zone on the map. His remarkable speed left the concealed gunman in the shadows utterly unprepared. Almost immediately, dozens of armed personnel rushed to the scene. However, rather than exiting through the indicated exit on the map, Li Ming charged towards old Nathan. Armed with a curved blade in one hand and a Glock in the other, old Nathan realized, given Li Ming's agility, that his frail body stood no chance of evasion. Li Ming first shattered the surveillance cameras, and then the curved blade plunged into old Nathan's heart. Before the armed personnel could fire their weapons, Li Ming, shrouded in the sparks from the malfunctioning monitors, darted into the control room. There, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire, methodically dismantling the room while turning to dispatch any heads that dared to peek out. His marksmanship was no mere boast. At such close range, the advancing foes were essentially offering themselves up as targets. Suddenly, he heard a roar echoing from beyond the walls. "Capture that bastard alive. I want to personally skin him." Li Ming's expression hardened as he instantly altered his course. The voice, likely belonging to Carlos or perhaps one of his lieutenants, ignited his resolve. Without hesitation, he glanced up at the ventilation shaft above. The opening was conspicuous, and with a few agile leaps, he ascended. He dispatched several more foes who dared to show their faces. Yet, a stray bullet struck him in the back. Fortunately, his bulletproof vest absorbed most of the impact, leaving only a painful throb in its wake. He retrieved a smoke grenade pilfered from Jeff and tossed it down. The passage was dim and narrow, but Li Ming navigated swiftly, guided by the map. The source of the earlier voice was marked by a skull icon on the map. He treaded lightly until he found a vent. Peering through the slats, he spotted a man clad in a general's uniform, furiously kicking over a chair. Chapter 26, A Race with Death. "At last, I have found you, Carlos." Grasping a submachine gun, Li Ming bit down on the ropes binding his arm and yanked his tactical pack from beneath his clothing. The gun components glimmered ominously in the dark. His fingers moved with mechanical precision, connecting the barrel and locking the base. Each clasp clicked into place with meticulous care. He remained calm, his breathing steady, as if the approaching footsteps behind him were merely inconsequential background noise. Kneeling, he stealthily extended the gun barrel through the vent's opening. With the stock braced against his shoulder and his right eye aligned with the scope, he entered a state of pure focus, the crosshairs firmly fixed on his target. The bullet was chambered, the safety disengaged. "General, move." A guard shout suddenly shattered the air, but it was too late. Li Ming's index finger had already pulled the trigger. The bullet spiraled through the air, striking Carlos squarely between the eyes as he turned. Job done. The moment he squeezed the trigger, Li Ming began retracting his weapon, swiftly disassembling it and stowing it back into the tactical pack. In the next moment, bullets began to rain down upon him from behind. The walls erupted with debris, bullet holes exploding at his feet. Without glancing back, he kicked open a gap and leapt through. As he rolled along the ground, he deftly extracted 2 flashbangs from his waist. Before the soldiers in Carlos's office could even aim, they lost sight of their adversary. The blinding white light and deafening explosion filled the corridor, followed by the anguished cries of pursuers. Wasting no time, Li Ming surged past Carlos's lifeless body. Just as he emerged, he encountered 4 soldiers, their weapons sweeping wildly. Li Ming raised his submachine gun, executing a precise burst that claimed 3 lives with pinpoint accuracy. "Jeff." One soldier, momentarily dazed and mistaking him for a comrade, hesitated. But that brief moment of indecision cost him dearly as Li Ming's bullet found its mark. "He's not Jeff. He's that assassin." Someone shouted, panic spreading. "Seal all exits. Leave no escape route." Li Ming dashed towards another door that remained unsealed. To his dismay, an ambush awaited him around the corner. 2 soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets. Li Ming narrowly evaded their fire, but was struck in the chest. Though the bullet met the resistance of his vest, he still felt a searing heat as it impacted. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his speed or reflexes. Using the force of the impact, he leaned back, his body angled at a 45-degree tilt. With a swift motion, he released his curved blade, driving it straight into one assailant's throat. In a fluid sidestep, before the second soldier could pull the trigger again, Li Ming unleashed a barrage with his gun. The steel core rounds penetrated the soldier's helmet, causing blood to splatter as another soldier fell. As Li Ming surveyed the area, he noticed the dense cluster of skull icons on the map was right beneath his feet. What a pity for such an arsenal. Under different circumstances, he might have considered liberating a few weapons for himself. However, survival took precedence. The dull ache in his chest persisted, but adrenaline dulled the pain. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his face. Li Ming realized there was a sniper. Finding a good vantage point in this place was no easy feat. Yet it was evident that his adversary was an experienced marksman. With a tactical roll, he narrowly avoided a bullet that exploded into the ground where he had just stood, sending shards of stone flying and cutting a line across his cheek. He quickly scanned his surroundings for cover, his 3D map rapidly constructing in his mind. Li Ming understood that engaging with the snipers was not a priority. He needed to find an exit immediately. The other safe routes had been sealed off. His sights were set on the ventilation shaft and the drainage system he had previously traversed. Following the map's guidance, he hurried towards the nearest vent. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets grazed his nose before embedding themselves into the opposite wall, leaving smoking holes in the metal. Keeping his body pressed against the wall, he fished out his last 2 stun grenades from his tactical pack. This time, he didn't throw them immediately. He waited for precisely 0.5 seconds, just enough time for the enemy to reload. Boom. Go. The shockwave from the explosion shook the entire corridor. Now was the moment. Li Ming propelled himself off the ground, grasping the edge of the ventilation shaft with both hands. Bullets ricocheted off the metal piping behind him, sparking dangerously close. Damn it. He cursed inwardly. Had it not been for his exceptional agility and the stamina he had honed earlier, he might have been reduced to a sieve. The ventilation duct was stiflingly narrow. Li Ming could only crawl through the darkness. His masterful agility was on full display as he maneuvered through the tight space. The frantic curses of his pursuers echoed behind him. Strangely, the anticipated encirclement did not materialize. Upon reaching the 3rd junction, he faintly heard a familiar voice from below. No need to investigate Area B. The focus must be on sealing off Area A, for this ventilation duct leads directly there. Nonsense, it certainly leads to Area A. This is the precise location on the 3D map. Could it be that someone is covertly aiding him? With no time for further contemplation, Li Ming seized the opportunity to escape the underground city. As the vent cover was forcefully dislodged, the blinding sunlight compelled him to squint. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. This was the refuse disposal area of the manor's kitchen. 2 chefs, caught off guard as they were smoking, stared at him in astonishment. In an instant, they drew their AK-47s. However, before they could pull the trigger, Li Ming's bullets had already found their mark, penetrating their skulls and causing gruesome explosions of flesh. Blood splattered everywhere, a sight that would nauseate many, yet Li Ming had long since acclimated to the gruesome realities of life and death. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed from a distance, striking his left arm with precision. Without a glance, he sought a hiding spot and disguised himself as a chef before emerging. The soldiers pursuing him, momentarily confused, failed to recognize him, granting Li Ming a fleeting chance to flee. He swiftly commandeered a cargo truck, driving it with one hand while flooring the accelerator to make a hasty getaway. His extraordinary driving skills left the hapless soldiers trailing far behind. As he kept an eye on the skull icon on the map, he deftly steered clear of their line of fire. The ground snipers were far more perilous than the dangers of the underground city. He had to remain vigilant to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Damn, this guy drives like he's piloting a plane. One soldier exclaimed in frustration as he chased behind. Could he be that worker who toyed with the Skeleton Legion? Such remarkable driving skills that even they cannot keep up. What? Why are we even pursuing? This worker has a knack for escaping. How could we possibly catch him? Thus, the soldiers, already disheartened by the loss of their commander, found their motivation to continue the chase dwindling further. Li Ming burst through the gates of the Golden Manor, disappearing into the evening glow. Fortunately, his basic medical knowledge allowed him to administer a makeshift dressing to his arm, though the bullet remained lodged within. He dared not act rashly, for his rudimentary medical skills were insufficient for a surgical procedure, and he lacked the means to treat such a perilous wound on site. It was imperative to find a secure location to extract the bullet. Abandoning the vehicle mid-journey, he disguised himself as a passerby and safely exited the territory ruled by the Mensato warlord. Chapter 27. A life-and-death confrontation with the poison butterfly. Li Ming procured another vehicle and traversed the desolate highway, arriving at a small town. This town had also felt the ravages of war, though to a lesser extent. The streets, albeit quiet, still exhibited signs of commerce. He entered a modest clinic, surprised that such a facility existed here. However, now was not the time for contemplation. His gunshot wound had only received rudimentary care. If the bullet remained, his arm would surely become useless. As he scanned the clinic, he noted its simplicity yet commendable cleanliness. A small, dirty-faced girl lay on a bed receiving an 4 drip, her large eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and fear as she watched him. With blood trickling from his arm and a scarred visage from his disguise, he hardly resembled a benevolent figure. In truth, he was hardly a good person. "Doctor," Li Ming called out, peering through the flimsy yet tidy curtain. A tall woman with her hair tied up, wearing a mask and a white coat, emerged from within. Her deep, clear eyes immediately fixated on his wound. "Gunshot wound." Li Ming nodded in affirmation. "Then please come in." The female doctor exhibited neither surprise nor inquiry. Her demeanor akin to that of someone merely fulfilling their professional duties, indifferent to matters beyond her vocation. Perhaps, for the townsfolk living near a war zone, possessing a gunshot wound was not something to provoke curiosity. Following the doctor inside, Li Ming glanced back at the frightened little girl, tossing her a piece of candy from his pocket. Remaining vigilant and keeping a safe distance from the doctor, he approached only when the map indicated no skull icons or thermal signatures nearby. Extend your arm. Remove your outer garment. The doctor instructed in a voice both gentle and detached. She had already grasped a pair of scissors in one hand and an alcohol bottle in the other. Li Ming feigned compliance, remaining silent as he followed her instructions. Yet, when the doctor's hand pressed against his arm to disinfect the wound, he seized her wrist with surprising strength. The doctor glanced at him, momentarily taken aback. Are you afraid? It will undoubtedly hurt. We have no anesthetics left. So bear with it, she remarked. Yet, Li Ming's grip did not relent. His eyes, sharp as blades, bore into hers as he demanded, Who sent you? The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with unspoken threats. The female doctor, momentarily stunned, let out a cold laugh. Ah, you've seen through me. Just as Li Ming reached for his curved dagger, she nonchalantly added, Don't move, or you might not even realize how you will be poisoned. Poison butterfly? He replied with a cold smirk. It dawned on him that this doctor was none other than the poison butterfly, the one who sought to lay claim to his bounty. His acute sensitivity to the profession of assassination had led him to a preliminary conclusion about her identity. This woman masquerading as a doctor bore no trace of medicine. Nor did she smell of blood. Instead, she exuded an aura of danger, a suppressed murderous intent that was unmistakable to Li Ming. You, a top 20 assassin, have the audacity to compete with me for the commission? How shameless of you, he taunted. The poison butterfly displayed no sign of fear on her face. Instead, she excitedly removed her mask, revealing a stunning visage that contrasted sharply with her innocent eyes, exuding an alluring beauty that concealed endless malice. It was not the aggressive beauty of a domineering woman like Lin Yuyu, but rather a beguiling charm laced with hidden lethality. The very thought of her brought forth images of a femme fatale, and at that moment, she fit the description all too well, making Li Ming profoundly uncomfortable. Hee. The poison butterfly mused, standing and leaning over him, still gripping his arm. I'm delighted that you remember me and are not afraid. She pressed down on his wounded arm, her laughter echoing ominously. Li Ming furrowed his brow. Is this your idea of a game? You stole my mission. What do you have to say for yourself? The poison butterfly's smile twisted grotesquely at his words, yet Li Ming simply shook his head. How is it that I perceive you are not here to kill me for that reason? Oh, how so? The poison butterfly placed a hand upon Li Ming's face. Li Ming, unfazed, responded, From the very beginning, I inquired about who sent you, and you did not refute it. Moreover, how could a renowned assassin, one who ranks among the top 20, compete for business with someone as inexperienced as myself? It is simply implausible. The poison butterfly's gaze shifted, growing more serious. So, you are quite the formidable novice assassin. Pray tell, what could your motive be? Li Ming understood that this woman would not divulge the identity of her employer. However, since her intentions were not task-oriented but rather directed towards him, the reasoning was rather simple. He had only recently undertaken a handful of assignments, thus having offended only a select few. Carlos was out of the question, so he eliminated him from consideration. Was it Vaizoan? Could it be that he was her lover? Yet, if it were a lover seeking vengeance, surely she wouldn't have waited until now. It seemed that her actions were still driven by monetary gain. As an assassin, she was devoid of emotions. To ascend to the top 20, the poison butterfly must be even more emotionally detached. Therefore, Li Ming pinpointed another group, the Skeleton Legion. He had previously encountered their bounty for the assassination of an employee on the dark web. They had not relinquished their pursuit of him, especially since he, a novice, had severely bruised their pride, resulting in a loss of face. It was likely that he had caused them to forfeit a considerable number of mercenary jobs. Thus, their relentless pursuit of him was entirely justified. Why did the Skeleton Legion not act themselves and instead send you? After a brief moment of astonishment, the poison butterfly laughed. You are indeed astute. They are competent as a team, but when it comes to singular eliminations, they falter. Thus, they enlist the services of assassins. As a master of poisons, I was offered a generous sum to ensure your demise, and I accepted without hesitation. She made no attempt to deny it. In her eyes, Li Ming had already become a specter. However, before your poison takes effect, I wish to witness your true visage. As she spoke, her fingers caressed his face. Poisoned? Li Ming queried. When did you administer the toxin? The poison butterfly, amused, regarded him. The moment you stepped into this clinic, you were already poisoned. I am an expert in the art of toxins. How could you possibly detect it? Look at you now, lacking the strength to resist, are you not? The poison has rendered you incapable of even standing. Li Ming, remaining indifferent, smiled slightly, diverting the focus from this issue to inquire. How did you discern that I am merely an employee? Chapter 28, Eliminate her. The poison butterfly's fingers danced across Li Ming's face, her nails lightly grazing his jawline as she sought the seam of his mask. It is quite simple. I know whom you intend to kill, and I merely followed your trail. Li Ming internally cursed, realizing this woman was indeed suited to be an assassin. Where's the mask? The poison butterfly, unable to perceive the true face of the employee, began to exhibit signs of agitation. I am certain this is not you. You have changed your appearance several times along the way. Her conviction was unwavering, for she too was adept at disguise. Li Ming scoffed. Indeed, that is not my face. But not everyone can unveil my art of disguise. Suddenly, the poison butterfly, in a fit of rage, splashed alcohol onto his wound. The liquid seeped into flesh and blood, the searing pain causing Li Ming to furrow his brows. The agony was genuine, and he recognized that this was no ordinary alcohol. This is an entire vial of poison. Without my antidote, you shall die, and it will be a most painful demise. A twisted smile emerged on the poison butterfly's beautiful face. Reveal your methods of disguise and how you dispatched Carlos, and I shall grant you a swifter end. The underbelly of Carlos was no easy fortress to breach. I know a killer who attempted it and perished. If he did not die, I would not be among the top 20, haha. Li Ming mused that a woman who toyed with poison was undoubtedly deranged. Her Yandra attributes were exceedingly apparent. He speculated that her eagerness to learn of his disguise was likely due to her awareness of her own limitations in combat, wishing to utilize such strategies for a perfect escape. The poison butterfly, witnessing Li Ming's continued calmness, his composed demeanor as though he were entirely unperturbed by her poison, only served to heighten her agitation, causing her breath to quicken. Abruptly, she seized Li Ming by his collar, demanding, "How on earth did you manage this?" Li Ming allowed her to rage, merely gazing at her coldly. "What do you think?" He then added, "Otherwise, why not assist me in extracting the bullet? The wound will reveal the answer." The poison butterfly paused. This was the first time she encountered someone so composed after being poisoned. Her curiosity about him intensified. Yet, she understood that curiosity could often prove fatal. "You wish for me to extract the bullet? How naive. You shall learn nothing, for I have already poisoned you. You are as good as dead. Are you afraid to assist me with the bullet?" Li Ming taunted. "You are merely a dying man now. Are you still scared of helping me extract the bullet?" A flicker of hesitation crossed the poison butterfly's eyes. Curiosity indeed could be lethal. Yet the composure of this man made her question her own poison for the very first time. She yearned for answers. Thus, under Li Ming's persuasion, she extracted the bullet, albeit with less than gentle hands, causing Li Ming to break into a cold sweat. The poison butterfly discarded the bullet, her expression turning increasingly grim. Li Ming's wound bore no signs of toxin infestation. The muscle fibers remained healthy and vibrant. How can this be? There are no indications of poisoning at your wound. She stared at the unblemished bullet, her mind reeling. In her fixation on satisfying her curiosity regarding Li Ming's disguise and her unwavering confidence in her poison, she had failed to notice that the toxin she employed had no effect on him whatsoever. As she lifted her gaze, she found Li Ming grinning, a murderous glint radiating from his clear eyes. "You." The poison butterfly's pupils constricted suddenly, and the surgical forceps clattered to the ground. In that instant of realization, even the typically unflappable assassin felt a pang of panic. Almost instantaneously, the poison butterfly's body contorted with an uncanny flexibility as she recoiled, resembling a startled viper, propelled towards the clinic's entrance. Yet, Li Ming was swifter. His right hand had already reached for his waist, the Glock 17 drawn with lightning speed. The muzzle aimed at the moment the poison butterfly was about to grasp the doorknob. Bang! The bullet struck precisely into her calf. "Now that you are here, why attempt to flee?" Li Ming's voice whispered in her ear, akin to the devil's murmur. The little girl sprawled on the couch had long succumbed to unconsciousness from fear. Li Ming also noticed the decayed corpse beneath the reclining chair, ravaged by potent toxins. He squinted slightly. "Poison butterfly, I shall send you on your way." The poison butterfly gritted her teeth and suddenly flung 3 poison needles from her sleeve, aimed directly at Li Ming's face. Li Ming sidestepped, the needles embedding themselves into the wall behind him, corroding 3 charred holes. Futile. He advanced step by step, declaring, "Your poison is ineffective against me, and your skills are inferior." Although the poison butterfly ranked among the top 20 assassins, her prowess lay solely in her mastery of toxins. Her combat abilities were comparatively lacking. Li Ming's level 8 entrapment technique was already at a masterful level, and should a conflict arise, the poison butterfly would undoubtedly find herself outmatched. Why? The poison butterfly's gaze was frigid. She understood that escape was no longer an option, and her most cherished poison had proven futile, an affront to her pride. Thus, she yearned to comprehend why her lethal venom was powerless against Li Ming. With a sardonic grin, he replied, "Curious, are we? Perhaps you should venture to the underworld to discover." As he spoke, he readied to pull the trigger once more. "Wait," the poison butterfly exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down her brow as she gazed at him. "Why not inquire what poison I employed? Or are you uninterested in the art of toxin? I can teach you, transform you into a master of poisons, if only you would consider parleying." The gun's barrel, smoking ominously, was pressed against the forehead of the poisoned butterfly, already afflicted with 3 gunshot wounds. Li Ming shook his head, maintaining his calm demeanor, and replied, "I have no need for knowledge, nor for negotiations. What I do know is your imminent fate. Die." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ming fired, the bullet piercing through the poisoned butterfly's skull. Her lifeless body crumpled into a pool of crimson, her once vibrant eyes now void of life. Li Ming holstered his Glock, swiftly tending to his bleeding wounds, casting a glance at the unconscious little girl before departing the clinic. In truth, after leaving, he shook his hand, as the relentless assassinations had left him somewhat tremulous. For the first time in his life, he had taken multiple lives in such a brief span. Furthermore, he had just faced a poison expert ranked 20 on the list. Were it not for his immunity to toxins, he would have surely met his demise. Li Ming murmured to himself, "It appears I must continuously strive to grow stronger." As the sun dipped below the horizon, he sped down the desolate road, the golden rays illuminating his path. After extracting the bullets, Li Ming felt an immense relief wash over him. With this lethal predicament resolved, everything else seemed trivial. The poisoned butterfly had hinted that he was not the sole assassin dispatched by the Skeletal Legion. But so what? Firstly, these individuals dared not tread within the dragon realm. Secondly, even if they appeared before him, he intended to ensure their return was not forthcoming. With one hand on the wheel, he exhaled, his gaze fixed on his new abilities. This was the reward he had received after completing the mission to eliminate Carlos. Skill 1, Body of Immunity to Toxins. The effect was precisely as the name implied, immunity to all poisons, including neurotoxins, blood toxins, and corrosive substances. This was the reason he could withstand the poisoned butterfly's venom. Had this reward not arrived fortuitously, his fate would have been sealed the moment he entered the clinic. In addition to the immunity from toxins, he had acquired another skill. Chapter 29, A Dangerous Man. Skill 2, Night Vision. As the name suggests, this talent allowed Li Ming to maintain superior visual clarity in pitch-black environments. While he could not see through darkness as with true night vision goggles, his clarity in low light exceeded that of an ordinary person by 50%. He could accurately discern critical details within 10 meters, be it the structure of a lock, the silhouette of an adversary, or a weapon lying on the ground. This ability, seemingly mundane, could prove life-saving in dire circumstances. He was left with 3 skill points and 3 attribute points. Given the generous offering, he quickly decided to allocate all 3 points to agility. The agility stat now read, Agility, 10, reaching the human limit. He released a satisfied breath. After this mission, he had come to understand that dodging even a single bullet while being pursued or under fire could mean the difference between life and death. Next, he used 1 skill point to upgrade his basic medical skills, successfully evolving them into Field Emergency Aid, Intermediate. Instantly, a surge of unfamiliar knowledge flooded Li Ming's mind. Disinfection, hemostasis, suturing, and even the procedures for basic surgeries became crystal clear. Now this is splendid, Li Ming mused, a smile tugging at his lips. Should he find himself shot in the future, as long as he had the right tools and medicines at hand, he could extract the bullet himself, eliminating the need to risk seeking help at a clinic or entrusting his life to another. He then utilized another skill point to enhance his disguise ability. Basic disguise proficiency upgraded successfully to intermediate disguise specialization. A wealth of new disguise knowledge surged into his consciousness. Now, he could not only alter his physical appearance, but also perfectly mimic the behavioral patterns of various professions, from gait to accent, within a mere 30 seconds. Importantly, his current disguise could withstand close scrutiny. However, there was a drawback. The disguise could not last beyond 5 hours, and prolonged use might cause neural damage. Li Ming contemplated. As long as he changed disguises frequently during missions, it would suffice. Yet, should he encounter injury or faint during a task, complications could arise. Thus, this would further test his efficiency in executing missions. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not require a disguise. With 1 skill point remaining, he pondered briefly and decided to reserve it for unforeseen circumstances. If he were to encounter an insurmountable challenge during a mission, he might be able to exchange that skill point in the marketplace for a skill that could resolve the immediate crisis. Hence, he refrained from spending it all. After all, it could prove useful. He opened his payment account. The employer had transferred the remaining balance. After several missions, Li Ming had now become a millionaire. Excitement allowed him to momentarily disregard the pain from his arm wound. Having been impoverished for so long, possessing wealth felt akin to having a complete home, enveloping him in a sense of security. Well done, was the employer's message of appreciation, expressing that he would seek Li Ming first should future needs arise. The hired hand had resolved the employer's most pressing dilemma and indirectly aided him in ascending to the rank of general within the Minsardo warlord's ranks. How could he not be satisfied? Li Ming replied, "Thank you for the praise. The next task will come at a different price. Ultimately, he received Manuel's affirmative response. Employers naturally favored a sharp blade, willing to pay a premium for it. Within the dragon realm, Ming returned, indulging in a comforting bath before resting for 2 consecutive days. Upon activating his domestic phone, he was bombarded with messages from Ming and others inviting him out for drinks. Before leaving, he had mentioned to the group of 4 that he would be traveling for a while. Now that they learned he had returned, they inundated him with texts urging him to come out and celebrate. After Ming responded, he began to contemplate the acquisition of another residence in a different location, feeling no compulsion to divulge this information to anyone. His pursuit of a sense of home initiates with the notion of property, an obsession rooted in his humble beginnings. Even with newfound wealth, he remains unable to relinquish this fixation. Owning 2 properties, one of which he keeps entirely to himself, inexplicably grants him a distinct sense of security. This perhaps illustrates the unconventional musings of a hitman who has endured so much bloodshed. At Starlight Bar, the ownership has transitioned from Lin Junyu to Chen Jiaming. Goodness, Ming remarked, feigning surprise. I only went away for a few days, and you've already taken over this bar? What about Lin Yuyu? Beside him, Wang He and Su Qihong gasped in unison. She is dead. What? Ming's expression was one of utter shock. What happened to her? Chen Jiaming elucidated. The day after you left for your trip, news broke that she had fallen ill and died at home. Ming furrowed his brow, realizing that Lin Junyu had orchestrated her demise to appear as a natural death, successfully convincing others. This suggested that he was not as foolish as he seemed at first glance. He appeared quite adept at managing such messy situations. Chen Jiaming continued. The servants reported seeing her collapse, so even if we suspect Lin Junyu's involvement, we lack evidence, and outsiders have no reason to interfere in such matters. His words encapsulated the general attitude of the capitalists. Regardless of Lin Yuyu's merits, her death was simply a cessation of interest, as they were only concerned with the next heir and their financial ties. From their discourse, Ming learned that Lin Junyu had ascended to the helm of the Lin Group. The bar had been auctioned off, conveniently falling into Chen Jiaming's hands. Ming mused that perhaps Lin Junyu believed the death of Lin Yuyu within these premises to be ominous. Otherwise, he would not have so readily parted with such a lucrative establishment. He raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. The affairs of the Lin family no longer pertained to him. It was time to indulge. Wang He glanced at Ming, clicking his tongue. Hey Ming, I can't shake the feeling that you've come back from your trip as a different person. It's almost as if you've transformed into a man exuding an irresistible yet perilous charm. Chen Jiaming and Su Qihong concurred, expressing their shared sentiment. So, where exactly did you travel that could bring about such a change? Wang He asked, patting Ming on the shoulder. Involuntarily, Ming instinctively prepared to defend himself, startling Wang He, who turned pale. Are you going to hit me? Come on, Ming, surely our brotherhood isn't that fragile? Ming retracted his fist and burst into laughter. I was just teasing. Didn't you just remark on how I seem different? I must tell you, my trip was not merely for leisure. I also trained in ancient martial arts. The 3 exchanged glances, scrutinizing Ming with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Ming, can you really acquire such a dangerous aura in just over a week? Such is the allure of ancient martial arts. Ming continued his embellishment. Moreover, I even picked up some combat skills. Wang He exclaimed, are you a genius? Mastering everything? Indeed. Let us not forget that I was an academic star back in school. Ming declared, puffing out his chest dramatically. As a scholar of our caliber, learning comes easily. Just like these past 4 years when I've been assisting you with your assignments and cramming for exams. It's been second nature. The trio chuckled in agreement. All right, scholar. We appreciate your assistance over the years. By the way, that Zhao Ku you fought last time, he really took quite a beating, didn't he? Impressive. Chen Jiaming observed Ming's left arm and inquired. I see your arm seems injured. It wouldn't be a result of your martial arts training, would it? Ming replied with a nonchalant but enough about me. Let us drink. Suddenly, Su Qihong, who had been engrossed in his phone, interjected. Hey, have you seen? That mercenary group in the Middle East, known as the Skull Army, claims they've been dealt a blow by a newcomer assassin? Curious, Ming asked, what transpired? Among the 3, Su Qihong had a penchant for news, particularly concerning warfare. Let me lay out the context for you, he said eagerly. Just last month, shortly after our graduation, a rookie assassin took on a solo mission to transport supplies. He single-handedly drove a dilapidated van, employing almost supernatural driving skills to not only toy with the Skull Army, but also successfully deliver the goods. You wouldn't believe the uproar in the community. It generated thousands of posts. It's said that since then, the Skull Army has relentlessly dispatched assassins to pursue this newcomer. Yet no one knows his appearance or origin. Aside from the alias laborer, no one possesses any information about him. Isn't that thrilling? This laborer fits my image of a mysterious assassin, and just a rookie. Impressive. Su Qihong's enthusiasm grew, his expressions becoming increasingly exaggerated. Li Ming remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Incredibly cool. Remarkably formidable. Chun Jiaming queried. And then? Men have an innate interest in war-related gossip, especially regarding elusive assassins who are nearly non-existent in the realm of Delong. Su Qihong continued. I've heard they sent a poison expert to Shadow Laborer, confident he could eliminate him. But this morning, there were reports that the poison assassin has died. Moreover, she was ranked among the top 20 assassins. Chun Jiaming and Wang He exclaimed, this newcomer is extraordinary. By the way, Su Qihong, you must have circumvented some barriers to gather such intel. Absolutely. Su Qihong replied, opening his phone. Look here, on the day before the poisoned butterfly's demise, a certain warlord general from this country was also assassinated. Although the official word claims he died of illness, I suspect he was likely taken out by a hired assassin, and I bet this individual is none other than Laborer. The trio animatedly engaged in the gossip. Li Ming propped his chin on his hand, nodding along, pondering how they would react if they realized that Laborer was right before them, their close friend of 4 years. He found himself unable to envision their reactions. However, it mattered not. He would ensure they remained oblivious. Presently, he was rather curious whether the Skull Army would dispatch further assassins to pursue Laborer and how Laborer would retaliate. TSK, if I were an assassin. The conversation among the three drifted further from the topic. Having indulged a bit too much, Wang He suddenly glanced behind them and remarked to Li Ming, Brother Ming, you truly are radiating charm. Look over there. Several beautiful women are casting their gazes in your direction. Li Ming, without needing to turn around, was already aware of the attention he was receiving. After undergoing several missions, his sensitivity and vigilance had markedly heightened. He could perceive unfamiliar gazes within a certain range, an instinctual wariness typical of an assassin, serving as a protective mechanism for himself. He smiled and inquired, are they truly that beautiful? Absolutely. Just take a look. That girl with the long, straight, black hair is stunning. Seeing the fervent glances exchanged among the trio, Li Ming couldn't resist turning his head for a brief moment. Opposite him sat 4 individuals, each more attractive than the last. A fact he readily acknowledged. Indeed, the most captivating among them was the woman with the sleek black hair. Although she did not possess the allure of Lin Yuyu or resemble the type of a femme fatale, her beauty, when contrasted with the others in the bar, appeared exceptionally pure. Yes, pure. A somewhat naive university student yet to step into the complexities of the world. However, Li Ming found himself less drawn to this type. He preferred the more mature, elder sister archetype. Never mind, I'm not interested, he replied dismissively. Really, Brother Ming? Have you hidden a beauty away? Why the sudden disinterest in women? Back in college, you were quite the charmer, changing girlfriends more frequently than the rest of us, teased Chun Jiaming and the others. Encouraged by their banter, the 8 of them ultimately found themselves seated together, with the girl sitting right next to Li Ming. Her demeanor clearly indicated it was her first time in such an establishment, innocent, yet confidently poised. Li Ming recognized her naivety and the fact that she had perhaps had a few too many drinks. Nevertheless, he maintained a strict personal boundary. He would never allow himself to become overly intoxicated. As an assassin, he had established an ironclad rule: never drink to the point of inebriation. Losing clarity of mind could be a fatal flaw for someone in his line of work, and he would never permit such a dangerous situation to befall him. In the dead of night, after taking a shower in his hotel room, the innocent girl shyly regarded Li Ming. The presence of a man and woman alone in a hotel room often leads to certain expectations. Yet, Li Ming was resolute in not allowing a stranger to spend the night in his bed. Consequently, once their business was concluded, he intended to leave. Are you leaving just like that? The girl asked, her cheeks flushed, disbelief evident in her eyes. This is my first experience with a man. And you plan to just walk away? As he dressed, Li Ming furrowed his brow and replied, you don't expect me to take responsibility, do you? We agreed, after all, that this was merely a serendipitous encounter between adults, without any talk of obligations. In college, he had held such notions earnestly. However, the girls perceived him as impoverished, merely seeking to flirt with a handsome man. Thus, he now approached such encounters with a similarly casual attitude, merely seeking to enjoy the moment, even shunning the idea of a relationship. Responsibility? If that were the case, he would rather abstain entirely. As an assassin, he always approached his missions with the understanding that his life could be at stake. Therefore, he had no immediate plans to settle down, unless he were to retire early. The girl shook her head, her shyness evident as she said, no, I understand we agreed, and I am here willingly. But for you to leave in the middle of the night feels like a blow to my dignity. Blow to your dignity? Li Ming's mind struggled to grasp her meaning. The girl shifted her posture slightly, glancing at his bandaged arm, and bashfully queried, was I that terrible that you felt compelled to leave so soon? Doesn't tea that hurt one's pride? Li Ming chuckled softly, realizing that she was indeed innocent, her expectations of a one-night encounter seemingly entwined with a desire for companionship. He replied, "We're adults. There's no need to be so sensitive. Besides, it's unlikely we will meet again. Farewell." With that, he left decisively. As he closed the door, he turned back to say, "Rest assured, I've already paid for the room. You can sleep until noon." Once Li Ming departed, the girl, cocooned in the sheets, burst into tears. What a scoundrel! In the following days, Li Ming focused on rehabilitating his injured arm. After that night, the wound had reopened, prompting him to decline Chun Jiaming's invitation to go out drinking, opting instead to rest and recuperate. He had all the necessary medications and tools at home and was fully capable of tending to himself. His medical skills had improved, saving him considerable trouble. Moreover, seeking medical attention for a gunshot wound in China would only invite complications. "Brother Ming, why aren't you coming out to play?" Chun Jiaming called again. At that moment, Li Ming was on the treadmill, glancing at the time with a smile. "I won't be joining you, and you affluent second-generation types indulge in too much extravagance. Don't sully my image as a pure man." "Huh, are you not embarrassed to say that? Seeing as you're injured, we'll entertain ourselves for now. Just call us if you need anything." After hanging up, Li Ming concluded his training and freshened up before accessing the dark web. Several private messages popped up, among which he selected one from W. The content was straightforward, inquiring how he had managed to eliminate clothes and the femme fatale, poison butterfly. The deaths of these two individuals had stirred a considerable uproar on the dark web, particularly the demise of poison butterfly, which had left an impact in the assassin community. He chuckled at the end of the message, receiving a compliment for his prowess. Li Ming quickly typed back, "W. How did you deduce that poison butterfly met her end at my hands?" W replied promptly, "It doesn't require much guesswork. My intuition tells me it was you. My friend, don't forget, I was once an assassin myself, and I trust my sharp instincts. Your style is distinctly different from that of other newcomers. Although an assassin's identity remains concealed once a contract is accepted, seasoned veterans in the field can occasionally deduce who the perpetrator is based on news reports and crime scenes. These veterans often pick up on certain habits exhibited by individual assassins, allowing them to make educated guesses. As a newcomer in the assassin world, Li Ming was adept, handling difficult assignments with relative ease. His methods, while not impeccably clean, carried a hint of theatrical flair. Furthermore, no assassin had ever exhibited his bold yet reckless style, a combination of audacity and capability to retreat. Hence, even through elimination, most seasoned assassins could surmise it was this newcomer. Li Ming chuckled, replying, "I no longer consider myself a novice. Otherwise, how could you have guessed it was me? Being recognized by you all is a sign of my failure. An assassin should lack distinctive traits. A distinctive assassin is one whose identity can easily be unmasked, a rookie indeed." W replied, No, quite the opposite. You are not a novice. On the contrary, your prowess surpasses that of a mere beginner, which makes it easy to deduce your true capabilities. Now, let us discuss the demise of the poison butterfly. Li Ming did not intend to elaborate, although he was currently collaborating with W, and it seemed that W posed no immediate threat. He had learned the art of subtlety. Sometimes, it is prudent not to divulge too much. A killer must retain a degree of mystery. Thus, he merely stated that he had been ambushed by the poison butterfly and had managed to retaliate in a moment of desperation, leaving out all other details. He certainly had no intention of mentioning Carlos. W did not press him further about Carlos. He recalled having forwarded a certain post to him. "Worker, take a close look at this bounty posted for you by the Skeleton Legion. This time, you have truly provoked them." "Wow," Li Ming exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. "A bounty of $400,000? Nonsense. Such mercenary groups, despite their high commission for each mission, risk their lives to earn it. So how could they possibly afford to place such a high bounty on his head?" W reminded him, "To them, 400,000 is not a significant sum. It merely underscores their fury towards you. You would be wise to remain cautious. The turmoil in the Middle East is unrelenting. Although the Skeleton Legion suffers casualties daily, they are undoubtedly profiting. It is only because their individual killing prowess does not match yours that they have not yet sought you out. However, be wary. Should the chaos in the Middle East ever subside, you may find yourself encircled by them." Li Ming replied with a smiley emoji, opting not to continue the conversation. He was unafraid. Firstly, the Skeleton Legion remained oblivious to his true identity. The reason the poison butterfly had discovered his whereabouts was simply that she had learned of his situation after they both accepted the same mission on the dark web. As long as he remained within the dragon's territory, the Skeleton Legion would not be able to breach its borders. Henceforth, by refraining from teaming up with others for missions, no one would be privy to his movements. Well then, worker, you have now gained notoriety. expect an increasing number of people seeking you out. Should you require weaponry, feel free to reach out to me. With that, Li Ming closed the chat window with W and checked other private messages. All were from unfamiliar individuals. He only recognized W in the online realm. However, to his delight, most messages were inquiries about potential missions. Indeed, a killer's fame brings opportunities knocking at his door. Li Ming, feeling somewhat disinterested, instructed the system to scan for suitable tasks. Once his wounds had healed, he would consider accepting more work. System, commence scanning the private messages first to prevent anyone from snatching public assignments and discovering my whereabouts. The familiar and comforting voice of the system responded, scanning in progress. While awaiting the results, Li Ming casually browsed other posts. Although the moniker of worker had gained traction on the dark web, it did not attract significant attention. After all, individuals in this circle were far from ordinary. Many fledgling newcomers emerged, but only those who managed to endure would be deemed truly formidable. Presently, Li Ming's KD value was still far from making the leaderboard. To the established assassins, he remained inconsequential. Li Ming absent-mindedly drummed his fingers on the table, lost in thought. The death of the poison butterfly seemed to stir little commotion among the elite assassins. No posts had surfaced from the top 20. What sort of prowess did they possess that even postings offering commissions of 5 or 6 million remained unexamined? Li Ming mused. Their KD values must surely be off the charts. Scan complete, the system chimed once more. Chapter 32, simultaneously accepting 3 missions to create special weapons. Upon hearing the system's report, Li Ming carefully considered his options and selected 4 tasks based on their lucrative rewards. After reviewing the employer's deadlines, he narrowed it down to 3. Among them, 2 C-grade tasks had overlapping deadlines, and due to differing commissions, he could only choose one, the task with a commission of 4.5 million. The remaining 2 tasks were both B-grade, with commissions of 1 million and 500,000 respectively. Excellent. He could negotiate the price for these 3 tasks later. This marked his first foray into B-grade assignments. While the difficulty would undoubtedly be greater, he was confident that with his current skills, B-grade tasks should not prove overly challenging. Moreover, having secured some funds, Li Ming held no disdain for C-grade tasks. After all, if a task was straightforward and yielded over 1 million in commission, who would refuse? C-grade task, assassinate the lead singer of the Moon Goddess Opera House. Target, Elena, 26 years old. Commission, 1 million. B-grade task, assassinate the owner of the Casa Roma International Hotel. Target, Lucius Lochte, 38 years old. Commission, 4.5 million. B-grade task, assassinate the 3rd-generation heir of the criminal underworld on Suman Island. Target, Air Nightingale, 25 years old. Commission, 5 million. Among these 3 tasks, 2 required completion within 10 days. However, one of the B-grade tasks had a 10-day time frame starting next month, so the deadlines did not overlap. The final B-grade task had a completion window of 1 month, beginning anew upon acceptance. His wounds required a few more days to heal adequately, ensuring they would not hinder him. He was confident that he could complete 2 of the tasks within the remaining days. Thus, Li Ming was fully capable of accepting all 3 missions. Ultimately, he did just that. Since the inquiries came via private messages, the employers specifically sought him out, providing room for negotiation. Consequently, he accepted the tasks and engaged in bargaining. The employers were not overly insistent, ultimately conceding an additional 50,000 for each, raising the total for all 3. Li Ming snapped his fingers. Okay. Indeed, fame facilitates negotiations. Should he execute all 3 tasks flawlessly, the aggregate commission would amount to a staggering $12 million. The threshold to becoming a billionaire was drawing near. The information provided by the employers was scant. However, these individuals were easily searchable online. Li Ming commenced his research on the C-grade task, focusing on Elena, the lead singer of the Moon Goddess Opera House, as this task demanded completion within 10 days. Upon acceptance, the countdown would commence. Naturally, he would begin with the simplest assignment. The 26-year-old Nightingale had been gracing the opera stage since the age of 18, her voice remaining unparalleled, an ethereal presence. Li Ming absently tapped the table, pondering. Exceptional individuals often attract envy. I suspect this is the handiwork of a rival. Such tasks typically allow for the identity of the employer to be inferred. Nevertheless, Li Ming chose not to delve into the employer's identity, but instead continued to gather information on Elena. Understanding one's adversary sufficiently is a crucial lesson for any assassin. Li Ming transformed into a gossip journalist, meticulously sifting through various online videos and news articles to uncover patterns. He noted Elena's performance schedule, personal engagements, and daily routines. Even the places he cherished most for dates with his boyfriend had been discovered by him. This task had become considerably easier for him now. In the ensuing days, He tended to his wounds while maintaining contact with W. Another task? W inquired. Li Ming replied, indeed, this time a special weapon is required. For a world-class singer like Elena, surrounded by numerous bodyguards, even a date would involve several protectors in tow. Although these circumstances posed no significant hindrance for Li Ming, the need to recuperate his injuries limited his time frame to merely 2 or 3 days for task completion. He learned from Elena's schedule that during the final 3 days, she was committed to attending a series of crucial opera performances. Given that the guests were prominent figures, the opera house would be closed to the public during this period. Even affluent individuals lacking connections might find it difficult to procure tickets. Those permitted entry would undergo stringent security checks, akin to the protocols encountered during the previous cruise incident. In such scenarios, Li Ming required a unique weapon. Naturally, he aimed to conclude the task before Elena commenced her 3-day exclusive performances at the opera house. After considering his request, W remarked, this might be challenging. Since the cruise incident, there has been an ongoing investigation into the weapon used to assassinate Vyazoran. There are already some theories emerging, making conventional tools like pin guns impractical. The so-called elite have become universally vigilant. Li Ming nodded in tacit agreement. Indeed, this world differed markedly from his previous life's understanding. It seemed these capitalists were terrified of death. Any assassination of a member of their ranks would trigger a global alert among the affluent. Li Ming had turned off the lights. With only the glow of the computer screen illuminating his contemplative face, he rubbed his temples and pondered, let us do this, design a cold weapon. An obscure tool that detection systems cannot identify. W appeared taken aback. A cold weapon? Are you jesting, my friend? It's clear you're venturing into perilous territory. Li Ming explained, while I cannot divulge the specifics of my mission, I assure you it occurs within a vast space. Someone like you, seasoned in the game, can surely deduce the nature of the event. Employing a cold weapon in such a context would be tantamount to offering oneself as a target. First, you cannot approach the objective. We must consider the range, as cold weapons have a notably limited distance and may not be fatal. Furthermore, such items cannot be smuggled in. Can they? Li Ming quickly retorted, you make valid points, my friend. However, trust in my marksmanship. If you can devise a lethal long-range weapon, I can certainly execute the task. Whether it can be brought inside is precisely why I sought your expertise. Otherwise, I could craft it myself. W fell silent for a moment. Li Ming remained unperturbed as he sketched his desired weapon. Although proficient in firearms, he found himself somewhat lacking in knowledge regarding cold weapons. Obviously, firearms were out of the question. Even if he could create something resembling a prosthetic to smuggle in, the time constraints, coupled with design and printing, would likely prove insufficient. Prosthetic? What if the weapon resembles a prosthetic? Li Ming suddenly thought, considering its feasibility. Some assassins had conceived various ingenious weapon designs, completing hellish tasks and successfully retreating. Why couldn't he think along similar lines? Perhaps the notorious assassins on the list could devise even more audacious creations. As long as the mission could be accomplished, no idea was too outrageous. He needed to think boldly about any feasible weapon. However, after a moment's reflection, Li Ming shook his head. To infiltrate, he would inevitably need to disguise himself as someone on the guest list. Others would have no invitation. Whether special guests or the limited wealthy attendees, it was highly improbable that individuals with disabilities or injuries would be present. Betting on such odds seemed unwise. He reconsidered and shook his head again. Why not pursue both avenues? One as a prosthetic weapon and the other as a cold weapon. Chapter 33. The perfect preparation before assassination. W. Print me a special weapon. Changed your mind? W's response was swift. Li Ming affirmed with a brief explanation of his revised thoughts. Indeed, I've previously received similar requests for weaponry, albeit far more complex. However, now that I have experience, creating a metallic framework resembling a prosthetic cast should not be too difficult. W considered this suggestion feasible and expressed his ability to deliver. If you can provide me with the design today, I can have it ready for you within 5 days at most. W's response was somewhat conservative, but it reassured Li Ming. He detailed the concept of the prosthetic weapon, and W promptly understood. Subsequently, Li Ming shared his vision for the cold weapon, providing W with a foundational idea. Concealed within clothing? You are quite clever, my friend. I'm beginning to suspect you might be one of those crafty individuals. Given the plethora of your ingenious ideas, W's praise was high, and his perceptiveness was commendable. Nevertheless, Li Ming would never confess his origins to anyone. Having never met W, he trusted no one. As an assassin, the only person he could rely on was himself. He would never disclose any useful information. Of course, W might have just been joking. Your idea is solid. I'll ponder it further. I will ensure your satisfaction. If you're not pleased, feel free to return it. W emphasized, as you stated, you sought me to resolve this issue. Otherwise, you wouldn't have approached me. being exceedingly proud of his work. W's self-esteem would not allow him to accept a project unless he felt confident about its success. Awaiting your update, Ming replied before shutting down his computer. He stretched and moved to the window. The evening breeze caressed him as he gazed at the starry sky. It was a pleasant night. In a few days, autumn would arrive, but the country where the opera house resided had already welcomed winter. Concealing the weapon within clothing was a clever strategy. He lit a cigarette, savoring its taste while squinting at the various activities across the street. Suddenly, he chuckled. This generation of citizens is lacking. They leave curtains open while conducting business, argue without throwing things, and even study with the lights on. There's no dramatic tension at all. At that moment, thoughts of Elena, who had been the subject of his research all afternoon, crossed his mind. She was the nightingale goddess, not only melodious in song, but also captivating on the opera stage. Thus, he adopted a rather theatrical style of exaggerated performance. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, he turned to lean against the windowsill and began his soliloquy to the empty air. Esteemed judges of the Assassin's Guild, behold my entry on the self-cultivation of a top assassin. First, he raised a finger. One must be as punctual as the neighbor, old Wang. A target must be silenced at precisely 6 o'clock, never a minute later. Second, he lifted another finger. Just as Aunt Zhang from downstairs is meticulous, remember to spritz a bit of perfume on the target before engaging. This way, when the blood spills, it carries the scent of roses. After completing his self-indulgent performance, he gazed at the lights of the buildings and found the situation somewhat amusing. Shaking his head in resignation, he extinguished the cigarette butt and muttered a few words. It's quite lonely, indeed. After lightening his mood, he lit another cigarette, his expression turning serious. In the past 2 days, he had purchased a new apartment, discreetly nestled in a high-end neighborhood in the city center. Only he knew that although his 4 companions treated him well, ever since becoming an assassin, he harbored no absolute trust in anyone. Thus, this secret address could also be regarded as his safe haven. 3 days later, W sent a message, informing him that the cold weapons were ready. But the prosthetic weapon was not yet completed. Should we retrieve the cold weapons first? W inquired. The worker replied, no, let us take them together. Once you print the prosthetic weapon, send it to the address I provided. Surprised by W's proficiency in cold weaponry, he had assumed it would take a few more days. W replied with pride, as a master of weaponry, I do not limit myself to firearms, as I mentioned. You may seek any weapon from me. Ming chuckled but said nothing further, sending him the new address just as they had during their initial collaboration. Ming carefully unwrapped the bandage on his left arm. The wound had healed significantly. Although vigorous movement still tugged at the injury, it no longer impeded his actions considerably. A couple more days of recovery, and he would be ready to embark on his mission. W was remarkably efficient. 2 days later, Ming's backup weapons were completed and sent to his designated address. With 5 days remaining until the task's deadline, Ming donned a tactical jacket and slung a tactical bag over his shoulder. System, book the tickets. It's time to depart. 13 hours later, Ming arrived near the Moon Goddess International Opera House. He lifted his gaze at the building, which showcased an antiquated Victorian style, exuding a grandiosity imbued with a rich historical ambience, making it quite striking in the heart of the metropolis. In front of the opera house lay a vast plaza bustling with activity. People came and went, creating a lively atmosphere. Some showcased their talents, others practiced their singing, while couples enjoyed their dates. Adapting to the local customs, Ming donned a top hat and strode towards the plaza with the poise of a congenial gentleman. He passed by a girl strumming a guitar and a beautiful woman rehearsing her vocals before entering a quaint CAF. Hello. I'd like a cup of hand-ground coffee and a glass of ice water, please. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment, the attractive waitress replied with a professional smile. She then retrieved a small package from behind the counter. This gesture was, in fact, a coded message, signifying that the package W had sent was intended for him. Thank you, Ming responded graciously, smiling at the waitress as she prepared his coffee. You are truly a captivating lady. Leaning slightly forward, his eyes glimmered with just the right amount of charm beneath the shadow of his hat. Allow me to commend your elegant technique in hand-grinding coffee. It resembles the conductor's gesture at the Moon Goddess Opera House. Your voice, too, is as enchanting as that of a nightingale. The waitress giggled. It seems you are also a devoted listener of the goddess Elena. I dare not compare myself to her. Ming adeptly engaged in flirtation. And as he departed after finishing his coffee, he garnered a lingering gaze from her. Upon returning to his booked hotel, Ming opened the package. Inside lay a seemingly unremarkable suit and an ordinary-looking prosthetic metal brace. He scrutinized them closely but found no apparent flaws. However, he refrained from rummaging through the suit. For hidden weapons concealed within clothing are notoriously unpredictable. W sent an encrypted message detailing the concealed weapons' hiding spots and operational principles. Chapter 34. Entering the Opera House. The time for the hunt. Li Ming laid the suit flat on the black marble table. Left collar, third stitch, turn clockwise. He whispered WS instructions, his fingertips grazing the collar. With a subtle click, the collar clasp sprang open, revealing 3 microcapsules. One of them contained a transparent gel, within which lay crystallized ricin. Though tiny, it was potent enough to incapacitate an adult rhinoceros within 10 seconds. The cufflink, on the other hand, was a miniature lotus thorn dagger, which, once embedded in flesh, would bloom and lock into place, ensuring that the more the target struggled, the quicker they would perish. Li Ming was thoroughly impressed with this design. WS' ability to craft such discreet and efficient weaponry astonished him. The thorn was his own invention. He had roughly sketched the blueprint for W and specified that its range should be within 800 meters. Although the opera house was vast, it would not exceed that distance from the front row to the center of the stage. Given his shooting skills, hitting a target within 1,000 meters was well within his capabilities, encompassing cold weapons and hidden armaments alike, not to mention the terrifying range of a sniper rifle. Even if he had only one shot, it would suffice. Based on theoretical principles and actual results, the effective range of hidden weapons is inherently inferior to that of firearms. By minimizing the range, other aspects could be stabilized. Li Ming was determined to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. In an assassination scenario, stability was paramount. W sent another message. Laced with a hint of humor, the anti-scanning coating has solidified. Now your suit appears indistinguishable from this season's new Armani under X-ray. By the way, my friend, don't use spray-on shampoo unless you want your hair to become a conductor. He added, congratulations, your suit is worth double your own value under X-ray. Li Ming chuckled but ignored WS' jest. This suit was already equipped with sufficient weaponry to eliminate the target. The Lotus Thorn dagger would be his weapon of choice. As long as he could successfully strike Elena's heart, he was confident of her demise. Surely, Elena wouldn't don a bulletproof vest, would she? As for the prosthetic external metal brace, that was his plan B. Tomorrow, he would conduct a covert reconnaissance to ascertain the need for this backup plan. This device was made from special materials, undetectable, yet capable of being assembled into a fully functional firearm. W reminded him that the bionic capacitors of the prosthetic had been calibrated, and passing through the metal detector would automatically simulate the body's electrical resistance. However, it was advised to avoid contact with the security officer's stun baton, for that device would trigger the short-circuit protection protocol. In the event of such an unfortunate occurrence, one would be left to their own devices. Having comprehended the intricacies of his weaponry, Li Ming luxuriated in a warm bath before stepping onto the hotel balcony, where he reveled in the gentle descent of snowflakes drifting through the night sky. The melodious chimes of the Opera House's clock tower resonated in the distance, marking the midnight hour. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows, he beheld the plaza's fountain, transforming into a new musical water column. At its center, a holographic nightingale ascended. Its beak pointed directly at his suite. To his surprise, the visage of Elena, with a hint of authority, also appeared in holographic form, occupying the prime position akin to a grand advertisement for a colossal goddess. Li Ming pondered a curious question. What performance could a young singer, who was neither a significant political figure nor a celebrity, possibly warrant 3 days of closure and stringent security checks? Who, indeed, were the esteemed guests invited? Lighting a cigarette, he ruminated for an extended period, unable to decipher the mystery. He jested to himself, wondering if perhaps his sluggish internet connection had rendered him out of touch with the extravagant spectacle unfolding before him. Or was it conceivable that certain politicians relished such events, with the singer merely a cog in the grand design? Yet, the significance of it all seemed trivial. The following day, adorned in a newly acquired top hat, Li Ming strolled through the streets. He could glean gossip about Elena from both the square and surrounding avenues. On the surface, there appeared to be no scandalous rumors. Her divine image remained impeccably intact. Nevertheless, he discerned divergent tidings within the chatter, such as speculations surrounding Elena's admirers, including certain politicians and notorious figures from the underworld. Fortunately, swift denials and timely interventions quelled the gossip, leading the internet to conveniently forget the matter altogether. It was undeniable that the fervor of fans and detractors here paled in comparison to the combative nature of fandoms in the grand entertainment empires. Once suppressed by an invisible hand, the rumors never resurfaced. Yet, Li Ming held firm in his belief that uncovering the inherent nature of gossip could yield valuable insights. Carson Barrett emerged as a significant name amidst these threads of intrigue. In previous gossip, he had been portrayed as Elena's lover, prompting Li Ming to conduct a swift investigation. To his astonishment, Barrett was a middle-aged man, well past 50, serving as a local councilman and holding considerable influence in certain matters. His name also surfaced on the guest list for the upcoming event, and he frequented the Moon Goddess Opera House. Without hesitation, Li Ming resolved to delve into this lead. Armed with a name and status, pinpointing Barrett's whereabouts became a straightforward endeavor. With less than 4 days until the designated task's deadline, Li Ming ventured near Carson Barrett's residence that evening. Nestled within a wealthy enclave, the area was replete with opulent villas. Upon noticing that Barrett's estate lacked even a single bodyguard, Li Ming remarked, "It appears he has grown too complacent." He surveyed the layout of the electronic surveillance and activated a 3D map, deftly avoiding each camera. Successfully scaling the wall, he infiltrated Barrett's home. The sounds of laughter and joy emanated from within, indicative of a family enjoying their time together. Occasionally, the faint sound of news reports could be heard. Though Li Ming could not discern the content, he clearly observed the household's dynamics. In addition to the 3 thermal signatures, the 3D map revealed 3 skull icons, indicative of Barrett's armaments. Apart from that, no immediate dangers were present. Perhaps they had grown overly reliant on electronic monitoring, leading to a lapse in vigilance. Li Ming found the ease of his infiltration oddly disquieting. The joyous laughter of a little girl and the contented tones of a middle-aged woman resonated in his ears. He mused that Carson Barrett was truly adept at navigating the treacherous waters of his environment, managing to thrive well into his 50s while keeping his sordid personal life concealed from his family. When Barrett excused himself to the restroom, Li Ming silently slipped into the house, unnoticed by Barrett's wife and daughter, who were engrossed in their game. It was only after Barrett's sudden cry from the bathroom that they turned their attention, but by then, Li Ming had vanished as if he had never been there. Back at the hotel, Li Ming meticulously observed Barrett's mannerisms, habitual actions, tone, and demeanor, practicing to refine the disguise he needed to adopt. On the day of the Moon Goddess Opera House's special event, the injured Carson Barrett emerged from his villa early in the morning. Yet, upon arriving at the Opera House, he was no longer the same man, clad in a tailored suit that imbued him with vitality, albeit with a metal brace awkwardly encasing his right calf. Pausing momentarily at the fountain, he glanced at the still waters that had ceased to flow after the heavy snowfall the previous night. There was no holographic projection of Elena, only a singer rehearsing her scales in the early morning. Previously, Li Ming had navigated all security checks, whether human or mechanical, with remarkable success. He settled into the exclusive seat reserved for Barrett, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortuitously, his disguise had evolved, rendering him increasingly adept. Otherwise, the state-of-the-art facial recognition technology would likely have exposed him. The venue had been cleared 2 days in advance, and now only special guests were permitted entry. Li Ming discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The number of attendees was limited, and the venue was far from full. Opening the 3D map, he noted that his position was indeed close to the stage, occupying a central spot. A subtle smirk played upon his lips as he realized a new round of the hunt was about to commence. Chapter 35. Rest in Peace, Nightingale Goddess. Li Ming, or rather, the current incarnation of Carson Barrett, maintained the necessary decorum while awaiting the performance. Occasionally adjusting his suit, he exchanged respectful greetings with fellow guests. From the information he had gathered over the past few days, he could recognize many of them. He employed different approaches when dealing with sycophants versus those of equal standing. In essence, he tailored his conversations to his audience, skillfully navigating the social landscape without revealing any cracks in his facade. As the curtain slowly drew back, the enthusiastic host delivered a brief introduction. Soon after, the star of the evening, Elena, adorned in a fiery red gown, ascended the stage like a flame. She sang her signature songs, her melodious voice enchanting the audience, her demeanor radiant and alluring. It was undeniable, her vocal prowess was exceptional, with a remarkable timbre that captivated all who listened. But Li Ming's attention was entirely fixated on the third rib of her left chest, the very location of the heart. His fingers delicately brushed against the cuff of his suit, while his peripheral vision scanned the surroundings. In the Opera House's second-floor box, 3 impeccably dressed attendants stood at attention. Their right hands pressed against their earpieces, while their left hands hung naturally by their sides, the contours of gun handles faintly discernible beneath their cuffs. Li Ming narrowed his eyes, realizing that the internal security was remarkably stringent. Most of the so-called guests here shared a special status akin to Carson Barrett's. Elena's initial song was merely a formal warm-up. Following that, the atmosphere shifted as the dancers made their entrance, their performances overtly provocative. Li Ming observed the men around him gasp in astonishment. Enveloped in the deliberately dim and suggestive lighting, the elite around him were entranced by the melodies. Some closed their eyes in appreciation, others murmured their admiration, while some, cloaked in shadows, greedily scanned Elena and the dancers' enchanting forms. Li Ming remained utterly unperturbed, his gaze fixed on the distance indicated on his map. His target, Elena, was well within his range. The identity he had chosen afforded him significant advantages. As Elena frequently glanced in his direction, her radiant smile suggesting a harmonious rapport between them. Yet, Li Ming also astutely noted another piercing gaze directed at him, akin to a glimmering blade emerging from the darkness, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Li Ming had no intention of hesitating. As Elena approached him once more, his left hand casually rested on his suit cuff, the tips of his fingers gently caressing the trigger mechanism of the lotus needle. Despite the subdued lighting, his night vision, paired with the 3D map, allowed him to perceive every detail of the stage with crystal clarity, firmly locking onto his target, Elena. At that moment, as Elena's high notes reached their zenith, her body arched backward, the neckline of her red dress momentarily parting with her movement. Now was the time. Li Ming directed a chilling smile toward Elena and raised his arm. With a subtle pressure of his fingertip, he silently uttered, "Rest in peace, dear Miss Elena." As the dancing Elena sensed something amiss and her eyes widened in terror, it was already too late. The lotus needle silently shot forth from his cuff, cloaked by the stage lights, transforming into an almost imperceptible glimmer, piercing precisely into Elena's chest. Her song and dance abruptly ceased. Her beautiful eyes gazed incredulously at Carson Barrett, never comprehending why the secret lover of so many years would so callously wish for her demise, and even more so, why he would wield the instrument of her death himself. Elena swayed slightly, resembling a flower severed from its stem, before gradually collapsing onto the stage. "Miss Elena has fainted. Call a doctor." The dancers on stage were left aghast. There was no gunshot, no visible weapon. No one understood why Elena had fallen. In that moment, the onlookers were oblivious to the presence of an assassin. By the time the security personnel grasped the gravity of the situation, Li Ming had already limped away from the opera house. In the shadows, he swiftly disguised himself as one of the guards whose face he had memorized. Throughout the ordeal, Li Ming had maintained an air of elegance, successfully exiting the venue. He was certain he had precisely struck the lotus needle into Elena's heart. There was no luck involved. It was all skill. A perfect assassination should be executed with such cleanliness and decisiveness. His employer had sent him a message and promptly paid the final fee. A cold smile crept across Li Ming's lips. Surely, the employer was present at the scene? Outside the opera house, snow fell in flurries. Li Ming stepped into the night, his figure swiftly consumed by the swirling snow. On the departing flight, he overheard passengers discussing the deaths of Elena and a certain politician. Some speculated it to be a crime of passion, while others edged closer to the truth, suggesting it was an act of vengeance. In any case, the goddess revered by many men would never return. Hearing their lamentations, Li Ming shook his head in wry amusement. The world-renowned diva had, in private, become a mere plaything of the powerful. These ordinary people had no inkling of the reality. They still believed their goddess to be pure and untarnished. Li Ming turned off his phone and closed his eyes, concentrating his thoughts as he watched the system's subtitles refresh. With newfound experience and elevated prowess, this uncomplicated sea-level task concluded flawlessly and effortlessly. He not only received the final payment, but also a reward from the system. However, the probability this time was rather low, yielding only one skill point, and one attribute point: divine culinary skills. Staring at this, Li Ming was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. A refreshingly practical reward. While seemingly trivial, such a skill would prove invaluable in life. Of course, it might also assist him in future missions. Li Ming chuckled to himself, humorously contemplating that he would no longer need to order takeout. He would be the chef, indulging in his own culinary delights. His accumulated skill points now stood at 2. He decided not to use them just yet, opting to save them for a critical moment, or perhaps to accumulate enough points to explore the marketplace for something of greater value to exchange. As for the final attribute point, he did not hesitate to allocate it to his physical prowess. This time, he did not return directly to the Dragon region, but instead headed to the next task location. The 2B-level missions he had accepted both lay in the same direction, and he found himself particularly intrigued by the air of the underworld in Su-Man Island, known as the Robin. However, that could wait. He prioritized the other task with a tighter time frame. Moreover, the suit weapon designed for him could continue to serve as his primary armament for this mission, eliminating the need for further preparation. He aimed for a swift resolution. It was time to meet the distinguished Miss Robin. 8 hours later, Li Ming arrived at the Kasaroma International Hotel to check in. The most significant challenge of this task was how to encounter the elusive owner, who frequently appeared mysteriously. A thought crossed Li Ming's mind. Since the owner would not make an appearance voluntarily, he would need to coax him out of hiding. Chapter 36, a target that seems a bit perverse. At the Kasaroma International Hotel, Li Ming slightly altered his appearance to successfully check into the hotel. There was still ample time, so he took a nap to adjust to the time difference. The hotel attracted guests from all corners of the globe, not merely tourists, but those seeking long-term residence and enjoyment of life. Despite the neighboring Su-Man Island's notorious reputation as a chaotic locale, It did little to deter those in pursuit of wildness and freedom. For some, dangerous places held a peculiar allure. Li Ming activated the 3D map. The Ceoromance International Hotel stood as a luxurious landmark with a towering 66 floors. The upscale business floors are situated between the 30th and 50th levels, while ordinary and boutique residences occupy the 10th to 29th floors. The lower floors, beneath the 10th, are designated for dining and entertainment, including the lobby. Li Ming resides on the 24th floor, having thoroughly scanned up to the 50th level. Upon reaching the ground floor, he also detected the presence of underground levels. However, the map's limited range prohibited him from grasping the full extent. From what he could observe, everything appeared to be in order, although there were a few skull icons. Their numbers were minimal and strategically positioned at various security points. In this establishment, armed security personnel were a standard aspect of the security system. The only unknown territory lay within the exclusive floors, ranging from the 51st to the 65th, which housed long-term capitalists and even certain individuals of a confidential nature. Each of these levels boasted dedicated security staff, preventing other guests from ascending. The top floor, the 66th, is the private domain of Lucius Leacidae, the true owner of the Ceoromance International Hotel and the target of this assassination. Li Ming discovered through his research that Lucius Leacidae seldom made public appearances, traveling exclusively by private jet, with a medium-sized helipad located on the rooftop. His private villa lacked the security offered here, hence he predominantly resided at this location. The extravagant lifestyle of the affluent indeed seemed detached from reality. After a few remarks of disdain, Li Ming ventured out to purchase some items, which he placed into his tactical bag. The hotel conducted security checks on guest luggage, but these were merely routine inspections that could not detect Li Ming's pack. Once he had made all necessary preparations, Li Ming proceeded to the dining floor. He opted for Western cuisine on the 5th floor, which was bustling with tourists. After ordering and consuming a few bites of his meal, he set down his cutlery and snapped his fingers, summoning a server. "Good day, sir. Ceoromance is at your service. How may I assist you further?" A tall woman approached, clad in a uniform, her face adorned with a professional smile, speaking in an impeccably formal manner, leaving no room for criticism. However, Li Ming was not inclined to be courteous. He bluntly pointed out that both the steak and pastries were exceedingly unpalatable. After a brief moment of astonishment, the server's professional smile nearly faltered, setting aside the fact that they employed world-class chefs and used premium ingredients. How long had it been since anyone had dared to criticize the cuisine at Ceoromance? Other patrons turned their gaze, intrigued by this young foreign visitor. "Sir," the waitress regained her composure and donned her professional smile once more. "Is there an issue with the steak or pastries? Is it the ingredients, or—" Li Ming unabashedly interrupted her, his expression tinged with justified indignation. "The taste is utterly atrocious. Did you hire a street vendor as your chef?" The waitress chuckled lightly. "How about this? I'll have the chef remake them for you. Does that sound acceptable?" "Fine," Li Ming replied, intentionally seeking to stir trouble. Consequently, the chef prepared 3 consecutive dishes for him, all of which he deemed unsatisfactory, growing increasingly caustic in his remarks. The top chef at Ceoromance, incensed, felt compelled to confront him. Yet, Li Ming provocatively retorted, "While I am unaware why your employer would hire such subpar chefs, I assure you, I am not here to create a ruckus." The chef, a tall man with a bushy beard, grasped the crux of his words with skepticism. "You can cook? You believe you can outperform us?" Li Ming flashed a confident smile. "Of course." A mere 2 words, devoid of further elaboration. The humiliated chef scoffed. "I see. You wish to belittle me. Very well, I will provide you with a stove. If your dish satisfies everyone and is deemed superior to mine, I shall resign. If you are merely a liar seeking to cause a disturbance, we will adhere to our hotel's regulations." Li Ming inadvertently revealed a victorious smile, subsequently adopting a dismissive demeanor. "Resignation? I believe that unnecessary. As I am not here to compete for your job, I simply request that your employer waives my bill." On the 66th floor, as Lucius surfaced from the pool, his bodyguard handed him a tablet displaying surveillance footage from the kitchen of the 5th floor restaurant. Everything occurring within the Ceoromance Hotel was instantly relayed to Lucius. The notion of someone challenging their world-class chefs intrigued him. Leaning against the pool's edge, he watched attentively. In the footage, Li Ming had already entered the kitchen, while the hotel security remained on high alert, ready to deal with any potential disturbances without hesitation. Li Ming disregarded the provocation, methodically rolling up his shirt sleeves to reveal his well-defined forearms. He selected the ingredients himself, his fingertips gliding over various cuts of beef, ultimately choosing a piece of Australian Wagyu tenderloin, its marbling resembling fine marble. The bearded chef observed with disdain, demanding a knife be handed to him. Yet, Li Ming raised his hand in refusal. "No need. I shall use my own knife." He procured a culinary knife from his pocket. The chef scoffed. I am a world-renowned chef. Do you think I cannot discern that this is merely an ordinary knife? Such a tool is beneath the standards of ceoromance. Li Ming disregarded his commentary, stating, enough talk. Let us start the timer. The onlookers exchanged glances, silently sympathizing with this young troublemaker. Was this truly how one sought confrontation? To flaunt one's skills before a world-class chef? Such audacity was absurd. The quality of beef produced with a simple knife would undoubtedly suffer. A single knife had already unveiled the limitations of his abilities. As Lucius watched the video, his interest waned when Li Ming brandished the unimpressive knife. Just as he contemplated having this reckless individual removed, Li Ming commenced butchering the beef with astonishing speed, his knife skills leaving behind a blur. The sinew was cleanly excised, and the meat was shaped into a perfect cylinder. Lucius's interest was rekindled. Impressive knife skills. If it were for skinning, he would be quite adept. Chapter 37. A Clash of Masters. Culinary prowess of divine caliber was certainly not a mere facade. The term divine transcended the limits of human capability in a particular domain. Utilizing this extraordinary culinary skill, Li Ming showcased his knife techniques in record time and successfully prepared the steak. A black truffle sauce was splashed on like ink. The roasted vegetables were meticulously layered at a precise 135-degree angle. And finally, freshly ground Himalayan salt was sprinkled atop, its crystals shimmering like diamonds under the light. Aside from the knife, Li Ming's entire process was beyond reproach. In 3 minutes and 42 seconds, Li Ming set down his knife and inquired, "Shall we taste?" The bearded chef sliced off a small piece, and as it touched his palate, his pupils dilated sharply. The explosion of juices on his tongue obliterated any pride and stubbornness on his face. This is impossible." He trembled as he set down his fork. "Who exactly are you?" The other chefs in the kitchen, having tasted the dish, fell into an eerie silence. This moment of quietude spoke volumes, affirming their answer. Their chef, a world-renowned culinary master, suffered defeat. On the 66th floor, with nothing but an ordinary kitchen knife, he managed to create a dish so exquisite that it left even the top chefs in stunned silence. Quite intriguing. Lucius nodded with keen interest. "Immediately check this individual through the system, and remember to waive the bill." "Yes," responded the bodyguard as he departed with a tablet in hand. As Lucius emerged from the pool and changed his attire, the bodyguard returned with the information. The details revealed a clean background, a wealthy heir from a neighboring country, a recent university graduate on vacation. Lucius maintained a skeptical demeanor. Could a mere recent graduate, a scion of wealth, truly best a master chef? The bodyguard remained silent, contemplating that perhaps this heir was different, possessing a genuine passion for learning. However, the information gathered did not elucidate how he acquired such extraordinary culinary skills. Yet, within all the data, the young man named Li Ming appeared without any significant flaws. Their intelligence system was infallible. Lucius had unwavering faith in his own system, as it was meticulously crafted by him. Hence, he resolved to personally meet this Mr. Li Ming. Through his research, Li Ming discovered that Lucius was, in essence, a gastronomic aficionado, a glutton in the most straightforward sense. Thus, he adeptly employed his divine culinary talent to attract Lucius's attention. Moreover, a person of Lucius's nature would undoubtedly investigate his background. His inherently suspicious nature would lead him to question Li Ming's intentions. Any doubt would incite subsequent actions, which was precisely what Li Ming desired. As for his identity, he had no cause for concern. He had already enlisted W to fabricate a persona for him. While becoming a master of weaponry, W was concurrently a top-tier hacker, and their partnership was both amicable and robust. W was more than willing to assist with this endeavor. Additionally, with his affluent demeanor and disguise, Lucius would have little chance of discerning his true identity. "Good day, sir. Your bill has been waived, and you are invited to the 66th floor," announced a formidable bodyguard who appeared in the kitchen, his waist adorned with several handguns, exuding an intimidating presence. Li Ming, observing the cadre of top chefs engulfed in self-doubt, allowed a subtle smirk to play at the corners of his mouth. Success. They were even quite courteous to waive his bill. However, Lucius did not personally meet Li Ming. Instead, he was ushered to the lounge on the 66th floor. Lucius monitored Li Ming through a large screen, having already secured the area with extensive safety measures and firepower. After all, he had encountered numerous assassination attempts. Casa Roma was far more than a mere hotel. The forces at play were exceedingly complex, reminiscent of the renowned Moon Goddess Opera House. Such prestigious venues invariably had ties to politicians and even underworld elements. Lucius recalled the recent demise of the Nightingale goddess, Elena, at the Opera House, as well as the mysterious death of politician Carson Barrett in his own vehicle. To this day, no information on the assailants had surfaced. Consequently, he regarded everyone with suspicion. This meeting with Li Ming was certainly a test. Lucius's heightened vigilance was anticipated by Li Ming, who did not expect to succeed in meeting Lucius on the first attempt. Thus, he bore no disappointment. However, he had already noted several skull icons on the 3D map, clearly indicating Lucius's wariness. Should he provoke any suspicion, hidden snipers would be poised to act. A glance at the map led him to the conclusion that retreating from this location would be exceedingly difficult. I am Vincent's son, the hotel manager. Mr. Li Ming, we have come to understand that your culinary prowess has garnered the admiration of our top chefs. Our employer is exceedingly interested in your skills, and if you would be willing, could you prepare a dish for us? Of course, we will compensate you for your efforts. Vincent's son, a robust man adorned with tattoos that crept up his neck, a fierce tiger barely discernible, exuded an aura of strength and ferocity, a stark contrast to the typical demeanor of a hotel manager. Li Ming feigned nervousness and awe. Your employer, Mr. Lochte? It would be my honor to serve him. He then expressed his eagerness for remuneration, his eyes gleaming at the mention of payment. What is the fee? Vincent's son, sensing the man was unremarkable, slightly eased his guard, yet remained distrustful. The compensation is equivalent to 3 months' salary of our top chef. Li Ming gasped internally. How generous. If I ever retire from assassination, I must apply for a chef position here. Subsequently, he was provided with the necessary ingredients. Regarding the kitchen knife, he inquired if he could use his own. Feel free. Vincent's son replied with a smile. Top experts in any field often possess peculiarities, he remarked, displaying an understanding. However, should your dish fail to please our employer's palate, do not expect leniency from our firearms. Li Ming attempted to jest. You are quite courteous. Yet he recognized the danger Vincent's son posed. Following Lucius's dictated menu, Li Ming commenced his culinary endeavors. The menu clearly indicated Lucius's intention to challenge him, but no obstacle could deter a master chef. He completed all 6 dishes in record time. Lucius was bold enough to partake. Li Ming half expected that Lucius, wary of poison, would have someone else taste the food first. Yet, gluttons typically bypass such procedures. Under constant surveillance, he indeed had no opportunity to poison the dishes, nor was he adept in the art of toxin. Unbeknownst to Li Ming, Lucius's willingness to eat stemmed not only from the monitoring, but also from the fact that the poisoned butterfly was deceased, significantly alleviating Lucius's apprehension. Thus, aside from the poisoned butterfly, no one else had the chance to employ poison in his domain. Impressive, Lucius declared after merely a single taste, immediately discerning the caliber of the cuisine. It was no wonder that the proud cadre of master chefs had been subdued by a single steak. Through the large screen, Lucius tentatively inquired if Li Ming would consider joining him as a personal chef. Li Ming, however, shook his head. Apologies, Mr. Lochte. While I greatly admire your success, I cherish my culinary freedom. Cooking is an art I pursue at my leisure. Lucius's guard lowered considerably at this response. If Li Ming were indeed an assassin aiming to eliminate him, he would likely not forfeit such a rare opportunity. However, he was mistaken. Chapter 38, The Outrageous Glutton. Dining on unseemly fare. Gazing at the screen where Lucius's smile concealed latent danger, Li Ming resolutely declined. He would never trust someone like Lucius, who would genuinely consider entrusting a stranger he had just met with the role of his personal chef. Lucius was far more than the seemingly simple hotel owner he appeared to be. In the materials he had gathered, the multitude of nefarious dealings this individual engaged in was nothing short of appalling. Rumor had it, even at W, that Lucius was a demon with a penchant for flaying the skin off his victims. The so-called Epicurean, a glutton in the truest sense, partook not only in legitimate feasts but also in the grotesque. Numerous individuals harbored desires to eliminate him. However, the intricate web of power supporting him made it exceedingly difficult to eradicate him. He was not the first assassin to attempt his demise. Those who had come before him had all met their end at his hands. It was only after accepting the mission that Li Ming became aware of these matters. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he marveled at the sheer depravity of this man. Perhaps he had indeed set his sights on Li Ming's culinary skills, but more so, he felt an overwhelming sense of suspicion. Li Ming's refusal was a tactical maneuver, a prelude to a more advantageous opportunity. Had he acquiesced, he might have found himself on the receiving end of a skinning. His maneuver had already enabled him to acquire the coveted map of the 66th floor. The Casa Roma stood as a local architectural landmark, unmatched in height by any surrounding structure. The 66th floor offered no sniping points, necessitating a personal ascent to eliminate his target. However, access to the 66th floor hinged solely upon an invitation from Lucius. Yet, even with such an invitation, a personal audience was not guaranteed. As it stood, he could only observe Lucius through a grand screen. Lucius scrutinized the surveillance monitors, his fingertips lightly tapping against the armrest. Refusing me? He narrowed his eyes, intrigued. He continued to fixate on Li Ming. Lucius commanded when Tizen that should Li Ming depart the hotel, he was to be apprehended immediately. When Tizen nodded and departed, Li Ming returned to his quarters, acutely aware that the floor he occupied was under heavy surveillance, perilously close to his own room. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he feigned ignorance. On the 66th floor, there were 24 armed guards, 6 sniping points, and 3 patrol units. A 3D map unfurled before him, clearly marking all thermal imaging and skeletal icons. Despite his private kitchen being over 800 meters from Lucius's usual haunts, it still provided a glimpse, allowing him to ascertain direction and approximate location. For an assassin, this scant map was more than sufficient. Once he maneuvered a mere 10 meters, Lucius would fall within his kill zone. He discovered ventilation shafts and drainage systems, and by utilizing the real-time thermal imaging and skeletal icons from the map, he felt confident in his ability to ascend to the 66th floor once more. A sly smile crept across Li Ming's lips. The map also indicated several electronic surveillance icons. It was likely that his room was already linked to Lucius's monitoring screens. However, Li Ming had prepared for this eventuality. Prior to venturing to the restaurant for a confrontation, he had deployed items from his earlier shopping spree, a holographic projector and a thermal camouflage mat. He had discreetly placed the holographic projector at the angle of the wardrobe. This projection could create a convincing illusion of sleep for 30 minutes, complete with the subtle rise and fall of the covers during breathing. Furthermore, he had positioned a thermal simulation device beneath the mattress, lowering his surface temperature to 31 degrees Celsius to thwart any potential infrared scans in the corridor. With everything in place, Li Ming retrieved his suction cup gloves and silenced microcutter from his tactical pack, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Lucidi, tonight, I shall claim your skin." He had a mere 30 minutes. Once everything was set, he removed the cover from the drainage pipe in his room, stowing the microcutter, and stealthily slipped inside, akin to a cat. This hidden route, discovered through his study of the 3D map, traversed the entire building, allowing him to evade all surveillance and the 24-hour patrols on the 66th floor. The hotel's designer had undoubtedly left a backdoor. This was a conclusion drawn from various assassin manuals he had perused online. Ahem. As a fledgling assassin, he had indeed amassed a wealth of information, meticulously noting down both jest and seriousness from the internet. Who knew when such knowledge might prove useful? His map corroborated the veracity of this assertion. This drainage system had undeniably saved Li Ming considerable time. The pipes were narrow, and he tread carefully, every movement deliberate to avoid creating a disturbance. He extended his elbow first, bending his knees slightly, and his toes barely touched the ground. At a corner of the ventilation duct, a red infrared sensor flickered faintly. Li Ming held his breath, extracting an electromagnetic interference patch from his waist and gently affixing it to the sensor. 3 seconds later, the surveillance feed froze. From this point, he needed to continue his ascent. He began to climb the drainage pipe using his suction cup gloves. Originally, he had planned to rest every 3 floors. However, with his enhanced stamina, he found himself exceeding that schedule, resting only after 4 or 5 levels. Time was of the essence, and every second counted. Upon finally reaching the 66th floor, he proceeded to cut his way into the private kitchen where he had been stationed that day. A chef was still present, seemingly preparing a late-night snack for Lucius, with 3 chefs bustling about and several bodyguards patrolling. Li Ming moved stealthily within their blind spots, springing upon one of the guards like a swift, ferocious leopard. With a swift motion, he snapped the guard's neck. This method had become second nature to him. Dragging the body into a nearby cold storage room, he disposed of it in one of the freezers, assuming the guise of his victim. As he turned, another bodyguard called out to him. The 3 top chefs had completed their tasks, but the other guards appeared somewhat reluctant, passing the duty of delivering the late-night meal onto him. "Hey, Ike, it's your turn." Li Ming nodded nonchalantly, grateful for the serendipitous assistance from the bodyguards. However, as he accepted the late-night order, he couldn't help but chuckle internally. Stir-fried pig intestines? Isn't that exactly how DeLong prepares it? Does Lucius fancy DeLong's cuisine? Although aromatic, it was unlikely these foreigners could appreciate such a flavor. This provided Li Ming with an opportunity. Maintaining his composure, he pushed the food cart towards Lucius's opulent chamber, glancing at the time. Only 16 minutes remained, adding to the urgency. With this face, he required no special scrutiny to pass through unimpeded. When Tizen stood just outside Lucius's door, Li Ming mused that the manager's role seemed akin to that of a steward. How else could one explain his presence at such an hour? When Tizen was even more cautious than Li Ming anticipated. He insisted on personally verifying identities and inspecting the food cart. Li Ming remained calm and collected, leaving no room for error. "All right, you may proceed." Li Ming had underestimated Wen Tizen's vigilance. He needed to push the cart inside himself, or else his efforts would be in vain. Time was dwindling. Without hesitation, Li Ming activated the second cufflink W had provided, and the lotus thorn dart shot straight into Wen Tizen's heart. Li Ming smiled as he extended his hand to support the lifeless form of Wentizen. Within the surveillance footage, they appeared to be engaged in a hushed conversation. The muscles in Li Ming's forearm tensed slightly, ensuring the corpse would not slip away. Utilizing a visual trick, he employed Wentizen's fingerprints to unlock Lucius's door. The ongoing pursuit by everyone these past few days has been of paramount importance, exceedingly vital, and I earnestly hope that our cherished readers will extend their unwavering support. I am profoundly grateful. Chapter 39, Double Kill. According to the 3D map, Li Ming promptly grasped the entirety of the opulent room belonging to Lucius. Within the chamber, there were only 2 skeletal images, yet several more adorned the ceiling. He even detected a helicopter. The interior housed merely 2 heat signatures, which almost overlapped with the skeletal icons. At that moment, the 2 heat signatures were entangled with one another. Li Ming surmised that Lucius had set his gun aside while engaging with a woman. Listening to the sounds of heavy breathing, Li Ming pushed the food cart forward. "Boss, please enjoy your meal." As he drew out his culinary knife, cradling it in his palm, he advanced. "Get out of here," Lucius, interrupted, shouted angrily while swiftly grabbing the gun resting nearby. It is only natural for anyone to feel infuriated when such a moment is intruded upon. Yet Li Ming remained unfazed. Time was of the essence. This was his opportunity. Before Lucius could fully comprehend the situation, Li Ming pounced like a cheetah, dashing toward the bedside with uncanny swiftness. He plunged the culinary knife into the woman obstructing his path. Lucius was no novice. As soon as Li Ming moved, he was jolted into awareness. Retrieving another gun from beneath the bed, as blood sprayed from the woman's neck, he prepared to pull the trigger. However, he was a fraction too late. After all, one cannot react as swiftly when engaged in such activities. His hand was abruptly twisted, and at that instant, Li Ming had already materialized behind him like a specter. Lucius's heart sank. If the assassin had reached his back, what did that signify? It meant he had already stepped into the threshold of death. Fuck. Damn it. In agony, Lucius rolled beneath the bed, intending to call out for Wentizen's assistance. However, before he could utter a word, a plate of pig intestines was thrust onto his face. Li Ming's culinary knife struck again, fiercely embedding itself into Lucius's heart. As Lucius's eyes widened in shock, Li Ming seized his head, twisting it with force. Crack. Lucius's neck contorted grotesquely. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ming executed the plan, utilizing his tool to shatter the glass window. He retrieved the nanocarbon fiber descent rope wrapped around his waist, securing one end to the iron frame outside, and swiftly leaped down. Simultaneously, a cacophony of alarms erupted. The projector on the 24th floor had been discovered, and individuals burst in, yelling that a corpse had been found in the kitchen. The 66th floor was immediately placed on high alert. Their essay killer. Those on the rooftop also rushed inside. A thick miasma of blood filled the lavish room, where 2 naked, blood-soaked bodies lay upon the bed. They rushed to the window, searching for the assassin who had vanished without a trace. In other words, they had not glimpsed a single shadow of the one who had slain their boss. Fuck. Pursue. The helicopter was deployed, and all security personnel began tracking Li Ming. Yet he had already blended into the crowd, adopting a different visage. The boss is dead, and Wentizen is also dead. The murderer must be that Mr. Li Ming. The captain of the bodyguards finally unraveled the ruse of the 24th floor. What the hell? How did this happen? How was he able to ascend to the 66th floor? How did Wentizen allow him to get close? Who sent him as an assassin? A multitude of perplexities arose, revealing that all previous thoughts were mere flaws. Yet even so, they could not extract answers from the inconsistencies. Having completed his mission, Li Ming swiftly departed the locale. Although he possessed the art of disguise to navigate through layers of scrutiny, he remained acutely aware that due to the poisonous butterfly, his movements were far from secure. Following the optimal route outlined by the system, Li Ming left and rented a car to the coast of Suman Island. Congratulations, host, on completing the B-level mission. The system commenced dispensing rewards. Skill, basic demolition. Skill effect, the ability to swiftly disassemble timed devices and conventional explosives, including TNT and C4. Skill points, 3. Attribute points, 3. Without hesitation, he allocated all 3 points to strength. As mission ratings escalated, so did the difficulty, and retreat became increasingly arduous. Thus, he required a more formidable combat capability. After the allocation, his strength surged to 75. With 3 remaining skill points, combined with the 2 and used from before, he now possessed 5 points. Li Ming refrained from hastily expending them. His current skills were adequate. Should he encounter perilous situations, these skill points could very well serve as his lifeline. Moreover, the shop offered a plethora of skills, some requiring substantial skill points. Saving them was prudent. Consequently, he opted to spend just 1 point to upgrade his basic demolition skill. Soon after, he attained advanced demolition proficiency. While not divine, He was now an expert in the field. Reflecting on this, Li Ming suddenly slapped his forehead. No, he could still utilize skill points. If he could disarm explosives, he could surely learn to create bombs, right? He recalled seeing that skill in the shop, which required 3 skill points. Just moments ago, he had resolved to hoard skill points, but now they were proving their worth. In extraordinary circumstances, he could fabricate explosives on the spot, aiding in obstructing enemies and facilitating swift retreats. Thus, he accessed the shop and decisively exchanged 3 skill points for the skill of basic homemade explosives. The acquired knowledge surged into his mind, assimilating and becoming his own. Li Ming felt an exhilarating rush. Armed with an arsenal of skills, a killer could feel a sense of security. Upon arriving at the coast of Suman Island, he secured lodgings in a hotel. At this juncture, he was not in a rush to venture onto the island. Before taking action, he needed to familiarize himself with the target. Additionally, the assassination of Lucius had drained considerable resources, necessitating rest. The coast of Suman Island was vibrant, bustling with life even in the nocturnal hours. Men and women mingled in pairs, frolicking by the shore. However, the number of individuals heading to Suman Island was sparse, as the area was notoriously chaotic. Many who ventured there did not return. Li Ming opened his computer to scour for information, most of which indicated that Suman Island served as a stronghold for a certain criminal organization. They reigned over the island like local tyrants, wielding absolute power. His gaze lingered on the words Robin Redbreast. This was the target of his current mission, the 5th-generation heir of the Suman Island family's criminal syndicate, Robin Redbreast. Li Ming thoughtfully stroked his chin as he scrutinized the details before him, his curiosity piqued by the target. The individual in question was a woman who possessed the remarkable distinction of inheritance rights within such a formidable family. She was either the sole daughter or a figure of considerable ruthlessness. However, the information accessible online was merely superficial, lacking depth. Now that he had arrived here, engaging in some discreet inquiries would yield far more enlightening insights. Moreover, there were no photographs of them online, indicating a trove of concealed information. Li Ming shut down his computer, realizing that a trip to the island was imperative. He would set off first thing in the morning. Chapter 40. The Nightingale's Hobby. Exchanging Human Skins. Casa Roma was not far from Suman Island. To evade any pursuit from Casa Roma, Li Ming had even altered his appearance for sleeping. His employer proved to be remarkably trustworthy, with the final payment arriving almost simultaneously upon confirmation of Lucius's demise. The affair was executed with precision, leaving no trace behind. The following morning, Li Ming casually picked up a newspaper at the front desk. Indeed, the death of Lucius had made it to the headlines. The report casually attributed his passing to a sudden illness. Yet those well-versed in such matters recognized this as a feeble excuse. Reactions to Lucius's demise varied. Some expressed relief, glad to see the bothersome and terrifying demon finally gone, while others were alarmed, fearing their own safety now that their ally was dead. There were also those who felt a thrill, eager to seize Lucius's enterprises for themselves. Whether it was Casa Roma or the underworld dealings, the situation was now ripe for the taking, and various factions had begun to eye the spoils with covetous intent. News of this spread throughout the dark web, where seasoned assassins understood that such sudden deaths were merely official narratives. With the announcement, they needed no verification to conclude that he had fallen victim to a skilled assassin. Furthermore, the simultaneous elimination of Wendison raised eyebrows. It was no ordinary feat. Although Wendison was not a listed assassin, his prowess placed him among the top 10. He had once been a premier mercenary, renowned for his formidable combat abilities. Countless assassins had met their end without even laying eyes on Lucius, only to be dispatched by Wendison. Now, both men were dead. How remarkable it was that someone could execute Wendison at such close quarters and simultaneously eliminate Lucius. A masterful double kill. But who was responsible? Perhaps betrayal was at play. Could it be that Wendison was taken down by one of his own subordinates? Unlikely, for while Wendison was formidable, he surely commanded subordinates who could not match even a fraction of his strength. As Li Ming silently perused these discussions, a flicker of realization stirred within him. It became evident that Wendison was the true expert. No wonder Lucius had placed such unwavering trust in him, assigning him to guard the final line of defense. Yet, even such a skilled individual had failed to see through Li Ming's disguise, falling victim to a cunning stratagem. Reflecting on past events, it was indeed perilous. Wendison's unexpected inspection had nearly exposed his ruse, and the decision to eliminate Wendison on the spot had been a reluctant one. If it had not been for that lotus thorn, it could have ended very differently. Li Ming gently caressed the cuff of his sleeve, where a lethal concealed weapon had once been hidden. Wendison had died without ever comprehending how he had met his end in a single, decisive blow. As he scrolled further down, he noticed a post from someone claiming to have information. It was said that Lucius and his woman had both been pierced through the heart by a very ordinary kitchen knife, with Lucius also having his neck snapped. Winterson, on the other hand, had been killed by a lotus thorn, a detail that triggered familiarity. Was this not reminiscent of the fate that befell Elena from the Moon Goddess Opera House? Indeed, it was strikingly similar. Moreover, this killer seemed to share a penchant for snapping necks, a single, fatal maneuver. This line of thought prompted a flurry of responses, all echoing the same 3 words: the worker. Li Ming gazed intently at the screen, a slight smile gracing his lips. It appeared that his moniker as the worker had truly resonated within the dark web. Goodness. He felt an urge to befriend this worker and uncover the identity of this remarkable individual. The worker had accomplished feats that many assassins could not, and surely requests for his services would continue to grow. As he pondered this, he realized that those making such comments were all ranked beyond the 30th position on the leaderboard. The only name he recognized in that range was Poison Butterfly, while the others had yet to make an appearance in the discussions. A thought struck him. Novices are prone to excessive chatter. He closed the thread and began searching for the Nightingale. He uncovered several posts with titles seeking to eliminate her, but upon clicking, found that the threads had vanished. This woman was evidently a difficult target. Even employers were refraining from publicly hiring assassins to eliminate her. It seemed that the individual who had privately reached out to him had also found themselves at an impasse. Just then, several private messages arrived. Some individuals expressed a desire to connect with him, even extending faux-friendly overtures. Li Ming dismissed these messages outright. Assassins had no need for social pleasantries. He quickly sought out the most pertinent information. His employer, the one who had contracted him to eliminate the Nightingale, messaged, "Worker, it was you who killed Lucius, wasn't it? No need to deny. I will not betray you. After all, I am your employer. Congratulations on completing a job. Might it be time to expedite the fulfillment of mine? I trust the worker's abilities will not disappoint." Li Ming clicked his tongue in annoyance and replied curtly, "According to your timeline, it is within 20 days. There are still 10 days remaining. Why the urgency? Moreover, we assassins abide by an unwritten rule. Do not rush us, unless you are willing to pay extra." Employer, fine. I will not rush you. I have faith that you will succeed. By the way, I will send you the basic information on the Nightingale. Li Ming, you should have sent it earlier. You claim you intend to kill her, yet you withhold such essential details? Employer, you certainly have a lot to say. You are the most talkative assassin I have encountered. Very well, I will send it to you. While awaiting the file transfer, Li Ming scrutinized the employer's chosen alias, Great White Shark. He suspected that the employer might also be a woman, though he could not pinpoint why. It was merely a hunch. Nevertheless, whether the individual was male or female bore no significance to him, as long as the final payment was made promptly. The file from Great White Shark successfully transferred, but due to its encrypted nature, Li Ming had to wait once more before opening it. His instructions were straightforward. He must eliminate the Nightingale within the stipulated time frame, employing whatever means he deemed fit. Li Ming chose not to respond further. For the document unveiled 3 extensive pages detailing the Nightingale. He gleaned further insights about her, yet her true name remained undisclosed. Great White Shark indicated that no one knew the Nightingale's real identity. Throughout Suman Island, the name Nightingale had taken on a demonic aura. Descriptions such as brutal, bloodthirsty, insane, and devilish were the most frequently encountered terms used to characterize her. Although the Nightingale has yet to inherit the family's nefarious power, she essentially does as she pleases. Wielding her authority without restraint, she brazenly commits murder in the streets, while the citizens of Suman Island dare not retaliate. She has seized control over the entirety of Suman Island, her vast criminal empire demanding absolute compliance from all who dwell there. Even local officials meet with untimely demises. The records detail how the Nightingale indiscriminately executes those she deems undesirable in public, and how she masquerades as a doctor, leading to fatal outcomes for her patients on the operating table. She keeps a lion, unleashing it on those she finds irksome for her amusement. Such accounts fill over 2 pages, drenched in blood, violence, and inhumanity. The final page, however, catalogs the Nightingale's peculiar habits, her eccentricities, and daily routines. Li Ming's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Yet, upon reading that the Nightingale has a penchant for flaying faces, he felt a chill crawling up his spine. A mere few lines sent shivers down his back. Chapter 41. Unconventional Peculiarities. Li Ming furrowed his brow once more. Was this woman truly insane? Could she possibly be in collusion with Lucius in some grotesque exchange? He inquired of the Great White Shark, who feigned ignorance. Many had dealings with the Nightingale. It could be Lucius or perhaps another gluttonous individual. Who could say? Li Ming pondered and asked, "Great White, is it that you wish not to divulge?" "What Great White?" The Great White Shark retorted. "I am the Great White Shark. I want her dead. Why would I hesitate to speak? It is simply that her reach extends far and wide, and I am not fully acquainted with her dark dealings. But remember this, worker, she is a demon. and you are the blade meant to slay her." With that, the great white shark vanished from the conversation. Li Ming scrutinized the information carefully. He found no trace of humanity in the nightingale's actions. A fondness for skinning faces, surrounded by elite mercenaries and security personnel numbering in the thousands. A third of Suman Island's territory belongs to her. Li Ming felt numb. Was she not akin to a local tyrant? A true despot, indulging in her perverse whims. All the information pointed to the nightingale being a truly chilling figure. She ought not to be called the nightingale. She should be dubbed the tyrant. Li Ming scoffed to himself, exiting the dark web and shutting down his computer. He gathered his belongings, slinging his tactical bag over his shoulder as he checked out of the hotel, boarding a vessel bound for Suman Island. The island imposes no restrictions on landings. Anyone can go there. Yet, in recent years, few have been willing to venture forth. After considerable effort, Li Ming secured passage on a ship. The vessel was modest, a common passenger boat, with only the captain and a young black-skinned man accompanying him. The captain was a muscular figure, sporting a stubbled face and a long scar that traversed his left cheek and neck. Bare-chested, his arms bore striking cheetah tattoos. Li Ming donned sunglasses, facing the wind, appearing to relish the sea breeze like an innocent traveler, all the while remaining vigilant of the burly captain. On the 3D map he had activated, a skull icon ominously overlapped with the captain's thermal image. Li Ming wished to avoid any unforeseen mishaps before reaching the island. The young black man appeared somewhat despondent. After a casual inquiry, Li Ming learned that he intended to work on the island to make ends meet, despite its dangers and chaos. The young man had heard that wages were high there. He needed to support his family, having 3 young children in need of care. Otherwise, survival would be untenable. Li Ming recalled the information provided by the great white shark, which indicated that the supposedly high wages were merely for serving the nightingale. The common folk, ordinary citizens, were the ones being exploited. The young black man had clearly been misled. Yet, Li Ming chose to remain silent, muttering to himself, "What is the point of having so little?" Throughout the journey, Li Ming observed the waters beneath the boat, teeming with sharks. However, compared to his previous encounter where he leaped from a cruise ship into a throng of sharks, this situation felt trivial. Possessing some underwater survival skills and exceptional swimming abilities, he was untroubled by them. As they approached Suman Island, he spotted several drones patrolling the skies, each traversing its designated area. At the island's shore, no patrols were visible. Li Ming even saw individuals washing clothes by the sea and setting up stalls on the beach. The suspicious ship captain ultimately delivered them safely to the island without incident. The young black man hurriedly trekked towards the town, his steps light and eager. The island appeared more like a bustling town, currently calm, with lively streets filled with activity. In stark contrast to the chaos people spoke of. Perhaps this was the typical FAAD masking a rotting core. Li Ming activated his 3D map and began to stroll through the streets. The abundance of skull icons indicated that firearms were not restricted here, and the armed factions were either from the Nightingale's criminal family or capitalists rising in this domain. It was plausible that these capitalists had connections to the Nightingale's empire. Li Ming noted that ordinary individuals were indeed just that, busy toiling for their employers, their earnings diminished further by their boss's exploitation. Moreover, most hailed from various nations, creating a veritable international melting pot among the island's lower echelons. He was certain some were undocumented immigrants, having come to Suman Island seeking refuge, where neither their status nor their desire to leave would be entertained. Li Ming entered a bar, having keenly sensed that numerous pairs of eyes had fixated upon him since his arrival on the island. Consequently, he opted to blend into the crowded bar, observing the unfolding events. "Hey, handsome," a sultry blonde approached him as soon as he entered, wrapping her arm around his. Li Ming made no effort to break free. Smiling as he approached the bar, "Please, a strong drink for this lady," he politely requested of the bartender. The blonde swayed to the rhythm of the music, flashing her dazzling smile at him. "You are quite the gentleman, sir. Just arrived on Suman Island?" Li Ming nodded, engaging in conversation with the blonde while surveying his surroundings. He noted the men and women writhing on the dance floor and the bustling waitstaff. The eyes that scrutinized him were unashamedly focused on his presence. "Why do they keep staring at me, beautiful?" Li Ming feigned ignorance, inquiring of the blonde. She chuckled. "Oh, it's because you are new here. Newcomers always attract attention for a while. You must have heard of the criminal families here, right? This is their territory, and every newcomer is under their watchful eye." Li Ming shook his head. "I've heard of them, but I didn't expect such hospitality." "You look quite dashing, handsome," the blonde remarked with a smile. "Someone with your looks is bound to draw attention." Uncertain of the reasons, Li Ming could not shake off the feeling that there was more to the words spoken. He tilted his head back to consume the drink just handed to him by the bartender, while graciously offering a glass of strong liquor to the blonde beauty beside him. He inquired, "What? Do they require a visual assessment of those who dare to enter their territory?" The golden-haired enchantress offered no answer to his question. After downing the intoxicating spirit, she swayed slightly and leaned against him, declaring, "Handsome, I've perhaps indulged a bit too much. Would you be so kind as to escort me home?" The rosy flush adorning her fair visage suggested sincerity rather than pretense. Li Ming furrowed his brow but did not decline her request. He replied, "I've only just arrived and have yet to secure accommodations, so I fear I cannot accompany you home. Oh, come stay at my place. I've toiled for several years at Su Man's establishment to finally secure a decent rental," she implored. "I wouldn't mind if you spent the night at my place." Leaning against the bar, Li Ming propped his head with one hand and feigned a flirtatious tone, asking, "Then what of those who are watching me? Their master would likely disapprove, wouldn't he they?" The blonde beauty raised her glass for another sip and whispered into his ear as she nestled against his shoulder, "They are not good people. Do your utmost to avoid provoking them. If you leave with me now, it may suggest you have a companion, and perhaps they will cease their scrutiny." She caressed his cheek, adding, "Otherwise, such a handsome face might just vanish." Chapter 42. The beautiful have all perished. Her chilling words sent a shiver down Li Ming's spine. He recalled the information provided by the great white shark regarding the nightingale's penchant for skinning its victims. Perhaps this blonde beauty was not deceiving him after all. Whether she relished in flaying others or merely herself remained uncertain in Li Ming's mind. Nonetheless, the grotesque image of the nightingale had firmly embedded itself within his consciousness. Rising to his feet, he steadied the blonde's shoulder and gallantly offered, "Allow me to escort you home." They arrived at her rented abode, where she leaned against him, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension, moments away from igniting into something more. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Ming delivered a swift strike to the nape of her neck, causing her supple form to collapse, and he unceremoniously deposited her onto the bed. He then opened the window and slipped away silently into the night. Following the map's guidance, Li Ming navigated through sparsely populated areas, utilizing disguises to evade his pursuers. Su Man Island, while not extensive, housed a substantial population. Li Ming transformed himself into an unremarkable young man and entered a bustling, dilapidated diner. The establishment was cramped and chaotic, with tables squeezed together and patrons shouting to be heard. However, it was precisely such a locale that facilitated the swift exchange of information, allowing one's presence to fade into the background. The veracity of the gossip was left to one's own discernment. Fortuitously, as Li Ming settled in, before his meal was even served, he overheard valuable information. "Have you heard? Another person went missing last night." A bearded man whispered conspiratorially, though Li Ming caught every word. "Who?" inquired a nearby individual. "That fishmonger Ada. His wife was in tears this morning, claiming he went out for deliveries and never returned." Yet another chimed in with a laugh. "Isn't that rather commonplace? On Su Man Island, anyone with a modicum of attractiveness, regardless of gender, risks vanishing. It is said to be the ocean goddess's fondness, a divine attention upon them. That affection seems rather bloody, does it not?" A newcomer, having just learned of the island's peculiarities, touched his face and remarked confidently, "What of it? I'm rather handsome myself. Do you think the ocean goddess has already set her sights on me?" The previously boisterous crowd fell into a contemplative silence as all eyes turned to the self-assured young man. Eventually, they burst into laughter. "Look at you. With that feeble appearance and physique, the ocean goddess wouldn't dare cast a glance your way." The young man chuckled, "You simply don't understand. Today's women are drawn to delicate men like me." The crowd erupted into jeers, dismissing the young man entirely. It was unclear who uttered the next remark. "I've heard the nightingale has a particular fondness for beautiful men and women." "The nightingale?" queried a young worker, scratching his head. "Isn't she the daughter of the Rodriguez family?" "Indeed. When I first arrived on the island, I was warned by other women to be cautious. That men must protect themselves." The crowd erupted in laughter, seemingly oblivious to the chilling reality of unexplained disappearances. However, some individuals regarded the name Nightingale with palpable trepidation. "Shoo! Keep your voices down," the bearded man urged, taking a sip of his drink. "The Rodriguez family controls all underground dealings on Su Man Island. The old-timers know their entire clan is tied to the mafia. The Nightingale is their only daughter and the sole heiress. Just think about it. A woman like that cannot be simple. The more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she is. And do not dare to discuss her. Your life may depend on it. Do you know who operates the drones hovering above the docks? They belong to those criminal factions." The table fell silent, the gravity of the conversation settling heavily upon them, as they refrained from further discussion. At that moment, Li Ming feigned curiosity and interjected, "So, where does this woman typically roam?" The bearded man shot him a glance. "Who knows? A woman of such stature is far too dangerous for us to inquire about, let alone discover her whereabouts. However," a nearby thin man leaned closer, "you seem relatively safe. I don't mind sharing." Li Ming smiled, intrigued. The man continued in hushed tones. I've heard she often frequents the Red Rose nightclub, which is part of their family's empire. It's filled with beautiful women. But alas, I wouldn't dare set foot inside. The Red Rose nightclub? Li Ming's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Stepping out of the diner, the night breeze was refreshing, accompanied by the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore. Beneath the starlit sky, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a drone's shadow. Lighting a cigarette, he set off toward the Red Rose nightclub. The entrance of the nightclub was unassuming, a stark contrast to the grandeur of Lin Yu's Starlight Bar. It resembled a rundown establishment. However, several burly men clad in black stood guard, easily identifiable. Upon entering, he was met with a cacophony of voices and a kaleidoscope of lights. Battling the deafening music and the shrill screams from the dance floor, Li Ming approached the bar. His current appearance was remarkably ordinary, rendering him nearly invisible. Unlike his previous experiences in bars, where he was often the center of attention, he found himself unbothered by advances from women. Observing the crowd, he noted the dance floor was teeming with life. Without a photograph of the nightingale, he had no immediate means to identify her. Yet, he was in no rush. As long as she was present, he could glean information about her without needing to ask. A group of men nearby were loudly bantering, and Li Ming caught snippets of intriguing gossip. Look at that. Such elegance. That figure, that face. Enough. Such an exquisite woman. One glance at her background reveals her extraordinary lineage. It is wise not to provoke her, lest one finds themselves oblivious to their own demise. On Suman Island, beautiful women are the most perilous. Stop it. I have just learned that this woman is indeed untouchable. Li Ming followed their gaze. Amidst the crowd, a woman with a smile as radiant as starlight, yet eyes as frigid as ice, was instantly locked onto by Li Ming. Tall and statuesque, with flowing black hair and porcelain skin, she possessed a pair of mesmerizing emerald eyes. She certainly stood out in the throng. However, Li Ming sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from her, as if she had thrived amidst bloodshed for years. Were it not for his suspicion that this individual was the nightingale, Li Ming might reasonably deduce she resembled a professional assassin. He turned to the bartender and inquired, "Who is she?" The bartender replied cryptically, "She is our boss." With a significant look, he added, "Given your unremarkable appearance, do not dare to approach her." Li Ming chuckled lightly and said, "Thank you for the warning. Now, may I have a drink?" As he spoke, he had already perused the map. The nightclub spanned only one expansive floor, and on the map, skull icons appeared scattered near the woman. Chapter 43. Entangled in crisis, Li Ming swirled his glass, the ice cubes clinking gently against the amber liquid. It seemed she was indeed the nightingale. Initially, he was uncertain of her identity. The proprietor of the Rose nightclub could merely be a fade. After all, many leaders of underworld syndicates often employ decoys to safeguard themselves in perilous situations. However, given the current circumstances, her identity could be surmised with a fair degree of certainty. If she were merely a decoy, she would not exude such a malevolent aura of death. This aura was distinctly reminiscent of organized crime. Engaging in confrontation here was not out of the question. As he sipped his drink, Li Ming's mind raced through various possibilities. The entire nightclub lay within the Nightingale's realm of influence. The moving skull icons indicated a pressing concern. Even if he succeeded in an attack, retreat would be exceedingly difficult. The distance to the ocean was considerable. Li Ming contemplated commandeering a vehicle and, with his exceptional driving skills, making haste to the coast. Then, he could activate his underwater survival tactics and extraordinary swimming abilities. Theoretically, this escape route was viable. However, the crux of the matter lay in his need to depart the nightclub swiftly after taking action. Presently, that appeared to be the most formidable challenge. Thus, he would have to resort to disguise. If he opted for subterfuge, he would ultimately have to choose long-range assassination in such an environment. Only then could he secure an opportunity to conceal his identity. As Li Ming meticulously refined his strategy, the nightingale on the dance floor, with her headphones resting on her ear, slowed her movements. Those unaware of her identity who danced alongside her were swiftly dispersed at the flicker of her gaze. As they parted, Li Ming caught a glimpse of her expression, utterly indifferent. A palpable aura of death surged forth. Li Ming surmised that perhaps one of her subordinates had reported troubling news, igniting her ire and a thirst for blood. What could it be? He quickly speculated whether it was due to his evasion of their surveillance that had provoked this response. If so, this night was likely ill-suited for action. Yet, delaying now might mean waiting an eternity for another opportunity. Li Ming furrowed his brow. At that moment, the nightingale emerged from the dance floor, her chilling smile captivating yet daunting, and approached the bar, sitting immediately to Li Ming's left, bringing them perilously close. Aside from the unmistakable aura of danger, she appeared merely as a beautiful girl enjoying a night out. Li Ming refrained from acting impulsively despite their proximity. The skull icons had converged around the bar, nearly encircling it. Should he choose to strike, even his maxed agility would not suffice to evade the oncoming hail of bullets. The crowd could provide him with a temporary veil of anonymity, yet simultaneously served as an obstacle to his escape. Moreover, his understanding of this woman's personal prowess remained insufficient. Thus, the likelihood of a successful breakout was minimal, and Li Ming wisely opted against rash action. One of the hallmarks of a professional assassin is composure and rationality. Consequently, Li Ming began to observe this woman intently. His fingertips gently traced the rim of his glass, his peripheral vision locked onto the nightingale seated beside him. The scent of her expensive perfume mingled intriguingly with a faint hint of blood. Her black hair cascaded over bare shoulders, and her emerald eyes glimmered coldly beneath the neon lights. An image sprang to mind, a serpent. Yet, her code name symbolized beauty, gentleness, and loyalty, the nightingale. To Li Ming, this was exceedingly ironic. She tapped the bar lazily, causing the bartender to falter momentarily. Then, with authority, she commanded, "Find him and bring him to me." Li Ming overheard her speaking in English. It was evident that her wrath was ignited by someone breaching her territory and evading the gang's control. For an individual of her stature within the underworld, this was an absolute affront to her authority. Therefore, whoever that man was, she demanded his death. Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had unwittingly become the focus of surveillance since his arrival on the island. Now, the situation had taken a delicate turn. As an assassin, he had come to eliminate, only to find himself the quarry. This was entirely beyond his original plan. The nightingale turned, leaning against the bar, casting an idle glance at Li Ming. After sipping her drink, she rose to depart, followed closely by a cadre of imposing men in black uniforms. Li Ming observed the map and the nightingale as she exited the nightclub. He then followed suit, but as he stepped outside, he had already disguised himself as an ordinary face randomly found in the dance floor. Li Ming believed he had maintained a low profile. Moreover, with his disguise skills, he was confident that such an inconspicuous presence would evade attention. However, just as he sought a vehicle to pursue her, the previously distant skull icons began to converge on him. The bodyguards or mercenaries trailing the nightingale had all pivoted, encircling him in a fan-like formation, their weapons trained on Li Ming. The speed of their approach left him no opportunity for retaliation or escape. His eyes rapidly transformed into a cold stare, his focus sharpening. The nightingale emerged from the crowd, her high heels echoing crisply against the cobblestone path. A slight smile graced her lips, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Li Ming perceived this woman as a demon. Her aura of death was overwhelming. Yet, outwardly, he remained composed, his mind racing through various scenarios for eliminating this nightingale. The nightingale, with her hands firmly on her hips, cast a piercing gaze towards Li Ming, clad in a form-fitting black attire that accentuated her exquisite curves. Her long legs were undeniably captivating. "Did you think you concealed yourself so well?" She spoke first, brandishing a handgun that now ominously pointed at him. The cold muzzle seemed poised to unleash a bullet at a mere whim, potentially striking Li Ming down in an instant. He furrowed his brow, perplexed by this anomaly. Why was this woman able to see through his disguise? He had mastered intermediate camouflage techniques, and even the standard facial recognition systems failed to detect any flaws. It baffled him that his impeccable ruse could be so easily unraveled. Or perhaps, this woman had perceived his true identity from the very beginning? If that were the case, this target was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the nightingale abruptly gestured with her hand. In an instant, several bodyguards trained their firearms on those emerging from the entrance. Without any forewarning, a barrage of gunfire erupted. The 5 or 6 innocent souls who had just exited the nightclub were mercilessly turned into mere husks, their bodies collapsing into a crimson tableau. The gruesome spectacle served as a stark warning to Li Ming. Should he dare to make a move, this would be his fate. The ruckus effectively cleared the street, and the remaining passers-by seemed all too accustomed to such violence, fleeing in silent panic. Now, only they remained, with Li Ming entirely ensnared in a position of vulnerability. Chapter 44. The Peril of Donning Another's Face. An inescapable predicament. This was the first time Li Ming had encountered such a life-threatening danger since becoming an assassin. His career had led him into a deadly trap. Surrounded by the ominous glint of gun barrels, the nightingale's handgun was unwaveringly pressed against his temple. Before him stood a formidable adversary, capable of extinguishing his life at any moment. The woman's prowess was indeed formidable. Observing the situation, onlookers would undoubtedly conclude that Li Ming, this unfortunate soul, was doomed. The nightingale's crimson lips curved into a perilous arc as she advanced towards him, the gun still in hand. "While I can discern your guise, I must wonder, how did you achieve such a disguise?" Her inquiry dripped with curiosity. Li Ming, offering a sardonic smile, responded, "And how did you figure it out?" The pretense was no longer necessary. He openly acknowledged his masquerade. The nightingale remained silent, merely chambering a round in her weapon, the muzzle still fixed on him. The night breeze carried the scent of the sea, the streetlights casting a cold halo upon the gun's barrel. Li Ming felt the chilling touch of metal against his temple. How intriguing, she mused, her lips curling dangerously as the barrel glided lightly across his cheek. I have encountered many masters of disguise, but you are the first capable of altering even your body temperature. Maintaining his smile, Li Ming felt a fine sheen of cold sweat trickling down his neck. There's no need for hostility. Would you like to know how I concealed myself? He slowly raised his hands, his movements gentle as if soothing a wild beast. It's quite simple. As his fingertips brushed the back of his ear, he suddenly exerted force, tearing away a nearly transparent membrane. In that fleeting moment, the nightingale's eyes sparkled with realization. She scrutinized his visage from both sides, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Ah, now this is a face worth admiring. Her icy fingers caressed his cheek, as if appraising a work of art, while the gun remained steadfastly pressed against his forehead. Having felt her cold touch, Li Ming reflected that, had he not been encircled by lethal firepower, he would have already snapped her neck. Revealing his true identity was merely a delaying tactic. Li Ming had not anticipated that one day, his looks would afford him an unexpected advantage, or rather, serve as a temporary means of survival. In the realm of the dragon, his appearance was rather unremarkable. During his university days, it was his charisma that endeared him to the ladies, after all. Take him away, the nightingale commanded. Retracting her hand and turning towards a sleek black limousine, two burly men approached, seizing Li Ming and thrusting him into the vehicle. The car drove into an abandoned factory, navigating through several concealed doors before halting before a hidden elevator. Welcome to my collection room, the nightingale declared, her lips glowing with a sinister allure in the dim light. As the elevator descended, the air grew progressively colder and damp, mingling with the acrid scent of chemical agents. Li Ming recognized it as a smell reminiscent of preservatives. He had once dated a medical student and visited her laboratory, a scent he would never forget. He pondered whether this so-called collection room housed human skin. How many skins had been harvested to produce such a potent aroma of preservatives? Narrowing his eyes, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The elevator doors opened, and Li Ming inhaled sharply. Before him stretched a narrow corridor, its walls adorned with. Good heavens, he cursed inwardly, just as he had suspected. This so-called collection room was filled with human skin masks, each one lifelike, and some even smiling. It was unmistakable that these were genuine human skins. One could only conclude that this crime lord's daughter was exceptionally deranged. Lucius would appear as mere child's play in her presence. No wonder the great white shark had suggested that, if possible, her face should be removed as well. Such depravity. Anyone aware of her heinous acts would likely yearn to strip her of her visage too. Do you like them? The nightingale inquired. Approaching a workbench where she picked up an exquisite scalpel, its blade glinting ominously under the light. Li Ming remained silent, having activated his mental map, scanning all the exits and positions of potential shooters. You've arrived at an opportune moment. I happen to be in need of a young man's face. And you possess exactly the kind I desire. You certainly bear the hallmark of someone from the dragon. How rare it is to encounter a dragon assassin. She tilted her head, grinning in a disturbingly cheerful manner. I will make your face my most cherished masterpiece. However, before that, she continued, gesturing for her men to restrain Li Ming in a metallic chair, his limbs shackled by specially designed cuffs. You might as well tell me why you've come to Suman Island. What were you following me for? Why did you abandon my men? Oh, right. You're here to kill me, aren't you? Li Ming chuckled softly. Who told you I was here to kill you? The nightingale burst into laughter. How naive you are. You must be new to this line of work. I have grown accustomed to assassins coming after me. She pressed the cold scalpel against his face. You are neither the first, nor will you be the last. I have dealt with such encounters with remarkable finesse. She gestured towards another wall, where 68 human skins adorned the surface, all belonging to assassins who had come for her, and he would not be an exception. But if you would be so kind as to share your code name, I shall grant you a name of your own, for you see, a face chosen by me holds significant value. Li Ming was thoroughly acquainted with what it meant to encounter a pathological beauty. Even the likes of the poisoned butterfly appeared benign in comparison to her. Among the beautiful opponents he has encountered, the more exquisite the woman, the more perilous she becomes. The weight of this statement continues to escalate. On the surface, Li Ming remains composed, yet his mind races with rapid calculations. My patience is wearing thin, the striking figure known as the Robin remarked, elegantly twirling the scalpel in her hand. If you are willing to divulge the identity of your employer, perhaps I might spare your life and grant you a new disguise. What do you say? Of course, if you choose to remain silent, it matters not. No matter who sent you, I shall eliminate them one by one. Oh, And for the sake of your charming visage, should you share your disguise skills with me? There exists another possibility. You could become my blade, and I, your master thereafter. This is a proposition worth contemplating. With that, the robin erupted into a sinister laughter, only to abruptly shift her expression, gripping Li Ming's chin with a menacing intensity. I have presented you with numerous choices. Should you fail to select one, do not blame me for rendering your existence a living hell. I shall keep you alive. After all, the skin of the deceased loses its elasticity, and I would lose my enjoyment. Li Ming cast a disdainful glance at her, igniting the robin's fury. Just before the scalpel descended, he declared, "You are far too verbose. Allow me to respond." "Speak," the robin replied, her gaze fixed intently upon his face. She then set the scalpel down, donned transparent gloves, and began methodically preparing a chemical concoction. Li Ming smiled and stated, "My choice is to remove your facial skin." The robin hesitated momentarily, her patience fraying, her authority challenged, and her obstinacy ignited. In that instant, her wrath erupted. She brandished the scalpel and lunged toward Li Ming's chest. "You dare to provoke me." Chapter 45, A Frenzied Counterattack. The consequences of inciting my ire are beyond your endurance. The robin pivoted and thrust the knife downwards. However, the anticipated splatter of blood did not materialize. The cold scalpel struck the icy metal chair instead. Bound to the chair, Li Ming leveraged its weight to block the blow. Simultaneously, the enraged robin screamed, "You dare to toy with me?" She frantically swung the knife at him, choosing not to resort to firearms. "I shall sever your legs. I will dismember your hands. Is there not a torture known as human pig among your kind? I shall make you experience it. Do not fire your weapons. I want him to submit beneath my blade." She boldly commanded her subordinates not to shoot. Anyone who resisted her would face her wrath firsthand, forcing them to endure a fate worse than death. Yet, even with the heavy metal chair strapped to him and his hands shackled, Li Ming managed to thwart every one of the robin's strikes. The robin, with her long legs, delivered a powerful kick, and the tip of her 12-centimeter high heels suddenly revealed a blade. It was utterly deranged. Li Ming dodged continuously. Despite his extensive combat skills, he could only defend himself for now, necessitating further provocation of the robin to incite her minions to fire. Each of the robin's strikes was blocked, and her fury remained unsatisfied. The absence of blood only intensified her rage. She was compelled to admit that her opponent's skills were extraordinarily formidable. Her relentless assaults failed to breach his defenses. Thus, she commanded, "Fire. Do not aim for the face. Leave me a living target. I want him crippled." She screamed like a lunatic who had lost all reason. Li Ming's lips curled into an involuntary smirk. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, sparks flying as they impacted the laboratory's metallic walls. With a sudden push, Li Ming propelled the metal chair towards the corner, the backrest deflecting 3 bullets in rapid succession, sending sparks flying. He crouched low, using the chair's back as a shield. Then, with a surge of strength, he launched himself into the air, kicking the chair's leg to disarm the nearest bodyguard. Bang! A bullet whizzed past the robin's hair, and in the next moment, a gory wound marred her beautiful face. Her pupils dilated in shock, clearly unprepared for Li Ming's counterattack in such dire circumstances. Realizing her visage was marred, she once again shrieked, "You incompetent fools!" She kicked aside a nearby bodyguard and seized his weapon, unleashing a frenzied barrage of gunfire at Li Ming. Li Ming continued to move, constantly changing positions. Yet the metal chair steadfastly served as his shield, allowing him to evade nearly all bullets. However, amidst the barrage, mistakes were inevitable. A bullet grazed his arm, striking perilously close to his previous wound. "Damn it," Li Ming cursed under his breath. Yet, he had no time to tend to his injury. Enduring the excruciating pain, drenched in sweat, he did not allow a single frown to betray his discomfort. The robin advanced step by step, her weapon firing relentlessly. Li Ming turned slightly, timing her magazine change perfectly. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he crashed through the laboratory's glass door, bursting into the open. In that instant, his gaze was chillingly calm. With a sharp twist of his left wrist, he contorted it into an unnatural angle, the joint audibly dislocating. Using this dislocation, Li Ming tightened his grip and forcibly slipped his hand from the metal cuffs. Then, he placed his wrist against his shoulder, twisting once more in an odd manner to forcibly realign the joint. Bang! The robin pursued him. At a crucial moment, Li Ming freed his right wrist from its restraints. Almost simultaneously, a bullet whizzed past his ear, creating a black hole in the wall. Li Ming smirked, his hands liberated. Seizing the arms of the metal chair and swinging it violently, the chair crashed down upon the nearest bodyguard's head, blood spraying forth. Li Ming rolled to the wall, bracing himself with one hand, crouched low and ready. The robin's bullets pursued his retreating figure, but Li Ming's movements were swifter. He grabbed the metal chair, wielding it like a shield, as bullets ricocheted off its back, sparks flying in all directions. Do you believe this will ensure your survival? It is futile. This place, including all of Su-Man Island, is under my dominion. I hold the reins here. Now, come before me. As the robin changed magazines, Li Ming hurled the chair towards her. The metal object spun through the air, forcing her to sidestep to avoid it. In that fleeting moment, Li Ming pounced toward the fire cabinet in the corner of the laboratory, shattering the glass with a punch and retrieving a fire axe from within. The blade gleamed ominously as several heads flew from their bodies. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and Li Ming's figure emerged from the crimson mist like the harbinger of death. Li Ming swung the fire axe with one hand, striking down at the laboratory's control panel. The distraught Robin shrieked, "Kill him! Quickly, kill him!" Boom! Lightning crackled, plunging the entire laboratory into darkness. In that obscurity, Li Ming's voice whispered like that of a malevolent spirit, "Now, it is my turn." With the night vision of Li Ming, he became the sovereign of this brutal battle amidst the darkness. At this moment, the hunt commenced. Gunshots, screams, and the sickening sound of bones fracturing filled the air. The nightingale, relying on sound to discern her surroundings, swiftly retreated, desperate to escape the scene. Panic finally gripped her. She frantically shouted for someone to activate the backup power. Yet, there was no response. She staggered in the shadows, for the first time acutely aware of the specter of death approaching. He has gone mad. How could he be even more unhinged than I am? But in the next instant, she dared not move another inch. A cold hand had already tightened around her throat. The pungent scent of blood enveloped her. Two sharp cracks echoed. Her long legs were struck by bullets, forcing her to kneel. Li Ming gripped the nightingale's neck with one hand, slamming her against the wall. He absorbed the terror etched across her face. Who are you?" She managed to stammer. Li Ming leaned closer, whispering softly, "Just a worker. Now, you may die." There was no need for the nightingale to react, to plead for mercy, or utter any final words. With decisive swiftness, Li Ming pressed the gun against her forehead and pulled the trigger. The final shot reverberated throughout the basement. Covered in a mix of blood and sweat, devoid of any warmth, he cast a glance at the nightingale's face. In that moment, Li Ming epitomized the cold, unyielding figure of death. He retrieved the scalpel from the nightingale. Possessing intermediate medical skills, he expertly and steadily wielded the knife to peel off her facial skin. The great white shark had once claimed that if the nightingale's skin could be removed, she would offer a different price. Chapter 46. Assassinating the Old Man. A family must remain intact. The sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, swept through the streets, while the moonlight lay pallid upon the filthy ground. The Rodriguez family's response was swifter than anticipated. In a mere half hour, the entire Su-Man Island was thoroughly sealed off. The port ceased operations, drones hovered at low altitudes, and the points of infrared scanners flitted about like bloodthirsty fireflies in the alleys. They had firmly locked onto suspicious figures based on programmed settings, yet not a single target was clearly identified. All that was known was that someone had slain the nightingale. But the identity of the assassin remained a mystery, with no information or footage to provide clarity. The figure that had been forced into the car was obscured by the nightingale's presence. Now, this became Li Ming's opportunity to escape. He maneuvered in the shadows along the wall, the gunshot wound on his left arm burning fiercely. Blood soaked through the makeshift bandage, congealing into a dark red lump at his elbow. He snatched a coat from a street vendor, wiping his cheek with his fingertips to cleanse the blood spattered from the nightingale's demise. In record time, he completed his new disguise. Following the map, he successfully evaded all drone scans and tracking before returning to the location where he had concealed the tactical bag. After retrieving the bag, he burst into the room where he had previously shattered the window. The unconscious woman lay in the same position as when he had knocked her out. Oh no! Li Ming noticed the coagulated blood pooling beneath her abdomen. A bloody cavity lay before him. The blonde beauty had been shot dead, likely during his escape from the gangster's watchful eyes. Li Ming locked the door, extracting alcohol, a scalpel, and a tourniquet from the tactical bag. Drawing upon his intermediate medical knowledge and battlefield first aid skills, he resolved to tend to his own left arm injury without assistance. Now, under relentless pursuit, even amidst excruciating pain, he could not afford to use anesthetics. He needed to maintain complete control over his body. Biting down on a folded towel, he passed the knife blade through the flame of a lighter 3 times. As the alcohol poured onto the wound, his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, yet his grip on the knife remained as steady as iron. Li Ming began to carve a cross at the site of the gunshot wound. 10 minutes later, drenched in sweat, veins bulging, he silently bandaged his injury. The bullet lay discarded on the table, surrounded by a pool of blood. Casting a final glance at the now cold blonde beauty, he lingered only briefly before hastily departing the scene. The streets had descended into chaos, with the Rodriguez family's gang scouring every inch. Anyone deemed suspicious, Even those who appeared frantic or unfamiliar was shot dead without hesitation. That night, the salty sea breeze over Suman Island was thick with the stench of blood. According to the alerts on his map, Ming successfully evaded wave after wave of searches. There was no escape. All vessels had been halted. Helicopters were in position, ready to execute anyone deemed suspicious along the coastline. An elderly man, beard bristling, roared orders at his underlings, his voice a tempest of fury. Find out. Who the hell killed my granddaughter? Damn it. Prepare for an unending pursuit across Suman Island. The old man furiously struck the ground with his cane, revealing his deep concern for his granddaughter. Witnessing the old man's madness, Ming thought to himself that it affirmed the adage, blood is thicker than water. This family, entrenched in the underworld for generations, had established their dominion over Suman Island. Reveling in a power akin to that of local emperors, they could not endure the affront of a killer ascending the island and eliminating their most promising heir, the Nightingale. It was the greatest provocation to their authority, yet all surveillance and drones failed to trace the assassin. This old man appeared to be the current head of the family, his temper volatile, devoid of humanity, and bearing a remarkably sinister demeanor. Ming mused that if someone were to offer him a contract to eliminate the old man, he would not hesitate to approach and snap his neck. With this thought, he concealed himself in a corner impervious to scanning and access the dark web. He swiftly contacted the great white shark. Big White, the Nightingale is dead, and an old man is hunting me down frantically. What do you say? Care to offer me another contract? I could take one at the same rate as the Nightingale. The great white shark happened to be online. She replied instantly, this is happening too fast. Worker, I know you're like a rapidly igniting star in the assassin world, shining ever brighter. But I didn't expect your efficiency to be matched by your strength and intellect. Know this, the Nightingale was incredibly difficult to kill. Not just her. Many others sought to eliminate the Nightingale, to dismantle the Rodriguez family's grip on Suman Island and seize their underground empire. Yet, no one has ever succeeded. The Nightingale, though young, was the most deranged, ruthless, and twisted heir of the Rodriguez family. Any stranger who set foot on the island would undoubtedly fall under their control. Moreover, the Nightingale, who had a penchant for collecting human skin, possessed an extraordinary talent for identifying disguises. Thus, when so many assassins arrived on the island, they were usually locked onto by the Nightingale almost immediately. The family had laid a web of firepower across their territory. This is one of the key reasons why killing her was so exceedingly difficult. Moreover, her combat prowess is commendable. Worker, are you aware that there were once individuals who graced the top 20 lists, yet they never returned? Oh no, what returned was merely a lifeless body, a faceless corpse. Ming pondered that their lack of a face was precisely what rendered them unworthy in the eyes of the Robin. The significance of a killer's appearance cannot be overstated. With a hint of impatience, he swiftly replied, enough of your prattle, do not doubt my words. The Robin is indeed dead. With no time to squander on idle chatter, Ming promptly sent over a photograph taken by the system. Naturally, his own figure was absent from the image. What it captured was the Robin lying amidst a pool of blood, her face flayed and discarded beside her. I have removed the face. Ensure the additional payment is transferred to me. Time is of the essence. Decide swiftly whether to proceed with the kill. The response from Great White Shark was equally succinct. Kill. The Rodriguez family must be eradicated completely. In the next instant, half of the deposit was credited to his account. Ming had correctly wagered on Great White Shark's resolve. He swiftly retrieved his M24 from his tactical pack. At present, the old man was merely 800 meters away, and even slight movements nearby would fall within his shooting range. For him, this was a distance conducive to a swift kill. However, he needed to contemplate his retreat after the shot. The omnipresent drones with low-altitude infrared scanning could detect him at any moment post-shot. Ming glanced at the map, identifying a route for his escape, while simultaneously pinpointing the optimal sniping position, which was a target at 868 meters. He moved rapidly, cloaking himself in the shadows until he reached the ideal sniping spot. Then he set up his M24, the barrel extending barely 20 centimeters from the concealment, nearly invisible. He inhaled deeply, the air thick with the scent of blood and salt water, and pressed his right eye against the cold scope. After a swift adjustment, the crosshairs steadily locked onto the target. Is this the relentless pursuit from your Rodriguez family? Let this chase conclude upon your grave. His finger on the trigger remained steady. The M24's muzzle erupted with a fiery tongue, instantly swallowed by the darkness. The old man, who had been roaring, was instantly pierced through the forehead, his cranium exploding in a shower of red and white. Simultaneously, 3 nearby drones locked onto him. Several robust gangsters swiftly converged. Pursue. He is over there. Chapter 47. The second double kill. The intimidation of the worker. As Ming ran, he fired at the drones above. Utilizing his marksmanship, He successfully shot down the nearby drones, deftly evading the approaching black-clad bodyguards. The further he sprinted toward the coastline, the fewer pursuers he encountered. With the Robin deceased and their boss also eliminated, chaos had likely ensued among them. Or perhaps, an invisible hand had begun manipulating this gang, now bereft of its guiding force. For instance, Great White Shark. Li Ming had no intention of speculating on Great White Shark's true identity. However, he understood that hiring a hitman to eliminate the Robin and insisting on the entire family's eradication indicated that Great White Shark was no ordinary figure, either a foe of the Robin or someone seeking to carve up the Rodriguez family's criminal empire. In any case, Li Ming's sole responsibility was to complete the task. Great White Shark would handle the payment of the remaining fees. Everything else was of no concern to him. At this moment, Li Ming had reached the coastline with remarkable speed. The coastal searchlights swept continuously. They had issued orders to shoot anyone who approached. It was better to mistakenly kill than to let anyone escape. Li Ming's boots sank deep into the damp sand, each breath filled with the briny scent of the sea. He sidled behind an overturned fishing boat, squinting as he observed the coastal defenses. The searchlights moved like the scythe of death, sweeping past his hiding spot every 7 seconds, making it nearly impossible for him to maneuver. It appeared he needed a change of tactics. He detached the magazine, his fingertips brushing against the 3 remaining bullets. Suddenly, commotion erupted from the distant lighthouse as several shadowy figures began shoving one another. Indeed, the hyenas had begun to turn on each other in the absence of their leader. Li Ming remarked coldly. As the searchlight passed once more, he sprang forth like a cheetah. Intentionally, he crushed a shell beneath his foot. The sharp crack instantly drew gunfire. The splashes from the bullets struck his face, yet he smirked, for these frantic shots revealed every point of fire. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets struck the searchlight's pivot, the rusted metal emitting a piercing groan as the massive beam plummeted into the sea like a guillotine. Darkness spread like a tide, and Li Ming seized the opportunity to leap into the shallow water. As he plunged into the depths, he felt akin to a drawn dagger piercing toward freedom. His innate talent for underwater survival activated. The briny seawater seeped into his wounds, the sting heightening his clarity of thought. Adding to his assurance was the unactivated inflatable buoyancy vest strapped around his waist. Although he possessed underwater survival skills and unparalleled swimming abilities, he could not breathe freely underwater like a fish indefinitely. These talents were time-limited, so he needed an additional layer of security. Opening the 3D map, Li Ming endeavored to evade any potential shark encounters. This escape route was familiar to him, thus his emotional state remained remarkably stable. On the shore, the onlookers observed Li Ming's figure fully submerge into the depths. They did not believe him to be doomed. Rather, they were reminded of the infamous death of Viazan from months prior. At that time, the assassin had also plunged into the ocean. However, it was said that that assassin later resurfaced. It was the worker. My God, it was the worker. He truly is a specter that lingers. He cannot perish in the sea. Has he received the protection of the sea god? Damn, how should I know? But both the boss and Miss Robin met their demise at his hands. He is a devil, one we cannot contend with. Let us depart. Yes, yes. Do not provoke such an assassin. He resembles a ghost more than a madman on the battlefield. Terrifying. An invisible specter can dismantle the mental defenses of his adversaries before they even realize he is present. In such an environment, humanity's fear of the unknown is palpable. Soon, these individuals showed no inclination to continue the pursuit. Once they could no longer see the worker, they hastily regrouped. With the boss dead, there was no need to risk their own lives. Li Ming vanished into the vast expanse of the sea. No one knew his fate. In stark contrast to the chaos of Suman Island, a passenger ship emerged upon the tranquil sea. On the deck, a young girl adorned with a shark necklace raised her binoculars, gazing toward the spot where Li Ming had disappeared, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Worker, I look forward to our next official meeting. The young girl's voice was soft and melodious, her appearance akin to that of a university student, her smile irresistibly charming. Yet, the coldness in her gaze evoked the impression of a fallen angel. She stowed away the telescope and commanded the speed towards Suman Island. Li Ming returned to the Dragon, back to his abode. However, this time, he directly arrived at his new home, the place unknown to those 3 affluent second-generation gentlemen. Now bearing a gunshot wound, situated almost in the same location as before, he feared that if Chun Jiaming and the others saw him, they might begin to suspect his profession. He meticulously re-bandaged his injury, indulged in a refreshing bath, and enjoyed a rejuvenating slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the afternoon. The setting sun filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows upon the wooden floor. Li Ming squinted at the cracks in the ceiling, which bore a striking resemblance to the contours of Suman Island's coastline. While submerged in the sea, he had indeed spotted that passenger ship. Yet, at the time, he He preferred to remain unseen, choosing not to approach. Moreover, he was apprehensive about the potential arrival of the Robin family's reinforcements. Li Ming accessed the dark web, first checking whether the great white shark had settled both of his outstanding payments. Upon seeing his balance and the transfer screenshot from the great white shark, he breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, there were 3 tasks, which later morphed into 4. Now, Li Ming's wallet was pleasantly plump, providing him with a sense of security. However, the relentless high-intensity assassination missions had left him quite fatigued. He contemplated taking a few days of respite before resuming his work and scouting for new assignments. The great white shark had sent him a private message. "Worker, thank you. You are truly remarkable. The final payment has been sent. I will reach out to you for future jobs. By the way, worker, I am aware that both Elena from the Moon Goddess Opera House and Lucius from the Casaloma Hotel were your handiwork, correct? Continuous high-intensity assassinations will undoubtedly take a toll on you. I suggest you take a good rest and allow other assassins a chance. Lastly, I saw the Robin-esque face. Your knife skills are commendable, Mr. Worker." Li Ming replied. "Okay, remember to contact me for jobs, but from today onward, Great White, my worth as an assassin has changed. Be sure to adjust your rates." The great white shark responded with a chuckle. "No problem, but should anything go awry, you know the consequences. The more you earn, the graver the repercussions of failure." Li Ming chose to disregard her further. His mind raced, feeling as though he had forgotten something important. The rewards. With that thought, he sprang up. After completing the task, the system assessed his efficiency and subsequently refreshed his rewards. However, due to his unique circumstances at that time, he had not had the chance to examine them thoroughly. Chapter 48. Rewards and Exchange. W has been locked. The panel refreshed with several lines of text. Skill 1. Mastery of lockpicking. Skill effect. A versatile locksmith, capable of unlocking almost anything except for fingerprint and iris recognition systems. Skill 2. Silent stealth. Skill effect. Reduces footstep noise by 80 while walking, maintaining silence even on smooth surfaces, broken glass, or dry leaves. Ideal for eavesdropping, should you have such an inclination. Li Ming was exceedingly pleased with these 2 skills. Were it not for being restrained by the Robin, he might not have valued such skills as highly. After all, his previous experiences had been relatively smooth, and he had not contemplated the potential crises that might arise from being discovered. Now, having gained experience, he had also acquired a sense of composure. The lockpicking skill was notably significant for an assassin. At a crucial moment, it could enable him to extricate himself from an adversary's grasp, an essential asset. At the very least, he would not need to dislocate his joints to escape from dangerous bindings. Had the Robin charged at him with even a fraction more speed, he would have been fatally struck while incapacitated. The silent stealth skill required no elaboration. Its importance to an assassin was immense. Some assassins, overly cautious to avoid making noise, might inadvertently cause catastrophic errors due to distraction. Naturally, this was often due to their lack of skill. However, even the most elite assassins would not refuse such a skill. This round of skill rewards was indeed quite simple. Yes, straightforward, but immensely useful. Speaking of which, Li Ming glanced at the final 2 lines. Congratulations on receiving skill points. 3. Congratulations on receiving attribute points. 3. Li Ming opened his physical attributes panel. Stamina, 5. Strength, 75. Agility, 10. Human limit. Endurance, 3. Stress resistance, 60. Naturally increased due to battle experience. After all he had endured, Li Ming's strength had evolved alongside his personal growth. Though not as rapid as direct point allocation, it illustrated that his training and experiences were contributing to his genuine power. In scenarios requiring retreat without the aid of vehicles, endurance proved paramount. Thus, he decided to allocate all 3 attribute points to endurance. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. If asked to participate in a marathon, he would be confident of securing first place. As for the skill points, after upgrading his bomb disposal skills and exchanging for advanced homemade explosives, he was left with 1 point. Now totaling 4 points, he glanced at the marketplace. He noticed the climbing skill. Barehanded climbing. Beginner increases vertical climbing speed by 30. Enhances grip strength by 15. The requirement for this skill was 3 points. He understood now. If it were merely a knowledge point, most skills would require just 1 point. However, for skills, a minimum of 3 points was necessary. Li Ming pondered that if he possessed climbing abilities during missions and retreats, without the need for tools, his efficiency would significantly increase. In critical moments during a retreat, it could very well become a life-saving skill. Without hesitation, he utilized his last skill point to upgrade his climbing ability. Barehanded climbing. Advanced increases vertical climbing speed by 60, enhances grip strength by 50. Li Ming gazed at his ceiling, murmuring to himself, "Am I now akin to Spider-Man?" He decided to test his newfound abilities. With a couple of jumps, he propelled himself upward, his hands securely gripping the wall as he began to ascend swiftly and effortlessly. Yet, with such a modest height in his home, Li Ming found himself craving more. He longed to leap out the window and scale to the rooftop like Spider-Man. However, he feared it might startle the residents. The consequences could lead to him being subjected to biological research. Now that would truly be disastrous. As he dismissed the panel, his satellite phone rang. This specialized communication device had been procured by him and W, employing encryption technology to ensure their conversations remained utterly secure. W was exceedingly pleased with how adeptly Li Ming had wielded his weapons. The demise of Elena from the Moon Goddess Opera House was evidently executed with his lotus flower dart. Likewise, the same could be said for Edison. He held profound admiration for Li Ming's ingenuity in devising such hidden weaponry. He even lamented to Li Ming that the people of Dalong are truly remarkable, having devised an array of ingenious tortures, alongside fearsome cold weapons and hidden armaments. As for how W came to know that Li Ming was from Dalong, it was because he was utterly convinced that only the ingenious minds of Dalong could conceive such exquisite designs for concealed weapons. Most of the masters of weaponry that W interacted with were predominantly familiar with firearms. The diverse and culturally rich array of cold weapons from Dalong captivated their imaginations, leaving them in awe. Thus, W proposed a long-term collaboration, and the satellite phone was intended for timely, effective, and secure communication. When Li Ming answered the call, W's deep voice resonated from the receiver. Well done. Even from half a globe away, Li Ming could envision the satisfaction on W's face at that moment. The lotus thorn was utilized exquisitely, with exceptional precision. W continued with admiration. That old fox Aderson remains oblivious, even in death, to the origins of those hidden weapons. Li Ming chuckled. It seems you seasoned veterans are all acquainted with Aderson. Indeed, he was once a top mercenary leader, having dispatched several elite assassins in his illustrious career. W laughed softly. Yet, who would have thought he would meet such a pitiful end before you? Li Ming replied with a grin. That was merely an unexpected turn of events. Frankly, you Dalong folks are truly impressive, inventing such numerous and fascinating instruments of torture and intricate concealed weapons. If you have any further ideas, feel free to share. I would wholeheartedly welcome them. W, now somewhat animated, enthusiastically continued. Moreover, that notorious crime family on Suman Island has been a persistent thorn in our side for generations, with assassins sent their meeting untimely demises. However, chaos has erupted there recently. Their heir, the Robin, met a gruesome fate, and the family head was shot in the head. You are aware of this, correct? Oh no. After a brief pause, he exaggeratedly added, I suspect the assassin who dispatched the Robin is none other than you, my laborer. The dark web is abuzz with claims that you accomplished a double kill in 2 out of 3 recent tasks. You are quite remarkable. Let me tell you. W became increasingly engrossed in his own narrative. Opportunities for seasoned veterans to become this animated are indeed rare. You peeled off the Robin's visage, did you not? Her face is now displayed atop a high tower on Suman Island. I must say, laborer, you've done splendidly. This woman had an obsession with beautiful faces, collecting them in a grotesque manner and hanging them in her own chamber. Li Ming interrupted, pressing his fingers to his temples. All right, W. I am currently more informed about this than you might think. I have accepted the admiration of the weapon masters, so your purpose in this call is. At this juncture, W turned serious. Right, laborer, I wanted to inform you that someone has set their sights on me, following the discovery of such weaponry. It appears they have taken a keen interest and have precisely pinpointed my location. Do you comprehend what this entails? Chapter 49, Testing New Skills. Li Ming furrowed his brow. Does that imply they can ascertain my approximate whereabouts? Is it really that significant? This is rather mundane in Dalong. W clicked his tongue. My friend, spare me the modesty. They are currently fixated on me, not on you. The only one they could possibly think of capable of crafting such weapons is someone of my caliber. Naturally, they wouldn't suspect Dalong, as they cannot fathom it. For now, you can remain at ease. We shall refrain from contact for a while. I will relocate. And once it is safe, I will reach out to you. Take care of yourself. Without waiting for Li Ming to respond, W ended the call. Li Ming was momentarily at a loss for an appropriate expression. Because of a unique concealed weapon, these individuals had turned their attention to a top-tier weapon master. The foreign understanding and production of such weapons far exceeded his expectations. Were they truly that rare? W had not elaborated on why these individuals would overlook Dalong. Setting the satellite phone down, Li Ming resolved to heed W's advice and refrain from initiating contact during this period. Furthermore, he intended to take some time to rest. The absence of tasks did not guarantee the need for W's weaponry. Half a month later, Li Ming's internal injuries had nearly healed. The wound on his left arm was no longer discernible as a gunshot, thankfully, as it had not penetrated the bone. Otherwise, his arm would require further recuperation. Moreover, His robust physical condition evidently afforded him the advantage of a quicker recovery than others. Li Ming departed from his new residence, returning to his old abode. Chun Jiaming and a few others had invited him several times in their group chat. Now that his injuries had rectified, he tidied up and set off for Starlight. Although he had eliminated Lin Yuyu in this very locale, it bore no psychological impact on him. When he chose to pursue the profession of an assassin, he had assured himself that a strong psychological constitution was essential for success in this line of work. He had not even blinked when he removed the robin's face. Now, he certainly would not allow a past assignment to affect him. Upon spotting Li Ming, Chun Jiaming pulled him to the bar, where he instructed the bartender to serve them 2 drinks. "Brother Ming, what is going on?" He scrutinized Li Ming, glancing about. Li Ming swatted away his hand. "What is going on?" The bar's music was deafening, necessitating shouts to communicate. Feeling somewhat irritable, he pointed to the second floor. After acquiring their drinks and relaying a few instructions to the server, Chun Jiaming led him upstairs. However, it was not to the same private room where Lin Yu had been. Since taking over the bar, Chun Jiaming had entirely renovated all the private rooms on the second floor, opting for a more abstract style. Finally, the noise subsided. Only then did Chun Jiaming continue. "I meant to ask you, Brother Ming, I haven't seen you in a while, and you seem even more robust." He patted Li Ming's shoulder, feeling the solid muscles beneath. An assassin must first possess a strong physique to enhance their chances of survival. Li Ming chuckled, having entered society. "A man must cultivate his body to be more alluring. I cannot allow others to label us as weaklings." If he were to be branded a rookie assassin, who would dare approach him with a task? Chun Jiaming spoke with palpable envy. "Brother Ming, if you were to debut, you'd undoubtedly be a master at attracting women. You're impressively rugged, radiating virility that would overshadow those feeble contenders." Li Ming played along, jesting, "Flattery will get you nowhere. If you keep this up, I might just take the plunge." Chun Jiaming laughed heartily. "With your self-discipline, you are destined for success in anything you pursue. Should you debut, I'll introduce you to my mother's company. She runs an entertainment agency, and they're always on the lookout for real men like you." Their conversation strayed further from the original topic. When Wang He and Su Qihong arrived, Chun Jiaming was somewhat tipsy and had already introduced Li Ming to several women for drinks. Su Qihong remarked, "Why didn't you wait for us?" "No, Brother Ming. What with this sudden change in your aura? Have you genuinely taken up martial arts?" This fellow, keenly interested in military affairs and foreign conflicts, easily discerned that some individuals possess an aura distinct from the ordinary. He perceptively sensed the fierce energy emanating from Li Ming. Yes, it was an aura of dominance. Those who practice martial arts often possess a distinct aura. One can observe how these young ladies gravitate towards you. Li Ming chuckled silently, urging the girls not to crowd him, and leaned towards his 3 companions, suggesting, "I truly have been training in martial arts. What do you say we take a stroll? You 3 seem to be perpetually indulged in decadence. Perhaps it is time for some physical activity?" Although he had established a personal gym at home and maintained a consistent training regimen to keep his muscles in a state of readiness for any task that might arise, he was aware that outdoor training yielded different results. He was eager to test his climbing skills as well. Chun Jiaming was the first to rise, affirming, "Ming Gu is right. We should engage in outdoor activities. Who knows, maybe he can teach us a thing or two about boxing as well." Wang He expressed interest, suggesting, "Shall we head to the boxing gym?" Su Qihong countered, "That lacks elegance. How about shooting instead?" Before anyone could make a choice, Su Qihong continued, "Let me gossip about something. Once you hear it, you'll surely want to go shooting." The 3 looked at him with curiosity. Su Qihong, with a hint of pride, elaborated, "I've read some news recently, and the current generation of assassins is remarkably formidable, completing consecutive missions with escalating difficulty." Li Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing the gossip had come too close to home. The tales ranged from lethal hidden weapons to the swift execution of clan leaders, embellished to a degree that was almost comical. For instance, the story of an elderly man being shot from 800 meters away had, in Su Qihong's retelling, morphed into an astonishing 1,000 meters. Claiming the assassin had first shot a robin before skinning it alive, Su Qihong insisted it was a living removal. This likely illustrated how unofficial news tends to drift away from the truth. Nonetheless, Li Ming found such tales amusing since the more exaggerated they were, the easier it would be for him to receive future assignments. "My curiosity about this laborer is growing. He is a newcomer who can eliminate so many assassins in the blink of an eye," Su Qihong mused with a hint of admiration. "Moreover, he has a flawless record, boasting a success rate of 100. I heard from a forum that some gangs have significantly toned down their activities in certain areas." Wang He could no longer contain himself, interjecting, "All right, we get it. This laborer is impressive. But are we going shooting or boxing?" Chun Jiaming concurred, "Old Su, regardless of how deathlike this laborer may seem, it doesn't concern us. Is it really appropriate for you to look at him with such admiration? Do you aspire to be an assassin? With your physique, dream on. Make a decision. Su Qihong resolutely declared, of course, shooting. How can you not grasp the crux of my argument? Shooting, a headshot within 1,000 meters. Chen Jiaming shook his head. You are hopeless. He then turned to Li Ming, asking, Minggu, why don't you tell us where you wish to go? Ideally, somewhere not too perilous. I still plan to bring a few girls along. Li Ming decisively suggested, let us go rock climbing. He was eager to modestly test his new skills. Chapter 50, a special new assignment. Li Ming stood before the vertical rock face at the climbing base. Gazing up at the steep wall that towered several meters high, he was positively itching to begin. Chen Jiaming and the others arrived late, with 3 exquisitely made-up young ladies. And upon seeing the height, their legs turned to jelly. Minggu, how about we choose a different location? Chen Jiaming gulped, finding the height quite intimidating. Su Qihong, however, expressed his desire to try it out, saying, I believe the laborer must also be proficient in climbing. Otherwise, how could he have scaled the 66th floor of Casa Roma? Not everyone can normally take the elevator. He must have climbed it like Spider-Man in the movies. Wang, he retorted seriously, have you truly become a fanboy? Aren't you afraid of him being an assassin? Su Qihong had already fastened his safety harness, replying, what is there to fear? It's unlikely I will ever cross paths with him. If I did meet him, I suppose I would feel some trepidation, considering he possesses an aura that is quite intimidating. Li Ming merely stretched his limbs, neglecting to use a harness, and remarked, Old Su. If an assassin constantly exudes an aura of fear, how could he complete his missions? Su Qihong seemed momentarily confused by his implication. Wang Yi clarified, you're missing the point. An assassin shouldn't radiate overwhelming presence. Rather, they must minimize their visibility. If the laborer stood there emanating a fearsome aura, wouldn't that signal to others that he might be up to something? How can one be an assassin like that? This perspective resonated with Su Qihong, who nodded in agreement, yet exclaimed, but wait. He suddenly noticed what appeared to be a shadow swiftly ascending beside him. What just happened? Wang Yi looked up, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Wait, is that Minggu? Is he scaling the wall? They were stunned to see him seemingly defying gravity, and shockingly, he wasn't even wearing a safety harness. The astonishment was not confined to their trio. It extended to everyone present, including the professional climbers on site. Li Ming, resembling Spider-Man, moved with incredible speed and grip strength. An innate talent. This individual must not be here to disrupt our event, someone marveled. Chen Jiaming, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, our Minggu is a genius. He recently trained in martial arts. This is child's play for him. These 3 Na.1 wealthy heirs firmly believed that once Li Ming took up martial arts, success was a given. In reality, Li Ming had hardly tapped into his full potential. He had merely given his new skills a light test. His speed and stability were impressive, even surprising him. He grasped a hold and grinned at his 3 astonished friends below. Why haven't you come up yet? Wang, he exclaimed, are you Spider-Man? We haven't even secured our harnesses. Su Qihong asked, Minggu, be honest. Have you been secretly training without us? Is today just to show off? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Li Ming chose not to ascend further, but instead began to descend. When Chen Jiaming inquired why he wasn't continuing, his response nearly caused the professional climbers to choke in disbelief. The difficulty is low, it's not engaging, so I lost interest. Is that even a sensible thing to say? The instructors exchanged glances, and one burly man with a beard could not resist stepping forward. Excuse me, sir? Were you previously a professional climber? Li Ming casually brushed off the question, replying, just a hobby. Su Qihong, pondering, remarked, with those skills, he could make a fortune as a motorcycle thief or become everyone's favorite neighbor. Shut it. Wang He smacked him on the back of the head, insisting, Ming Ji's talent could earn him a spot at the Olympics, not as a thief. He is Spider-Man, Spider-Man. The 3 girls had completely transformed into infatuated fans. With one daringly approaching, Li Ming, could you teach us? Li Ming, lacking in charm, declined, I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. You all can play by yourselves. The girl responded, tired? You seem capable of climbing 66 floors right now. Li Ming emerged from the rock climbing base, the sun's brilliance causing him to squint slightly. As he had been scaling the walls moments ago, a sudden realization washed over him. Perhaps he had grown too languid. In that fleeting instant, he found himself pondering how much more invigorating his life felt when he was relentlessly executing assassination missions. After a brief moment of reflection, he murmured to himself, I suppose it's time to resume activity. I should first peruse the dark web. Upon accessing the dark web, a flurry of private messages inundated his inbox. One particular message piqued his interest. Mr. Laborer, I have a unique commission I wish to entrust to you. The remuneration will be substantial. Leaning against the fence outside the climbing facility, he cast a casual glance around. A group of young individuals were laughing in the parking lot. while a janitor in the distance busily swept the ground. Everything appeared perfectly mundane. He redirected his focus to the message, inquiring about the specifics of the task at hand. "Pray tell, what is this commission?" The sender responded almost instantaneously. "I need you to retrieve a particular item. In 3 days, a man will appear at the Sunset Tower's observation deck, and at that moment, I require you to procure that item from him." Lighting a cigarette, Li Ming questioned. "Surely, such a task could be accomplished by any pickpocket? You must understand, hiring me comes at a considerable cost." The Sunset Tower lay 13 hours ahead in time. Was his employer truly seeking to hire him for mere theft? It seemed rather far-fetched. "If it were simply theft, you would be correct," came the reply. "However, the item I seek contains a bomb-triggering mechanism." Li Ming furrowed his brow. "A bomb? At the Sunset Tower? If it were to detonate, not only would the iconic structure be obliterated, but countless tourists atop it would perish. The tower attracts throngs of visitors nearly every day. The ramifications of such an explosion would be catastrophic." His curiosity was piqued. Why would this man resort to such measures? What was his employer's true intention? Without prompting, the sender continued, "In any case, I must have that item returned, and I need to ensure that the device can never be activated. As for what lies within, Mr. Laborer need not concern himself with the details. It would be best if you also dealt with that man. The payment will reflect your efforts." The jubilant shouts of young women echoed from within the climbing facility, drawing Li Ming's attention. He glanced back to see a coach rescuing a girl from the rock wall. Her appearance quite disheveled. "Why choose me?" He flicked the ash from his cigarette and inquired. He recalled W.'s warnings. During this period, W had become a target, which could imply that others were aware of their collaboration. Accepting jobs now required a heightened sense of caution. He needed to ascertain that his employer was not some federal entity attempting to deceive him. Chapter 51. The audacity to intercept the master assassin's contract. Online. It was rumored that the laborer never failed. The man replied, "And you are currently the most sought-after assassin in the field, correct? With a string of victories to your name, I find myself in dire need of your services." After exhaling a plume of smoke, Li Ming discarded the cigarette but on the ground and crushed it beneath his heel, his mind racing to analyze the implications of the man's words, searching for any inconsistencies. However, before he could reach a decision, the deposit had already been transferred to him. "I understand the protocol. Here is a 50% deposit, amounting to $3 million. Should you also eliminate that man, I can offer an additional $1 million. However, should you fail and either lose or damage the item I seek, there will be no payment whatsoever." Li Ming contemplated the staggering sum of $3 million. Nevertheless, if he faltered, the hard-earned reputation he had built as an assassin would likely be tarnished. It is said that if one consistently succeeds, they are afforded great leniency. Conversely, should they falter even once, the scrutiny becomes relentless. It is akin to a novelist who has penned several bestsellers, only to release one that is met with indifference. The perception is that their talent has run dry. Li Ming valued his reputation dearly and could not permit any failure that might tarnish it. After lighting another cigarette, he accepted the task. If this was indeed a ruse, he would prepare himself for an unending pursuit. "Mr. Laborer, the top 3 assassins have previously collaborated with me, but one betrayed me, and now I seek retribution. If you execute this mission flawlessly, I shall engage you for future contracts. What say you?" Li Ming discerned the underlying threat in the employer's tone, a clear admonition against betrayal. The consequences would be severe. However, he had never been one to succumb to intimidation. He replied, "Very well, but should you fail to uphold your end of the bargain or attempt to betray me, you will find yourself my next target, Wolf's Tail." In the bustling heart of a Southern Hemisphere city, at the Sunset Tower, the employer known as Wolf's Tail stood atop the observation deck. Upon reading Li Ming's message, he noted that the laborer had gone offline. The warning was unmistakable. Li Ming was not to be trifled with. An intriguing assassin, he mused. "I await your performance, Mr. Laborer." 3 days later, Chun Jiaming and his companions were urged by 3 young women to invite Li Ming out. However, Li Ming had already boarded a plane en route to his next destination. Brother Ming is off to enjoy himself again. This academic prodigy has managed to achieve financial independence through stock investments shortly after graduation, Wang He remarked. "Hey guys, my old man wants me to open a hotel. Should I invite Brother Ming to invest? With him on board, our hotel would surely thrive," he continued. Su Qihong nodded in agreement as he perused a post. "Sounds reasonable. I'm in for a share." Wait. He suddenly leapt to his feet in excitement. "What has gotten into you?" Chun Jiaming asked, exasperated. "We're discussing serious matters here. Did you hear? The top 3 assassins' contract was intercepted by the laborer." Chun Jiaming and Wang He, having listened to his incessant chatter, had gained some insight into the laborer. Given his prowess, it was only a matter of time before he began appropriating others' contracts. Indeed, those in the dark web echoed similar sentiments. A post had surfaced regarding the laborer seizing the contract belonging to the top 3 assassin known as Snowman. As the post circulated, many tagged Snowman, eager for a response. Is it true that Snowman's contract was intercepted by the laborer? Snowman, say something. The audacity of this newcomer, daring to usurp Snowman's contract, was met with astonishment. Snowman, having achieved a top 3 ranking, boasted a kill-death ratio that placed him among the most formidable. He was not to be trifled with. Yet, despite the fervent discussions, Snowman remained silent, as did the laborer. The matter thus shrouded itself in an enigmatic veil. With neither party present to clarify, the topic became increasingly difficult to pursue. Some awaited the laborer's execution of the task, while others wagered on whether a rivalry would ensue between Snowman and the laborer. After disembarking from the plane, Ming sought out a hotel and spent the evening conversing with a flight attendant he had met on board. Now, with his physical prowess nearing the limits of human capability, he remained invigorated even on the second day. The 13-hour time difference had no bearing on him. As he prepared to venture out for reconnaissance, he accessed the dark web and found the discussions there to be both amusing and perplexing. The moniker Snowman? Was it true that the individual who betrayed him went by that code name? Ming stroked his chin, realizing this was his first encounter with a killer ranked among the top 10. However, this hardly qualified as a formal engagement. It merely established a tenuous connection. The fervent interest of those posting likely stemmed from their perception of him as an inexperienced novice, perhaps overestimating his own capabilities. Although he shone brightly as a newcomer, he was still far from being on par with seasoned veterans, such as the world's third-ranked assassin. Ming remained clueless about the events that transpired between them, particularly why Wolftail had chosen him. He donned his coat and stood up. Time is of the essence. Their affairs are not my concern. Now, I must pursue my quarry. The Sunset Tower, a landmark structure, loomed in the southeast of the city center. The 66 floors of Casa Roma paled in comparison to this edifice. Ming gazed upward, unable to discern its apex. What architectural genius conceived such a magnificent design? He marveled briefly before purchasing a ticket to ascend the tower. The 99 floors were a daunting challenge. He surmised that most individuals could not reach the top. Many succumbed to dizziness on the 20 or 30 floors, too frightened to gaze downward, and some even shrieked as they retreated. By the time they reached the 40 or 50 floors, they often opted to stop altogether. Upon reaching the 60 or 70 floors, the crowds had thinned considerably. Ming observed the eerily vacant 80th floor, which only heightened his sense of unease. He was alone here, devoid of tourists or even staff. A sign by the railing read, "Please keep your gaze elevated." Was it truly necessary to construct the tower to such an altitude? For the average person, this height would be unbearable, and even those without a fear of heights might find themselves stricken with vertigo. Ming casually glanced downwards. For him, the fear of heights was an impossibility. Yet, in that moment, he experienced a fleeting sensation of dizziness, merely a second's worth. The system was right. He was still human. He jested to himself and continued his ascent. However, this time he heightened his vigilance, disguising his appearance as another passerby. Anyone capable of carrying a bomb to the 99th floor was undoubtedly not a simple character. He had to remain alert for the possibility of that individual unexpectedly appearing, as well as the potential for Wolftail and others to conspire against him. Chapter 52. Lurking, awaiting the hunt. As Ming walked, he activated a 3D map. Clearly, despite the lack of foot traffic, each floor was equipped with electronic surveillance. Moreover, the observation elevators operated on a set schedule. He memorized the routine and skillfully plotted a route to evade the electronic monitors. In the monitoring room, 2 bearded men and a portly security guard stared at the screens. Lost in thought, someone definitely ascended to the 80th floor just now, one confirmed. I distinctly saw him. Is he a ghost? Why has he vanished? The portly guard replied. Stop scaring yourself. Perhaps he has already descended. We might have just missed him while slacking off. The trio was responsible for monitoring floors 80 through 99. Aside from a few elevators transporting visitors up and down, there were hardly any patrons on the observation deck. Thus, they had grown accustomed to a lethargic work routine, colloquially referred to as slacking off. The 2 bearded men nodded in agreement. It can't be a ghost, can it? One of them mused. However, a few days ago, someone did reach the observation deck on the 99th floor, and he didn't take the elevator. I suspect he was a special forces operative. I bet he was the team leader. I guess he is Spider-Man. Unaware of the absurdity unfolding in the monitoring room, Ming had already arrived at the 99th floor. Occasionally, a few individuals rode the observation elevator, but aside from one audacious internet celebrity who dared to step onto the observation deck, the other visitors remained hesitant to exit the elevator. Therefore, at that moment, Ming found himself alone on the observation deck, save for the internet star, who was precariously positioned at the edge of the railing, greeting his followers through his phone while leaning dangerously far over the edge. Li Ming concealed himself in a shadowy corner, utilizing the 3D map to complete his reconnaissance. Tomorrow marked the final deadline. When that individual made his appearance, he had to die. Assassinating someone in such a location was deceptively simple, yet the challenge lay in the fact that the target possessed an explosive device. No one could predict whether he would activate the detonation switch upon reaching the observation deck. Before departing, Li Ming's gaze fell upon the reckless internet celebrity, who stood with his back to him, half of his body dangling over the railing as he shouted into his phone, "My darlings, double tap 666. Dare me to lean out a bit more? Let us see those rockets fly." As he spoke, he continued to extend his hand outward. Li Ming maintained his silence regarding such reckless behavior. After leaving the Sunset Tower, Li Ming returned for a brief respite before preparing his equipment. In the dead of night, he found himself beneath the tower. The night sky was as dark as ink as Li Ming stood in the shadow of the towering structure, gazing up at the cloud-piercing edifice. The moonlight was hidden behind clouds, with only the aviation warning light at the tower's peak flashing rhythmically like a crimson eye. The tower's doors had closed for the night. "Let the game begin," he murmured softly, his words swallowed by the wind. Li Ming donned a pair of specially designed gloves crafted by the unique suction material, allowing him to cling to the smooth glass faade like a gecko. Although his bare-handed climbing skills enhanced his vertical speed and climbing ability, they were not divine in nature. They still required core strength and balance. He was not yet capable of scaling to the 99th floor unaided. His decision to ascend at this hour was strategic, made after careful reconnaissance. Beyond the 80th floor, there were nearly no patrons. If he were to ascend on foot or via the observation elevator, he would undoubtedly attract attention from his target. Thus, he needed to conceal himself beneath the observation deck's railing, waiting for the target to appear, ready to ambush him. Even if the target had already activated the explosive switch, he would have time to dismantle it. Preventing the explosion was Wolf Tail's primary demand. The Sunset Tower closed its doors early, reopening at 4 in the morning. From that time onward, visitors would gradually increase, as waves of people opted to take the observation elevators to the 99th floor to witness the sunrise. Then, before 7 o'clock, the numbers would dwindle. Wolf Tail had indicated that the target would appear at 7. Li Ming now had only a few hours remaining. The evening breeze caressed him as he began his ascent, moving with the grace of a cat, each exertion precise and calculated. Thanks to his silent movement skills, every step he took produced no sound whatsoever. 50 floors, 60 floors, 70 floors. The heights beneath his feet continued to rise, the city lights gradually diminishing to insignificance. Li Ming occasionally cast a glance downward, experiencing a fleeting sensation of vertigo. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. Upon reaching the 80th floor, a sudden gust of wind assailed him, causing his body to sway slightly. Instinctively, Li Ming tightened his core, pressing himself against the glass to stabilize his form. At that moment, he heard the sound of a window being opened above him. "The wind tonight is truly fierce." A man's voice echoed from above. Li Ming held his breath, remaining utterly still. He could sense the other man's gaze sweeping over the exterior wall, mere meters away from him. Sweat trickled down his temple, yet his grip remained steadfast as a rock. Oddly, it seemed as though he had caught sight of something moving moments ago. The man muttered to himself, leaning out to take a closer look. Another voice chimed in. "Come on now, stop being paranoid. Do you really believe in the existence of Spider-Man? Let's finish patrolling this floor and make haste to leave. If it weren't for the sudden order from above to conduct a site patrol, I would certainly be enjoying a lovely evening with the beautiful Miss Tina." Perhaps you are right. It's perplexing why the higher-ups have gone mad, insisting on our personal patrol. As everyone knows, the place is deserted during the day. How could there possibly be anyone here in the dead of night after the tower has closed? Soon, Li Ming heard their complaints fade into the distance, their footsteps gradually dissipating. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the commands from above. Could it be that the target scheduled to appear at 7 in the morning possesses a particularly significant identity? Even a qualified assassin must remain vigilant against a treacherous employer. The infamous Wolf Tail, having been betrayed by long-term collaborators, would surely not trust him. Thus, Li Ming had reasonable doubts that Wolf Tail might entrap him. Fortunately, he had wisely chosen this route, allowing him to ascend to the 99th floor undetected, something even the top 2 lunatics on the leaderboard would not dare attempt. Moreover, he had devised a plan. Once he secured the target's belongings, he would vanish into hiding. Once he confirmed that Wolf Tail had not deceived him, having paid the final fee, he would, of course, honor his word and deliver the goods. 42 minutes later, Li Ming found himself below the observation deck on the 99th floor, his feet firmly planted on the steel structural beams, his body akin to a gecko. Clinging to the recesses, leaning forward slightly, he peered through the glass, catching sight of the empty observation deck and the large clock hanging above. The pendulum swung, marking the time at 4:23. Sunrise was still 2 hours and 37 minutes away. Chapter 53. Let us start with half a hand. As dawn began to break, the cool hues of pre-sunrise enveloped the heights of the 99th floor. Li Ming concealed himself in the shadows along the edge of the observation deck. His body pressed against the glass curtain wall, breathing steadily. An essential principle in the professional assassin's self-discipline manual is to cultivate an unwavering and formidable patience. Much like a sniper who remains motionless for 24 hours, waiting for that one perfect shot, possessing such patience ensures success in any endeavor. To his southeast, at a 3 o'clock position, lay the tracks of a scenic elevator. At 4 o'clock, the chimes echoed, and he discerned the sound of the elevator moving along its track. This moment marked the peak of daily foot traffic, necessitating the elevator's operation to accommodate the influx of tourists eager to witness the sunrise. However, the dawn is fleeting, leaving some visitors unable to catch a glimpse. Of course, some merely lingered on the 38th floor, having already witnessed a breathtaking sunrise. Li Ming watched as the first golden rays ignited the horizon, as if the darkness had been suddenly cleaved open, revealing a sliver of light. The clouds were tinged with a delicate orange-red, reminiscent of red-hot iron plunged into cold water, with hazy halos forming along the edges. Gradually, the light began to spread. From the horizon, the golden hue steadily consumed the darkness, akin to an unstoppable tide. The clouds became gilded, layered like burning feathers, both ethereal and magnificent. And Li Ming stood atop this breathtaking spectacle, amidst the sounds of the elevator's operation. The rising chorus of awe from tourists gradually reached Li Ming's ears. How beautiful! At this moment, no one was aware that a cold-blooded assassin lay in wait beneath the observation deck, poised to strike, while simultaneously savoring the breathtaking sunrise from the heights above. As the sunrise concluded, the number of tourists dwindled, yet the scenic elevator continued its orderly ascents and descents. The clock's hour hand was nearing 7. Li Ming flexed his leg muscles, shifting into a poised stance, ready to leap onto the railing at a moment's notice. He then retrieved from his tactical bag the curved dagger, stained with the blood of many past encounters, and secured it at his waist. At precisely 7 o'clock, the scenic elevator arrived, bearing a man clad in a black trench coat, wearing a black hat, and carrying a black travel bag to the 99th floor. From his vantage point, Li Ming could not see the man directly. He could only confirm his presence through the reflections on the glass. The time, location, and travel bag all matched the information provided by his employer, Wolf Tail. As the elevator doors slid open with a metallic screech that pierced the morning silence, the man stepped forth, holding the black travel bag in his left hand while his right remained tucked in his pocket, his gait steady yet vigilant. The brim of his hat cast a shadow over most of his face, revealing only the taut line of his jaw. He appeared to be waiting for someone. Little did he know, beneath him lay his harbinger of death. Li Ming's body tensed slightly, and he breathed even more softly. Through the glass's reflection, he observed the man's fingers gently grazing the zipper of the travel bag, seemingly verifying something. The morning light had fully illuminated the sky, elongating the man's shadow into a sharp, blade-like silhouette across the observation deck. Li Ming had already calculated the timing of the elevator's ascent. He needed to eliminate this target before the elevator returned. From his observations, the number of people ascending matched the number descending, unless one had chosen to scale the building on foot, in which case Li Ming would have no way of detecting their presence. Thus, at that moment, the observation deck was occupied solely by this man. The unseen corners represented the assassin's unknown peril. Yet this handbook held no sway over Li Ming. He had activated the 3D map, devoid of skull imaging or any other unauthorized thermal signatures. Li Ming lay in wait, poised for the perfect moment. Wolf Tail had instructed him merely to seize the item from the man's possession and dismantle the bomb device. Killing the man would yield a separate reward. Therefore, the affairs of others were of no concern to him, as long as they did not come seeking his demise. Listening intently, he heard no countdown. Calculating in his mind, as the man stood, Li Ming's hands gripped the railing tightly. His feet propelled him forward. In a fluid motion, he executed a 180-degree flip, landing on the observation deck. By the time the man realized Li Ming's presence, the assassin's legs had already ensnared his neck. As Li Ming flipped onto the observation deck, the man, too, found himself spun around, teetering at the railing's edge, as Li Ming's vice-like grip tightened around his legs, rendering him breathless. With one hand, Li Ming yanked the black travel bag towards him, feeling for the telltale sign of a peculiar device hidden within, unmistakably present. The man emitted a muffled whimper as he struggled, but soon relinquished his attempts and instead slipped his hand back into his pocket. Yet, before he could even make contact with the fabric, his hand was pinned to the ground by a curved blade. Without uttering a word, Li Ming exerted force with his legs. The blood pooling on the ground appeared almost ironic under the dawn's gentle glow. Crack! The familiar sound of bones fracturing echoed. Li Ming quickly unzipped his black duffel bag. Inside lay a complex array of explosive devices, revealing at least 3 distinct detonation methods. With his advanced bomb disposal skills acquired earlier, he possessed a profound understanding of such mechanisms. Nevertheless, this was his first practical application. A moment's carelessness could spell catastrophe. Remote signal activation? Hidden within the bag's compartment was a miniature receiver, currently blinking a faint red light. Li Ming's fingertips glided over the bomb's apparatus. His exterior calm belied by the tautness of his nerves. He withdrew the curved knife, deftly prying open the receiver's casing. The circuit board was exposed to the morning light. From his tactical waist pouch, he retrieved a miniature jammer and pressed it directly onto the circuit board. A sharp crackle of electricity followed, extinguishing the red light. Within the man's pocket lay a countdown bomb. However, due to Li Ming's unexpected intervention, he had not been afforded the chance to activate the switch. Thus, Li Ming opted to address the third detonation method first. Pressure sensitivity represented a perilous mode of detonation. Any loss of balance could lead to mutual destruction. This was evidently the resolve to retaliate against society. If he was to die, he would take others with him. This detonation method was the most troublesome aspect. He could not afford to remove his left hand, nor could he shift the bomb. Any change in weight would trigger an explosion. Having just executed the remote signal procedure with one hand, he was already dancing on the precipice of death. Now, he had to find an alternative weight source or dismantle the sensor itself. At that moment, he heard the faint sound of the observation elevator's guide rails in the distance. He could reasonably calculate that the elevator was currently on the 7,880th floor. Time was running short. Beneath the metal plate lay a set of precision scales. Any weight fluctuation exceeding 50 grams would release the spring. Confirming this, Li Ming extracted the knife that had been driven into the ground. Blood splattered across his arm. Approximately 12 kilograms of weight pressure. He fixated on the man's hand, still oozing blood, and smirked. How much should I cut off to equal 12 kilograms? No, that's insufficient weight. Perhaps I'll start with half a palm. Chapter 54, Damn. We can't handle the work of mere laborers. The wind swept in from the 99th floor, carrying the dampness of morning mist. The red light of the pressure sensor flickered weakly, reminiscent of a heartbeat. The first cut fell upon the wrist joint. With the precision of carving steak or removing bone, Li Ming, beads of sweat forming on his brow, meticulously executed each incision. The sound of slicing echoed through the ethereal mist of the 99th floor. 26 kilograms, half a palm, plus 3 fingers. Perfect, but wait, it's bleeding. Just a little more. As he sliced, he placed the severed pieces atop the bomb apparatus. With the elevator's approach growing louder, Li Ming gradually relaxed his left hand, and the sensor's needle wavered slightly. The 3 fingers settled on the sensor, and the needle slowly returned to its original position, the red light turning green. The dual-circuit design revealed a glimmering chip on the main control board. Using the knife, Li Ming pried open the tamper-proof mechanism to locate the critical blue wire. The moment he severed it, he hoisted the duffel bag and leapt down. Ladies and gentlemen, today I present the breathtaking scenery of the 99th floor once more. Double tap 666. Let us get those rockets soaring. The internet sensation, Big Beard, was waving his phone while babbling away. Suddenly, he was struck with alarm. Wait, did I just see a large bird fly by? The elevator door chimed, and Big Beard, upon witnessing the scene on the observation deck, turned pale and screamed for help after a brief moment of shock. Terrified, yet still eager to capture views for his live stream, he discovered, to his dismay, that his streaming equipment had inexplicably malfunctioned and would not turn on. In the surveillance room, Big Beard and his portly companion had just reviewed the footage from the 99th floor. As the image appeared, they collectively gasped, their faces drained of color. Someone shouted, "There has been a murder. There's a bomb. Call the bomb squad." Amidst the chaos, when the bomb squad arrived, they found the bomb had already been disarmed, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Yet, this left them with a profound enigma. Who had killed the fugitive on the observation deck? And why had the bomb been disarmed? Not a collaborator, but a foe. Moreover, the surveillance footage revealed nothing suspicious. The only potential witness, the internet sensation, had seen nothing of value. All he could contribute was a vague mention of a large bird flying away. A large bird? The security personnel exchanged bewildered glances. That is utterly absurd. Surely, it wasn't a bird. They murmured in disbelief. The 99th floor surveillance was inoperative, but the footage from the 198th floor was intact. They scoured it, finding no suspicious individuals. Moreover, the number of people capable of reaching these floors was exceedingly limited. Even if they dozed off, they would recognize them. Could it have been someone who climbed up? If they didn't climb or take the elevator, how did they arrive? The officers on site were at a loss to ascertain how the killer had ascended. Unless they scaled the building like Spider-Man, climbing up from the outside. Could that truly be feasible? An experienced detective leaned over the railing for a better view. Regrettably, that appears to be the only plausible scenario. Another officer chimed in. Perhaps it was a helicopter? The seasoned detective scoffed. So sophisticated? The killer must be well equipped these days. A helicopter to commit murder, and yet we've seen not a trace of the assailant? Are we truly that inept? The officer fell silent. Recognizing the truth in the detective's words, they had been outmaneuvered by a killer who had danced right in front of them without detection. Another officer, holding documents, stated, "This must be the work of a professionally trained assassin, likely affiliated with some organization seeking retribution." The deceased, Igor Benjamin, was a fugitive and had previously worked as a mercenary for the Skeleton Corps, but was later shot and survived with metal plating. Wait a moment, the veteran detective interrupted. This deceased individual was part of the Skeleton Corps? The room fell silent, the air thick with tension. Their expressions grew complex. Upon reflection, it was evident that Igor Benjamin had met his end with a broken neck, an indication of a calculated strike. They could easily deduce that the killer, no, the assassin, was that mysterious and exceptionally active figure, the laborer renowned for an assassination success rate of 100%. Damn it, why did no one mention it was the laborer? The worker emerged like a specter, once he had set his sights on a target. That individual would not see the dawn of the following day. It was no wonder the surveillance could not capture him, for this was where the worker excelled. He seemed to possess an uncanny familiarity with the whereabouts of every target. The worker never missed his mark. Hence, it was said he resembled a ghost, perhaps having floated down from the 99th floor, the great bird perhaps being a metaphor for him. Yet, it was perplexing. Was his mission to prevent an explosion? If so, he seemed rather amiable. A few police officers exchanged glances before one finally inquired, "Officer, should we report this?" "Of course we should report it. You know these matters are beyond our jurisdiction now." The seasoned detective sighed and shook his head. "Let us move on. This is no longer our responsibility." At that moment, they remained oblivious to Ming, who, high above in the sea of clouds, glided through the city like a phantom, having unfurled his glider wing. Before long, a new batch of police took over the scene, dispatching helicopters to circle the high altitudes around the Sunset Tower. But by then, Ming had already landed, shed his disguise, and returned to his hotel. He had acquired the necessary items. In the dark web, he sent a message to the Wolf's Tail. "I know." The Wolf's Tail responded almost instantaneously. The Sunset Tower did not explode at that moment. "I knew you had succeeded." Without waiting for Ming to reply, he transferred the final payment along with a bonus for eliminating that man, totaling $4 million. Upon seeing the payment received, Ming replied, "I was just pondering that if you had set a trap, I would have claimed both your life and the payment. Fortunately, I was overthinking." The Wolf's Tail always exuded an unsettling aura. Nevertheless, the payment was as swift and decisive as a great white shark. The Wolf's Tail sent a question mark. "You were actually wary of me? Worker, you must understand one thing. My greatest aversion is being betrayed. And once I make a choice, I will not betray my partners." Although the incident with the snowman had left him distrustful of the contracted assassins, it did not extend to the point of designing traps to deliberately harm them. Ming shifted the topic. "I have placed the items at the location you specified. They are quite dangerous, so you should retrieve them promptly." "You saw them?" The Wolf's Tail seemed to grow anxious. Ming chuckled. "The explosive device is in the travel bag, resting atop that document. Do you think I could have missed it? But rest assured, I only glanced at the text on the cover. Your affairs are none of my concern. However, should you have any other matters to resolve or further commissions, feel free to reach out to me, though my price may have risen by then." Chapter 55, You Cannot Kill Me. Enhancements and Breakthroughs. "I understand your price." The Wolf's Tail replied instantly, but then posed a question that Ming did not care for. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you've seen it. If you betray me, I will hunt you down as relentlessly as I pursued the snowman. Whether 1, 2, or even a mercenary battalion. I refuse to believe you can withstand it." A bit of inquiry would reveal why the snowman had ceased taking contracts and had vanished altogether. Ming could envision the Wolf's Tail gritting his teeth through his words. It was evident that he harbored a profound hatred for those who betrayed him. Of course, he was also aware of the snowman's plight. In the dark web, he had inquired, and it appeared that some organization had set its sights on the snowman. Any appearance would result in a horde of assailants. As a top assassin on the leaderboard, no matter how formidable he was, he could not contend with such relentless pursuit. In summary, he was now a fugitive. Moreover, the Skull Legion had been searching for him as well. Ming replied, "Regardless of your motivations, I only wish to convey this. You cannot kill me. Furthermore, I will not entertain any threats from anyone. Mr. Wolf's Tail, should you wish to engage my services again, please increase the price by at least 3 million. With that, he logged off and ceased further communication with the Wolf's Tail. The Wolf's Tail observed the worker log off. a meaningful smile creeping across his face as he messaged another individual. His temperament remained unchanged. He was entirely unyielding to threats. Nevertheless, the mission had been executed flawlessly. Igor Benjamin was dead, and the items were secured. Thank you for your recommendation and your intelligence, Miss Great White Shark. Li Ming closed his laptop, his fingertips absently tapping the surface of the desk. Outside, the city's neon lights began to flicker to life, casting a dance of light and shadow across his profile. At first glance, one might assume he was lost in thought. In truth, he was intently observing the panel before him as it refreshed continuously. Skill 1, 10 cubic meters of personal space, upgradable. Effect, allows for the placement of ordinary items, visible only to oneself. Skill 2, mastery of mounted archery. Skill effect, shooting and archery from horseback is always accurate. Driving and shooting is as steady as a seasoned veteran. Skill points, 3, attribute points, 2. Among these was a special skill that made his eyes gleam with excitement. Personal space? This means I will no longer have to worry about carrying a tactical bag. Li Ming was thoroughly pleased with this spatial summoning skill, and it was upgradable. Without hesitation, he allocated a skill point to upgrade his personal space. Congratulations. Personal space upgraded successfully, 100 cubic meters. Effect, the space is in stasis. Any items placed within will remain in an absolute state of stillness. Li Ming exclaimed in delight. Splendid. Although the space was not particularly vast, it was sufficiently accommodating. The key aspect was the effect. This meant that if a cup of hot tea was placed inside, it would still be hot upon retrieval. In other words, anything placed within would retain its state both before and after being stored. With a playful intent, Li Ming stored the breakfast previously delivered to him by the front desk, the steam rising from it frozen in time. He then tossed his entire tactical bag into the personal space. From now on, he could access it at will, no longer burdened by the weight of the bag. He could stride through security checks with his head held high, unperturbed. How refreshing. Li Ming was immensely satisfied with this. With a thought, the space vanished in accordance with his will. Mastery of mounted archery, exceptional horsemanship, and archery skills were also commendable. The more skills one possessed, the greater the true foundation of a professional assassin. With 2 skill points remaining, Li Ming opened his skill tab, his gaze settling on advanced combat. He had contemplated upgrading his combat skills previously. His close-quarters combat skills comprised only combat and master-level Bajiquan grappling technique. However, the master-level Bajiquan was already formidable, enhancing his body's flexibility to a remarkable degree, providing him with unique advantages. For instance, there was that time when he was tied to a chair by the robin, opting to dislocate his shoulder, allowing his hand to slip free as if it had shrunk. Combined with his combat skills, Li Ming was now akin to a war deity in close-quarters combat. After a moment's reflection, his gaze shifted to the medical skills. Today, while dismantling the bomb, he had neglected to prepare counterweights, a lapse in his own caution. Although he had handled the bomb deftly, his cutting technique had faltered when it came to severing a man's hand. If there is a need in the future, merely possessing intermediate emergency medical skills, encompassing basic wound treatment and suturing techniques, will not suffice to achieve the precision of a seasoned surgeon. After much contemplation, Li Ming resolved to elevate his medical proficiency. He reasoned that as long as he continued to fulfill his missions, skill points would inevitably accumulate. His current line of thought was as follows: for assassins like him, who navigate the thin line between life and death, the ability to kill is essential, and possessing multiple skills is never a burden. Equally crucial is the means of self-rescue, a fact of significant importance. Despite his already invulnerable constitution, he remained a mortal man who could perish if killed. Faced with lethal force, he could not guarantee an impeccable escape. Upon making his decision, Li Ming promptly took action. However, merely utilizing a single skill point to enhance his medical expertise was inadequate. It was only by expending his last point that he successfully upgraded his medical skills to an advanced level. The advanced capabilities included exceptional surgical proficiency, organ transplantation, formulation of genetic agents, and neural interfacing, such as modifying pain perception. A vast array of knowledge flooded his mind. Incredible, Li Ming murmured in astonishment. The neural interfacing skill was astonishingly advanced, surpassing the medical standards of certain fields in the real world. And this was merely the advanced tier. Should he continue to upgrade, would he not become a master of magic? Yet, he was uncertain if there remained opportunities for a third upgrade. With no skill points left, he could not conduct experiments to verify this. Nevertheless, the advanced effects were already formidable. They sufficed for now, ensuring he could handle injuries within human limitations. He allocated his final 2 attribute points entirely to physical stamina, bringing his total to 7. He could now ascend the 99 floors of the Sunset Tower in considerably less time. As he stored away his panel, he gazed outside at the sun gradually enveloping the earth. Occasionally, he could hear the distant wail of police sirens emanating from the direction of the Sunset Tower. Li Ming was contemplating how many days he would need to remain here to procure a batch of medical supplies and tools, all of which he would stow away in his personal space, along with a selection of firearms. In this country, as long as one has the means, one can acquire the desired weaponry from the black market without the necessity of a firearms permit. He even managed to procure materials for homemade explosives. Previously, due to the limitations of his tactical bag, he had not considered such purchases. But now, with ample space, Li Ming watched as his storage gradually filled. The sense of security it provided was palpable. If possible, he would endeavor to upgrade once more, testing whether further enhancements were attainable. Chapter 56, a task almost given for free. During the days that Li Ming spent shopping at the Sunset Tower, local police continued their relentless search for suspicious individuals. However, they were utterly unable to gather any information regarding the laborer. Li Ming stood inside a black market warehouse near the Sunset Tower, lightly tapping his fingers against a box of C4 explosives. Outside, the sound of police sirens grew closer. The quality of this shipment was commendable. "I'll take it," he said without looking up, seamlessly transferring the explosives into his personal space. The seller, a scar-faced Eastern European, was too preoccupied counting his money to notice the disappearance of 20 kilograms of explosives right before his eyes. By the time he looked up, both Li Ming and the explosives had vanished. Who was this person? How could he carry away 20 kilograms of explosives right under my nose? Walking nonchalantly down the street, Li Ming observed 3 police cars conducting searches in the area. The officer leading the operation held a tablet, the screen displaying a grainy image captured by the Sunset Tower's surveillance, depicting a blurred silhouette obscured by the clouds at the 99th floor. Resembling a bird, a majestic creature taking flight. "Damn, this is the 5th day already," the officer grumbled, running a hand through his hair. "Surely this guy can't have transformed into a bird and flown away. Or has he truly left?" Yet there are no records of suspicious individuals exiting. Li Ming silently smirked as he leisurely adjusted his baseball cap, striding confidently past them while discreetly stashing the recently acquired neurotoxin into his space. At this moment, the 100 cubic meters of his storage brimmed with his shopping haul, crates of ammunition, medical supplies, surgical instruments, an assortment of firearms, and of course, essential provisions. At a nearby CAF, the news was playing. Experts speculate that the perpetrator may have a military background. Li Ming settled into an outdoor seat, ordering a cup of black coffee. At the adjacent table, a police officer was complaining into his radio. "Chief, we've scoured all the surveillance footage, but there's not a single ghostly figure to be found. What's worse, the guy even severed half a hand, yet left no fingerprints or blood traces." Another officer chimed in. Even the forensic expert stated that the cutting technique was highly professional, with a clean incision, the muscle fibers meticulously handled. However, from the cut, it appears the laborer likely used a dagger. While they could not uncover further information, they were certain that the laborer might indeed be a top-tier surgeon. "Is it possible that the laborer is a killer doctor doing good deeds?" One officer questioned. "Are you out of your mind? Keep your voice down. He.S. a ruthless killer. All right, maybe you're right. I might just be going insane." After finishing his coffee, Li Ming walked past them and exited the CAF. Suman Island. On top of the lighthouse, a girl dressed in a two-dimensional style sat on a chair, playfully wielding a toy lightsaber. A shark necklace adorned her chest, reflecting blinding rays in the sunlight. "Mr. Wolftail, you've obtained the evidence of collusion between your adversary and that arms dealer, and I've captured the snowman for you. So what about my reward?" A voice processed by a voice changer crackled through her encrypted earpiece. "Miss Great White Shark, did you not say you didn't want $? State your conditions. What do you desire?" "I've made up my mind," Great White Shark replied, thrusting her toy lightsaber into the air. "I want control of Suman Island. From now on, ensure those people stay away from here, or I'll kill anyone I see." Her pink twin tail swayed as she swung her sword, her blood-red pupils exuding a chilling aura. There was a prolonged silence from the other end of the line before it finally responded. "The laborer you recommended possesses exceptional bomb disposal skills. He helped preserve the Sunset Tower, ensuring my achievements and proposals regarding it were not destroyed. This is of great importance to me." Noting that Great White Shark remained silent, he continued, "Miss Great White Shark, I should provide you with a favorable response. As long as you do not descend into madness like the Nightingale and her Rodriguez family, I will refrain from interfering too much with Suman Island." Great White Shark let out a huff, elegantly performing a princess bow while still holding her sword. "Thank you, Mr. Wolftail, you are a good person." The voice on the other end abruptly turned cold. "Snowman, leave it to me." Great White Shark slowly turned her gaze to the person beneath the chair, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Her blood-red pupils burned with both a lifelessness and a raging fury as she pressed her foot down on the person hidden beneath the chair. The toy lightsaber was forcefully thrust into the back of his hand, blood gushing forth. He is doomed, isn't he, Mr. Wolftail? A graceful smile lingered on her face. Indeed, you are correct, he is doomed. I am well aware that he initially accepted a contract to eliminate your closest partner, Mr. Wolftail sighed. However, his demise must be at my hands. This is one of the stipulations I can agree to. The great white shark huffed, extracting the lightsaber and driving it in again. Yet, the snowman displayed no reaction, appearing as lifeless as a corpse. Then allow me to toy with him for a day. I shall deliver him to you afterward, leaving him at Sunset Tower. What say you, Mr. Wolftail? A moment of silence ensued before he replied, do not let him perish. Understood. But do kindly cover the shipping costs. Thank you. The great white shark sheathed the lightsaber once more. As she ended the call, she remained oblivious to the twitch at the corner of Wolftail's mouth. A great fool, still needing to pay for shipping. The great white shark accessed the dark web, casting a glance at the despondent snowman, feeling a sense of misfortune. Capturing the snowman is no simple feat, especially when he ranks among the top 3 assassins on the leaderboard. What does top 3 signify? It implies that, had it not been for Wolftail's relentless pursuit and the concerted efforts of his team to exhaust him, capturing him through ordinary means would have been utterly impossible. Wolftail expended considerable time, money, and resources, including assassins and mercenaries, to wear down the snowman, yet ultimately failed to seize him. Were it not for the blockade of information due to the pursuit, he would have remained unaware that Suman Island had changed hands, allowing him to escape there. It was merely by chance that she managed to catch him unawares and gain an advantage. However, the process of capturing him had cost her numerous subordinates and considerable equipment. It was indeed a daunting task. Therefore, upon apprehending him, the great white shark directly severed the snowman's tendons and fractured his spine. Even if he were alive now, he would be no different from a corpse. She sent a private message to the worker on the dark web. Worker, how about a long-term collaboration? I can introduce you to many affluent employers. Oh, and by the way, I currently have a task for you. While it does not involve killing, should you accept, I shall offer you a handsome reward. Li Ming was packing up to head home when he contemplated checking the dark web for any recent appearances of W. Only to unexpectedly receive a message from the great white shark, someone he thought he would never hear from again. Upon reading the collaboration invitation, he promptly declined. No need for collaboration. I will have others seeking me out. You merely wish to profit from the middleman. The employer has the funds. They might as well add it all to my commission. The great white shark replied candidly. Well, it seems even that is not feasible. Li Ming responded. You are quite honest. Of course, I, the great white shark, am not one to betray my partners. Li Ming glanced at the time and inquired. What task do you have? The great white shark replied almost instantaneously. Assist me in transporting an individual to Sunset Tower. Li Ming furrowed his brow. Are you jesting? Sunset Tower again. Do you know Wolftail? The great white shark, as she claimed, was remarkably forthright, acknowledging their acquaintance but only stating they were merely familiar. It was a matter of intelligence exchange. He sought someone. I found them for him, and you assist in transporting the individual. And I will reward you. It's as simple as that. The worker remarked, it appears your influence is considerable. Transporting someone should be no issue for you. Why resort to spending money on me? Because I am inclined to do so. Ha ha ha. Li Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Is the person on the other end a girl? He suddenly realized that since becoming an assassin, the women he encountered either had a penchant for madness or exhibited a twisted obsession. Chapter 57. Ascending in rank, a potentially dangerous individual in the Dragoness Denver. The great white shark continued, come to Suman Island, and I will provide you with the individual. Suman Island. Li Ming chuckled, realizing that the great white shark had indeed taken over the Robin's position. Her ambitions were grand. The great white shark, surprised, aren't you? When I sought you out to hire you, it was akin to finding treasure, worker. Li Ming replied, place the individual at the dock. I will retrieve them. The worker added, I am quite eager to meet you. Rest easy and don't dwell on it. Transfer the deposit to me, and I will log off for now. Li Ming shut down his computer and packed it away. Shortly after, he received the great white shark's deposit, 1 million? Quite a substantial sum. 2 days later, utilizing disguises and the aid of a 3D map, Li Ming returned to Suman Island and successfully extracted the snowman. He left no trace behind, ensuring the great white shark could find no hint of his presence. The snowman was concealed within a large box. Although he evaded all surveillance and tracking, it was impossible not to notice someone carrying a large box. Today, the great white shark, adorned in purple dreadlocks and wielding a naginata, wore a face of frustration. Feeling defeated, even on her own territory, she had allowed the worker to vanish without a trace. She now comprehended why the Robin had been swiftly dispatched by the worker. Without a trail, without a sound, how had he accomplished such a feat? Had the tracking device I placed beneath the box been dismantled? Alas, it is possible he discovered it. I hope he is not enraged. Intriguing, The worker is remarkably capable. I must ensure he does not collaborate with others. Sunset Tower. The 99th floor had been sealed off for several days. However, due to the inability to locate the perpetrator, it had reluctantly reopened. Once again, they climbed to the 99th floor in the dead of night, where even patrols had ceased. The security guards were hiding in the monitoring room, too fearful to emerge. The incident with the worker had left them shaken. He extracted the large box from the space. Earlier, he had administered a specially formulated agent using his advanced medical skills to the person inside the box. This agent allowed for a 7-second cessation of breathing. When placed in the space, an object that ceases to breathe is frozen the moment it enters. Thus, Ming exploited a flaw in the space, concealing the living person within. When the box was retrieved, the agent's effects lingered at the onset of its potency. Now, having brought the individual out, the 7 seconds had elapsed, and he naturally regained consciousness. However, this agent utilized harmful chemicals detrimental to the body. It was perfectly suited for these targets destined to perish. The tracking device installed by the great white shark activated at that moment. Ming glanced at the tracker, revealing a knowing smile. Once the system captured an image, he prepared to depart from Sunset Tower. He harbored no concerns regarding the great white shark withholding the final payment. Should she refuse, he would simply storm Suman Island. It was as straightforward as that. Suddenly, a voice emerged from within the large box, raspy and feeble. "You are the worker, aren't you?" Ming frowned but remained silent. The individual continued, "I am the snowman." Although Ming was taken aback, he maintained his silence. "If you release me, I will give you all the commissions I previously earned." Were it anyone else, Ming would have taken the money and departed. Yet, how could he accept an offer from someone who had betrayed Wolftail, a top 3 assassin? Ultimately, he had been reduced to this state by relentless hunts and exhaustion. The Wolf's Tail not only possesses considerable wealth, but also wields a degree of influence. This influence is a subtle force, potentially veiled in darkness, capable of either collaborating with these assassins or opposing them. While Ming remains undaunted by such power, and as a pure professional assassin, he is inclined to take on lucrative contracts. However, the situation concerning the snowman is exceedingly delicate. Should he accept the snowman's commission, it is indisputable that he would forfeit a potential employer and might find himself unable to secure future assignments. Ming glanced at the ornate clock on the wall and inquired, "Do you believe that even if I were to let you go now, you could escape? Are you aware of your current location?" The snowman, evidently oblivious, remained ensconced in the box, unable to see anything. "This is the Sunset Tower, 99th floor. It is nearly 4 o'clock. Escape is futile." Upon hearing this, the snowman fell into a despairing silence. Ming rose, realizing he could not linger any longer, and leapt once more. He did not hear the snowman's final, desperate plea. "Then please, just let me fall. You have received a credit of 1 million. Well done, worker." A message from the great white shark arrived. "Do you wish to meet me?" Noticing W still offline, Ming shut down the dark web, ignoring her. Immediately after disconnecting, several posts began to circulate. The snowman, who divulged employer and partner information, has been captured. The worker personally delivered the snowman. He truly is remarkable. The top 3 spots are now vacant. Does the worker deserve a place? I believe I must critique the previous post. The assassin leaderboard ranks individuals based on their kill-to-death ratio. Although the worker boasts a 100 completion rate, his kill-to-death ratio has yet to surpass others, preventing him from breaking into the top 30. Are you violating the rules? Consequently, a flurry of comments ensued. Yet, Ming remained oblivious and unconcerned. He was already aboard the flight home. At this moment, he was accessing his panel to check for newly refreshed skills. This assignment had been rather straightforward, yielding only 1 skill. However, this skill proved exceptionally beneficial, and Ming expressed satisfaction. Skill: Basic Intelligence Reading. Skill effect: automatically acquires key action trajectories of the target within 72 hours post-contract. Skill points: 1. No attribute points. But the acquisition of skill points was precisely what Ming needed. Upgrading his space required at least 2 skill points. Ming began to analyze and rationally allocate his skill points. Taking on another task rated A or even S would yield more skill points. For the time being, his space was sufficient. Thus, he decided to upgrade the newly acquired skill. Basic Intelligence Reading had already showcased impressive initial results. Ming sought to enhance its effectiveness, aiming to improve efficiency in task execution and eliminate any disadvantageous positions. Therefore, he deemed it essential to upgrade this skill. Congratulations, Basic Intelligence Reading has successfully upgraded. Skill: Advanced Intelligence Reading. Effects: 1. Automatically acquires key action trajectories of the target for 240 hours post-contract, with a high probability of marking a weakness, such as insulin dependency, underlying health issues, mistress's residence, or evidence for the target's competitors to retaliate. 2. When within 5 meters of the target, It can read their most intense current emotion, such as fear, greed, or murderous intent. 3. Counterintelligence protection, automatically identifying any eavesdropping or tracking devices on the target. Li Ming's face lit up with delight. Excellent. This effect will save a great deal of trouble. As for counterintelligence and tracking, his 3D map would already display such information. Upon returning to Dalong, Li Ming indulged in several days of extravagant revelry. This time, he emerged unscathed, devoid of conflict. His return to normalcy was exceedingly comfortable. He even successfully became a shareholder in the hotel run by Wang He. Now, he finds himself a legitimate investor and stakeholder in the establishment. His involvement requires minimal effort. He simply conducts market analyses for Wang He when necessary, while awaiting year-end dividends. However, as a seasoned assassin with extensive practical experience, Li Ming became increasingly astute. Regardless of how comfortable life became, his vigilance reached a peak. His beast-like acuity allowed him to easily detect the presence of imminent danger and hostility. For instance, while on a date with a beautiful young lady at a romantically renowned couples-themed restaurant, he sensed the presence of a dangerous individual. Simultaneously, the system prompted him to access the dark web and scan for tasks. Chapter 58, The Gas Manufacturer. A man, carrying a black briefcase and wearing black-rimmed glasses, sat at a window seat. He instinctively scanned his surroundings, then glanced at his watch, looking out the window, evidently awaiting someone. His appearance bore a resemblance to those from the land of the rising sun. A beard would have made him even more fitting. He spoke with the waiter with a slight accent, yet his Mandarin was relatively standard, indicating he had spent considerable time in Dalong. What captured Li Ming's attention was the murky, grayish-white hue of the man's left eye, which did not appear to be a mere ailment. Li Ming's advanced medical knowledge made him keenly aware that this condition resembled the effects of corrosion. He turned to the beautiful young lady seated opposite him and said, "I need to use the restroom." The young lady, not only beautiful but also gentle and understanding, tilted her head and smiled sweetly. "Sure, I'll wait for you." In the restroom, Li Ming retrieved his computer from his space and opened the dark web. The system began scanning. Keywords, Dalong. Scanning in progress. Task target, Lu Zhe. Identity, senior advisor for a chemical safety organization in a certain country, a visiting chemistry professor at a university. However, he is, in fact, a gas manufacturer. The information provided by the employer was rather detailed. This individual, outwardly appearing as a well-dressed chemist, was merely concealing his sordid activities beneath a veneer of respectability. His true occupation was that of a private gas engineer for certain organizations, essentially a demon manufacturing gas for real-world applications, devoid of any humanitarian considerations. He and his syndicate primarily directed their toxic creations towards the war-torn Middle East. They even accepted payment, specifying which country to target, and would transport their gases accordingly. Their toxic contracts spanned the globe. Li Ming recalled Su Qihong mentioning several chemical factory explosions in conflict zones that resulted in numerous civilian fatalities, a dire situation indeed. It now seemed highly probable that Lu Zhe and his syndicate were behind these atrocities. Little did he expect that such a figure would dare to come to Dalong. The land of the rising sun seems to be plagued by a particularly malignant gene, reveling in such inhumane endeavors. With a sigh of resignation, Li Ming resolved to accept this task. Several others had also taken on this assignment, and he noticed that even the 6th-ranked individual on the leaderboard had joined in. The Night Watcher? The enigmatic figure known as the Night Watcher ranks 6th on the list, shrouded in mystery with scant information available even on the dark web. In stark contrast, the flamboyant individual referred to as the Poison Butterfly is well known, and Li Ming has gleaned considerable insights about him from the dark web. As for the Snowman, he is of little concern now, rendered ineffective and no longer deserving of attention. However, the information surrounding the Night Watcher is almost non-existent. He appears and disappears at will, leaving no trace behind. Although he trails several positions behind the Snowman on the leaderboard, the scant records suggest he is equally a top-tier assassin with an impeccable track record. His recent emergence over the past 2 to 3 years has yet to align his kill-to-death ratio with his prowess. Ascending to the 6th position within such a brief time frame is quite an impressive feat, Li Ming mused. One cannot help but wonder about the extraordinary nature of his abilities. Surely, it must be that he consistently secures assignments, thereby amassing his kill count. If given the opportunity, Li Ming believed he could also ascend to that rank in a much shorter span, provided he received a continuous stream of tasks. Li Ming was uncertain of the employer's ultimate choice, yet he was resolute in his determination. A wretched individual engaged in the study of toxic gases and methods of human extermination had infiltrated the realm of the dragon and sought to instigate chaos. Who could be more suited to eliminate him than a seasoned dragon assassin? With the elements of time, place, and circumstance on his side, Li Ming was confident that success was inevitable. He promptly sent a private message to the employer, known on the dark web as the Chainsaw Master. Li Ming could not help but speculate. Chainsaw Master? The title hardly evokes a sense of benevolence. Could it be that this individual intends to eliminate Lu Zixio 14 and take over his operations? The denizens of the dark web are indeed far from ordinary. He set aside his thoughts and composed a few lines to the Chainsaw Master. I can assist in orchestrating an accident, discreetly and without a trace. The only one privy to the truth will be myself. However, you cannot eliminate me. I am a professional assassin with unwavering ethics and integrity. Should the task fail, I am willing to refund your deposit. From the limited information available, Li Ming inferred that the Night Watcher likely lacked expertise in staging accidents. Yet he felt confident in his own abilities. My apologies, Night Watcher, but I have accepted this assignment. Shortly thereafter, he received a reply from the Chainsaw Master. You're the one, Worker B. However, my requirements extend beyond merely staging an accident. The target must be eliminated within 24 hours. With that, a sum of 3 million was transferred. Do not rush to spend the deposit, lest you incur debt and I come after you. The message continued. Li Ming chuckled softly. Indeed, no one in the dark web seems to possess a normal temperament. Nonetheless, he found this straightforward communication quite refreshing. There were no convoluted nuances, and interests were clearly delineated. This was the essence of the dark web. He sent an acknowledgement, confirming that the assignment had been accepted, and subsequently logged off. At that moment, his advanced intelligence reading was passively activated. His mind flooded with all of Lu Zixio XIV's significant movements over the past 240 hours. Pinpointing a critical vulnerability, a concealed lethal poison within his prosthetic left eye, Li Ming pondered the rationale behind such a choice. Did they believe no one would notice the poison hidden within the eye? Although the prosthetic was artificial, the potential for poison to corrode the eye and infiltrate the body was alarming. While he was no expert in toxins, he understood that most poisons are chemical compounds that tend to evaporate. Unless crafted from specialized materials or advanced technology, it would be nearly impossible to evade detection. The thought of W crossed his mind, yet regrettably, that individual had yet to make an appearance. Was Lu Zixio 14 concealing the poison in his prosthetic eye to circumvent security checks? The security measures within the dragon were no trifling matter. They must have devised such a method out of necessity, smuggling toxic gas samples undetected. Li Ming could not help but admire the ingenuity of these individuals. It was precisely this kind of creativity that enabled them to engage in the most unsavory of transactions. In the face of profit, some individuals' intellects seemed to sharpen unnaturally. Returning to the dining table, he found that the waiter had lit warm candles. They had agreed that, regardless of day or night, he would dine by candlelight with the beautiful lady. However, he now had to take his leave. Observing the vacant seat by the window, he felt no trepidation. Have you been gone for so long? Are you unwell? The lady appeared to have waited patiently, concern etched on her face rather than irritation. Li Ming leaned down to kiss her forehead. Finish your meal and head back. I have matters to attend to. The lady furrowed her brow, a hint of disappointment evident. Be obedient, he chided gently, patting her head. Very well, she acquiesced, promising to arrange another meeting. After settling the bill, he entered his vehicle and accessed the records of Lu Zixio XIV's movements over the past 240 hours. Chapter 59. At least take a bite before leaving. Li Ming examined Lu Zixio XIV's activity over the last 5 days. 5 days prior, at 11:32 a.m., he had entered the dragon's territory, making a direct line to the foreign-funded XX Fine Chemical Company SB2 laboratory. At 2:46 p.m., he exited the laboratory and returned to his hotel. The following morning at 9:45 a.m., he attended a significant technical application seminar, where he secretly met with a mysterious individual in the restroom. 5 minutes later, the stranger departed with Lu Zixio XIV's briefcase. On the third day, Lu Zixio 14 remained in the hotel until 1:30 p.m., making no social interactions, but spent the afternoon at a romantic-themed CAF, wearing headphones. On the fourth day, he returned to the B2 laboratory at 9 o'clock a.m. and departed by 10:12 a.m. On the fifth day, he again visited the laboratory at 9 o'clock a.m., reappearing at the romantic CAF at 11:36 a.m. for another meeting with the mysterious individual before leaving alone at 11:48 a.m. At present, he was en route to the B2 laboratory of the foreign-funded XX Fine Chemical Company. The critical weakness identified, the specialized prosthetic eye contained a deadly chemical substance. If destroyed, it would result in immediate death. However, should the eye be compromised, the poison would disperse uncontrollably. Li Ming furrowed his brow. Although this represented a fatal vulnerability, one shot to the eye would guarantee his demise. The consequences of the poison escaping were equally dire. The employer's stipulations forbade any gas release and mandated the creation of an accident scene, thus precluding the use of firearms. Alternative methods would be required. Checking the time, he noted it was 11:56 a.m., with Luzishio 14 having left less than 11 minutes prior. With the employer's demand to eliminate the target within 24 hours, Li Ming felt ample time remained. His mind raced, devising multiple assassination plans in a matter of moments. Unfortunately, the mysterious individual was oblivious to the impending danger, which Li Ming found somewhat regrettable. He messaged the chainsaw master, inquiring whether he should also handle the person meeting Luzishio 14, offering to do so for an additional fee. However, the chainsaw master's response was unequivocal. The priority was solely Luzishio 14. With the plan solidified, Li Ming pressed the accelerator, speeding toward the foreign-funded XX Fine Chemical Company SB2 laboratory. Luzishio 14 frequented this location, making it a strategic stronghold for his operations within the Dragon. Li Ming had resolved that the target must meet his end within that very laboratory. The company is situated on the outskirts, encompassing a considerable area, with 2 separate buildings designated for chemical experimentation. Li Ming's 3D map fails to provide a clear overview of the premises. Access to the company is strictly limited. Only employees and delivery personnel from partnered companies are permitted entry. While entry is feasible, it necessitates registration and the acquisition of a designated access badge. This is not a daunting task for Li Ming. He stealthily scaled the perimeter wall from a blind spot in the surveillance system and silently approached the vicinity of the 2 experimental buildings. It was now after work hours, and after a brief wait, he encountered the first employee exiting the premises. After donning a disguise and a white lab coat, he lingered for a few more moments, and upon noticing the lack of foot traffic, confidently positioned himself beneath the laboratory building. Several months prior, this foreign enterprise was established within the territory of DeLong, with the majority of its core experimental personnel hailing from Japan, showing a marked reluctance to recruit local talent. Reflecting on it now, the company was inherently suspect, having been founded with pronounced ulterior motives. Their intentions towards DeLong were overtly transparent, and it seemed they had finally revealed their true colors. As for who had exposed them, Li Ming remained oblivious. Employees were gradually finishing their shifts, and as the elevator doors opened, they numbly exited, oblivious to the returning colleague. Just before the doors closed, Li Ming stepped inside and, utilizing the real-time scanning capabilities of his 3D map, swiftly located the B2 laboratory. This laboratory occupied the entire 6th floor, comprising a singular, specialized workspace. Upon exiting the elevator, he confronted a sealed metallic door. Presumably, this door was designed for more than one individual's use. It was equipped not with an iris lock, but rather a more complex electronic locking mechanism. Li Ming did not rush to employ his unlocking skills. A cursory glance revealed that Luzishio 14 was still inside. The 3D map indicated 4 heat signatures within the laboratory, implying that aside from Luzishio 14, 3 others were present. Li Ming was not surprised. If these individuals departed, Luzishio 14 would likely follow suit. He intended for Luzishio 14 to perish within the laboratory, which meant he would need to address the other 3 individuals as well. On his way here, he had devised several strategies. Given the numerical advantage, he would opt for a solution befitting the circumstances. Observing the heat signature's ongoing movement, he placed his hand upon the metallic access panel, gently tracing the patterns around the lock with his fingertip. No matter how advanced, electronic locks cannot escape the fundamental rule of retaining a mechanical lock core as an emergency exit. This is the Achilles heel of all intelligent security systems. He felt a subtle vibration through his fingertips, the tactile feedback of the pin arrangement within the lock core, which Li Ming, possessing an innate aptitude for lockpicking, could keenly discern. From his space, he retrieved 3 specially crafted probes, silently inserting them into the lock. A crisp metallic sound echoed as the mechanism engaged. The entire process took less than 5 seconds before the metallic door swung open. Upon entering, he was met with a chilling gust that bore the scent of various chemical substances. The heavy metallic door closed silently behind him, completely severing the corridor's illumination. This position was several rooms away from Luzishio 14 and his associates. Faintly, he could hear the intermittent dialogue of the 4 individuals, mingled with the hum of machinery. Li Ming advanced slowly, surveying the experimental surroundings. All window frames were sealed with rubber strips, ensuring perfect airtightness. The ventilation ducts on the ceiling radiated outward, with all airflow processed through the upper-level filtration system, guaranteeing that any leaked substances would be extracted upwards rather than diffusing into the external environment. The 3D map revealed an emergency exit. However, due to Luzishio XIV's presence and the necessity to prevent eavesdropping from the outside, it had been temporarily sealed and could only be accessed from the main control room. Those engaged in such enterprises are invariably suspicious. A flawless cage, Li Ming scoffed inwardly. This design, initially intended to prevent toxic gas leaks, had inadvertently become his greatest ally. As he passed rows of coated incubators, he observed a peculiar azure fungus proliferating on the medium, emitting an eerie glow. It reminded him of a lethal flower from a film, so enchanting yet so deadly. He deftly evaded all surveillance cameras, moving with utmost silence. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His stealth rendered him nearly invisible. Upon reaching the last sterilization room, he halted. Only then did the 4 individuals become aware of his presence, turning in shock. "Why are you still here? Hurry and leave," one of the ordinary researchers, a tall Westerner, urged. All 4 were adorned with specialized gas masks and donned heavy protective lab coats. Li Ming, devoid of any protective gear, donned a pair of white laboratory gloves and replied, "No rush. Having come this far, I might as well eliminate you before I depart." Chapter 60, Silent Poisoning. After uttering those words, Li Ming fell silent. His gaze, as cold as a probing needle, meticulously scanned the surroundings. As far as his eyes could see, rows of sealed incubators stood ominously. Through the transparent observation windows, he could see countless petri dishes thriving under controlled conditions, teeming with vividly colored colonies. His pronouncement hung in the air like the invisible miasma emanating from those cultures, enveloping the 4 individuals. "Who are you?" Lu Zhixio's voice trembled uncontrollably. The murky depths of his cloudy eye shimmered with an unsettling glimmer of fear as he instinctively took a step back. "Who sent you? We can pay double." Lu Zhixio's lips quivered, his voice hoarse as he attempted to leverage money for a glimmer of hope. After all, assassins are motivated by financial incentives. As long as there is a profit to be made, money is deemed omnipotent. Yet, Li Ming's silence extinguished that possibility. The other 3 were pallid, nearly paralyzed by the intangible pressure emanating from Li Ming. They were acutely aware of the gravity of their actions and, more importantly, the perilous location they occupied. Fear gripped them. De Long is a nation of formidable economic strength and unfathomable military prowess. No faction would dare to openly provoke it. They had meticulously disguised this company, and until this man's arrival, no one had suspected it was a laboratory for the production of toxic gases. However, his presence indicated their exposure. Even if they survived today, they would never escape. De Long. Li Ming's silence suffocated all possibilities for negotiation, ushering in the grim decree of death. The cold sweat pooling on the forehead of the Westerner trickled down, the arrogance he had previously displayed evaporating, leaving only abject fear in its wake. Accustomed to being surrounded by deadly substances, their bodies had long been compromised. They were incapable of resistance, let alone escape. And this adversary appeared utterly unfazed by the toxic atmosphere of the laboratory. What manner of creature was he? Immune to all poisons? What fueled his confidence? Or was it that their own research had failed so miserably that he felt no trepidation? Yet, that was impossible, absolutely impossible. Each colony of bacteria here possesses the lethal potential to decimate a significant portion of this city. To claim a life is but a matter of moments. In this abyss of despair, a diminutive figure, a minor character, fumbled behind him, attempting to silently reach for a button on the control panel. However, in the blink of an eye, his actions were abruptly halted. Li Ming had appeared, his fingers like iron claws gripping the man's wrist with an unyielding force. The small man emitted a muffled gasp of terror, his gaze meeting Li Ming's icy stare. Beneath that mask of falsehood, his eyes resembled the gaze of death itself. The small man was drenched in cold sweat, nearly pleading for mercy. In a fit of desperation, Lu Zhixio recklessly lunged towards the emergency control panel outside the cultivation chamber. His threat remained unuttered. A test tube struck the recently opened cultivation chamber with precision, shattering glass and sending the medium flying. A sardonic smile graced Li Ming's face as he regarded them with the gaze of one observing the dying. White colonies of bacteria wafted from the shattered petri dish, slowly dispersing into the air. The countenance of Lu Zhixio and his companions turned ashen. They were acutely aware of the horrors these colonies embodied. Upon exposure to air, they would transmute into gaseous neurotoxins within 3 minutes. Even with their gas masks, their endurance would be fleeting. In that moment, driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, they began to struggle and flee, their hearts filled with dread of impending death. Li Ming made no attempt to pursue, allowing them to scurry about in panic. He sealed the door, sabotaging the electronic lock, rendering it unyielding. The windows were entirely sealed, and both the ventilation and defense systems required operation from the control room. At that moment, Li Ming had already arrived at the deserted control room. Such a large-scale toxic gas laboratory necessarily boasted an independent control chamber, which was clearly marked on the 3D map he possessed. Li Ming set all backup ventilation and defense systems to standby. The emergency passage behind him was similarly locked down. Now, these individuals would swiftly perish in the toxic fog. They remained oblivious to the true identity of their assailant, unaware of who had sent him or how he had gained entry. Before long, the first to collapse was the diminutive gas manufacturer. He knelt on the ground, hands desperately clutching his throat, his complexion transforming into a horrifying shade of blue and purple. Next was the tall yet cowardly Westerner, who clawed at his skin frantically until blood flowed. Another had already succumbed before hitting the ground. Ceoromance staggered backward, ultimately falling to the floor, descending into hysteria. No, this cannot be. Even with gas masks, they could not withstand such a dense cloud of toxins. Every inch of their exposed skin began to rot, releasing a foul stench. Not to mention Ming, who stood amidst the toxic fog without any protection. He appeared unfazed, as pristine as if he belonged to an entirely different realm, his eyes filled with incredulity. You should be dead. Why have you not succumbed to the poison? He would never receive an answer. Ming crouched before him, offering no response to his inquiries. Instead, he seized Ceoromance hand with his gloved fingers, forcefully extracting the prosthetic eye. Ceoromance, whose life ebbed away with those words, felt no pain. Blood oozed from the hollow socket of his left eye, cascading down his grotesquely discolored face, rendering him a visage of a malevolent spirit. Ming observed the metallic casing of the prosthetic eye, where several filaments of nerve conduits twitched faintly, resembling a dying serpent. As the toxins dispersed, they visibly withered, yet still made one final struggle. He discarded the prosthetic eye at Ceoromance feet. Ming returned to the control room, activating all filtration systems. However, the alarm had already been compromised. He stroked his chin, contemplating the refreshed display before him. Subsequently, he began manipulating the surveillance records, erasing all traces of his presence, leaving no remnant behind. Even restoration was impossible. For just moments ago, he had acquired a reward skill for killing Ceoromance, one of which was advanced hacking. He now possessed the ability to infiltrate and delete programs, ensuring that the erased footage could not be restored. After exiting the laboratory, Ming changed into a different set of clothes before returning home. It was now 12:56. From the moment he departed for the laboratory, to the killing of Ceoromance and the subsequent cleanup, and finally to his return home, precisely 1 hour had elapsed. He did not rush to meticulously analyze the refreshed display. Instead, he first accessed the dark web to confirm with the Chainsaw Master that Ceoromance was indeed deceased and requested prompt payment. The Chainsaw Master replied swiftly, "Worker, your efficiency is commendable. I am quite satisfied." The notification of the transfer echoed almost simultaneously. Ming noted that the individual had not even sought verification, prompting him to inquire, "How do you know I am not deceiving you?" Unless someone was present at the scene. Chapter 61, The Mysterious Chainsaw Master. 3 upgrades to the personal space. In response to Ming's query, the Chainsaw Master did not hesitate to answer. "Deceive? You wouldn't, for you are merely a worker. I simply never anticipated you would resort to such extreme measures. However, I must concede, it is remarkably effective. Giving you 24 hours would seem to imply distrust." Before Ming could respond, the Chainsaw Master continued to send messages. "Not only did you eliminate Ceoromance, but you also took care of the other 3 equally perilous gas manufacturers. Moreover, you did not allow the toxins to escape, preventing the police from discovering the irregularities within this company. Worker, when did you become so benevolent?" After taking a sip of water, Ming calmly tapped his keyboard. "I am an assassin, not a terrorist. Such a vast release of toxic gas could render the entire province a no-go zone on the map, forever banished. As an assassin, would I lack the discernment for matters that could affect my career? Furthermore, I am from Daluo, and my home lies here." "You are from Daluo?" The Chainsaw Master interjected suddenly. Ming was not surprised. After all, less than 2 hours had passed since he accepted the mission. It was ample time to suggest that the individual was indeed in Daluo, and conveniently nearby. If the Chainsaw Master intended to locate him, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to catch a hint. Although Ming, cloaked in disguise, harbored no concerns, he was reluctant to confess. "Your inquiry somewhat violates the rules of the dark web. You should understand the protocols of our circle." The Chainsaw Master, true to form, did not press further. However, whether he remained suspicious or even certain, Ming could not ascertain. Just as Ming believed the Chainsaw Master would cease communication, another message arrived abruptly. "All right. I shall formally address your previous question. The dead do not lie." Ming furrowed his brow before he could voice his confusion. Another message followed. "The prosthetic eye of Ceoromance was removed by you, was it not?" His prosthetic eye's signal had been permanently offline at 12:36, a timing that coincided precisely with your movements. Ming's gaze sharpened. Good grief. It was highly plausible that the Chainsaw Master was an acquaintance of Hidetaka Yanagisawa. Or perhaps, he was his employer? To venture a bolder conjecture, could he be the very creator of that prosthetic eye? "You need not speculate about my identity. Just as I have no need to guess yours," the Chainsaw Master remarked. "You fabricated the scene of the gas leak, yet extracted the seemingly unblemished prosthetic eye. For you are aware of what lies within, are you not? Li Ming remained silent. To him, the question had become utterly irrelevant. I previously intended to caution you against touching, opening, or investigating it, for your health's sake. However, it seems I overestimated your prudence. Therefore, my final inquiry, how did you emerge unscathed from that gas-filled laboratory? Employing such extreme measures indeed created an incident scene. No one would doubt that someone had deliberately released those toxins, as it is a method of mutual destruction. Yet, the survival of a mere worker has piqued my curiosity and interest immensely. Li Ming responded, because I am immune to all poisons. The chainsaw master appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head, clearly unconvinced by such an absurd answer, dismissing it as Li Ming's unwillingness to respond. Since he was disinclined to answer, there was no need for further inquiry. A pleasure collaborating with you, Mr. Worker. Li Ming powered down the computer and summoned the panel once more. Skill 1, Advanced Hacking. Skill Effect, capable of infiltrating 99 electronic systems, including military-grade firewalls, with complete data deletion resulting in an irreversible storage collapse, ensuring no means of data recovery remain. Reward 2, a set of nanofiber assassination tools. 1. 3 programmable delay toxin injectors, preset for a 124-hour activation, later excreted through sweat. 2. 12 molecular-grade blades, able to penetrate any known ballistic material. 3. 30 centimeters of shadow binding wire, intelligently contracting fibers that induce unconsciousness within 5 seconds and suffocation leading to death within 10 seconds. Automatically degrading to leave only faint ligature marks, capable of fabricating a hanging scene. Skill points, 3. Attribute points, 2. The acquired reward items were immediately stored in his personal space. With this set of nanofiber assassination tools, Li Ming realized that his capabilities as an assassin had expanded significantly. Following his usual practice, he allocated the attribute points to enhance his physical abilities. With just 3 points remaining to reach the pinnacle of human capacity, his strength currently stood at 75. This time, he aimed for a balanced development, thus directing points toward strength. Moreover, close-quarters combat necessitated considerable power. If one possesses only skill but lacks the strength to back it, their strikes would merely lack substance. Who knows what formidable opponents he might encounter in the future? Perhaps those brimming with muscle? Indeed, enhancing his strength was the right course. Physical ability, 7, strength, 95. Agility, 10, human limit. Stamina, 6, stress resistance, 10, human maximum. Li Ming's fingers unconsciously tapped the table, nodding in satisfaction. He felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through him. The final 05 could certainly be attained through personal training. Now, he mused, could he perhaps strike down a robin with a single punch? If one punch proved insufficient, then 2 would suffice. He then began contemplating where to allocate the 3 skill points. Although his space had yet to be entirely filled, ever since acquiring the personal space, he had developed a habit of tossing anything he fancied into it. Perhaps these items would serve as invaluable tools of discretion during perilous missions. Furthermore, he harbored a desire to acquire a vehicle. Possessing godly driving skills while having a car at his disposal would be exceedingly cool. It would also provide an additional safeguard during retreats. Time to upgrade and see how much expansion he could achieve this time. With anticipation, he allocated 2 skill points. However, there was no response. Suddenly, Li Ming recalled that he had previously undergone 2 upgrades, utilizing 2 skill points. Now, as he prepared for a 3rd upgrade, he should possess 3 skill points, just enough to proceed with the enhancements. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your personal space. Personal space, 1,000 cubic meters. Li Ming was taken aback, his face lighting up with joy. He had not anticipated a 10-fold increase in the volume of his space. Excluding other items, this space could feasibly accommodate around 40 SUVs. With newfound wealth, Li Ming planned to purchase a vehicle or 2 in the coming days. After all, during a retreat, encountering concentrated firepower could lead to substantial vehicular losses. As an assassin, any acquisitions were self-funded. Employers only covered the agreed-upon commission, with no further financial responsibilities. Consequently, while assassination fees appeared substantial, the expenses could be equally daunting, as certain equipment proved costly. Coupled with the fact that this profession often entailed risking one's life to fulfill tasks, low commissions deterred many from accepting such jobs. Some assassins were relegated to lower-tier assignments with paltry rewards, yet their expenses remained significant. Thus, not all assassins enjoyed affluence. Yet, Li Ming found himself in a position of significant wealth. Thus far, he had no pressing need to procure an arsenal of weapons. His primary expenditure was still the fees owed to W. Chapter 62, the tactics of questioning and the impossibility of retreating from the circle. He had acquired 6 vehicles across various locations, all of which Li Ming stored within his space. Moreover, these vehicles were intended for missions requiring no licenses. Some were modified cars procured through cash transactions in the black market. Now endowed with this 1,000 cubic meter personal space, it had effectively transformed into his mobile treasury. Having spent some money, Ming began contemplating ways to generate income. Although each mission yielded considerable rewards, equipping oneself could drain funds rapidly. Thus, merely seeking to save money proved futile. Earning money was paramount. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to the rhythm of an assassin's life, and during moments of leisure, he found himself yearning to resume the chase of targets after only a few days. Most importantly, he aspired to make his mark on the leaderboard. Once he achieved that, opportunities would flood in, allowing his KD ratio to accumulate swiftly within a short span. This would ultimately establish a beneficial cycle. Although he was still new to the field, his 100% success rate and remarkable efficiency had left employers exceedingly satisfied. He firmly believed he possessed the capability to ascend the ranks. However, due to the prevailing regulations, he remained positioned behind the top 50. Thus, he resolved to employ the tactic of overwhelming inquiries. Ming devised a plan. Since the criteria for leaderboard inclusion hinged not only on success rates, but also significantly on KD ratios, he would adopt a strategy of tackling every conceivable task, regardless of its level. Even completing lower-tier assignments would contribute to his KD. This was one of the pathways to climbing the ranks, as well as a means for certain individuals to gain practical experience. Having made his decision, Ming intended to depart the following day. Upon returning to his new abode, he luxuriated in a day of restful slumber, replenishing his vigor. In the afternoon, he continued his regimen of exercise, ensuring his muscles remained agile and his body brimming with energy. Later, he prepared an opulent feast for himself. A lavish spread that showcased his culinary prowess, which only deepened his appreciation for the art of cooking. Once again, the table overflowed with delectable dishes, most of which found their way into his spatial storage. Even if he were to find himself in a precarious situation atop the 99th floor of the Sunset Tower for days on end, he would not perish from hunger. Eventually, he accessed the dark web. Messages continued to flood in, many from employers seeking his services. With a burgeoning reputation, a killer with a flawless success rate naturally attracted attention. However, it was the enigmatic W that captured his focus, prompting him to momentarily set aside the private messages. He initiated contact with W, who responded with remarkable swiftness. "Hello. Hard worker, I am currently consuming your gossip. There are numerous posts about you. I never anticipated that the master of weaponry would indulge so eagerly in gossip. It's surprising how, in such a short span, your fame on the dark web has skyrocketed." Ming rarely perused posts concerning himself, as he deemed the messages requesting his services to be of paramount importance. He brushed aside the small talk, inquiring, "Aren't you hiding? Have you evaded those who are after you?" W replied instantly, "Indeed, I have relocated. Those seeking me will need to wait several years to find me. I intended to call you, but had to destroy my satellite phone. Once I procure a new one, I will reach out." Ming acknowledged, "That's good. If I require weapon modifications, I shall contact you via satellite." W forwarded several posts to him, asking, "Is it true that you eliminated the snowman?" Ming clarified, "No, it was not I. I merely completed a task concerning him." The snowman, a notorious figure ranked among the top 3 assassins, had once infiltrated a primitive jungle alone, emerging 3 days later with the severed head of his target, which catapulted him to fame. This target was a local gang leader entangled in arms dealing, whose stronghold lay within the depths of the jungle, a place even his men dared not linger for long. Yet, the snowman had driven his enemies into the jungle, pursuing them relentlessly for 3 days and nights, ultimately claiming victory. The moment he brandished the head of his victim, the wild snowman struck fear into the hearts of many. Since that time, he had continued his rampage, quickly ascending to the top tier of assassins. W was aware of the snowman's long-standing partnership with the Wolf's Tail, yet the identity of the latter remained shrouded in mystery, deemed unimportant by those in the field. W speculated he could be a politician, or perhaps someone of even greater influence. In any case, he is not to be trifled with. Ming responded nonchalantly, unconcerned with the threats posed by such individuals. His focus remained on ensuring that transactions were conducted swiftly and satisfactorily. Should anyone dare to threaten him, it would become a different matter entirely. Regarding the Sunset Tower incident, he had indeed harbored suspicions, but the Wolf's Tail had not ensnared him in any traps. "I heard that it was you, the hard worker, who thwarted the assassination of a former member of the Skeleton Legion and prevented the explosion. This does not surprise me," W continued. "However, how did you manage to eliminate Luzishio and his associates while escaping unscathed? The posts about you are currently trending, especially after your encounter with the poison butterfly. Everyone is increasingly curious about how you avoided poisoning. Where did you procure such formidable equipment?" The B2 laboratory's toxin can annihilate half a city with just a trace, and the quantity involved could incapacitate an entire province. To employ such a mutually destructive tactic and still emerge alive is quite extraordinary. People assumed you were impulsive, reckless, and lacking in strategy, yet it appears you are anything but. Li Ming had no intention of clarifying matters, as he knew they would not believe him regardless. Ignoring W. He glanced at the posts, which featured several striking headlines. The hard worker not only made the snowman vanish, but has now snatched a contract from the Watcher. How audacious. If we disregard KD, my personal top 3 includes the hard worker. A certain chemical company has begun offering bounties on the hard worker. So, how did the hard worker manage to emerge unscathed from the toxic fog? Who can inquire about his equipment? I can only say, the hard worker should exit the assassin circle. Seeing others succeed has made some anxious. Li Ming skimmed through, noting even the great white shark had joined the fray. The great white shark remarked, do you think the hard worker might be akin to that legendary figure from the Dragon Chronicles, who employs a forbidden technique, using the human body as a vessel for poison? After all, how else could the poison butterfly, skilled in toxins, meet her demise at his hands? Dear Mr. Chainsaw, care to chime in? Li Ming frowned. The great white shark was indeed an incessant chatterbox. He dismissed the posts and opened his private messages, where he found an abundance of requests, as usual, primarily from employers seeking his services. A cursory glance revealed that some employers, lacking sufficient funds, sought out less prominent yet highly regarded assassins, hoping for negotiation opportunities. Others presented contracts that no one dared to accept, and those willing were underfunded. Turning to the hard worker, some approached him specifically for his capabilities, regardless of the price, ready to negotiate. Li Ming accepted several relatively straightforward tasks. While the commissions were modest, they were not the focal point for an assassin eager to enhance his KD ratio and climb the ranks. Some commissions soared to 600,000 or 700,000, but the requirements were often stringent, even excruciatingly detailed. Specific locations, precise timings, defined scenarios, and even demands for the death to be aesthetically pleasing or grotesquely creative left him feeling irked. The assassin's objective is simply to eliminate the target. The means employed should yield one clear outcome: the target must perish. The plethora of stipulations felt more akin to scripting a reality show than the straightforward nature of his profession. The insistence on precise timing and specific scenarios was irrelevant, but the demand for a visually striking or grotesque death was utterly absurd. Some employers' demands are indeed quite disheartening, and one cannot blame certain assassins for their reluctance to accept such contracts. Take, for instance, this particular assignment, the requirement that the target must die from a fall, yet remain physically intact. Is this a request from an acquaintance seeking to spare the costs of embalming? In another case, although not as grotesque, the stipulations were equally numerous. The target's death must present no signs of trauma, no poisoning, and certainly no administration of substances that would alert forensic examination. In essence, the goal was to simulate a state of natural death. The target, at present, is a healthy 32-year-old with no underlying health issues and no vices. His domestic life is blissful, with a young and beautiful wife and a harmonious marital bond. Shall he then be frightened to death, worked to exhaustion, or succumb to overwhelming sorrow? Li Ming found himself at a loss for words. How desperate must the employer be to avoid suspicion, to impose such conditions? Typically, one could create an accidental scene without fuss. Yet the employer's insistence on these particulars raises questions about their mental state. Nonetheless, the commission for this job is substantial, amounting to 8 million. Given the stringent nature of the assassination, a higher fee is warranted. Despite this, the employer has chosen to approach him, suggesting they may have sought out other assassins on the list, either failing to reach an agreement or finding no one willing to accept the job. It's not that it can't be done. Rather, such assignments are fraught with complications, and the final payment may not be straightforward, adding unnecessary trouble. If there were other options, it would be entirely reasonable to decline. Before Li Ming could make a decision, the employer sent him another private message. The name the employer chose for themselves on the dark web is quite pretentious: Black Gold Arbiter. Worker, I see you're online. Will you accept the job? Having just speculated that Black Gold Arbiter might be slow to settle the final payment, the current tone suggests otherwise. If you're dissatisfied with the commission, I can add another million. If he were to decline at this point, it would be a grave insult to wealth. In light of this commission, the task is hardly demanding. Li Ming's mind swiftly conjured methods to induce such a natural death. He replied, it must be feasible. The worker is professional. However, please transfer the deposit along with the additional million first. Even with the employer's bizarre demands, ensuring the target falls without sustaining injuries, he was inclined to accept. Black Gold Arbiter promptly transferred both the deposit and the additional million, totaling 5 million. Even if the task did not meet the perfect standards, the deposit is non-refundable. Some assassins might consider absconding with the deposit without fulfilling the task, but that would be a path to self-destruction. Hence, no assassin would act in such a manner. Integrity and skill are paramount in this profession. However, if the employer were to meet an untimely demise, that would alter the scenario. Black Gold Arbiter sent another message. I have already provided the basic information. Worker, please ensure you follow my instructions closely, otherwise, you will not see the final payment. Worker, then kindly prepare the final payment. Upon task completion, I expect it to be transferred immediately. Without further ado, he severed communication with Black Gold Arbiter and meticulously reviewed the target's basic information. Randolph Berry, male, 32 years old, a local from this state, a securities clearing expert. Requirements: natural death. Time frame: within 5 days of accepting the order. Next came an analysis of his health and family situation. Absent this employer and barring any unforeseen events, Randolph should theoretically enjoy a long life. No matter how healthy, if the worker intends to enact a death, it will undoubtedly occur sooner rather than later. After exiting the dark web, he began to schedule his time. Among the upcoming tasks, the one with the highest commission and the tightest deadline is indeed that of Black Gold Arbiter. Traveling there will require several hours. Upon arrival, he will need to conduct reconnaissance, familiarize himself with the target, and devise a plan. Thus, that day, Ming had the system book his ticket, prepared his belongings, and set off. By the time he reached his destination, night had fallen. Ming headed straight for a hotel near the target's residence, strategically choosing a location along Randolph's daily commute. From his window, he could even glimpse the roof of Randolph's home. This man, whose life revolves around the routine of work and home, remains blissfully unaware that a killer has set their sights on him. On the following day, as he carried his briefcase past the hotel on his way to work, had he glanced upwards, he would have seen Ming observing him, a silent harbinger of his fate. Disguised, Ming arrived at Randolph's doorstep with breakfast in hand. Watching as Randolph's beautiful wife tended to flowers in the front yard while their 2 charming daughters played on the lawn. Activating a 3D mapping scan, he noted no unusual occurrences in the vicinity. With an angelic smile, he praised the delightful little girls in a sincere tone befitting a passerby. Your daughters are truly adorable, he remarked to Mrs. Berry, his gaze genuinely directed at the 2 blonde children frolicking on the grass. They take after you. Mrs. Berry's face instantly lit up with a mother's pride. Thank you, they are my pride and joy. She wiped the water from her hands and, with a hint of caution, inquired, and you are? Just a new neighbor, Ming replied, waving the breakfast bag. I bought an extra sandwich this morning and thought I'd share it with the new neighbors. His voice was gentle and polite, his demeanor perfectly poised. Mrs. Berry's wariness visibly faded. You are too kind. Ming maintained an appropriately warm expression, smiling as he added, those 2 little princesses should enjoy their breakfast. Thank you, she replied. The girls showed no signs of suspicion, relishing their meal with innocence and trust. Ming pondered the Berry family's innocence. What had Randolph done to warrant such a fate? Was it a matter related to his work? The securities market is indeed a treacherous realm, where one might inadvertently step on another's toes. Yet, Ming's eyes held no trace of compassion. Prior to his departure, they were as cold as ice. This family of 3 is blissfully unaware that they are about to lose their cornerstone. Chapter 64. A perfect farewell, winning every bet. Back in his hotel room, Ming activated the intelligence gathering system, pulling up 240 hours of Randolph's movements. As a securities clearing expert, Randolph faced considerable stress, yet his life was exceedingly regimented, adhering to a monotonous routine, a classic 2-point line, with occasional visits to the gym. Every day, he left for work at 7:15 a.m. and returned home promptly at 6:30 p.m. He frequented the gym 3 times a week, abstaining from smoking and drinking. His annual health reports consistently reflected excellent metrics. He was a dutiful husband and a responsible father, perhaps overly earnest and lacking in social finesse at work, refusing to engage in any underhanded dealings. However, time was not on his side. Being a good person does not guarantee a long life. The epitome of perfect health, Ming mused, flicking ash from his cigarette. Then let us grant you a perfect farewell. He opened his personal space and retrieved a specially designed set of equipment. Several vials of colorless and odorless potions, a miniature electromagnetic pulse generator, and a few biopatches as delicate as gossamer. While these items are not lethal weapons in isolation, their combination poses a grave threat. Ming paced within the confines of his room, occasionally casting glances towards the Randolph residence. He had already devised a strategy for executing this assassination, but the specifics of its execution and the method of killing required further observation to understand Randolph's daily habits, thus preventing any unforeseen complications. Over the course of the following day, Ming donned various disguises to approach Randolph. He posed as a janitor at the office, a regular at the gym, and even as the driver of the taxi that brought Randolph home. Each interaction deepened his understanding of the target's lifestyle. "This guy is astonishingly routine. His life is monotonously predictable," Li Ming quipped to himself. Yet it was precisely this predictability that rendered Randolph resistant to engaging with anything beyond his established comforts. Consequently, Li Ming chose to begin with items most familiar to Randolph. On the second day of his arrival, he commenced the preparation of the concoction. By the afternoon of the third day, which was the final day allotted by his employer, Li Ming appeared at the gym frequented by Randolph. Disguised as an utterly ordinary gym member, he entered with ease. Through his observations over the past 2 days, he had discerned certain habits of Randolph. For instance, after running on the treadmill for 15 minutes, he would take a moment to hydrate with his sports bottle. Thus, Li Ming positioned himself by the water dispenser, waiting for Randolph to complete his run, ready to orchestrate a minor accident. As Randolph's water bottle slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the floor, Li Ming promptly bent down to retrieve it. "I apologize," he said, handing the bottle back to Randolph, all the while having successfully executed his plan to introduce a specially formulated agent into the water bottle. This concoction, formulated based on advanced medical theories and practical experience, was somewhat challenging to procure. However, in a country with lax regulations, he had managed to acquire a sufficient quantity and devoted time to its preparation. The agent would react subtly during intense physical exertion, temporarily altering the electrical signaling of cardiac cells. During vigorous exercise, the heart rate would accelerate, potentially leading to fatal arrhythmias. Within 90 seconds of such an episode, cardiac function would cease entirely. The agent would decompose into thioric acid within 6 hours, excreted through urine, leaving only trace amounts of sulfur detectable in an autopsy, merely metabolic waste, imperceptible under scrutiny. Thus, Randolph would perish in the dead of night, comfortably ensconced in his bed, without a hint of suffering. Yet, Li Ming did not rush to depart. He needed to ensure that Randolph consumed the tainted water. When he witnessed Randolph sip the last drop, he gathered his belongings and exited the gym. Nightfall, 9 p.m. Li Ming lit a cigarette on the balcony of his hotel room, anticipating the demise of his target. He observed the Randolph family as they enjoyed dinner, read to their child, played, and attended to their nightly routines. Everything unfolded with meticulous precision, as if each moment were a cog in a well-oiled machine, each step predetermined and unwavering. However, the gears of Randolph's fate began to turn the moment he encountered Li Ming at the gym. Now, all that remained was to await the moment when fate's hand would shred the clock's hand, ceasing its relentless march. "Time's ticking. Worker, will you deliver?" A message from the dark web's black gold arbitration arrived, brimming with urgency that mirrored Li Ming's own. With a cigarette between his lips, he shot back a middle finger in response. What's the rush? There are still 3 hours left. He could eliminate 4 gas manufacturers within an hour and return. After all, a killer who succumbs to the pressures of time is hardly a competent assassin. Such emotions, fraught with danger, serve no purpose other than to court disaster. Li Ming remained patient, waiting until he had finished 3 cigarettes before the family began to retire for the night. At 10 p.m., the black gold arbitration sent another message. Li Ming glanced at it, too disinterested to reply. As the clock edged toward 11 p.m., an alarm blared from Randolph Barry's smartwatch in the master bedroom. Mrs. Barry awoke to find her husband pale and breathless, calling out to him, yet receiving no response. In a state of panic, she refrained from shaking him awake and hastily dialed for help. By the time the ambulance arrived, the once healthy securities clearing expert had succumbed to sudden cardiac arrhythmia. The following day, the coroner's report would attribute his death to exercise-induced cardiac arrest. Upon witnessing the ambulance arrive and depart, Li Ming replied to the black gold arbitration and then exited the dark web. The next morning, he found himself aboard a flight to his next assignment, his phone vibrating with a notification. The final payment from the black gold arbitration had arrived punctually, accompanied by a single remark. "The worker is indeed professional. I look forward to our next collaboration." Li Ming mused that the next time they collaborated, he would undoubtedly be offered an even higher fee. He glanced at the skills he had acquired, guaranteed victory at gambling. A smile crept across his face as he contemplated the prospect of transitioning from assassin to gambling king, perhaps even ascending to the Forbes list of billionaires. It was as if the system, sensing its host's thoughts, had decided to make an appearance after a long absence. Warning. Warning. Always remember that you are an assassin, one who has yet to reach retirement. A killer who disregards the rules shall face consequences. Li Ming clicked his tongue, dismissing the system's admonitions. He allocated a single attribute point to physical stamina, elevating it to 8. Stamina, 8. Strength, 95. Agility, 10, the human limit. Endurance, 6. Stress resistance, 10, maxed out. With his 2 skill points, he utilized one to exchange for pharmacology proficiency at the marketplace, and the last one to upgrade it to advanced pharmacology proficiency. This ensured that in future concoctions, he would not need to spend excessive time in research, thereby shortening task durations. With an abundance of killing skills, the process would become considerably more manageable. Thus, Li Ming pressed on relentlessly toward his next destination to complete his assignment. Like a spinning top, he showed no signs of slowing down. These tasks were relatively straightforward, as the targets were of ordinary standing and easily investigated, whether he executed them with a single shot or a swift knife. The end result was the same. The mission was accomplished without excessive demands. Chapter 65. Worker, Storm Killer, will you exit the scene on your own, or shall I assist you in doing so? In the days that followed, Li Ming appeared to have entered a state of frenzied slaughter. Those low-tier assignments were dispatched with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Bang! A bullet precisely penetrated the temple of a two-timing mistress, who sat beneath the sunshade of a rooftop terrace, her manicured fingers scrolling through messages of sweet nothings from her two lovers. Blood splattered onto the frothy surface of her latte, forming an eerie pattern. 3 days later, a luxurious sports car belonging to a business partner unexpectedly careened off the mountain road. The investigators, upon discovering the contorted wreckage at the base of the cliff, noted a barely discernible incision on the brake line. This damage was precisely calibrated to cause the driver to lose braking capability during a sharp turn. Yet, the identity of the perpetrator remained shrouded in mystery. 2 days later, beneath the luminous glow of the full moon, he employed a strand of dental floss, saturated with a special concoction, to ensure his target exhaled his last breath in slumber. Exploiting the target's allergy to peanuts, he surreptitiously infused a suitable quantity of peanut protein into his sauce. After each mission, he would update his status on the dark web. Workers' performance today, KD1. Those low-tier victims would remain oblivious to the fact that their lives were extinguished by a mere passerby, perhaps a coffee-serving barista, an inconspicuous driver, or a delivery person. Li Ming, perhaps unaware of his own transformation, had become a mortal agent of death, silently reaping one life after another. After successfully completing his prior assignments, he did not pause, but instead continuously accepted new orders. He would take on as many as possible, marking those he could not fulfill for future consideration. His latest task came forth, a pediatrician devoid of medical ethics. Accepted. A new request arrived. Eliminate that heartless scoundrel, with payment assured, and his mistress as well. Increase the fee. Li Ming's responses grew increasingly terse, his actions swifter. If the assignments were within close proximity, he could accomplish 3 distinct tasks across 3 different cities within a single day. His arsenal burgeoned, encompassing disguises, various professional uniforms, specially crafted poison capsules, and more. He had essentially morphed into a meticulously efficient killing machine. Simultaneously, his KD ratio surged exponentially within this realm of effective assassinations, catapulting him from beyond the top 50 into that very echelon. How did I only reach 50? Li Ming hissed, realizing the seasoned killers had indeed amassed a wealth of experience. Despite 2 months of relentless task acceptance, his rank had not escalated significantly, revealing the formidable prowess of these veteran assassins. While the dark web's KD statistics were not explicitly disclosed, many individuals operated outside this clandestine network, rendering accurate data unattainable. Li Ming comprehended that the higher one ascended, the more terrifying the KD. To surpass and usurp, he would require an ever-increasing KD. Nevertheless, he had indeed penetrated the top 50. It's hard to fathom how many live snowman, poison butterfly, and the Watcher have claimed, he mused, acknowledging his prior ignorance regarding their exploits. He feared not comparing strength or skill. The singular aspect he could not rival was experience. These prominent assassins likely undertook more harrowing tasks over the years, their KD bolstered by relentless killing. In any case, Li Ming understood he needed to exert greater effort. Idleness was not an option. He now truly embodied the essence of a worker, reflecting on the serendipitous nature of the alias he had chosen. His most significant gain lay in his enhanced physical prowess, which had reached alarming heights. He felt confident that, should he encounter a mutant from the cinematic realm, he could engage in a test of strength for an entire day and night. As for skills, the simplicity of his tasks had resulted in a lack of skill acquisition. This was one of his principal frustrations in this ongoing grind, the low probability of skill drops. After countless assignments, he had only acquired 2 skills. 1. Mastery of human acupoints, effectiveness, familiarity with lethal acupoints, with a critical hit success rate of 80. When paired with his master-level Ba-Ji grappling technique, his efficiency soared. 2. Proficiency in horticulture. This leaned more towards general knowledge. Now possessing numerous skills, some of which he might not employ, he recognized that while he could forego their use, he could not afford to be without them. Since he had acquired them, they represented a harvest of sorts. Ultimately, he currently held 3 skill points. After brief contemplation, he opted to upgrade his 3D mapping capability. Although the previous upgrade had sufficed, the range remained insufficient. To mitigate risks, expanding the map scope was essential. This upgrade required exactly 3 skill points. Upon successful enhancement, the mapping effect could now scan detailed routes within a 1,500-meter radius, while also generating a 3-dimensional model extending vertically for 1,500 meters, ensuring no underground layer escaped his scrutiny. The thermal imaging of human bodies, skeletal outlines of firearms, and various icons persisted, now rendered in greater detail. Perfection. Ming stood by the window, lighting a cigarette. It seemed prudent to rest for 3 days. He contemplated revisiting those individuals he had previously messaged to ascertain if their tasks still stood. Simple assignments would still be accepted, yet it was also time to pursue higher-paying opportunities. Otherwise, he risked losing valuable clients. Perhaps they assumed he had become timid, hesitant to tackle more challenging endeavors. Presently, the dark web was abuzz with discussions regarding his tactics, as those enjoying the limelight began to dissect the exploits of the worker. Task completion rate at 100. Methods clean and efficient. Most importantly, during this period, he has never been picky about task difficulty or remuneration. This garnered the most accolades. Some voiced skepticism. What does he gain from this? Clearly capable of taking on more challenging, lucrative assignments. Could it be that he is a professional assassin? What is his motive? Indeed, as a professional killer, his purpose was to execute tasks befitting his role. Such assassins were precisely what employers favored. Do you believe the worker would forego negotiations, even for simple tasks? His current value has shifted. Have you not heard of price hikes? The worker possesses undeniable prowess. Whether he accepts an increase is entirely at the employer's discretion. But for us assassins, he obstructs our financial avenues. Meanwhile, those still struggling around the 50 mark ground their teeth in resentment. Worker, retire. Stop competing for our jobs. They accused him of disrupting the delicate equilibrium within the assassin community. Upon opening his messages, Ming found himself berated, urged either to retire or cease encroaching upon their assignments. He clicked on the profile of one such individual, noting their alias, Assassin Rank 43, Storm. Ming tilted his head, stretching his neck, his bones creaking like iron. He smirked. So, Storm, will you retire on your own? Or shall I assist you in that endeavor? Chapter 66. Await your fate. Although his ranking did not surpass Storm's, the worker's code explicitly forbade yielding to any threats, including those from rival assassins. Even if this individual ranked above him, even if it meant facing a higher-tier target, he would not flinch. Storm was currently treading upon Ming's temper. He would not be deemed a worker without action. Discussions about his potential retirement occasionally surfaced on the dark web, which he dismissed as mere idle chatter from those without employers, finding amusement in their antics. However, if someone were to dance provocatively before him, he would perceive it as a flagrant act of provocation, and he would not hesitate to respond with hostility. The Storm likely did not anticipate his reply, which was laced with a palpable intent to kill. After a brief pause, he retorted, So, you intend to confront me? One-on-one. How audacious of you to challenge someone ranked 43 when you barely scrape by at 50. Quite amusing indeed. Do you truly believe that by eliminating a mere poison butterfly, you have earned the right to challenge those who stand before you? The poison butterfly may wield toxic prowess, but its combat capabilities are decidedly mediocre. Perhaps the Storm considers the laborer's victory over the poison butterfly as mere fortune. Yet, should two assassins truly engage in a fierce battle, luck would play no part in the outcome. Ming refrained from engaging in unnecessary banter, responding tersely and icily, await your demise. In a dilapidated apartment somewhere, Storm's fingers hovered above the keyboard as a half-burnt cigarette smoldered silently in the ashtray. The words await your demise on the screen struck him like iron nails, pinning his gaze in place. He was furious, but just as he was about to send a message, he realized the laborer had already gone offline. He slammed his notebook shut, the metallic clatter echoing painfully in the empty apartment. The rain intensified outside, and for reasons unknown, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He muttered to himself, the laborer wouldn't dare come here, would he? Irritated, he extinguished the cigarette and approached the window, instinctively surveying his surroundings with caution. He then shut the rickety wooden window, lit another cigarette, and began to pace the room, his gaze subconsciously drifting toward the handgun on the table. He was indeed intent on compelling the laborer to withdraw. He was weary of having his desired contracts snatched away, leaving many employers reluctant to approach him. It is worth noting that he, a seasoned assassin, had garnered a certain level of notoriety and had finally clawed his way to rank 43. Yet, he had lingered there for far too long. No matter how many he eliminated, ascending the ranks proved increasingly elusive. While he had resigned himself to remaining at this level, being robbed of contracts was an entirely different matter. Little did he expect that the laborer would display even less tolerance for his peers, brazenly declaring a willingness to kill first and ask questions later. The more he pondered, the more he felt a twinge of cowardice. Storm extinguished the cigarette with a fierce stomp and growled, "Damn it. Since I've already provoked him, why should I, ranked 43, fear one ranked 50? Bring it on, laborer. If you dare approach, I shall not hesitate to kill. Once I eliminate you, I shall make a name for myself in the assassin's realm." The two assassins, both ignited by murderous intent, were each preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Li Ming had no knowledge of Storm's whereabouts, without any employers or assignments. His intel reading capabilities remained dormant. He could only rely on his own methods to uncover Storm's location and basic information. However, being a ranked assassin, there should be some foundational information available. As a top-tier hacker and a veteran of this underworld, he was well aware of his capabilities. Reflecting on this, Li Ming summoned the interface. "I possess advanced hacking skills," he reminded himself, not forgetting the techniques at his disposal. Yet, no elite hacker could operate without leaving a trace. Fortunately, having completed 2 assignments recently, he had earned a skill point. The initial skills he had acquired were already advanced, and he now only needed a single skill point for his first upgrade. Before long, he successfully upgraded, and a deluge of hacking knowledge flooded his mind. Vulnerability scanning, stealth intrusion, reverse tracking, data tampering, electronic disruption, and more. These techniques were etched into his brain like a brand, becoming integral to his thought process. His ability to conceal his identity was thus fortified with an added layer of security and confidentiality. However, being a top-tier hacker hinged on specific technical breakthroughs. It did not equate to being invulnerable in the digital realm. Risks remained, as he had learned from past missteps when he was nearly exposed during an anti-surveillance operation. Though the probability was low, it still existed. The dark web, for instance, remained an impenetrable zone, a true realm of black technology. Lacking a central server, it was maintained by thousands of anonymous nodes worldwide, making it nearly impossible for attackers to pinpoint a genuine entry point. Seeking a vulnerability was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. No one could succeed. Even if one were to infiltrate a node, the system would automatically switch to a backup route, leaving the attacker with a plethora of meaningless false images. Just as no assassin could extinguish death itself, the rules of the dark web superseded any individual. Provided one did not actively seek to dismantle the dark web, it remained a neutral platform for assassins. However, attempts to attack would be met with merciless consequences from the underlying rules governing the dark web. Li Ming had no intention of locating Storm through the dark web. Rather, he intended to gather relevant information. With the scant intel available, he could trace the faint digital footprints Storm had left behind, thereby uncovering his current whereabouts. At that moment, his satellite phone vibrated. W was on the line, inquiring if Li Ming had found Storm. "How did you know?" Li Ming frowned. "Did he come looking for you?" W neither confirmed nor denied, simply stating, "This individual is ruthless, volatile, and a seasoned assassin with a hardened heart. He has ordered some weapons from me. Laborer, I want to divulge more. You should know the protocol. However, I want to emphasize that there is more than one Storm in the dark web." With that, W ended the call. Although his words seemed nonsensical, Li Ming, having collaborated with W for some time, understood the subtext. The implication that there were multiple Storms in the dark web suggested that many assassins were gunning for him, likely due to his myriad contracts. Li Ming scoffed. Indeed, those who excelled often obstructed the paths of others. Such is the nature of this world, survival of the fittest. Let them come, he thought. 1 assassin, 2 assassins. I will kill them all. He then purchased information regarding Storm from the Great White Shark. With this intel, he meticulously unraveled Storm's habits and deduced certain locations he had frequented, as well as calls he had made. Utilizing his elite hacking skills, he swiftly pinpointed Storm's current location. Li Ming reclined in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. "System, book me a flight." However, the system responded that, since this was not a standard assignment procedure, it bore no responsibility for travel arrangements. Li Ming chuckled inwardly. This was hardly a challenge. He had long since deciphered this rule and knew the solution was simple. "I just spotted a task going to the same location. I'll take it." The dark web's bounty board was perpetually bustling. If an assignment went unclaimed, it usually indicated one of several scenarios, the first being a lack of ability, prioritizing survival above all else. Secondly, there are those who possess considerable capability yet remain engaged in their current missions. Alternatively, some may be injured and still recuperating. Lastly, there are the contractors who are dissatisfied with their assigned assassins and have yet to secure their services. This is inherently a matter of mutual selection. Beyond these scenarios, there are seldom other reasons. However, for those tasks of elevated difficulty, some inexperienced individuals may take on the challenge, and certain employers might acquiesce, leaving the ultimate fate of the assassin to question, as to whether they can survive to collect their payment. The task that Li Ming had just accepted was not unclaimed due to a lack of interest. Rather, The employer had simply not finalized their choice until now. Having already taken on several other assignments, Li Ming had marked this one for consideration. While the requirements posed no significant challenge for him, they would present considerable difficulty for the average assassin. The target, Edwin Zacharias, aged 56. He ostensibly serves as the executive director of the Hermes Cultural Heritage Foundation and is a distinguished artifact appraisal expert at Sotheby's auction house. In reality, he is one of the partners in South America's largest antique smuggling syndicate, internally referred to as the third in command. He exploits his professional facade to operate, specifically tasked with laundering illicit goods from South America and Southeast Asia. The demands: success is imperative, he must die. Time constraint: within 24 hours. Compensation: $1 million, roughly equivalent to over 7 million dragon coins. This assignment appeared deceptively straightforward. A marksman with commendable accuracy would find assassination a trivial matter. However, the employer had deliberately chosen a mere worker and remarked, "I have heard of the Sunset Tower incident. What caught my attention was your stealth technique. Being undetected at such heights." The worker replied, "So, you sought me out for this reason? Indeed, in this aspect, you surpass others," thus heightening the probability of promptly executing this task and eliminating the target. The employer, known as Four Corners, emphasized, "I require a single, fatal strike. There must be no errors, and he must not leave the territory of Asen alive. Remember, there are no second chances." He provided intelligence. Edwin Zacharias is currently in Asan to participate in a highly significant event. Four Corners informed Li Ming that Edwin was there to assist in laundering illicit goods for others. Such activities are not only underground transactions, but are often conducted in clandestine locations. Asan, while they may deny chaos, is in fact rife with disorder. The underground dealings are a veritable mishmash. Typically, such an environment favors his operations. However, this milieu also introduces numerous unpredictable variables that could compromise the efficiency of a lethal strike. I trust you, worker. Your success rate has been impeccable lately. I am confident you will not falter this time, correct? No, there can be absolutely no mistakes. Four Corners reiterated the necessity of success, clearly anxious that a failed assassination could have repercussions for himself. Li Ming extinguished his last cigarette and responded, "Transfer the deposit." Upon accepting the assignment, Li Ming utilized intelligence retrieval to ascertain Edwin's whereabouts. Indeed, as Four Corners had indicated, he was currently in Asan, having arrived several days prior. After securing his travel arrangements through the system, Li Ming departed that very night. Although he could not track the storm's movements, he was aware that the individual was presently in Asan. The 24-hour time constraint of Four Corners' assignment did not deter him from prioritizing the storm as his initial target. The plane touched down in the humid and oppressive darkness of Asan, where Li Ming disguised himself as a young businessman on a trip, clad in a well-tailored suit, and carrying a briefcase as he exited the airport. The hot breeze, laden with the scents of curry and automobile exhaust, enveloped him, a distinctive characteristic of Asan. In that moment, Li Ming recalled videos he had watched depicting the local populace consuming rice with their hands, often accompanied by a slurry of curry, inducing a visceral discomfort. However, having previously witnessed a gruesome scene unfold before him, he now regarded the local dining customs with a sense of detachment, relegating them to mere trifles. He hailed a dilapidated taxi, articulating his destination in fluent English. The city outside the window shimmered with neon lights, as countless motorcycles darted through the chaotic traffic, seemingly devoid of any semblance of order. "Sir, we're stuck in traffic ahead," the driver remarked, turning his head, a glint of cunning flashing in his murky eyes. "I know a shortcut." Li Ming opened the 3D map, retrieving a bill from his wallet. "Take the route you prefer." The driver's eyes sparkled with avarice. The taxi veered into a dim alley, the wheels splashing through puddles and kicking up dirty water. The driver deviated nearly a street's length, and midway, he answered a phone call, speaking in hushed tones. This shadowy thoroughfare was unremarkable until a hooded figure with a bushy beard suddenly emerged at its end, threatening both the driver and Li Ming to hand over their money. The driver, terrified, screamed while hastily gathering cash, urging Li Ming to act quickly to avoid harm from the assailants. Li Ming, bemused by the duo's lackluster performance, rolled his eyes. Complying, he exited the vehicle, and under the threat of the bearded man's dagger, he rummaged through his briefcase. The two men locked their gaze on him, their expressions betraying a flicker of triumph. Yet, in the next heartbeat, their smirks vanished. A slender wire ensnared the bearded man, sending him crashing against the hood of the car as it tightened. A powerful hand reached through the window, pressing firmly against the driver's head. The stunned driver barely registered the scene before Li Ming, with eyes that gleamed like a devil's, flashed a gentlemanly smile. The next moment, the driver's vision went dark. Li Ming swiftly snapped his neck, freezing his expression of terror in perpetuity. After a brief manipulation, the vehicle careened at 120 miles per hour, crashing the bearded man against the wall. Amid the chaos that ensued from the accident, with the scent of blood thick in the air, Ming emerged from the alleyway into the night. The location where the driver had brought him would conveniently lead him to the apartment he sought. After a short distance, he slipped into the shadows of a decrepit building. The dark hallway, with peeling paint, was suffused with the scent of mildew and urine, while the flickering lights cast an eerie glow. He ascended the creaking staircase, taking measured steps to the 4th floor. The 3D map indicated that behind the door he stood before, there was a thermal signature and 3 skull icons, all moving slowly in close proximity. In the next moment, they surged toward the door. Bang! A bullet erupted through the barrier. With maximum agility and prior preparation, Ming evaded the projectile as if he were a leopard dodging a strike. After the bullet was fired, a tense silence lingered for nearly 2 seconds. The occupants within fired again, a succession of shots following in rapid order. Ming abruptly lifted his leg and kicked at the weakest point of the door's hinge. As the entire door collapsed, his gaze collided with that of 2 figures in the dark. He beheld a tall, lean silhouette clad in a duck-billed cap. With eyes sharp as an eagle's, the infamous marksman known as Storm fixated on Ming, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead in the mottled moonlight. This notorious assassin, renowned for his quick shooting, clearly had not anticipated that someone could emerge unscathed from his barrage of gunfire. At this moment, the tempest of violence and murderous intent reached its zenith. "Laborer, I shall make you regret ever coming here. Die." At the instant he squeezed the trigger, Ming's left hand unleashed a glimmer of silver. The bullet fired by the Storm grazed past his ear, while the curved blade rushed towards the Storm's throat, accompanied by a sound of slicing air. Clang! Sparks from the clash of metal illuminated the dimly lit room. Bang! The bullet struck the wall. In a last-ditch effort, the Storm managed to block with the gun barrel, yet the immense force of the blade still sent him staggering backward. Ming, his expression icy, seized the opportunity to charge forward, discarding his briefcase. His right leg swung like a war axe, aiming for the opponent's wrist that held the gun. The Storm's firearm was knocked from his grasp, shattering the window. Ming caught the falling blade midair, while his briefcase was sent skidding into a shadowy corner by the Storm's kick. The Storm, gasping for breath as his back slammed against the wall, propelled himself forward, his hands clawing towards Ming's throat like an eagle's talons. Ming evaded to the side, only to find the Storm's assault had taken a sudden turn. The seemingly ferocious lunge was merely a feint. The true weapon lay hidden in his sleeve. A sharp dagger silently lunged towards Ming's abdomen. Ding! Ming's blade accurately parried the attack, sparks flying from the collision. The laborer's skills are hardly impressive. The Storm's gaunt face twisted into a sinister smile. "Did you think this was the end?" With his left hand wielding the short knife in a struggle against Ming, his right hand stealthily reached for his waist, where a micro-pistol was evidently concealed. Yet, Ming's reflexes were swifter. He clawed at the Storm's wrist like a viper striking, swiftly seizing the firearm from his waist. His speed was astonishing, causing the Storm's complexion to fluctuate between pallor and a sickly hue. Simultaneously, Ming fired, an M1911 falling from beneath the table, causing the Storm's pupils to constrict sharply. How could the laborer know of the weapon concealed there? By instinct alone? If so, the Storm deeply regretted his lack of preparation. The crux of the matter was that he remained oblivious to the true nature of the laborer, who had inexplicably arrived at his hard-won hideout within a single day. Otherwise, how could he find himself in such a dire predicament? He had been tracking the laborer's movements, yet had found no trace. The weapons he ordered from W had yet to arrive, and the laborer had already made his appearance. Could it be that W leaked information? No. It was well known that W's integrity surpassed even that of his weaponry. The Storm began to regret why he had been so reckless as to threaten the laborer with messages. In a fit of rage, having lost his firearm, he resolved to engage Ming in close combat. Throughout the encounter, Ming remained eerily silent, exchanging blows with the Storm in the cramped confines of the apartment. The Storm, ranked 43, was not without merit. He possessed a modicum of fighting skill. His forte lay in both ranged shooting and close-quarters combat, yet he was hardly a top-tier fighter, merely middling among a sea of elite assassins. In mere moments, he found himself subdued by Ming's advanced combat techniques. The disparity in strength was palpable, as Ming executed a shoulder throw, slamming the Storm onto the floor, the rotting boards groaning under the strain. A sharp crack echoed from the Storm's ribs, the pain rendering him momentarily blind. However, the instinct of a killer compelled him to roll away. A fierce, sweeping kick followed, but Ming leapt to evade, landing with his knee forcefully against the Storm's abdomen. Without hesitation, Ming retrieved the M1911, firing a shot into the Storm's thigh, striking the precise blood-sea point. rendering him immobile and unable to rise again. As the storm writhed in agony, Li Ming thrust his curved blade into the storm's left eye, blood splattering as he withdrew the blade and stepped back a few paces. His suit must not be sullied. It would serve a purpose later. He removed his gloves to wipe the blade clean, then dusted off his suit and located his briefcase in the corner. The storm clutched his left eye, blood seeping through his fingers. His remaining eye bore a fierce gaze upon Li Ming. At last, he beheld the laborer, but it was only in his final moments that he heard him speak. The laborer's words, seemingly born from a desire to protect his suit from bloodstains. In that instant, Li Ming had reverted to the gentleman he had been upon arrival. Yet, the muzzle of the M1911 remained firmly directed at the storm. 1 minute and 23 seconds. This was the duration from the moment he appeared at the door until the storm was subdued. I told you to wait for death. I would certainly come for you. But I did not expect the 43rd rank to be like this. In truth, the storm's strength was considerable. It was merely that his opponent was extraordinary. Had this individual not been Li Ming, he would have been dead the moment he stood at the door, felled by the storm's first shot. Let me go? The storm pleaded. I have important matters to attend to. I cannot die yet. Li Ming shook his head. You know that I detest being threatened. He took a step back and swiftly pulled the trigger. The storm collapsed, a gaping hole in his throat, blood gushing forth, staining a photograph that had slipped from his pocket. The image of a radiant young woman faded into the crimson. The now pristine M1911 was discarded at the storm's feet. He cast his gloves into the void, leaving no trace of his presence. As he departed, Li Ming heard the wail of sirens in the alley. Someone next door shuffled in slippers, the door creaking open. He had already reached the base of the apartment building, as screams erupted from above. He vanished into the cloak of night. The storm had chosen a location devoid of surveillance cameras. No one would know the laborer had been there. It was now the evening of 2025, and Edwin Zacharias was expected to be at the underground trading market around this time, remaining until 2100. Li Ming knew he must complete the assignment to eliminate Edwin Zacharias tonight. The storm's actions would undoubtedly draw the attention of the locals, and his identity as a killer would soon be uncovered. Thus, with a killer's presence here, the cautious Edwin Zacharias would not linger any longer in the land of the three. Straightening his suit and ensuring his briefcase remained immaculate, he activated his affluent demeanor. Brandishing a prefabricated identification, Li Ming entered the underground market for stolen goods and illicit exchanges. Lacking connections, he compensated with wealth and status, positioning himself as a financial backer for those wishing to dispose of stolen items. Chapter 69, The Hook. The local underground market lay not far from a river, situated away from the bustling areas. There were only two entrances, one through a Corona convenience store. Li Ming braved the noxious stench wafting from the river as he entered the store, taking the elevator down to the underground market. This subterranean exchange was vast and labyrinthine, not exactly a clandestine venue, and did not restrict entry based on identity. Even the petty thieves could trade their stolen goods here. However, those with wealth and status enjoyed a separate area. Though this place is a veritable melting pot of various trades and backgrounds, it harbors the possibility of fulfilling the desires of many. Whether the buyer is a wealthy magnate or the seller a tattered vagabond, all are treated with equal regard. Money serves as the sole passport here. A unique set of rules and operational principles has long been established, fostering an intrinsic fairness wherein everyone ultimately acquires what they seek. Consequently, affluent merchants and dignitaries frequently visit this marketplace, and Edwin Zacharias is among its regular patrons. Law enforcement has made attempts to intervene, yet they have consistently failed to uncover anything substantial. Despite the apparent chaos and murky depths of this place, an unspoken code of survival prevails. Thus, when uniformed officials arrive, they merely disrupt the delicate balance of existence, making it unlikely for anything to be unearthed. Individuals of Edwin Zacharias' stature frequent this locale, yet he has never revealed himself in public. He caters to loyal clients or those who possess wealth and a credible background, never turning away a potential ally. The grand demeanor of Li Ming immediately captures the attention of many upon his arrival. As he engages with a few curious onlookers, he deliberately conveys his profound interest in collecting Southeast Asian antiquities, expressing a desire to acquire as much as possible. Occasionally, he glances at his briefcase, handling it with utmost care, as if it contains something extraordinary, perhaps bundles of cash. When he encounters items of interest, he purchases them, facilitating the disposal of stolen goods with remarkable efficiency. This cascade of information swiftly reaches the ears of Edwin Zacharias, who is accompanied by 2 bodyguards and an assistant. The assistant spots Li Ming almost immediately and discreetly observes his every move. Once he confirms the man's identity and witnesses several transactions, he reports back to his employer. Did he negotiate? Edwin Zacharias inquires, his wariness palpable. The assistant nods. Indeed, sir. He He did haggle over some valuable items, but ultimately, he made his purchases with alacrity. Having been in this line of work for an extended period, Edwin is inherently skeptical and meticulous, paying close attention to details. Should a person be lavish in spending without any semblance of bargaining, he would suspect ulterior motives. Even the wealthy tend to negotiate here. No one desires to be a fool. He waves a dismissive hand, stating, "Let us observe further." The assistant complies and resumes his watch over the affluent figure known as Ming. Edwin Zacarias possesses the patience to wait. To his left lies a box containing the very items he wishes to sell tonight. The price is steep, and in recent days he has struggled to find a suitable seller. Even his loyal clients are reluctant to meet his asking price. Should a discreet yet decisive wealthy individual present themselves, he might finally offload his stock. The previous old-timers were incapable of affording such expenses, which is why he has lingered here for so long. Thus, Edwin Zacarias ultimately refrains from seeking out this promising individual immediately. In this business, a cautious approach proves wise. Checking the time, he notes there are merely 15 minutes until 9. He is unhurried. If he cannot find a target today, there is always tomorrow, and he has the luxury of time. However, he does not anticipate that the affluent man named Ming, after purchasing a few items, would choose to depart. "Boss, he's leaving," the assistant communicates through his earpiece. Edwin furrows his brow. It is now 20:50, and the man has been present for scarcely 15 minutes. Has he truly been overthinking? The assistant continues, "He may have acquired what he sought. I observed him purchasing a rather exquisite bracelet. Boss, I can assure you that it's merely an artisanal piece from Southeast Asia." He is now approaching the elevator. Edwin's fingers tap rhythmically against the table, his mind in turmoil. He wonders whether, after this departure, Ming will return, for if he does not, the opportunity may slip away. After a minute of internal conflict, Edwin finally instructs his assistant to approach the man. "I apologize, sir, but he has already ascended." "What?" Edwin rises, a flicker of regret igniting within him. It now seems evident that this man was not deliberately seeking him out, and perhaps he had been mistaken. Contemplating his bodyguard's presence, he resolves to take a chance. "Follow him. I shall be there shortly." "Understood, boss." With that, Edwin Zacarias exits the room, flanked by his bodyguards. In the elevator, Ming appears triumphant, attentively examining the intricately crafted Southeast Asian silver bracelet in his possession. Just as the elevator doors are about to close, a gloved hand clad in black abruptly halts the mechanism. "Sir, please hold." The assistant gasps, donning a professional smile. "Our boss would like to invite you for a cup of tea." Ming raises his gaze, feigning surprise. "Oh?" The assistant steps aside, revealing the approaching Edwin Zacarias, who strides forward, scrutinizing Ming with piercing eyes behind his heavy glasses. Accompanied by two imposing bodyguards, the outlines of concealed weaponry are discernible beneath their suits. "Good day, sir. I have heard of your keen interest in some Southeast Asian antiquities." Ming smirks slightly, nonchalantly tucking the bracelet into his suit pocket. "Is there something of particular value?" Edwin glances at the box he carries, smiling. "I believe you might find it intriguing. Shall we discuss it at my location?" Ming deliberately checks the time, a hint of reluctance crossing his face. "Just 5 minutes," Edwin quickly adds. "If you find it to your liking, a reasonable price can be arranged." With a reluctant nod, Ming agrees. "Very well, let us proceed." He steps out of the elevator, his polished shoes making no sound against the floor, his posture upright and relaxed, embodying the guise of an ordinary collector rather than a predator poised to strike. Chapter 70, A Night of Execution, a return home almost revealed. Edwin Zacarias finds himself in a small room within this underground marketplace. The atmosphere is dim and damp, illuminated by 2 hanging lights, casting a bright glow. However, the moment the 2 parties enter the room, the ambience grows tense. As Ming steps inside, the 2 bodyguards swiftly lock the door, positioning themselves on either side of him. The young assistant remains outside, vigilantly observing for any potential interruptions to their transaction. What is the meaning of this? Ming feigns displeasure, furrowing his brow while reaching into his briefcase. The bodyguard, anticipating a weapon, instinctively reached for the gun at his waist. Only when he confirmed that the object being drawn was merely a glove did the tense atmosphere begin to ease. Ming feigned deep dissatisfaction, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Edwin. Edwin responded with a professional smile, "My apologies, sir. You know how cautious we must be in our line of work." As he spoke, he discreetly sized up Ming, discerning no visible issues. Ming swiftly scanned the 3D map, confirming the absence of further threats, and a knowing smile crept across his lips. "You're right. Caution is indeed warranted." Just as the 2 bodyguards prepared to approach him for a search, Ming's sleeve unexpectedly slipped, revealing a curved dagger. In a flash, the left bodyguard's neck erupted with a spurt of crimson. The abrupt shift in the situation was startling. "By God!" Edwin exclaimed, rising abruptly, his right hand darting toward his waist for his firearm. Outside, the assistant received an urgent call from the company's intelligence department. What? All right, I understand. The assistant's complexion shifted dramatically as he knocked repeatedly on the door, but received no response. In a panic, he pushed the door open. Boss, a killer has infiltrated. But that killer has already. His words froze mid-sentence at the sight before him. He trembled as he beheld the two bodyguards lifeless in a pool of blood, their neck wounds still gushing. Edwin sat with his back to the assistant, yet the back of his head faced him, creating an eerily surreal tableau. Still reeling from shock, the assistant felt a gust of wind, as if a shadow had darted past him. Almost immediately, he sensed a chill at his neck. A touch revealed blood seeping through his fingers. Ming adjusted his suit and departed according to the map's directions. Yet, before he could reach the elevator, a clamor erupted. Someone's dead. The police are here. Rumors of a killer's infiltration had summoned them. Retreat. Hey, gather your loot unless you wish to be captured. The cacophony echoed through the convoluted corridors. Moments later, two exits were sealed off by heavily armed SWAT teams, their MP5 submachine guns glinting ominously under the dim lights. The lead officer fired a shot into the ceiling. Everyone, stay still. Cooperate with the inspection. Ming observed the unfolding chaos with a calm demeanor. Although the police appeared aggressive, they were clearly hesitant to fire indiscriminately. Using the tumult of the crowd as cover, he silently retreated into the shadows. The arrival of these officers was unexpected for Ming, and he hadn't anticipated their swift response to the underground market. Perhaps it was due to the storm, or because Edwin had informants and supervisors above. In any case, their presence complicated Ming's retreat. He resolved to alter his disguise. Many had witnessed him entering Edwin's territory. If he did not change his identity, the high-profile debut of a wealthy individual could easily make him a target for certain eyes. Even with a disguise, both his appearance and identity would be challenging to discern. Nevertheless, he wished to avoid such complications, viewing any engagement with these individuals as a waste of time. The 3D map displayed the layout of the underground market's ventilation ducts. Yet, it was equally possible that someone awaited him at the duct's end. Ultimately, Ming chose against this escape route. Instead, he retraced his steps, re-entering the scene of Edwin Zacarias' demise before the armed SWAT teams could detect his presence. Once inside, he closed the door and approached the back of Edwin Zacarias. With his neck twisted, Edwin's visage now faced Ming in a grotesquely bizarre manner. Ming's hands searched the wall for a moment, but found nothing of significance. What could the switch be? The map indicated a passageway here, likely a secret route left by Edwin himself. Perhaps other territories might harbor similar hidden exits. This location was certainly not limited to just two exits. Those who thrived here were not foolish. Yet, at present, he could not locate the mechanism. Patience was essential as he continued his search. The sounds outside grew increasingly shrill and chaotic, indicating a clash between the patrons and the armed enforcers. In a place rife with the underbelly of society, compliance was hardly to be expected. Those unwilling to have their illicit gains uncovered adeptly incited and stirred the crowd's emotions. Even the police, armed with submachine guns, struggled to maintain order. The situation spiraled further into chaos. Ironically, in such a place, where true order and stability were mere illusions, the majority of the populace harbored disdain for the uniforms they saw. Their arrival signified a potential loss of income and the looming threat of detention. Moreover, this particular group had no clear objective. They claimed to be pursuing a killer, but could not articulate a single characteristic of the fugitive. Thus, when someone incited the crowd, the situation could ignite like a powder keg, leading to uncontrollable pandemonium. This turmoil, of course, would yield casualties, inadvertently granting Ming precious time. As the sound of footsteps approached the door, Ming finally discovered the switch beneath the table before Edwin and successfully slipped inside, sealing the exit behind him. It was a low, narrow passage. If blocked, he would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. 10 minutes later, wearing the guise of Edwin's assistant, Ming emerged from the rear of a restaurant, vanishing into the night. The clock struck 21:25, with less than an hour separating Edwin's demise from the storm. In a shadowy, desolate area, Ming retrieved his vehicle from concealment and drove toward the airport. In less than 2 hours, he had accomplished all his objectives, not even spending a night in the land of A. The following day, he found himself within the borders of the Dragon Nation. Upon unlocking his phone, he was greeted by international news reporting Edwin's death in the underground market. The article, laced with regret, lamented the killer's successful escape. Speculation arose in the comments section, with someone mentioning the term working class. While some might be unfamiliar with this phrase, they had undoubtedly heard of the notorious assassin who had faced the Skeleton Legion in the Middle East and the Phantom of the Sunset Tower. The term ignited fervent discussion, with various theories flooding in. Ming glanced through the news, noting that there was no description of him or any eyewitness accounts. It was evident that they had seen nothing. Likely, the death of the storm had heightened their vigilance, unrelated to any other matter. Ming exhaled slowly. If he were to be betrayed by the network, he would be forced to embark on another path of pursuit. He accessed the dark web, intending to remind the network to finalize their payment, only to find private messages from W and Great White Shark. W, working class, you were the one who killed Edwin, weren't you? Do you know how close you were to being exposed? Chapter 71, The Peril of Being Surrounded. Ming had not yet sought news regarding the Great White Shark. The message from W that suddenly popped up successfully captured his attention. W was not one to easily divulge information, yet his willingness to speak indicated that it had become common knowledge within the assassin community. You know? Ming inquired. Your internet speed is simply too slow, worker bee. You should frequently check the dark web for any happenings, W replied, sending him a photograph. This image had not been released by the ASIN nation, yet it had already circulated. Ming enlarged the image and examined it closely. It depicted the moment of Storm's demise. It was a haunting reminder of the last sight he had seen before departing, a thigh and throat punctured, and a left eye gruesomely hollowed out by a vicious stab. Alongside the photograph that slipped from his pocket, there was another image. Ming fixated on the bloody photograph on his screen, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of his cup. He zoomed in and out on the blood-soaked image of Storm. The feminine silhouette at the edge of the photo drew his gaze for a moment longer, but he quickly averted his eyes. Beneath the image lay a similarly bloodied piece of paper, with 3 words starkly visible, worker bee. His codename emerged in vivid clarity on that paper. Despite Storm's demise, the information he possessed was deemed highly credible. Many believed that the dead do not lie. Coupled with Storm's previous statements that had prompted the worker bees to withdraw from the fray, the denizens of the dark web now firmly believed that this was the work of the worker bee. It's your style, W remarked. Though I already know you intend to kill him, I must point out that your style is far too conspicuous. Even without those 3 words, the dark web would be aware. These words, while seemingly a signal to the authorities, are in truth a message to the assassins lurking in the shadows. After pouring himself a glass of water and finishing it, Ming replied to W. It seems that Storm was initially fearful of being killed by me. Hence he left this hand for himself. At least he recognized his own ineptitude. W retorted, is that really the crux of the matter? I have shared so much with you. I understand, Ming said, you refer to style. Yes, worker bee, the previous incidents transpired precisely because your style was too evident. Regardless of whether it was the Sunset Tower, the B2 laboratory, or even the Robin, everyone knows it was your doing. If this continues, you will inevitably attract the attention of various agencies, and once they focus on you, I too will encounter troubles. Do you grasp my meaning? How could Ming not understand? Not only would he draw the ire of rival assassins, but also the scrutiny of local law enforcement in the areas where he undertook missions. This posed a grave concern for him, and indeed for all assassins, since a conspicuous style was far from advantageous. Nevertheless, he found the act of twisting necks to be exceedingly convenient. His targets would have no opportunity to cry out before meeting their end, making it quite suitable for him. His mastery of the 8th level grappling technique rendered him exceptionally fluid in this domain, facilitating his assassination endeavors. It had now become his habitual motion. Alterations were not out of the question, yet Ming pondered that there was no necessity. If his style was evident, so be it. Even if others recognized the habits of the worker bee, they would not be able to unmask the concealed Ming. He rubbed his temples and responded to W, indicating he would exercise more caution moving forward. After closing W's private message, he mused that, at worst, he could alternate his methods with each job, which posed no significant issue. Subsequently, he opened the private message from the Great White Shark. Frankly, he was baffled as to why this Great White Shark sought to establish contact with him. Merely an employer, he was solely motivated by monetary gain. What was her intention? Upon reviewing the content, it was indeed related to Storm. She informed him that because he had slain Storm, other assassins were exceedingly displeased, and it was likely they would band together to confront him. Yet Ming held a contrary belief. Assassins were cold-hearted and solitary, existing as lone wolves with neither partners nor teams. Others' affairs held no bearing on his own. The murder of a single Storm would not incite a collective response unless someone offered a substantial bounty to rally this cadre of assassins against him. Only money could compel the merciless assassin. Another possibility lay in the chaotic slaughter by the worker bee, devoid of rationale. Such actions could indeed provoke a collective response from them. However, it was clear that Ming did not fit that mold. I understand. You only killed Storm because he provoked and threatened you. Were I in your position, I would have acted similarly. A new betting pool has emerged on the dark web. Wagering on when you will be besieged by your peers, with odds set at 19. A tempting offer indeed. Worker bee, while I wager you will soon face a concerted attack. I still hope you manage to survive. If we ever cross paths, I would prefer not to encounter a pitiable man bereft of limbs. For in such a case, I would unceremoniously discard you like refuse. Li Ming was disinclined to respond to the great white shark unless she once again became his employer, and this time, with a higher fee. Regarding the bets on the dark web, he believed they were merely the frivolous pastimes of the idle. True assassins, those genuinely profiting, were still firmly focused on executing their targets. The great white shark continued to send private messages. By the way, congratulations, you are now ranked 49. Li Ming replied, yes, that will suffice. He prepared to close the private message, but added, by the way, we will not have the opportunity to meet. He attempted to contact Cedo, but after several minutes of no response, Li Ming lit a cigarette, patiently waiting. During this interlude, he inspected his surroundings. In the course of his assassination, the used gloves, discarded clothing, and other remnants had been temporarily cast aside in his space, destined for incineration on his return journey to ensure that not a single trace would be left behind. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and glanced at the time. After a minute or so, he began employing his elite hacking skills to gather information on Cedo. If this individual failed to remit the final payment within an hour, he would be poised to act. However, aside from knowing that this employer was named Cedo, he possessed no further information. The man seemed to exist entirely off the grid. Faced with this predicament, even a top-tier hacker lacked a point of entry to infiltrate the system for investigation. Suddenly, Li Ming recalled that the great white shark from Suman Island seemed to dabble in intelligence. He reopened the private message from the great white shark, poised to send a message when he received a notification from Cedo. The first message that appeared was not regarding the final payment, but rather another task proposal. Worker B, collaborating with you has been incredibly pleasant. Your efficiency is nothing short of astonishing. I have another assignment, though the requirements are somewhat different. Li Ming typed a response. First, remit my final payment, then we can converse. After a considerable wait, the payment was finally received. Cedo messaged, my apologies, I almost forgot your final payment. Li Ming's gaze hardened as he fixated on the message. Chapter 72. Add points, max level. Depart. Cedo remained oblivious that his mere oversight nearly placed him in the crosshairs of the Eye of Death. For Li Ming, an employer who forgets to remit payment ought to be added to the target list, indefinitely. Let me outline the task, and as a reminder, esteemed employer, should you truly forget the final payment next time, the situation may become rather unpleasant. The intricate web of connections undoubtedly recognizes this as a threat, with the Tempest serving as a prime example. At that moment, he was concerned that the laborer had inadvertently provoked a situation that led to the demise of the storm, jeopardizing the assassination of Edwin. However, the laborer demonstrated through his actions and outcomes that even while simultaneously undertaking multiple tasks, his efficiency remained unaffected. It is unclear what thoughts occupied the mind of the intricately connected, as it took a considerable time before he sent a message. The dark web claims the laborer is a rather straightforward assassin. I believe such a person is indeed well suited for this line of work. Rest assured, I am quite protective of my own life. One should never provoke an assassin. Today's incident was indeed due to that. He seemed to want to elaborate, but felt it unnecessary. So he left his thoughts unfinished and returned to the matter at hand. The actual employer for this assignment is not me, but rest assured, as long as we reach an agreement and successfully complete the task, the funds will be transferred to your account. Subsequently, he sent over the target details and requirements. The target, Jean Xuanxi, 24 years old, a female artist from XX Entertainment Company, the lead singer of a wildly popular girl group, currently at the peak of her career. Requirements: to resolve the matter within 3 days, create an accidental scene, and ensure that there are witnesses present at the moment of her demise. Li Ming finally understood why the intricately connected mentioned that the requirements were somewhat unusual. To eliminate the target while staging it as an accident is a common request among employers, aimed at avoiding unnecessary complications and investigations. Whether the assassin can fulfill this requirement is another matter entirely. However, the stipulation that the target must die unexpectedly while ensuring witnesses are present to witness her death is indeed rather stringent. It is not that it is impossible, but it will undoubtedly lead to complications. For instance, in the case of a straightforward vehicular accident, who would ultimately bear the responsibility for the mishap? Moreover, this is not the best choice for an assassin, as it risks revealing their identity. Yet Li Ming is an exception. Many employers typically do not post bounties publicly to seek out assassins. If they have their eye on a particular assassin, they can approach them directly. The fact that they sought out the laborer indicates their belief that only he can accomplish this task. Naturally, Li Ming would not decline. He is confident in his ability to succeed. Thus, when he replied with an affirmation, the intricately connected visibly exhaled in relief, sending 3 exclamation marks in response. The reward is $2 million. Upon seeing the substantial sum presented by the intricately connected, Li Ming could not help but speculate. Could this be the plaything of some entertainment mogul, who is now in possession of certain incriminating evidence that could disrupt the interests of the true employer? Is it possible that Jin Xuanxi has caused a scandal and wishes to expose it? Hence, they are willing to pay handsomely to eliminate her, ensuring that she takes her secrets and evidence to the grave. Although Li Ming is not well versed in that realm, he has overheard discussions among his dorm mates, particularly Chen Jiaming, throughout his university years. It is common knowledge that female artists in that industry tend to have short-lived careers. This realization allowed him to comprehend the stringent nature of such a request. The mogul wishes to extricate themselves completely from any potential fallout. Once the deposit was received, Li Ming swiftly perused the intelligence regarding Jin Xuanxi's whereabouts. The girl group is currently recording a show in Jeju Island, and Jin Xuanxi has not left the production team. However, her nightly activities raise suspicion. She returns to the hotel arranged by the production team after finishing work at 10 o'clock, yet the intelligence indicates she will appear in another person's room the following day. This period falls within her personal time, during which the production team has not set up any cameras. Li Ming was taken aback. Is this not a rather thrilling game? Would the employer entertain thoughts of murder while engaging in such activities? Or is it possible that Jin Xuanxi is indeed leading a double life? However, on the last day, specifically last night's activities, Li Ming discerned an anomaly. At 11:30 p.m., she exited her room, and by 11:56 p.m., she arrived at the hospital alone. Today, she called in sick and did not record the show. Li Ming gasped. Has she sustained an injury? Is the thrill escalating? Yet, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. The truth is often beyond one's expectations, especially in that particular circle. Li Ming chose not to delve deeper. He merely needed to be aware of her movements and basic information. This assignment is manageable for him. Consequently, he set aside the task temporarily to examine the rewards he would receive after eliminating Edwin. Skill, Advanced Electrician. Skill effect, Proficient in troubleshooting industrial-grade electrical systems. Adept at identifying potential hazards in commercial buildings and stage equipment. Capable of tampering with devices without leaving traces, and able to forge professional electrician repair records. Skill points, 3. Attribute points, 2. An electrician. This could serve as a practical skill, as well as a life skill, fortifying his career as an assassin. Li Ming accepted this with delight, allocating all attribute points to strength and stamina. Strength is now at maximum level 10. Physical ability, 10, human maximum. Strength, 10, human maximum. Agility, 10, human limit. Stamina, 8. Pressure resistance, 10, human maximum. Whether in physical or mental resilience, Li Ming is now exceedingly close to the pinnacle of human capability. He assigned the 3 skill points to acquire the Xingyi Quan. Mastering the techniques of the Dragon's martial arts is imperative. Li Ming is now thoroughly satisfied with his close-quarter combat abilities. He has fortified himself, and at this level of strength, he can carve out an imposing reputation in the world of assassins. Thus, using skill points requires little hesitation. His primary choice has long been determined, the martial arts of the dragon. With sufficient skill points at his disposal, he is keen to fulfill his aspiration of mastering the Dragon's martial arts. This exchange requires exactly 3 points. He has also long coveted other styles, such as Wing Chun, Tongbei Quan, and Tai Chi from Shaolin, especially after experiencing Lin Yuyu's impressive skills firsthand. Putting away the panel, Li Ming moved to the empty space in his home gym, instinctively assuming the Santi posture. His muscle memory surged forth like a tidal wave. The chopping fist strikes like an axe, the drilling fist strikes like lightning, and the collapsing fist strikes like an arrow. Each move embodies the fierce and domineering essence of Xingyi Quan, yet subtly integrates the soft and yielding power of internal martial arts. After concluding his practice, Li Ming gazed with satisfaction at his reflection in the mirror, contemplating the future exchanges he could make. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. After freshening up, he chose to rest. He had scarcely slept over the past few days while traversing various locations. No matter how robust the body, fatigue eventually sets in. Early the next morning, he arrived at the airport. The nation of the Sticks is not far away, allowing for a significant reduction in travel time. Upon disembarking from the plane, he proceeded directly to Jeju Island to conduct reconnaissance. Chapter 73. Seeking assistance from the one who just killed him. Jin Xuanxi is a genuine natural beauty, standing out among the plethora of template beauties on the streets, leaving a lasting impression that is hard to forget. In the realm of aesthetic beauty, particularly in the illustrious land of the morning calm, such natural allure is indeed a rarity. This might well be one of the reasons for her meteoric rise to fame. At this moment, Li Ming stands before a colossal billboard, gazing up at the prominent close-up of Jin Xuanxi. In comparison, he cannot help but concede that Jin Xuanxi possesses a more captivating charm, rendering the other female group members mere background figures. Her facial structure is exquisitely defined, with cheekbones and jawline sculpted by the winds of the mountains. Devoid of any artificial rigidity, her skin radiates a porcelain-like luminosity, while her nose exhibits a naturally elegant prominence. Her almond-shaped eyes, with their gently drooping outer corners, convey an innocent bewilderment akin to that of a fawn. Yet, when she smiles, her lips curve into a crescent moon, and her under-eye area showcases a delightful fullness. It is no wonder, Li Ming muses. Individuals of such beauty are seldom seen in the land of the morning calm, easily drawing attention. Yet, she has chosen to enter the entertainment industry. A natural beauty like Jin Xuanxi in this realm is akin to a fawn that has inadvertently wandered into a den of wolves. There is no doubt that she will become a mere plaything for the powerful. The moment she stepped into the entertainment world, her fate was sealed. In recent days, their girl group has been recording a reality show featuring several popular male guests. This particular variety show has garnered substantial investment, attracting top-tier celebrities. Consequently, Jeju Island is teeming with visitors, where, aside from genuine tourists, the majority are fans of these artists. After donning a disguise, Li Ming arrived near the recording site of their show. Standing amidst the crowd, his gaze pierced through the clamorous throng of fans, settling on Jin Xuanxi in the distance. Engaged in a segment of the game, laughing heartily as the sea breeze tousled her hair. However, Li Ming's keen eyes caught a glimpse of a bruise peeking from her high collar. She had strategically placed a large black velvet hairpin behind her ear to conceal some of it, obscuring the vision of the onlookers. Yet, Li Ming was certain that it was a bruise inflicted by considerable force. It was evident that she had either been struck or had engaged in some reckless play with the powerful. According to the intelligence he had gathered, it was the former. Despite her seemingly radiant smile, Li Ming could discern the helplessness in her eyes, a perpetual reflection of despair. During a break in filming, Jin Xuanxi accepted a bottle of water from her assistant. Her profile as she tilted her head back to drink was nothing short of breathtaking. Not far off, a group of well-dressed men were gesturing at the filming site. Among them was a corpulent middle-aged man whose gaze lingered on Jin Xuanxi, his eyes glinting with an unsettling light. Li Ming produced a lighter, lowered his head to ignite a cigarette, and discreetly extricated himself from the crowd. As a man himself, he was acutely aware of the implications behind such gazes. Yet, his mission was not one of salvation, but rather of termination. If one were to imbue this with a sense of artistic flair or philosophical depth, it would be to liberate her from her torment. Li Ming wandered nearby. Yet the staff forbade any unauthorized personnel from entering their recording area. Despite the throngs of fans, the scene was heavily secured, with numerous guards ready to intercept any overly enthusiastic admirers attempting to breach the barriers. Furthermore, the cameras would capture every moment. Li Ming had no intention of mingling with the fans. Through his intelligence network, he learned that the following morning, the production team would be filming at a racetrack, incorporating segments with ordinary participants. Most reality shows in the land of the morning calm follow a script. However, this did not deter Li Ming. As long as there were people present, he was resolute in his decision. Tomorrow, the target must meet their demise at the racetrack. Li Ming settled into a nearby CAF, where he could observe the filming from an advantageous angle. From his satchel, he retrieved a programmable delayed toxin injector, a reward he had received upon the completion of each mission, comprising a full set of tools, including 3 such injectors. Within a span of 124 hours, he could utilize them at his discretion. The toxin would decompose within the target's body, expelled through perspiration, undetectable by any means. Given the limited quantity, Li Ming refrained from using them unless in exceptional circumstances. Glancing at his left wrist, he noted the time was 5:20 p.m. Tomorrow, they would commence at the racetrack at 10 a.m. To ensure Jin Xuanxi would perspire, the activity would need to be underway for at least 10 minutes prior. He meticulously planned the timing, aiming for a critical moment at precisely 11:10 a.m. Although it was a scripted reality show, numerous unpredictable elements could arise during filming. For instance, the host might engage in excessive banter, or unforeseen disruptions could hinder the progress of the show, jeopardizing the target's opportunity to mount the horse. Consequently, Li Ming deemed precise timing to be the most fatal aspect of the plan, a grave miscalculation. Should he set the timing too late, the production team might wrap up without anyone witnessing Jin Xuanxi's demise. As the recording concluded, the radiant and gracious Miss Jin Xuanxi bowed to her colleagues, exchanging polite pleasantries. While the others were escorted by their assistants, interacting with fans along the way, security kept a firm grip on the situation, preventing any physical contact. Each individual resembled an exhibit on display, their actions and words meticulously orchestrated. What does fame matter? The puppeteers behind them are invariably the conglomerates. Renown and beauty serve merely as tools for profit. They seek compliant marionettes. The benefits they receive are far from commensurate with the superficial glamour. Jin Xuanxi's fanbase is vast, her name echoed by the most fervent voices in the crowd. The impact of her stardom has significantly boosted the local economy of Jeju Island during this period. While other artists departed with ease, Jin Xuanxi, as the pinnacle of fame, faced a far more arduous exit. Jin Xuanxi, I love you. The fervent cries of her admirers, both male and female, did not evoke feelings of excitement. Rather, they instilled a sense of dread. At that moment, Jin Xuanxi was a stark contrast to her on-screen persona. Instead of the vibrant and lively figure she portrayed during filming, she now walked with her head bowed, numbly navigating the throngs. After all, the company imposed no interaction, and security would continually intervene. Li Ming had disguised himself as one of the security personnel. Those in this line of work appeared increasingly exasperated, tasked daily with protecting numerous starlets from overzealous fans, constantly engaging in a battle of wits. Working in such an environment over time had undoubtedly taken a toll on their tempers. Anyone daring to approach was promptly shoved away. Ultimately, as long as the stars remained unharmed, the company's public relations could manage the aftermath. It was precisely this uncompromising attitude towards fans that upheld order at the scene. Li Ming edged closer to Jin Xuanxi, ensuring to shield her without making contact, to avoid inciting a frenzy among the fans. Any misstep could lead to accusations of impropriety, spiraling the situation out of control. Such scenarios were familiar to Li Ming. Previously, Chun Jiaming had pursued an obscure starlet, returning daily with tales of how stars were besieged by fervent fans and how security guards were berated for inadvertently brushing against them in the chaos. These fervent individuals are quite terrifying, their capacity for harm rivaling the toxins in their hands, driving some to choose to depart this world after enduring such relentless online harassment. Is this not a delayed poison? Li Ming, with a swift motion, pushed aside several frenzied fans rushing towards him. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had rapidly injected a toxin into Jin Xuanxi. Mastering the art of acupoint manipulation, he struck the appropriate pressure points, and with the enhancement of his advanced medical skills, Jin Xuanxi felt no pain from the injection. At the very moment the toxin was introduced into her system, Li Ming had essentially fulfilled his task. He could have easily withdrawn from the scene. Yet, Jin Xuanxi, who had been walking closer to him beneath the outstretched arms of Li Ming, resembled someone caught in his embrace. Ironically, amidst the waves of shouting, she suddenly raised her head and softly implored Li Ming, "Save me." Chapter 74, The Sudden Slaughter Before Death. Li Ming's mind was a flurry of questions. The target was pleading for help right before him? How utterly ironic. It is worth noting that he had just taken her life. Faced with such a situation, Li Ming's immediate response was not to feel compassion for her pitiful gaze and desperate plea, but rather to become alert, sensing a potential trap. He remained impervious to Jin Xuanxi's expression of urgency, despair, and fear. Like the other security personnel, Li Ming maintained his indifference, his gaze fixed solely on the unruly fans, ready to cast out anyone who dared to approach. It was as though he had not heard Jin Xuanxi's cry for help at all. Li Ming's disregard and coldness rendered Jin Xuanxi utterly paralyzed. Before her fans, she was compelled to continue wearing a facade of forced smiles. Ironically, not a single fan perceived the depth of despair behind her expression. The very person she sought help from was the one who had just taken her life. Summoning her courage to reach out to a seemingly reliable security guard, she was gripped by the fear that he might expose her. He did not, which brought her some solace. Yet, the more desperate truth was that he also disregarded her life. Just before being ushered into the van, Li Ming whispered near her ear, "I hope you have sweet dreams tonight." Jin Xuanxi's pupils dilated sharply as Li Ming's hushed words slithered into her ear like a venomous serpent. Stiffened, she was pushed into the vehicle by her assistant. The moment the door closed, she crumpled into the leather seat, trembling in despair. The assistant merely assumed she was fatigued from the day's recording and paid no heed. Outside the vehicle, Li Ming's figure had vanished into the throng of security personnel. Clutching the collar of her turtleneck sweater tightly, her bruised throat emitted a feeble whimper akin to a wounded creature. She was all too familiar with that security guard's gaze, cold and reminiscent of the company representative who had choked her with a tie the previous night. However, the company representative's coldness was that of a perverse nature, while the security guard's was that of death itself. "Are you all right, Uni? What's wrong?" The assistant finally sensed something amiss and inquired with concern. Upon seeing the driver's vacant, dead fish eyes, Jin Xuanxi dared not reveal the truth. She forced a smile, replying, "I'm just tired. All right, you can rest when we get back. You've received special treatment from the production team, with a room all to yourself, free from any disturbances." The assistant's words only deepened Jin Xuanxi's trepidation. In this sordid industry, the assistant could not be oblivious to certain unspoken rules. She may have grown numb or merely regarded Jin Xuanxi as another toy for the powerful. A room to herself was not care, it was the torment of a devil. Li Ming did not depart Jeju Island immediately. That night, he stayed at the hotel, awaiting the following day's news of Jin Xuanxi's demise. The hotel he chose was the very one where Jin Xuanxi's production team was accommodated. As midnight approached, the 3D map indicated that Jin Xuanxi had exited her room and entered another. When she emerged, it was already 2:15 a.m. Upon returning to her own room, there was no sign of activity. Li Ming was unaware of who occupied the other room or what transpired therein. Logically, it should not be his employer behind this. Yet, whoever they were, it was evident that these individuals were akin to demons in Jin Xuanxi's life. She was compelled to submit to their whims. And with no reliable allies in sight, she found herself resorting to seeking help from a security guard. Unfortunately, the one she turned to was the very person who had extinguished her life. Li Ming paced restlessly in his room, his instincts as a killer alerting him that something was amiss with his target that night. The emergence of this intuition made it impossible for him to remain calm while awaiting the inevitable. In order to prevent external factors from influencing Jin Xuanxi's death scheduled for the next day, he resolved to infiltrate her room and assess the situation. Naturally, Li Ming remained wary that this could be a trap set by someone, perhaps even a scheme orchestrated by his employer. Trusting no one, he chose to disguise himself and opted to scale the building, evading surveillance cameras and electronic monitoring. After hand-climbing to the 6th floor, he arrived at Jin Xuanxi's window. The window was ajar, the cold air rushing in. How peculiar. It felt rather voyeuristic, Li Ming mused, berating himself for the predicament he found himself in. At that moment, it seemed Jin Xuanxi was in the bathroom, the sound of running water overwhelming, with muffled sobs faintly audible. After some contemplation, he decided to take a glance. Should this woman choose to end her life, it would complicate his payment. Before he could make a move, the 3D map displayed a heat signature gradually approaching the door. Li Ming pondered briefly. Then, with one hand bracing the window frame, he nimbly flipped himself inside. Utilizing the art of silent infiltration, he slipped into the room without stirring a single speck of dust upon landing. On the 3D map, the heat signature at the door had halted, seemingly inputting a passcode. Familiarity with the code? It appeared to be the work of an acquaintance. Li Ming found a suitable hiding spot, waiting for the intruder to reveal themselves. A click echoed as the lock disengaged, a sound that pierced the silence of the room. Yet, Jin Xuanxi in the bathroom remained oblivious to the noise. A stout figure stumbled through the door, clad in a suit, his tie loosely draped around his neck, a bottle of red wine swaying in his hand. Xuanxi, Appa has come to see you. The man's slurred voice caused the water sounds in the bathroom to abruptly cease. He carelessly placed the wine on the table, loosened his tie, and greedily surveyed the closed bathroom door. Li Ming recognized him as the company representative who had been gesturing at Jin Xuanxi earlier that day on set. Could it be that Jin Xuanxi had just visited his room? Was this not enough, prompting him to return? Or perhaps this was someone else? Multiple visits in a single day? The affluent individuals of that nation certainly knew how to indulge. Now, it was easier to understand Jin Xuanxi's desperate attempt to seek assistance from a security guard, just as the man was about to kick the bathroom door. Another figure approached from outside. Li Ming furrowed his brow. This newcomer did not appear to be there for a jovial encounter, judging by his demeanor. He was there to kill. Upon entering, he closed the door behind him. A tall, slender man scanned the room, and upon seeing only the inebriated figure, he withdrew a dagger from his waistband. A murder plot? Li Ming mused, realizing the intricacies of the situation were indeed convoluted. The dynamics among the characters were already quite intriguing. In a moment of contemplation, the tall, gaunt man lunged forward with a dagger aimed at the rotund corporate representative. I shall kill you, you beast. The corpulent man's attempt to kick down the door abruptly halted. He staggered, narrowly avoiding the blade. Undeterred by his initial failure, the slender man pressed on with renewed ferocity. The once inebriated corporate representative was jolted into clarity by the unexpected turn of events, his fear manifesting in a piercing scream. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the lean man clamped a hand over his mouth and nose, plunging the knife into his throat. Li Ming, ensconced in the shadows behind the curtains, observed the sudden massacre with a cold detachment. The corpulent representative collapsed onto the carpet, blood pooling around him. While the slender man approached the bathroom door, his face, obscured by a duckbill cap, radiating a menacing aura. Hearing the commotion, Jin Xuanxi emerged from her bathrobe, instinctively screaming at the gruesome sight before her. In an instant, the slender man threatened her with the dagger. Xuanxi, it's me. Don't scream. Jin Xuanxi's eyes were reddened, clearly marked by tears, her beautiful face now a mask of terror. Appa, why are you here? Why did you kill him? Killing him won't free me. She recoiled in fear, but the slender man barred her retreat, the bloody dagger pointed at her. Xuanxi, since we cannot escape this fate, let us perish together. He must die, and I shall follow suit. This way, we both find release. As he raised the dagger, filled with rage, aiming for Chuanxi's heart. Li Ming resolved to intervene. In that fleeting moment, he darted behind the man, opting not for any weapon of his own, but seizing the wine bottle from the table, smashing it against the slender man's head. The bottle shattered, sending a crimson arc through the air, the shards mingling with red wine, creating a mist of blood. The man lurched forward, the dagger grazing Chuanxi's bathrobe as it embedded itself into the bathroom doorframe. Li Ming seized the opportunity, gripping the man's wrist and twisting it. He then slammed the man's head into the ground. With his strength, such a blow could have shattered the skull, yet he restrained himself, striking once, twice, until the man's breath ceased entirely. The assailant never discerned who had ended his life. Straightening up, Li Ming dusted off his security gloves and glanced at Jin Chuanxi, who had remained passive throughout the ordeal, her expression numb, devoid of any light. Upon seeing Li Ming's masked demeanor, she managed to smile. "Is it you? The security guard who refused my plea for help during the day?" Li Ming nodded silently, casting a glance at the 3D map. For the moment, no thermal signatures approached. The absence of electronic surveillance in the room offered a fleeting sense of security. He moved to the window, lighting a cigarette, reflecting on the events that had unfolded, completely unforeseen. He had never anticipated standing alongside his target, even if that target had just been eliminated. Yet, an unsettling calm enveloped him in the presence of a corpse. Now, his heart was devoid of turmoil, relieved that he had intervened. Otherwise, Jin Chuanxi would have met her demise that night, jeopardizing the payment due from his employer. Jin Chuanxi sat limply on the couch, the pungent scent of blood failing to elicit even a furrow of her brow. Li Ming caught her vacant gaze, reminiscent of still waters. "Let me die," she murmured. Li Ming inhaled deeply, observing her. "But you do not truly wish for death." Her retreating form had already indicated her lack of resolve. Now, her lifeless eyes bore a peculiar semblance of liberation. She raised a striking yet frigid smile, devoid of warmth. "Is that so? I am no different from being dead in this state." Turning to face him, she asked, "Why did you save me? You refused to help me during the day." Li Ming remained silent, enveloped in smoke, rendering his thoughts inscrutable to Jin Chuanxi. Her frustration at his reticence was evident as she continued, "You know that if I call the police, you will be finished." Yet, when he looked back at her, tears streamed down her face, her words lacking any potency. Beneath her bathrobe lay a tapestry of scars, remnants of her torment. Li Ming noticed the fresh and old whip marks on her exposed back, realizing why she had recently favored high-collared clothing. Regardless of Li Ming's response, Jin Chuanxi seemed to find solace in speaking to someone, recounting her tale. Li Ming listened, understanding the gravity of her plight. The rotund corporate representative had regularly coerced her into his quarters, while the slender man was her high school boyfriend from before her career who had succumbed to gambling, amassing insurmountable debts. Though their romance had ended when she entered the industry, her ex-boyfriend wielded old photographs of her as leverage, demanding money. Despite her rapid rise to fame, no amount of earnings could fill the abyss created by a compulsive gambler, a nightmarish void. Even more daunting, her visage attracted many tycoons, with the corporate hierarchy turning a blind eye to such predicaments, believing that female entertainers who entered the industry should endure such tribulations, viewing the attention from powerful men as a blessing. Thus, the second nightmare began. "I wish to die, but before I do, they must perish." As she spoke, her tone hardened, and laughter erupted from her. "Finally, 2 are dead, and 2 remain." She stood abruptly, addressing Li Ming. "You will help me, 1 to you? I will pay you. I will give you all my money. Help me eliminate the other 2, please. I sense your prowess. You exude an aura of danger. Otherwise, I would not have sought your aid earlier today." Li Ming was taken aback. What aura of danger do I possess? Surely, she was delusional. He had always been meticulous, especially while camouflaged, striving to be as inconspicuous as possible. This woman was merely trying to incite him to aid her. Noticing the doubt in his eyes, she promptly produced a card. "This is all my earnings. Though it is scant, if you assist me in killing them, I will be yours." Yet, sensing her words lacked conviction, she continued, "I possess incriminating evidence against those individuals, and when the time comes, I shall expose them, rendering the public indifferent to their demise. I cannot kill them, nor can I perish. I must see them all dead before I can meet my own end. Therefore, I beseech you for assistance." Li Ming took a step back, evading her grasp. A life akin to that of a demon can indeed drive a woman to madness. She is now completely unhinged. As he finished his cigarette, Li Ming discarded the stub into the toilet, watching the 2 deceased men before finally speaking. "Tomorrow, you will return to work. You need not concern yourself with what follows. In order to stabilize Jin Chuanxi's emotions and ensure her punctuality for work, it is imperative that the toxin manifests during normal business hours." Li Ming found himself resorting to such rhetoric. Frankly, he considered this task to be the most insipid of them all. He still had to placate the target. Being a killer is not always straightforward. Not every assignment concludes with a single bullet to the head or a swift knife to the heart. If they fail to meet the employer's demands, the final payment is withheld. Li Ming prided himself on being a killer with professional integrity. Promises made must be fulfilled. Conversely, if Jin Xuanxi were to die in a timely and natural manner tomorrow, witnessed by all, and yet the employer refused to pay due to the involvement of these two men, he could not be held accountable. Jin Xuanxi wished to utter more, but Li Ming pressed a point on the back of her head and behind her ear, causing her to close her eyes and drift into slumber. The following day, Jin Xuanxi discovered that the two corpses remained unaltered. Glancing at the time, her assistant was about to arrive, yet she wore a mask of numbness. However, the thought of the security guard who had unexpectedly saved her life last night, urging her to return to work, made her realize that her situation was decidedly unfavorable. Even if she reported the guard to the authorities, no one would believe her. There were no surveillance cameras in the room. She was utterly unaware of how the guard had appeared. Ultimately, the suspicion would likely fall upon her. On the table, the card had vanished. She beamed with joy. Addressing the spot where Li Ming had stood the previous night, "You, who remain nameless, will return to assist me, won't you?" The disappearance of the bank card led Jin Xuanxi to place her faith in the guard's last words. "You need not worry about what follows." She believed her words from last night had swayed the enigmatic security guard. Perhaps she would indeed find freedom. Thus, she meticulously prepared herself, exiting before her assistant could knock and locking the door securely. The deceased company's representative had previously informed the front desk that there was nothing amiss, not even allowing the cleaning staff to enter her room. She could rest assured that no one would intrude. Li Ming had not taken Jin Xuanxi's bank card. The absence of the deceased woman's card would only bring him more troubles. He had discarded the card into the pocket of the gambler. He did not dispose of the bodies, as there was no necessity. Eventually, it would be determined that the two men had engaged in a fatal altercation. The weapons, a dagger and a bottle, were items they had brought themselves. The simple-minded Jin Xuanxi would not survive the moment she comprehended this reality. By not intervening, everything would be rationalized. At noon, 10:56, Li Ming witnessed the chaos erupting at the racetrack and saw the team doctor hastily rushing over before he turned to leave. That woman had found her eternal liberation. Chapter 76, Addressing Threats. Well done, worker. The dark web chat window was flooded with messages accompanied by transfer notifications. Glancing at his account, Li Ming noted that the final payment had been credited in full. Naturally, Tong Bada could not afford to forget the remuneration. He thought the matter concluded, yet Tong Bada continued to send messages. New notifications popped up in succession. The employer greatly appreciates your improvisation. Not only did you execute Jin Xuanxi's heart attack flawlessly, but you also adeptly handled the company representative and the gambler's ex-boyfriend, making for a more spectacular conclusion than originally planned. After all, the big boss would not permit anyone who might possess evidence against him through Jin Xuanxi to remain alive. As Tong Bada's messages continued, Li Ming grasped the entirety of the situation. The employer's primary concern was not Jin Xuanxi's death, but rather ensuring that her demise did not raise any suspicions regarding the employer's involvement. Now, everyone believed it to be a crime of passion. Jin Xuanxi had first killed her extorting ex-boyfriend and the abusive company representative, only to succumb to the pressure, resulting in a heart attack. This outcome was an unexpected delight for the employer. The entertainment company's executive was a trusted aide to the employer's commercial rival. Eliminating him meant opening a rift within the competitor's ranks. Furthermore, from the employer's perspective, such a person, daring to vie for a woman with him, deserved death. Jin Xuanxi's ex-boyfriend was even more of a ticking time bomb, a vampire who had long relied on extorting artists, holding far too many unsavory secrets. Now, both were forever silenced, and conveniently became Jin Xuanxi's accomplices in death. However, Li Ming detected a hint of disquiet in the message. The big boss does not allow anyone who may have obtained evidence from Jin Xuanxi to live. Li Ming scoffed. Is this a warning directed at me? The implication that he might have acquired incriminating evidence against the employer from Jin Xuanxi was palpable. Therefore, it was likely that the employer did not wish for him to survive after completing the task. If that were indeed the case, the employer must have already dispatched other assassins to hunt him down. Li Ming glanced out the window and activated a 3D map scan. Finding no signs of anyone lurking nearby, it was merely that the employer had yet to uncover his whereabouts. However, from the news surrounding Jin Xuanxi's death, he discerned a few clues. It appeared that investigations had already been initiated in the hotel and even Jeju Island concurrent with her demise. They had been plotting from the outset. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ming resolved that he would not allow himself to fall into a passive position. He would take decisive action to bring this entire affair to a close. The individual orchestrating this must die. If he was so distrustful, then he need not be at ease. Nevertheless, prior to that, he had already accepted several low-level tasks. He would first complete these assignments on schedule. As for the employer who might send someone to hunt him down, he would settle that score in due time. The subsequent targets for these tasks were all located in South Korea. Over the course of 2 days, he successfully completed 3 assignments, finding them relatively straightforward. The targets were all outlaws, and he dispatched each with a single bullet to the head. In a land ruled by conglomerates, there exists an abundance of inequity. Such outlaws are not in short supply. Some individuals are willing to wager their lives to ensure that these arrogant, brutal criminals pay for the innocent lives they have taken. Most of these employers are ordinary citizens who, after considerable effort, have managed to access the dark web to seek out a killer. The remuneration for such tasks is, in fact, rather meager. Some assassins may even decline them, as the expense of equipment often outweighs the returns. After completing 3 assignments, he lost a skill point, which he promptly exchanged for Wing Chun. Although merely at a novice level, for him, embarking on the path of the dragon's martial arts was a commendable beginning. Having fulfilled all his accepted missions, Ming entered his private hunting time. The incident involving the top-tier actress Jin Xuanxi had been simmering in the public eye for several days and nights, remaining a hot topic of discussion. Ming meticulously scrutinized the news articles, seeking any threads that might connect the scandal to certain chaebols. Utilizing the skills of a premier hacker, he began an exhaustive search and analysis, piecing together every clue he could find. Ultimately, he zeroed in on an investor from a certain XX entertainment company, a figure notorious within that circle, often referred to as a big shot. Ming fixated on the name displayed on his screen, Choi Jong-hoon, the actual power behind XX Entertainment, one of the central figures in the chaebol sphere of the land of the morning calm. His gaze turned icy as he absorbed the information about Choi Jong-hoon, the entertainment mogul, who, beneath his polished exterior, orchestrated countless sordid transactions. Jin Xuanxi was merely one among his many playthings, with fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. Ming employed his elite hacking prowess to infiltrate the internal servers of XX Entertainment effortlessly. Soon, he uncovered Choi Jong-hoon's private itinerary. In 3 days, he would host an exclusive gathering at a private villa on the outskirts of Seoul, inviting only the elite of the industry. Ming shut down his computer and retrieved a pristine suit from his concealed space, donning it to mask any potential aura of menace or danger. He then forged an invitation. 3 days later, at the private villa of Choi Jong-hoon on the outskirts of Seoul, the mansion blazed with light, and luxury cars congregated. Ming's disguise smoothly passed through security. Unbeknownst to the revelers, the foremost assassin from the dark web had infiltrated their midst. The so-called sons of the chaebols were engrossed in debauchery, oblivious to the lurking danger. Among the security personnel, however, Ming noticed several imposing men exuding an unmistakable air of lethality. It was evident they were not mere bodyguards, but rather highly trained operatives. Although their true identities eluded him, none of them captured Ming's attention. Amidst the raucous celebration, his gaze swept across the hall until it rested upon his target, Choi Jong-hoon, casually leaning with one hand in his pocket, the other wrapped around a young female artist. He was basking in the flattery of several balding older gentlemen, entirely unaware that death was inching closer. Ming refrained from making his move, biding his time for the opportune moment. As Choi Jong-hoon led the young artist into a private lounge on the 3rd floor, drunkenly gesturing for his bodyguards to remain outside. Ming positioned himself in the shadows of the corridor, the 3D map revealing a thermal image of the room's interior. Inside, Choi Jong-hoon was brutally pinning the young artist to the sofa, while 2 bodyguards stood sentinel at the door. Ming drew forth 2 slender needles from his space, utilizing his expertise in stealth weaponry to precisely strike the acupoints on the heads of the 2 guarding bodyguards. They collapsed soundlessly. Swiftly, he dragged the men into a blind spot from the surveillance cameras, retrieving a keycard from one of them. The instant the electronic lock's green light flickered on, the lounge erupted with the young artist's terrified scream and Choi Jong-hoon's furious rebuke. "Get out! Who let you in?" His roar was abruptly cut off. As the screaming artist turned her head, she was met with a flying needle that rendered her unconscious. Ming's familiar figure, Chairman Jean, approached him, holding a long, slender silver needle. Choi Jong-hoon, not being a fool, swiftly pressed a hidden compartment, attempting to retrieve a handgun concealed within. Yet, Ming's speed surpassed his, delivering a decisive kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. The once formidable Choi Jong-hoon, drained by years of indulgence, was utterly defenseless. Ming's knee pressed heavily against his chest, and in that moment, Choi Jong-hoon grasped the reality of his impending demise. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Panic etched across his face, as he seemingly discerned the true identity of his assailant. "You're just a lackey?" Ming remained silent, producing a miniature syringe. The sight deepened Choi Jong-hoon's dread, a strange odor permeating the room. Stammering, he pleaded, "Why are you here to kill me?" I've paid the final fee. I know, Li Ming replied nonchalantly. But why then? Choi Jong-hoon faltered, desperately begging for his life. Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Regardless of whether you have evidence, if we cooperate moving forward, I can. Wait, I'm your employer. Li Ming interjected. The transaction is complete. Please, I'm a chable. The merciless syringe plunged into his carotid artery, silencing Choi Jong-hoon's pleas. Li Ming showed no inclination to hear his justifications. As the drug coursed through him, Choi Jong-hoon began to convulse, his eyes bulging, a guttural sound escaping his throat as his hands clawed at his collar. Much like Jin Xuanxi before him, he succumbed to a cardiac arrest induced by the drug. This concoction, one he had mastered in pharmacology, merely lacked the technological sophistication for a time delay. Li Ming rose, adjusting his suit and stowing the remnants of the syringe away. He unlocked Choi Jong-hoon's phone, uploading the sordid images and videos contained within, including nearly a gigabyte of footage depicting the abuse of Jin Xuanxi. The corridor surveillance had already been replaced with a looping feed by Li Ming's hacking prowess. He descended the staircase with composure, pausing before the champagne tower to casually lift a glass before making his exit. Chapter 77. The Need for Greater Strength. Dark web messages explode. The following day, within the Dragon's Realm, Li Ming returned to his abode, resolved to rest for a few days and dispose of all the necessary detritus. During this respite, he refrained from accessing the dark web, considering it merely a tool for his professional endeavors. At the Starlight Bar, upon encountering Li Ming again, Wang He donned a rare expression of surprise. Brother Ming, we partnered to establish this hotel, and you disappeared after your investment. Aren't you concerned it might go under? Li Ming chuckled. How could the Wang family allow such a thing? Without me, you could undoubtedly manage the hotel. The Wang family was affluent, permitting their second-generation scion to squander without fear. In essence, the hotel was a gift to him, and Li Ming's investment was merely a gilding of the lily. Wang He remarked later. I'll take you to our hotel. You haven't visited since it opened. I've even reserved a special room for you. If you ever wish to avoid home, you can stay there. Li Ming responded. Why would I wish to avoid home? Are you thinking too much? If he lacked his own residence and space, perhaps he would indeed require such a sanctuary. He had no desire to exist as a wandering assassin. When tasks concluded, he preferred a private life rich in warmth and humanity. Wang He shook his head. No, it's not that I'm overthinking. You surely intend to date and settle down, right? If you and your spouse were to have a quarrel, you would undoubtedly be cast out. At least it's essential to have a place to reside, wouldn't you? Li Ming chuckled, surprised that you, a frivolous scion of wealth, immersed in a life of indulgence, would even contemplate the prospect of starting a family. I mean, you settling down, Brother Ming, among the four of us. You have always approached life with the utmost seriousness. It was once said that you would be the first to marry, and as a brother, I certainly must consider these matters for you. Chun Jiaming, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed. By the way, Brother Ming, during your travels, did you happen to encounter someone you fancied? Li Ming shook his head. While I am still youthful, I prefer to revel in my freedom for now. A killer, once he takes a spouse, acquires a vulnerability. Thus, until I can retire, such thoughts are far from my mind. A romantic relationship? No. A killer needs not engage in such affairs. Su Chi-hong, who had been fixated on his phone, clicked his tongue. Brother Ming speaks wisely. A man must maintain clarity of mind, free from the delusions of love, and the same applies to women. Observing Su's expression, Li Ming patted his shoulder. What is the matter? Have you become so engrossed in romance that you've neglected military affairs and the world of assassins? Su Chi-hong shook his head. No? What purpose does love serve? It inevitably leads to parting, often with tragic outcomes. He then showed them his phone. Look here. A trending female artist from Korea recently met her demise, and initially, the narrative was that she had murdered 2 individuals. However, just yesterday, the investor from XX Entertainment, Choi Jingxuan, also perished, and photos of him abusing Jin Xuanxi were leaked, which prompted a shift in public sentiment. Humanity must beware of the folly of romantic entanglements. Li Ming glanced at the article's title, The Truth Behind Jin Xuanxi's Sudden Death, a Tragedy of Excessive Beauty. Don't pay attention to such chaotic news. He cautioned Su Chi-hong. Your family's pharmaceutical business will one day be yours. Focus your mind accordingly. Yet, Su insisted. No. I believe Jin Xuanxi did not die of a heart attack, nor did Choi Jingxuan. They were victims of a conspiracy. Li Ming furrowed his brow, pondering why Su was so engrossed in this line of inquiry. Whom do you suspect? Wang He and Chun Jiaming were similarly exasperated, feeling he might as well become a private investigator rather than concern himself with his family's pharmaceutical endeavors. Su Chi-hong declared earnestly. Based on my research and the clues I've gathered from the outer network, I suspect it was the laborers, a calculated assassination. After killing Jin Xuanxi, the perpetrator recognized her tragic background and replicated her method of demise. Cui Jingshuan also succumbed to a sudden heart attack. How ironic. This reflects the laborer's modus operandi. Li Ming retorted, "That's not the case. I simply cannot tolerate those who threaten me." In the dead of night, Li Ming arrived at the hotel in which he had invested. As anticipated, Wang He had reserved a luxurious suite for him. This space served as a second home, which he gladly accepted. Li Ming was uncertain of what the future held, whether he would, as W had warned, attract unwanted attention due to his distinctly recognizable style. He also pondered whether he might encounter formidable adversaries in upcoming missions. Thus far, the most daunting target he had faced was the Nightingale. Upon arriving on Suman Island, he had been discovered even while in disguise, subsequently finding himself bound to a chair by the Nightingale, a moment that brought him perilously close to death. Even with his physique now reaching peak human capability, he remained mortal. The established truth persists. When a man is slain, he dies. Should he someday confront a foe even more fearsome than anticipated, it would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. This reality fuels his relentless pursuit of mastering the entirety of the Dragon Kung Fu. For instance, the top 2 assassins on the dark web rankings remain shrouded in mystery, and Li Ming has yet to uncover their whereabouts. Their prowess, he feared, was likely beyond that of ordinary humans. Even the third-ranked assassin, the Snowman, while formidable, had ascended in rankings largely due to his sheer volume of kills, rather than genuine superiority. Li Ming reviewed the profile of the Night Watchman, ranked 6th. His reputation was stellar, boasting a flawless success rate, and according to descriptions, he was even more powerful than the Snowman. Yet, why was he merely ranked 6th? Below the Snowman? Li Ming, therefore, harbored doubts about the legitimacy of this ranking. It was based on kill-death ratios rather than pure skill, and true capability did not always align with these standings. However, the primary advantage of the ranking system lay in its negotiation power. The higher one ranked, the greater the fees one could command. Li Ming's current strategy involved not only ascending the rankings, but also amplifying his own strength. Though he possessed an arsenal of lethal skills, he deemed it far too early to rest on his laurels. After several days at the hotel, he returned home and accessed the dark web. It was time to commence work once more. Stretching his limbs, he relished the indulgent respite but soon craved the adrenaline of his perilous, fast-paced life. The dark web interface illuminated, and a flurry of private messages erupted, each vying for his attention. Goodness, this was the first time Li Ming had encountered such a deluge. Previously, while he had received numerous messages, none compared to the current onslaught. Scanning the screen, he noted a plethora of new employers and assignments, alongside messages from familiar contacts. Were it not for the unique nature of the dark web, he feared his computer might succumb to the strain. Chapter 78, Connecting Tasks, perhaps a target for monsters? Li Ming gazed at the multitude of private messages, momentarily overwhelmed, unsure of where to begin. Thus, he opted to open the messages from his previous employers and assess their circumstances. The message from Citong Ba Da was particularly fraught with tension. He made it clear that he was unaware of Cui Jingshuan's situation, merely acting as a facilitator in finding an assassin. It was evident that, regarding Cui Jingshuan's death and the individual responsible, Citong Ba Da required no proof. He directly assumed it was the laborers at work. His fear of the laborers appeared to have materialized, as he dreaded that after eliminating Cui Jingshuan, the next target would be himself. "I am your employer. I have paid all dues and shall not forget the final payment. Should any future assignments arise, I shall seek you out. You need not fear being betrayed." Li Ming responded with a question mark, prompting further anxiety from Citong Ba Da, who messaged again, "In the future, for any assignments. As long as your pricing is reasonable, I shall accept." The laborers replied, "With your wealth, have you not retained a few assassins? Just like Cui Jingshuan, who employed numerous bodyguards. Among them, there surely lurked a few killers. Yet, they likely failed to engineer natural deaths or accidents. Otherwise, they would not resort to seeking assistance on the dark web. Nonetheless, for routine killings, those retained assassins should suffice, no?" He presumed that after killing Cui Jingshuan, Citong Ba Da, if apprehensive, would dispatch someone to eliminate him. Yet, he was completely unprepared for this reaction. Citong Ba Da countered, "How could I possibly contend with you?" He refrained from confirming whether he employed assassins, fearing that revealing any weakness might compromise his own safety. After all, no matter how frightened one might be, one must retain their cards close to their chest as a means of self-preservation. And it would be foolish to divulge such information to the laborers. The affluent employers venturing into the dark web are far from foolish. They are, in fact, quite cunning. Adept at playing a dual game both online and offline, capable of orchestrating deadly scenarios. Li Ming, for his part, trusts no one. Observing the bustling activity, he dismisses it with indifference. He then opens W's private message, wherein W inquires why, of late, difficult tasks have not involved weaponry, but rather relied predominantly on potions. Li Ming responds, explaining that at the behest of the employer, utilizing potions is more conducive to achieving the desired fatal outcomes. W then mentions that he has recently developed a weapon with remarkable stability, capable of precise targeting even amidst tumultuous conditions. Should Li Ming encounter tasks such as sniping in deserts or at sea, he is urged to seek W out. However, he is warned that this weapon comes at a steep price, and he should not hesitate to spend. Li Ming replies affirmatively, indicating he will purchase it and requests that any such extraordinary weaponry be reserved for him in the future, as money is not an issue. W quickly responds, acknowledging their cooperative relationship, promising to prioritize Li Ming for any future needs. They begin to negotiate the price, after which Li Ming promptly transfers a deposit. As for the address, he decides to provide it when the next task arises. Next, he opens the dialogue with the great white shark. Truth be told, Li Ming harbors little personal interest in this enigmatic woman, the one who governs Suman Island. However, when it comes to business, he never shies away from opportunities to earn. The private message from the great white shark indeed pertains to tasks. She presents 2 assignments. One involves tracking down a traitor who escaped Suman Island following a betrayal, and the other requires eliminating the leader of a certain criminal faction. After a cursory review of the details, Li Ming accepts the tasks. A killer need not ponder the reasons. Their duty is to accept the job and execute it. The commission offered by the great white shark is quite reasonable, and upon accepting the task, she immediately forwards a deposit along with an additional 500,000. As your longtime employer, I am aware of your capabilities, and this bonus is extra. Do not attempt to haggle with me, she asserts. Li Ming inquires about the requirements, to which the great white shark stipulates a week to dispose of both targets by any means necessary. However, the traitor's corpse must be returned. Li Ming declines this final demand, and without hesitation, the great white shark sends over 1 million. Last time you accepted the snowman's task with such alacrity. I believe the principle remains. A killer works for payment, does it not? Li Ming contemplates, responding, this is not merely a principle. It is contingent on circumstances. For instance, if that criminal faction leader were to offer me a greater sum to take your head, do you think I would refuse? Should such a scenario arise, it would be the great white shark's head that would be at stake. In that eventuality, she could forget about operating within the dark web, as no employer would dare approach him again. As for Lin Yuyu, that particular instance arose because she did not hire him through the dark web. It was a glitch in the system, and she could only blame herself for not recognizing him as a financially struggling novice killer, daring to engage him outside the dark web. The great white shark laughed heartily. Excellent. I appreciate your candor, my worker. Let us agree on this. And I look forward to you delivering another satisfactory outcome. Sending love. Li Ming closed the conversation with the great white shark. With a full week to complete her tasks, he contemplated taking on another assignment, one that would not impose too tight a deadline. Thus, he perused other job listings. With numerous options available, he instructed the system to filter tasks based on proximity. He accepted several relatively simple, low-tier assignments located in Southeast Asia. Finally, he accepted a task from an individual known as RG on the dark web. RG's request was to eliminate a subject from an XX biological research facility. The time frame for completion was set at 20 days, with no restrictions on methods and no necessity for staging an unexpected scene. The challenge lay in the fact that the research facility was submerged underwater, making entry exceptionally difficult. Furthermore, the target was likely transformed into a ferocious creature due to experimental procedures. RG stated, I cannot ascertain whether she has indeed become a monster, but the experiment contravenes all legal and humanitarian standards. She must not be allowed to escape. Li Ming instinctively stroked his chin in contemplation. RG could not possibly be unaware of the nature of this experiment, which is typically classified as a high-level secret project, inaccessible even to many senior personnel within the biological company. Logically, this should be an independent project managed by a specialized team. RG likely belongs to this team, but perhaps lacks sufficient clearance or is merely a logistical staff member without access to experimental subjects. Yet RG seemed to anticipate Li Ming's potential suspicions, offering a generous explanation. Chapter 79, The Mysterious Forest of Slaughter. RG clarified, I am not part of the team. While they possess significant experimental expertise, they lack the funds to compensate you, if you catch my drift. Before Li Ming could respond, RG continued, there is no need to speculate about my identity. Your sole task is to complete the assignment. Following this, RG transferred a deposit of $1 million to Li Ming. Delighted, Li Ming accepted the deposit, which, after deducting the dark web's 5% fee, amounted to a total commission of $2 million. This sum certainly could not be afforded by someone merely involved in logistical operations, nor by an individual without access to the experimental subjects. Despite the complex and advanced experiments conducted by those clad in white lab coats abroad, Their earnings are often not substantial. Li Ming posed one final question. This task indeed presents a challenge. Penetrating the laboratory base is a significant hurdle. Why me? Such a task could easily be assigned to a more renowned and seasoned killer. Although Li Ming's reputation has grown, it pales in comparison to that of established assassins, whose extensive experience highlights the evident gap between them and him. For instance, those ranked in the top 10. Li Ming was also eager to learn about these mysterious killers, so he posed such inquiries, hoping to glean some insights. Perhaps RG has collaborated with them? However, RG's response yielded no such information. The dark web is abuzz with the tale of you eliminating the Nightingale of Suman Island. You stealthily ascended to the 99th floor of the Sunset Tower to execute a hit and disarm explosives. Most notably, you managed to infiltrate the B2 laboratory and poison Luzitio 14. Based solely on that, I am inclined to believe that you can handle this assignment as well. Deal, Li Ming affirmed. Having accepted a considerable number of tasks and clarified the pertinent information, he closed the private messages. Employers remain oblivious to the exact number of assignments Li Ming undertakes. In truth, they are not particularly concerned. Their primary focus is whether Li Ming can fulfill the tasks within the stipulated time frame. What they seek is the assurance that the targets must perish. Li Ming casually perused the forums of the dark web. Ever since the storm incident, those ordinary assassins who had once advised him to withdraw from the scene now dared not utter a word. Very few were aware that Shui Jingxuan was the mastermind behind it all, and those in the know refrained from discussing it. However, the adage that a worker must repay a grievance and similar sentiments still circulated widely. From his observations, it was evident that most of those who frequently posted were not heavyweight assassins. Naturally, Li Ming felt no need to pay them any mind. The foremost task at hand was to eliminate the traitor pursued by the Great White Shark. Upon accessing intelligence feeds, he discovered that the fugitive had fled to a Southeast Asian nation and had ventured into a forested area. It appeared he had sought refuge in a place notorious for its deceit. Li Ming then inspected the locations of other simpler tasks and accepted several assignments that were conveniently located in Southeast Asia. Perfectly, he could resolve them all in one go. Li Ming treated himself to a sumptuous dinner and enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The following day, he set off on his journey. Approximately 4 hours later, he arrived at his destination. This location had recently been highlighted by international authorities, and now the world was aware of the locals' penchant for trickery. Thus, the airport was nearly devoid of travelers. Yet, there were occasional reports of unsuspecting university students, lured by classmates, who came seeking employment only to fall victim to scams. Li Ming could only remark that their education had been in vain. Following the map, he found many staff members, bored and idle, eagerly offering their assistance. After completing various formalities, they even hailed a taxi for him. Although Li Ming intended to decline, the driver had already arrived. He quipped, "Are you going to take me to have my kidneys harvested?" The previously warm atmosphere among the enthusiastic staff and the eager driver instantly turned frosty. The staff awkwardly assured him that wouldn't be the case, while the driver echoed the sentiment. They also mentioned that their authorities were actively cooperating to combat these deceitful gangs and cautioned Li Ming not to trust anyone claiming to be a fellow townsman. With a polite nod and a smile, Li Ming replied, "All right, thank you." He then entered the driver's vehicle. The driver, striving to appear natural, forced a smile at Li Ming's jest. Although he was not part of any scam ring, the dreadful reputation that foreign travelers had formed of them made it awkward for him, no matter how he behaved. He seemed to embody the very essence of a con artist. Consequently, the atmosphere in the car remained tense. Of course, this awkwardness was primarily felt by the driver. On the surface, Li Ming appeared to be resting his eyes, completely indifferent to the driver's reactions. After a while, he accessed the panel and examined the intelligence regarding his target. The Great White Shark had only provided a name, a photograph, and some basic information about the individual. She had not elaborated on the nature of his work under her command or the reasons for his defection. However, the intelligence feed would divulge that information. Target, Amon Ripu. Male, 32 years old. One of the members responsible for money laundering under the Great White Shark. Amon Ripu had absconded with $10 million in cash, stealing a boat from Suman Island 7 days prior. He had arrived in Southeast Asia 4 days ago and had entered a certain forest 3 days ago, never to emerge again. Throughout his escape, he had not even had the chance to spend his ill-gotten gains. Li Ming mused that the Great White Shark was indeed quite capable. Her subordinates were relentlessly pursuing him, leaving him no respite. It was only after Amon Ripu had entered the forest that they found themselves at an impasse. Otherwise, the Great White Shark would not need to expend additional resources hiring an assassin. He could vividly imagine the scene of her berating her subordinates for their incompetence. Once Amon Ripu had entered the woods, he had not reappeared. How could the Great White Shark be so certain he was still alive? Li Ming felt a twinge of confusion. If he had been inside for so long without coming out, He was either devoured by a wild beast or eliminated by some faction that had also sought refuge within. Should there be a third possibility? It would be that he had accomplices or had found a new master compelling him to betray the great white shark, and they were hiding within that very forest. If that were the case, Amon Ripu had found a new organization. The forest was shrouded in mystery. This area was largely undeveloped, characterized by its relatively pristine wilderness. It was home to wild beasts and perilous foliage. However, certain deceitful gangs often retreated into such forests when pursued, yet none ever emerged. They vanished without a trace. Some notorious deceitful families had sent their mercenary groups in, only for them to meet the same fate. Conversely, rumors suggested that there were no truly fearsome beasts within, but rather that criminal organizations had established bases there. Those who ventured inside were purportedly eradicated by these dark forces. Thus, the legend of the forest being a realm of death and slaughter persisted. Li Ming remained uncertain as to how the great white shark could ascertain Amon Ripu's survival. Nevertheless, since she claimed he was alive, he must indeed be so. This time, he would ensure that Amon Ripu met his demise.